Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 534 to Chapter 597. Angor didn't expect this at all. It took him a while to come to terms with it. Next, he tried to control the mana in his mana pool and found nothing wrong. From the looks of it, his advancement this time should be fine, but why did he advance in his sleep? Angor assumed it was because of the itch on his back. The reason for the itch was definitely because he had absorbed too much fragrance, but what did this itch mean? With that in mind, he asked Butler Number 1, "Is my professor here? Did he say anything about my condition?" Number 1 nodded. "Master should be here, but he didn't say anything. He only sent me a voice transmission to take Mr. Pad to his bedroom. That's all." Voice transmission? Angor was confused. "He didn't come to see me?" Number 1 nodded. "Then who treated me?" Since Number 1 told Angor that his condition was caused by the sealing potion, someone must have treated him. It was Mr. Mitra. He came not long after Mr. Pad came back. "Mr. Mitra was the one who diagnosed your condition," Number 1 explained. "Mitra?" Angor didn't expect Mitra to treat him. Did the professor invite Mitra here? However, after he asked this question, Number 1 shook his head and denied it. Angor was getting more and more confused. According to Number 1, Mitra came here for something else. Since Angor had a problem with his body, Mitra decided to help him. But what about Sunders? Sunders wouldn't refuse to check Angor's condition, would he? Sunders' request must have something to do with the Nightmare Realm, after all. So Sunders wasn't here? Angor suddenly remembered Number 1 saying Master should be here. Why did it use should? Are you sure the professor is here? Number 1 didn't answer right away. Instead, it pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure." As Number 1 explained, Angor slowly understood why Number 1 said "I'm not sure." Sunders never left his study these days, and Number 1 didn't dare to enter the study without Sunders' permission. When Angor returned from the purification garden, Number 1 went to Sunders' study and asked him what he should do, which was why Number 1 said should be here. As for whether Sunders was at home or not, Number 1 did not know. Angor frowned as he listened to Number 1's explanation. If Angor remembered correctly, he did not see Sunders a week before the garden was opened, but he did not pay much attention to it. On the day he left the garden, he tried to find Sunders, but Sunders only told him to leave through the door of Sunders' study. If Sunders was still at home, it meant that he had not left his study for almost a month. Did something happen to Sunders? Mitra mentioned that the strongest man in Floating Mech City was Lawson, and Lawson didn't seem to be able to defeat Sunders in a fight. But Sunders should be fine, right? Angor was a little worried, so he decided to check the study himself. Number 1, help me up. He did not see Sunders in the end. But he heard Sunders' voice from the other side of the door. It sounded tired and hoarse. "I'm fine. You can go now." Angor planned to ask Sunders about the itch on his back as soon as he heard Sunders' answer. Considering how much Sunders cared about the Nightmare Realm, he would definitely help him. But before Angor could say anything, Sunders already asked him to leave. The eviction order was not a silencing spell. If Angor really wanted to talk, he could still speak loudly. However, he chose to remain silent because he vaguely heard a laughter in the study. It sounded like Sunders' voice, but there was something different about it. Sunders had a guest. Angor stood outside the door for a long time and finally couldn't help but lean against it to listen. However, as soon as he put his ear on the door, a gentle force came from inside and threw him away. It was not a powerful force. It was only used to push Angor away. There was no doubt that someone was inside the study, and that person was most likely Sunders. But why didn't Sunders come out? He thought about the noise he heard when he was close to the door and felt a little confused. Dodoro came to him from the side. He was going to ask Number 1 to help him to the study, but Dodoro just happened to come in with a towel. According to Number 1, Dodoro was the one who helped him wash up during the 3 days he was unconscious. Coincidentally, the sky had just begun to brighten. It was the first glimmer of dawn. Dodoro came to Angor's study with a wet towel. Compared to Number 1, Angor trusted Dodoro more. In the end, Dodoro helped him to Sunders' study. "Let's go back." Instead of sleeping on his bed, Angor went to a soundproof room and stayed there alone. The quiet room was empty and extremely suitable for meditation. At the same time, it was also suitable for thinking. Angor recalled the voices he heard when he was leaning against the door and frowned. Sunders tried to push him away, but Sunders still managed to hear some of their conversation. There was a strange and meaningless laughter. Angor also heard someone calling him my apprentice, Angor. Neither of the voices belonged to Sunders. But they sounded more frivolous, as if they belonged to a young man. Angor didn't know much about the strange laughter because he didn't know much about it. However, the phrase, my disciple Angor, left a strong impression on him. Back in Midnight Sovereign, Angor and Sunders were going to close the nightmare tunnel together, so they kept communicating with each other through voice transmissions. When the tunnel was about to be closed, Angor heard something similar from Sunders' side. My student, Angor. That was what Sunders called Angor. Sunders also mentioned something about wanting to study Angor's soul and asking Angor to die for him. Angor didn't think too much about it, but he didn't think too much about it. Besides, Sunders also told him to ignore the voice. As for how Sunders introduced the owner of the voice, Angor remembered that Sunders used the word old friend. So Sunders didn't come out for a month because of this old friend, but why would Sunders hide in his room for a month just to see his old friend? Angor still found it strange, but he didn't have any other ideas. He had to put the matter aside for now. Angor shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. He had other things to think about. He didn't have time to think about what would happen after his advancement. He needed to check the condition of his soul first. The itch on his back that day must be because his soul absorbed a large amount of law essence. When he woke up today, he already felt something strange about his soul. But he didn't check it out because there were other people around. Now that he was in the soundproof room, he decided to check it out. Angor immediately felt something different after using Spirit Whisper to eject his soul. If one didn't look closely, his soul would almost look like a real person now. It was obvious that his soul had become more solid. Apart from that, Angor also noticed that his soul could affect the material world to a certain extent without using soul energy. For example, he could now pick up a book and directly interfere with the material world without using any soul power. This meant that even if his body died, his soul would continue to exist in this world. Even if he didn't run into any wizards, he could still sneak into the mortal world with his soul. Such a soul was already as good as a top-level apprentice and soul manipulator. Maybe even better. And he had already passed the threshold to become a wizard, but that wasn't what Angor was concerned about. He was more concerned about the wound on his soul. He carefully sensed the wound and found that it was different from before. But he wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. His soul was being fed back faster. Pure soul energy would always flow out of the wound, as if it was increasing the quality of his soul out of thin air. However, the flow of soul energy wasn't fast in the past. If Angor wanted to use the sequence of gravity, he would have to use the soul training method Isabel taught him. However, from the looks of it now, the speed of the soul power being fed back from the wound had doubled, and the speed had also increased by a lot. In other words, as long as Angor didn't overuse his soul energy and didn't need to fight for soul orbs with Toby, he could recover his soul energy quickly by using the soul training method. So this was what it got after consuming so much of the fragrance. In terms of benefits, this was indeed a good thing. But Angor still didn't understand what was going on behind the wound. What did it gain by doing this? It couldn't just give away so much soul energy for free, right? Angor couldn't figure it out, and maybe Sunders couldn't give him an answer either. The only way to solve this mystery was to use the wound on his back as a medium and visit the nightmare realm where it belonged. But that wasn't a good idea. Angor tried again. When his soul energy was full, the flow of soul energy from the wound would slowly stop. When it used up a lot of soul energy, the flow of soul energy would accelerate again. It was as if it could check the condition of his soul. Because of this, Angor was even more wary of the wound. But he had to admit that this was a good thing for him. At least he didn't have to worry about the excessive soul energy that might cause his soul to explode. If he allowed his soul to return to his body, it would be possible for him to force a breakthrough in his current state. It was the same reason why Jibra managed to break through as soon as his soul was purified. Angor sighed and put this suspicious matter aside for now. He began to meditate. While Angor was meditating, a butterfly approached him from the sky tens of thousands of kilometers away from floating Mech City. 2 days later, the side effects of the potion finally disappeared. Angor did not waste his time either. He spent most of his time talking with Toby. It was mainly because he had too many questions about the Griffin of Fury. Besides, Toby had been unconscious for a long time, and he had a lot of things to tell Toby, especially about Greya. The Fury Griffin was a transformation ability Toby gained after defeating and devouring the emotion of wrath. He had never seen or heard of such a creature before. But according to Toby, it seemed to be a race blessed by the gods. They were born with a great affinity toward elemental energy, which allowed them to jump straight into the level of a monster without the ignorance of newborns. They were classified according to the nature of their energy. For example, there were Flame Griffins, Phantom Griffins, Thunder Griffins, and so on. Of course, the names could be wrong. Normally speaking, monsters that gained self-awareness would automatically have names corresponding to their own names. For example, the big clam in the Sea of Purification was named Erdis. Most of these names were not given by the monster themselves. It was an interpretation of their own power. When the power of the name Erdis reached a certain level, the power of the name could even transform into one's true name and reach out to thousands of planes. Therefore, it was not surprising if a flame griffin was named Sphinx and another flame griffin was named Oedipus. Of course, the griffin that Toby had turned into was not a magic beast with a name explanation. It was just a fake griffin. Its true form was still that tiny seabird. It only gained a part of the griffin's power after transforming. According to Toby, turning into a fury griffin would consume a large amount of energy. Once it ran out of energy, it would not be able to maintain the form. At full strength, Toby could transform into a griffin for about half an hour. Half an hour later, it would completely wither away. However, even though the transformation time was short, after transforming, Toby was already a magical beast that was half a step away from being a magus. Previously, Toby could rely on his speed and the sequence of gravity to fight against ordinary level 3 apprentices. However, after transforming into a griffin, Toby's physical strength alone was comparable to a level 3 apprentice, not counting the sequence of gravity. If his sequence of gravity was included, he was definitely a half-step magus. And this was just a preliminary estimate. If Toby continued to grow, he might even have the power of an official wizard. Next, he learned more about the Fury Griffin. Toby had a strong body and great strength. Since he was a flame griffin, Toby could also control fire elements. Apart from that, Toby could also control the emotion of anger when he transformed. Angor tried it himself. After being controlled by anger, he could barely think of anything else. His mind was in a mess, and he only wanted to vent his anger. He could also use his talent to trigger someone's anger, but he had to have an illusion or nightmare energy to do so. Toby, on the other hand, was able to manipulate people's emotions out of thin air. This was very powerful. He could make people lose their rationality without them noticing. However, controlling anger was also a double-edged sword. Anger could make people lose themselves, but anger could also make people surpass themselves. Therefore, it could not be used under any circumstances. However, even without the ability to control anger, Toby's transformation was still very powerful. At least, Angor believed that he would not be able to defeat Toby in his current form. After learning more about the Fury Griffin, Angor already had a lot of ideas in mind. Whether it was guerrilla warfare, ambushes, or direct assaults, he could use them all. Combined with these tactics, if he had cooperated with Toby back then, they might not have needed to run at all when they encountered the octopus in the trench. They could have killed it instead. After Toby explained his abilities, Angor also told Toby about his recent experiences. Toby's eyes lit up when he heard about what happened in Dark Castle. In the end, Angor simply used his illusions to simulate the various scenes in Dark Castle, as well as what Greya and Felicia looked like. Greya was now in a different body, but Toby still felt relieved as long as she was safe and sound. A man and a bird, one was simulating the illusion while the other was observing carefully. Time flew by just like that. 2 days later, when the side effects of the sealing potion disappeared, Angor finally had time to do his own thing. He planned to ask Shadow for help in finding Hookdick. It would be best if he could get rid of Hookdick in floating mech city. After all, Angor would have to wait until he returned to Brute Cavern. Before going to Shadow, Angor opened his bracelet and released Freud from the soul floret. After a few days of nourishment, Freud's soul was much more solid than before, and there was no sign of it falling into depravity. As soon as Freud left the soul floret, he began to look around. He flew to the balcony and looked at floating mech city in the distance, as well as the blue sky and white clouds. After a moment of silence, he returned to his room. I was right. You made it out of the purification garden. Congratulations, Freud said in a low voice. He watched Angor leave the sea of purification while he stayed in the depths of the sea forever. Perhaps even the sea itself was gone. At most, it was just the sea in his memory. This strong contrast made him feel a deep sense of loss. I kept my promise and brought you out. Angor looked at Freud quietly. Freud nodded. I'll keep my promise as well. I've stored the dream whelk in a perfectly safe place, Freud explained, but not at the fake continent. It's at the land of revelation. There are only mortals there, so it's the safest place for the whelk. Land of revelation? The Duchy of Versailles? Angor tried to recall. Freud was surprised. Yes, Versailles is one of the 19 duchies in the empire. But it's very small and famous for its flowers. Are you from the land of revelation, Mr. Pat? No. I have a good friend from Versailles. Salem's face flashed in his mind. He remembered Versailles Duchy because Salem was very proud of his country. Ever since they met, Salem had been talking about his country a lot. I see. I'm from the land of revelation, and I thought Mr. Pat was also from. Freud paused. The dream whelk isn't in Versailles. It's in my old home, the Central Empire, which is located at the center of the land of revelation. It's the ruler of the 19 duchies. So you don't have it right now? Angor narrowed his eyes. Freud frowned. He thought Angor was angry. I can take you there, Mr. Pat. If you don't believe me, I can draw a map first, and you can send someone else to get it. Angor waved a hand. Freud misunderstood. He wasn't angry. He was just thinking about the land of revelation. He was planning to return to the old Earth in the second half of this year. If it was on the way, he could go to the land of revelation. It should be on the way, right? At least it wouldn't take a long detour. When he met Sunders at Devil's Water, Salem was already on the Cloud Whale back then. Have you heard of the old Earth? Angor considered for a moment. Freud shook his head with a confused expression. What about the Fringe Island? Angor changed the subject. Freud nodded. I know. It's south of the Whalebone Sea. Merchants from the Central Empire often go there to trade goods. A small island? Angor didn't expect his home to be considered a small island in the land of revelation, which was also inhabited by mortals. No wonder Freud used the word old Earth. The world is too big. Angor sighed. As far as he could see, the old Earth was not small at all. There were several empires and dynasties of different sizes. All right. Is the island far from the land of revelation? The land of revelation is north of the Whalebone Sea. It'll take about 2 months to reach the Fringe Island by boat. Angor did some quick calculations. 2 months wasn't too far, considering the speed of mortals' boats. In terms of gondola, it would only take a few days. Will we pass by the land of revelation to reach the Fringe Island from the fake continent? It depends on which port we leave from. Twilight Coast? Angor hesitated for a moment. Mr. Pad, you mean the port of Goman Kingdom, right? It's on the way. We only need to take a detour to reach the land of revelation. But we'll have to pass through the dangerous Devil's Water. Don't worry. I'm not going into the sea. I'll be flying in the air. Angor continued, I'll visit the Fringe Island later this year, and I'll go to the land of revelation on the way. If I get the dream whelk, I'll set you free. Freud lowered his head and nodded. He had no choice but to obey Angor's order. Since you agreed, I won't mistreat you. Angor glanced at the wilted soul floret. I'll make a temporary shelter for you. Thank you, Freud bowed. You. Do you have anything else to do? At the fake continent. Angor was going to ask Freud which wizard organization he belonged to, and whether he needed to collect his belongings. But after thinking about it, he felt that asking this might cause a misunderstanding, so he changed the way he phrased it. Freud shook his head. I'm from the Tower of Hurricane. I don't have anything to collect. Dead people are like stones thrown into a pond. They'll only cause a little splash, but they'll soon die down. Freud's words meant that Angor did not need to worry about any potential trouble. As long as Angor was alive, he would not be able to cause any trouble. Even if he was an elite apprentice of the Tower of Hurricane, he would not be able to cause any trouble. All right. Stay inside the soul floret for now. If you need anything else, just let me know. Angor considered for a moment. Angor planned to keep Freud in his bracelet, but the soul floss would wither easily if no one cared for it. Soul floss wasn't a valuable material, but he didn't want to waste it. He thought for a moment and went next door with the soul floss. As soon as he stepped inside, he smelled the fragrance of flowers and plants. Angor took a closer look and saw a skyscraper decorated with flowers and plants standing in the middle of the empty house. The Krokiks were farming around the skyscraper. The spacious foundation was now filled with lush green fields. Around the farmland, there were all kinds of mini fruit trees and flowers. The trees were luxuriant, and the flowers and fruits were fragrant. Adults were busy farming, while children were playing around. He also saw an old man organizing people to carve wood, and a young man holding a delicate moonlight zither. Accompanied by the fragrance of flowers, they sang melodious songs to woo the girls they liked, which made the others laugh out loud. This was the temporary residence of the Krokiks, which was centered around Angor's skyscraper. Angor. Dodoro came to him with a joyful look. Angor looked at Dodoro, who was teaching a lesson with Papaya's grandmother. There was a pile of white paper on the table, which was full of words. Judging from the size of the words, Angor could tell that Dodoro wrote them. Angor waved at the Krokiks and told them to go back to their work and not mind him. He walked to the desk and picked up the stack of papers. Dodoro stood beside Angor like a child waiting for his teacher to check his homework. He looked a little nervous, but also a little hopeful. Angor read through the book and was a little surprised. Dodoro's handwriting didn't look like a beginner's at all. His handwriting was just like his handwriting. It carried a spirited and bright aura. It was angular, not dazzling, neat, and comfortable. Papaya's grandmother kept praising Dodoro while Angor read the paper. Dodoro couldn't hold back his smile, but he still looked at Angor nervously, as if Angor's praise was the only thing that kept him motivated. Of course, Angor didn't hesitate to praise Dodoro's handwriting. The smile on Dodoro's face grew bigger as if he had become more lively. Angor shook his head. Dodoro had learned a lot of basic knowledge, but he still didn't know how to control his foolishness. It seemed Dodoro still needed more guidance from Papaya's grandmother. After saying a few more words of encouragement to Dodoro, Angor looked at Papaya. He planned to leave the soul floss here so that Papaya could find someone to take care of it. Papaya, of course, agreed. She quickly sent several strong men to Angor. Angor told Papaya how to take care of the flower and placed it behind the skyscraper. As for Freud, Angor didn't want the man to mislead the Krokiks with his words. Angor to Freud's mind. So that Freud's to himself. The illusion was similar to the one he used on Flowey in Dark Castle's graveyard, which restricted Freud's movement and communication. However, Angor also gave Freud something else. For example, he created a replica of Freud's old residence and left a lot of books, such as wizarding magazines, novels, and fairy tales, which should be enough to keep Freud entertained. After setting up Freud's illusion, Angor left the place. Unbeknownst to him, Freud's eyes flashed with excitement as he stared at the books that looked so real that he could touch them and read them. Angor bid farewell to number 1 and left the manor with Toby. They headed toward Floating Mech City. Not long after they left, a black and white butterfly landed in front of the manor gate. It should have been a good thing that the purification garden was successfully upgraded. However, most of the people in Floating Mech City weren't cheering. Instead, they seemed to be mourning. Angor didn't know how many people died, but he was certain that there were more than 50,000 of them. These apprentices might have turned into dust just like that, and probably no one would remember them in the future. However, in these 2 days, there were still some people who missed them dearly and grieved for them. Moreover, Floating Mech City's deceit had caused a lot of innocent apprentices to get hurt. The city's reputation, which was supposed to be neutral, was now in jeopardy. The atmosphere in Floating Mech City became much quieter than usual. However, Floating Mech City didn't care about the rumors at all. Many people died, but many people also benefited from it. For example, the major wizard organizations were now allowed to enter the Purification Garden in the future, which was more than enough to make up for the negative rumors. As time went by, Floating Mech City's reputation would slowly recover. The damage to its reputation wasn't serious at all. Angor walked toward Bogula's fortress in such a quiet atmosphere. People were still talking about the Purification Garden, but most of them only heard about it from magazines. They never went there themselves. From the discussions around him, be it anecdotes or gossip, he realized that his reputation had been completely improved. Back at the Altar of Demise, he was able to force Jibra to stay away from him, which was more than enough proof of his strength. However, his alchemy skills were still unknown. Apart from a few wizards who knew the inside story, not many people believed in his alchemy skills. Angor didn't care too much about these rumors. Time would tell if they were true or not. Angor arrived at Bogula's fortress without any trouble. Bogula's fortress was still as creepy as ever. There were multiple layers of puppets guarding the place. Even when Angor was several hundred meters away from the fortress, the puppets still stared at him with their creepy eyes. Even though it was still bright outside, Angor still felt a chill running down his spine. He wouldn't have come here if he didn't know that Bogula had already left. But to find Hookdick as soon as possible, he could only ask Shadow for help. Soon, a rune detector wearing the same outfit as number 1 slowly floated out of the fortress and stopped in front of Angor. "Good afternoon, Butler Khazar." Angor slowly took off his hood to reveal his face. Khazar's eyes glowed red in surprise. "Mr. Pat, my honored guest." "Honorable guest, Kaza cleans the room reserved for you every day. Are you going to move in again?" Angor quickly shook his head. He didn't want to stay here even if Bogula wasn't here. He clearly remembered that there were wizard-level puppets among these puppets. When he lived here before, he would be stared at by these puppets just by getting close to the window. It was really uncomfortable to bear the pressure. Living here was just asking for trouble. "No need. I already have a place to stay. I'm here to find Shadow, Diablo." "Is he here now?" Angor asked. Khazar shook his head. "Don't you know, Mr. Pat? Mr. Diablo left half a month ago. Before he left, he said that he won't come back until he becomes a wizard." Angor frowned. He knew that Shadow was eager to revive Naga and become a wizard as soon as possible. Shadow also told him that he was going to travel and look for opportunities to advance. Angor didn't expect Shadow to leave so soon. Since Shadow wasn't here, Angor didn't want to stay. Before he left, he saw someone walking out of the fortress. The strange outfit and the big dark circles under his eyes clearly showed who he was. "If you're looking for Diablo, you can go to the northern tundra. I think he said he's going to explore a plain," Falca said in a low voice as he walked past Angor. Angor didn't know what Falca meant. With that, Falca left without looking back. "Falca? That's..." Angor didn't know what was going on. Why was he trying to get on Angor's good side? Mr. Falca received Mr. Taurus' summons. "He's going back to Silent Hill today," Khazar explained. Angor didn't really want to ask about Falca's whereabouts. But he didn't really care. He thanked Khazar and left. Since Shadow wasn't here, Angor had no other way to find Hookdick. So, he decided to check Lumber Bar first. He wondered if Nausicaa knew anything about Hookdick. On his way to Champagne Road, Angor took a detour to Moonshi's Magic Material Street. He planned to buy some materials there. Floating Mech City was the central hub of the southern wizardry region. It was convenient to buy anything here. There were plenty of rare materials that couldn't be found anywhere else in the city. Even if they were out of stock, they could always order them in advance. Angor estimated that he would leave Floating Mech City in a few days, so he wanted to use this chance to make some purchases. He was going to craft a few weapons for his own use, and they were also very versatile. Apart from weapons, he was also going to dabble in the creation of armor. He was still using the scale that Akiso had given him as a breastplate. It was a disgrace to him as an alchemist if he let his peers see it. Also, he promised to make a shelter for Freud, and he wouldn't go back on his word. Also, he planned to try his hand at apothecary under Mitra's guidance. Of course, these alchemy plans weren't done in one go. Angor planned to take it slow. He was going back to the old Earth this year anyway, and he had plenty of time to study them on his way back. This time, he planned to buy all the materials he needed now, in the future, and in the future. When he arrived at Munchi's Magic Material Street, he was once again shocked by how prosperous Floating Mech City was. The floating pavilion, the shops on the airship, and the alternate dimension connected by the stairway to heaven. The buildings of various styles complemented each other. It was bustling but not chaotic. Angor didn't see the sad atmosphere on this street at all. The long, bustling street was filled with fluttering banners and streams of people. There were all kinds of shops on both sides, from magical materials to magical plants, from magic tricks to spells, from weapons to armor, from specialized research to potion analysis. Walking in the shops, it was as if the mysteries of the wizarding world were peeled off bit by bit and revealed to everyone. However, when you thought you had seen all the mysteries, you would find that it was only the tip of an iceberg above the surface of the sea. You would never know what kind of colossal creature was growing out of this tiny iceberg under the dark sea. He walked along Moshi Street and compared the prices of various materials. After determining the price range and the quality of the materials, he made sure that they matched his requirements before making his purchase. His stroll took him more than an hour. During this time, Angor noticed that there were many restrictions placed on the shops. For example, there were some shops that clearly stated that only adepts could enter. Most of these shops sold spell books, or high-level transactions that only adept-level adepts had access to. Of course, Angor was not qualified to enter such shops. Angor was curious, but there were magic arrays placed at the entrance of these shops to check his strength. Anyone who tried to break in without reaching wizard level would be severely injured at best, or even killed to death at worst. As for the severity of the punishment, it depended on whether the shop owner was merciful or not. There were many similar restrictions apart from the difference in strength level. For example, Angor saw an exquisite villa shrouded in a thin layer of mist. A shop sign that read "Starry Garment River" was hanging on the door. Under the sign, there was a line of words, "No male form allowed." It would be fine if the sign only said "No male form." Did it mean that he could enter as long as he turned into a woman? As Angor wondered, he saw a beautiful woman walking out of the shop and turning into a burly man. Angor was speechless. What's the point of such a strange requirement? Angor was even more curious about the items in the shop. But he did not know how to shapeshift. Could he use an illusion to create a woman's form? The answer was no. Angor asked the eye watcher at the door. After receiving the same answer, he could only leave in embarrassment. Such a strange requirement for a man could not be more demanding. Either he had to inject a bloodline that could change his gender, or he had to use shapeshifting spells. However, shapeshifting was extremely difficult. Apart from wizards who had a long lifespan to study it, there was no way an apprentice could do it. There were many other strange requirements like this. For example, no humanoid life forms, no age below 200, no rune sorcerers, and so on. These were all strict requirements. There were also some shops that had relatively soft requirements. For example, there was a potion shop with an eye watcher at the door. You only needed to express praise for Vanderval School and disdain for other schools to enter the shop. There was also a comprehensive shop that catered to alchemists. You had to answer some necessary tests before you could enter. These soft conditions could be adjusted within a certain range. Even if there were many wizard-level items inside, as long as you met the conditions, apprentice-level items could also enter. He was now standing in front of the shop that catered to alchemists. The sign was called Fingernail Alchemy Shop. The name sounded strange, but the shop was large enough to attract alchemists. Angor walked in. The eye watcher at the door was a puppet made of incense wood. Compared to the puppets made by Bogula, this one was not as detailed. If it was fatter, it would look like a treant. The eye watcher first asked which branch Angor belonged to, tooling or apothecary. After confirming that Angor was an enchantment alchemist, the Eye Watcher took out several supplementary runes and asked Angor to identify them. These are the most common supplementary runes for elemental runes. You can use them to, Angor was about to explain when the Eye Watcher interrupted him. Correct. You don't have to explain the details. Angor answered the names of the remaining runes, and the Eye Watcher let him go. If Angor had an information card from Floating Mech City, the Eye Watcher could register him there, and he would not have to answer any questions when entering the shop. Angor did have such cards. One was given to him by Sunders, while the other was registered under a different name, Baron Milk. The former did not have any special features, so it could not be registered. As for the latter, the Eye Watcher would use Angor's shameful name to register the card. Angor considered for a moment and said he did not have one. Angor entered the shop. As he looked around, he noticed that many alchemists were looking at him. They were a group of apprentices in alchemy robes. They sat on wooden chairs and chatted with each other while glancing at Angor. Angor did not know what they meant. A hoarse, old female voice reached his ears while he was still trying to figure out what was going on. "Welcome, young alchemist." Angor turned around and saw a short old woman who suddenly appeared in front of the counter. The old woman was about the same height as Sean, reaching Angor's waist at most. She was a little chubby and wore a blue dress decorated with jewels. Her silver hair was neat and tidy. Another distinguishing feature of the old woman was the fan-shaped hairpin that looked like a peacock spreading its tail on the back of her head. This hairpin was very big, about half the size of her head. The peacock plume on it was especially special. It was a piece of brightly colored fingernail. Next, he glanced at the old woman's hand. As he expected, the nails on her hands, which did not match her age at all, were the same color and style as the hairpin. "Greetings, madam." Angor bowed. He could not see through the old woman's power level. If she was not trying to hide it, she must be a wizard. "You want to know why they're staring at you?" The little old lady stretched out her finger, revealing her bright red fingernails, and pointed at the group of alchemy apprentices sitting on the side. When they saw the old lady pointing at them, they immediately turned their heads away and went on with their own business. Judging from her reaction, the little old lady's identity was definitely not simple. "I'd love to hear it." Angor remained calm. "They overheard your conversation with Neha. By the way, Neha is the incense puppet at the door." The old woman gestured for Angor to sit at the counter. There are many alchemists in Floating Mech City, but they all know each other very well. They're all curious about an alchemist who suddenly showed up. "I see." The old woman's eyes suddenly lit up. "Especially since there aren't many alchemists who study enchantment. Among us, there's an alchemist who almost touched the mystery level. I heard he's also an enchantment alchemist." Angor chuckled but did not say anything. The old lady didn't point it out. Instead, she introduced herself. "I don't even remember my name. Everyone calls me Granny Fingernail. I'm the owner of this small shop. What do you want from my shop?" Angor was surprised to hear the old woman's words. "Do you know Iron Granny?" Iron Granny also introduced Angor in the same way when he first met her. "Granny Fingernail, Iron Granny from Iron Fortress? I've heard of her name, but never met her." Angor nodded. It was just a guess anyway, so he did not doubt it. "I'm looking for some materials. Do you have them in your shop?" Angor listed out the materials he needed. Most of them were rare magical materials that he did not know about outside. Granny Fingernail gave Angor a strange look. "You're quite ambitious, young man." Among the materials, there were tooling and apothecary materials, and they all belonged to different schools. No wonder Granny Fingernail would say something like that. Angor did not know what to say. He simply nodded with a smile. "There are many rare materials here. I won't sell them to other apprentice alchemists. It's such a waste. But if it's you, I guess. I heard Mitra is teaching you apothecary, right? No wonder you're here," Granny Fingernail explained. Judging from her words, Angor knew that his identity was not a secret to her at all. And she knew that Mitra taught him apothecary? Sunders never asked about it, which meant Granny Fingernail was a friend of Mitra's. With this in mind, Angor became even more respectful toward Granny Fingernail and began to wonder who this woman was. Soon, Granny Fingernail took out 2 single-use space capsules from the counter. This is for apothecary, and the other is for tooling. Angor nodded and checked the capsules with his spirit feelers. A few minutes later, Angor had an idea and asked about the price. 13,590 magic crystals. I'll give you 13500. As soon as the price was announced, the apprentice alchemists who were eavesdropping all widened their eyes. Even if they were skilled and didn't lack magic crystals, 10,000 magic crystals wasn't an amount they could afford. Many high-tier alchemy items were not even worth that much. Angor did a quick calculation and found that it was about the same price. He planned to buy these materials separately from other shops to avoid attracting attention. However, the materials provided by Granny Fingernail were the best he had ever seen. In the end, Angor chose to buy them from Granny Fingernail. The price was reasonable, and the quality was excellent. He had no reason to refuse. Angor's one-off payment made the apprentice alchemists even more suspicious about his identity. Now, most of them were sure about his identity. Angor even heard someone mentioning his name in a respectful tone. It seemed he was not that infamous in the alchemy circle. But it made sense. People in the alchemy circle would know more about each other. Is there anything else you need, sir? I have many valuable alchemy manuals from famous alchemists. Of course, if you want to learn something specific, I can also provide them, Granny Fingernail said. Alchemy manuals? Those were the most valuable items of an alchemist. Why would they sell them here? Angor asked around and found that the manuals were not for sale. If he wanted them, he would have to trade for them with his own knowledge. Angor had a complete alchemy system, including many ancient alchemy schools, but he did not have any manuals that recorded his experience. However, he also asked about the requirements and found that most of the manuals were too advanced. They were all about the core knowledge of a certain school, so they were not worth it. He could slowly accumulate experience anyway. At worst, he would take a few wrong steps. The general direction would not change, and he would eventually get back to the right path. With that in mind, Angor gave up on the idea of buying the manuals. However, he did need something else. It was not knowledge or materials, but some tailoring tools for making alchemy clothes. Of course, Granny Fingernail had the necessary tools for making clothes. To Angor's surprise, Granny Fingernail didn't have any wizard-level sewing threads. Angor did not mind. He only asked for some ordinary stitches. He was still not familiar with alchemy. There were ways to make clothes for enchantment and synthesis, but he had never done it before. So, he decided to start with something simple. As for a Kiso scale, he would try to get it last. Angor spent another 100 crystals on the sewing tools and 300 on the related materials. Making clothes and armor required 2 different types of materials. Actually, some of the materials he bought earlier could be used as substitutes. Most of the materials he bought this time were specially tanned cloth. After buying enough, Angor planned to leave and visit other alchemy shops. He didn't expect to find anything useful, but he still wanted to see if he could find any wizard-level sewing threads. As soon as he stood up, he saw a middle-aged man standing beside him. "Are you Mr. Pat?" Angor looked at the man in confusion. The man looked ordinary. The only thing special about him was the tattoo between his eyebrows, which looked like a total lunar eclipse. Angor frowned when he saw the tattoo. "Mr. Pat, please forgive my rudeness. My name is Lantis, and I'm from Abyss Alchemy Guild. I'm here to invite you to join our guild, Mr. Pat." "Don't worry. Our guild is open and friendly, thank you, but no need," Angor interrupted him. He knew that alchemy guilds weren't organized like wizard organizations. Just like the magicians in Watergrass, they gathered together to exchange their supernatural knowledge. Alchemy guilds were meant for people to gather and exchange their alchemy knowledge. It sounded great. But Angor wasn't in need of alchemy knowledge, so he didn't need to join them. Angor glanced at Granny Fingernail and saw a hint of disgust in her eyes. Maybe there was something wrong with this alchemy guild. Angor rejected the offer without hesitation. Lantis didn't expect to be rejected so quickly. He wanted to say something else, but when he saw the annoyance in Granny Fingernail's eyes, he quickly backed off. but before he left a business card for Abyssal Alchemy Guild. If you change your mind, Mr. Pat, you can come here. Oh, by the way, Mr. Pat, you seem to want to buy wizard-level sutures. I remember someone will be offering a roll of Abyssal Dragon Horn tomorrow night. If you're interested. Mr. Pat, you can come and join the exchange. After saying that, Lantis turned and left. Angor stood still and tried to digest the depth meeting. It sounded like some kind of private deal. I'm curious. Why don't you want to join the Abstruse Alchemy Guild? Granny Fingernail's hoarse voice came from behind. Angor was about to leave when he heard Granny Fingernail's question. Since he wanted to know more about the depth meeting, he sat down again. I noticed that Granny doesn't like esoteric alchemy workshop. I'm an outsider, and I trust Granny's judgment. So, I rejected him. Is that really the reason? I don't believe it. Granny Fingernail chuckled. I don't like Lantis, that's all. Besides, most of those apprentice alchemists are from Abstruse Alchemy Guild. If I really don't like Lantis, I wouldn't have asked them to come to my shop. Angor followed Granny Fingernail's gaze and saw Lantis sitting among the apprentice alchemists. Judging from the reaction of the apprentice alchemists, Lantis must be a high-ranking alchemist. Lantis also nodded at Angor from afar with a friendly smile. Granny, why don't you like Lantis? Is it because of this? Angor pointed at his forehead. Granny Fingernail narrowed her eyes. So that's why you don't want to join them? Angor nodded. Can you tell me more about this depth meeting, Granny Fingernail? I knew you'd want to go. Granny Fingernail paused for a moment. There's no restriction on entry, so you can't join Abstruse Alchemy Guild. It's more like a small exchange meeting. If you want to go, you either have to show them the card Lantis gave you, or show them something valuable. They'll let you in. So this depth meeting is quite famous? Angor asked. Granny Fingernail shrugged. I've never been there before. I only heard that it's held every week. It's not a big deal if you want to go. Angor understood what Granny Fingernail was trying to say. You can go, but whether or not you can leave will depend on your own ability. Angor thanked Granny Fingernail and left. After Angor left, Granny Fingernail took out a transmitter and spoke into it. I met Angor. He's a good candidate. A moment later, Granny Fingernail heard someone speaking in a flippant tone. Did you accept my card? Granny Fingernail spoke in a flat tone. You already gave it to him. He bought a lot of wizard-level materials from my shop. If he's really going to use them for himself, I don't mind giving him the card, considering his age and the time he spent studying alchemy. Granny Fingernail didn't see Angor's alchemy skills, but since Angor wasn't interested in Granny Fingernail's alchemy handbook, he must have a good alchemy heritage. Besides, Angor's knowledge was quite comprehensive. He even knew something about Abstruse Alchemy Guild. Granny Fingernail didn't like the idea of Muse giving an apprentice a card, but after meeting Angor, she had a better opinion of him. Angor left Granny Fingernail's shop and walked along Moshi Street for a while. Since most of the materials were sold, he had already achieved his goal. However, he still wanted to see if other shops had wizard-level sutures, so he kept walking. If there was, he didn't need to go to the meeting. Granny Fingernail told him that the meeting wasn't a big deal, but Angor still felt a little uncomfortable when he thought about the tattoo between Lantis' eyebrows. The tattoo that looked like a total lunar eclipse had another name, the Abyssal Mark. Its full name was the true name of the Abyssal Lord. Angor could tell that there was a great being behind the name. This was because only extremely powerful life forms would have their own true names. However, most life forms avoided their true names because it was both a sign of strength and a weak Achilles heel. There was only one kind of beings who loved to spread their true name and weren't afraid of being restrained by others. Such beings were called Abyss Demons. The Abyss Lord was one such Abyss Demon god. Furthermore, it was no ordinary demon god. It was a peerless great demon god that could rival the Crown Clown. Just like Crown Clown who loved to pursue ultimate balance, the Abyssal Lord loved to sacrifice everything. In other words, it was the ancestor of all sacrifices. Back when Angor helped Babota to make chains, Babota said that he wanted to build a blood soul altar for sacrifices. The blood soul altar was created by the Abyssal Lord. He once read about the Abyss Lord in an alchemy book he found in the Nightmare Realm, which told him that the Abyss Lord had existed since ancient times. Also, the Abyssal Lord was widely known in the alchemy world. Some alchemy items had something to do with it. Angor wasn't surprised that the Abyssal Alchemy Guild showed up here. In fact, joining the Deepness Alchemy Guild was not a big deal. After all, the true name of the Deepness Lord was very powerful and could help alchemists refine stronger items. But Angor knew that once his true name was connected to the Abyssal Lord, it meant that he was putting his name in front of the Abyssal Lord. For ordinary wizards, even if they wanted to borrow the true name of the Abyssal Lord, they would have to pay a small price. However, if you were a talented wizard, and the Deep Lord took notice of you, then things would get out of hand. Countless outstanding wizards had met with all kinds of accidents because they attracted the attention of the Abyssal Lord. Angor didn't think that he was a genius, but he didn't want to experience the feeling of being stared at by the Abyssal Lord. That was why he rejected the abstruse alchemy guild without hesitation. Angor asked around and visited many alchemy shops. Unfortunately, none of them had wizard-level sutures. A shop that specialized in wizard-level materials also imposed a level restriction. Angor had no choice but to leave in the end. If he wanted to get wizard-level sutures, he would have to go to the Abyssal Alchemy Guild. In the meantime, he went to another bookstore. It was called Witchcraft, which was located in the alternate dimension behind the sky ladder he saw earlier. In the lush forest, water flowed gently, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Books were placed among the flourishing vegetation, hanging on the treetops like fruits, or pushed out by the vines. There were also different types of bookshelves in the treehouses. Reading books was supposed to be a peaceful activity. Such an environment completely soothed one's mood. Angor bought a lot of books, most of which were magazines about wizardry. However, they weren't about gossip. Most of them were about academic or professional issues. For example, Mithril Whispers, Runes, Stone Statue Annual, New Elements, Wizard World Debate Puzzle Remake, Collection of Truth, and so on. There wasn't any real knowledge in them, but they could lead to many questions, as well as the sparks between different wizards' ideas, which were all worth studying. These magazines cost him less than 50 magic crystals. Before leaving, he spent another 800 crystals on a book called Encyclopedia of Basic Runes. The runes in this book were different from the ones Angor used for enchantment. They could be activated without using a magic array. These were the runes used by rune sorcerers to draw magic scrolls. Angor studied enchantment runes before, so he wanted to compare them. Number 1 was trimming the plants in the garden. It was supposed to serve Sunders, but it had been a long time since Sunders left the house. Since then, Number 1 had returned to the way it used to be when Sunders wasn't around. Trimming the plants, cleaning the house. Apart from delivering food to the Crococks every now and then, Number 1 didn't change much. Today, Mr. Pat left the house early in the morning. Number 1 had nothing else to do, so it went back to doing its boring work. Just as it was trimming the flowers and plants, a young girl suddenly appeared at the entrance of the mansion accompanied by a black and white butterfly. Number 1 hurried to the study and spoke to the closed door. "Master, there's a guest outside." "No," Sunders replied in a tired voice after a long pause. "Yes, master." Number 1 was about to go out and explain to the girl. But as soon as it turned around, it saw a girl in a purple cloak standing behind it. "Sunders, your old friend is here. Why don't you come out and greet her?" The girl ignored Number 1's attempt to stop her. A moment later, Sunders spoke again. "It's you? What are you doing here? Aren't you going to let me in?" The girl didn't get an answer. She rolled her eyes and pushed the door open. Seeing the girl push the door open, Number 1 immediately flew forward to stop her. "Can't you see that your master didn't stop me?" The girl pushed Number 1 away and entered the study. Number 1 tried to follow them, but it was knocked away by a gentle force field. "Close the door," Number 1 said. Bang! Number 1 stood by the door for a while before it returned to the garden to continue trimming the plants. However, the wizards passing by all sighed when they saw this. Was it just their imagination? Did this mystic eye butler look disappointed? Did Rune Eyes have emotions too? When the girl entered the study and saw Sunder sitting in the shadow with a pale face, she was a little surprised. "You look, tell me. What do you want from me? Sunders interrupted her without looking up. The girl tilted her head and pretended to be confused. You know who I am? Greya, you're a truth finder now. Do you recognize people by their appearance? Greya chuckled. She was not offended by Sunders' sarcasm. I do have something to discuss with you. But. Greya paused and observed Sunders carefully. You seem to be in trouble too. It's none of your business. Just tell me what you want. But I have to tell you in advance that I probably won't be free for the next 100 years. Soul mutation? Greya frowned. Sunders grimaced and grabbed Greya's neck from afar. You came to me just to die? Ahem. I just got a new body. I haven't become a wizard yet, and you're already going to kill me? Greya tried her best to hold her breath. Sunders let go of Greya's neck, but he kept his murderous gaze on Greya. Greya felt a little better and panted. I don't mean to pry into your privacy. But my current state allows me to sense something about you. Sunders narrowed his eyes, which glowed in a green light. He could clearly see Greya's soul. Apart from Greya's soul, Angor also saw a weak soul trembling in fear. Seeing this, Sunders confirmed that she was not lying and snorted, You took someone else's body but didn't destroy her soul. No wonder her soul and body are unstable and her strength is recovering slowly. Greya shrugged. That's why I'm here. I need you to help me solve this problem. It's just the soul of an apprentice. I can easily destroy it. Do you really need me to do it myself? Sunders spoke in a plain tone, unless you're asking for something else. Greya nodded. Yes. I want you to help me find my body. I prefer my original one to this bean sprout. I don't have time. Besides, we don't know each other that well. Greya giggled. Of course I won't come empty-handed. If you help me find my body, I'll lend you mine for 200 years. She's also a gourmet student, and I taught her. She's only one step away from becoming a wizard. What do you think? In the wizarding world, having a gourmet wizard as a chef was something to be proud of. Even an apprentice would be highly respected. Gourmet wizards were extremely rare, which was why the eyeless man at Twilight Auction was sold at such a high price. Brood Cavern did not have a single gourmet wizard. There were only a few apprentices, and all of them were determined to leave Brood Cavern and join Candy House to become real gourmet wizards. The reason was that Brood Cavern did not have any gourmet heritage. It was a very generous offer to exchange one of Greya's apprentices for one of the most influential figures in the world of gourmet wizards. Aside from saving face, it could also help Brood Cavern make up for the missing gourmet art heritage. Greya believed her professor could see the value of such a condition. However, no, I don't have time. Of course, Sunders could see the value in this offer. However, he was not an altruist, and he did not want to contribute to the lack of gourmet knowledge in Brood Cavern. Greya's expression froze. She did not expect Sunders to reject her offer. You really don't want to think about it? Greya frowned. It might be difficult for others to find my body, but for you, I said I don't have time. See you later. Sunders waved a hand and opened the door. Greya did not leave. Her expression changed several times as if she was hesitating. In the end, she made up her mind and said, If you don't like this offer, I'll change it. Sanders raised his head and looked at her quietly, waiting for her to continue. I can help you solve your soul mutation problem. You know, my original spell, life creation. I can use you and your strange body's energy to create a dish to solve your problem. Hearing Greya's words, Sunders, who had been wearing an expressionless face all this time, grinned. He let Greya in because he wanted to hear this exact sentence. His problem had been suppressed for the past month, but it was still a source of trouble. If he did not solve the root problem, he might pop up again one day. Until Greya showed up, he had no idea how to solve the problem. He was thinking about how to bring it up, but since Greya asked for it, and he could see how desperate she was, he decided to beat her at her own game. You're willing to use half a century's worth of derivation in exchange for that meat mountain? You're really willing to give it up, Sunders said in a plain tone. Meat mountain? Oh, no. That's plump and sexy, Greya protested. She then put on a serious look. So? I wasted a precious derivation opportunity. If you don't agree, I can't do anything about it. Everyone knew that Greya created a gourmet spell, life creation, when she became a truth finder. However, only a small number of people knew that this creation was actually made up of two parts. One was creation and the other was life. Greya usually showed life creation to the public. For example, section ephemera, twisting protozoa, and even Toby were all created by life creation. However, the most powerful part of Greya's spell was life creation. Life creation was a spell that was almost as powerful as mystery domain. It could create all kinds of strange recipes and derive relevant recipes from the desired effects. The priceless section ephemera was created by life creation. Life creation. However, there were limitations to the spell. Greya could not derive recipes that were beyond her knowledge, and most of the recipes she derived were single-use ones that only had supporting effects. Most importantly, the cooldown period of the spell was at least 50 years. The more difficult a recipe was, the longer it would take. Section ephemera was a living dish that took Greya nearly a century to figure out. There were many limitations, but Greya's life creation spell was the most practical support spell Sunders had ever seen. Sunders still remembered the day when the life creation spell was first formed. The strange phenomenon that shocked the entire world. This was how Greya became a truth-finder wizard in a high-profile manner, which made Candy House a holy place for all gourmet wizards. This was something Sunders learned by accident. Other people might not be able to solve his problem, but life creation? Life creation could definitely do it. Sure. Sunders nodded. Greya smiled. Since you've agreed, you have to help me find my body. Without it, I can't use life creation. Sunders saw Greya's expression and had a bad feeling. Where is your body? Nightmare Realm, Greya whispered. Following Greya's explanation, Sunders learned the whole story. According to Greya's experience in the Nightmare Realm, the strongest monsters she encountered were legendary monsters. Sunders assumed that Greya did not fall into the core area of the Nightmare Realm. She was probably in the outer area of the Nightmare Realm, similar to Nether City. Greya was shocked by Sunders' explanation. A legendary monster and dozens of half-legendaries, and this was only the outer area of the Nightmare Realm? If this was the outer area, what would the core area be like? If Sunders could hear Greya's thoughts, he would probably say, "You already know what the core area is like, don't you?" They first met at Greya's Barbie's restaurant. Angor told Sunders about his talent test in front of everyone. If he was not mistaken, the place Angor went to was the core area of the Nightmare Realm. Sunders showed a troubled look after explaining the situation to Greya. Greya had hidden her body somewhere, so Angor had no problem sneaking in. However, it was not easy to steal a body from a legendary monster. Besides, even if he succeeded, he was not sure if he could take something out of the Nightmare Realm. If only he could take out Singularity Dispersive Meditation, he would not need to ask Angor to go to the Nightmare Realm again. Unless Greya went there herself, or Angor's image flashed in his mind. On the other side of the city, Angor only had a few hundred magic crystals left after buying Rune Encyclopedia. Even if he could find wizard-level stitches, he would not be able to afford them. He left Moshi Street and headed to Champagne Road. On his way, he was thinking about how to make money. He was running low on magic crystals, and he needed to find a way to earn some. He also remembered that he still owed Sunders 150,000 magic crystals. He was supposed to repay the debt half a year ago, but he was forced to come to Fairy World due to some unavoidable circumstances. Angor did not mention the debt because he had to prepare for the Purification Garden in Floating Mech City. He did not know if he could make it back alive. But since the Purification Garden was done, it was time for him to bring up the issue. He read about Nightmare Domain severing from the book Mystery of Nightmare Realm. Sunders used wizard-level materials to create the Nightmare Domain for him. Plus, Sunders did all the work himself. 150,000 magic crystals was already a bargain. During his time away from Brute Cavern, he used his Nightmare Domain to get out of trouble many times, so he couldn't forget about it. It seemed that he needed to continue his alchemy research. Soon, he arrived at Champagne Road. There were a few pits in the middle of the intersection. The battle between Sean and Saladin was still vivid in his mind. Did Saladin make it out of the purification garden? As he pondered, he found himself standing in front of Wood Pub again. Through the glass window, Angor could see that the bar was still as crowded as last time. However, when he pushed the door open and entered the bar, he noticed that the atmosphere inside was a bit different. The left side of the bar was lively, while the right side of the bar was quiet. The left side of the bar was celebrating their escape from the purification garden, while the right side of the bar was mourning the death of their friends. It was quite strange that the two sides did not disturb each other at all. As soon as Angor entered, a bartender in a black and white uniform and white gloves came to him. The bartender's hair was greased. "What can I do for you, honorable guest?" The bartender was the same mortal Angor saw last time. "Don't mind me. I'm looking for someone," Angor said in a plain tone. "Sir, may I know who you're looking for?" The bartender didn't leave, and his tone was a little unforgiving. Angor frowned. A mortal who dared to question a supernatural like this probably had something to do with the owner of Woodland. Since the previous owner of Wood Forest had already helped him, he decided to suppress his displeasure. He took out a thin card from his bracelet. "Right, Fangling Pavilion." The bartender looked at Angor in surprise. He had a better idea of what was going on. The person who came back last time seemed to have the same figure. The bartender shuddered at the thought of that person's true identity. He immediately stood aside and said respectfully, "This way, please." The bartender's actions also attracted the attention of the other customers. When they saw the invitation card from Fangling Pavilion, they all narrowed their eyes. The regular customers of Wood Forest Pub were already whispering to each other, trying to guess the identity of the visitor. Was it Angor? After the incident in the purification garden, the three women from Fangling Pavilion returned safely. Even Nausicaa, a level 1 apprentice, was unharmed. People began to ask about their adventures. Xian didn't hide anything from them. She even shared her adventures with the others. However, people only believed a little of what she said because most of it was just an exaggeration. The only thing they didn't know was why they left safely. Xian claimed that it was because of Angor, and people believed her. Many apprentices who went to the purification garden witnessed how Angor rode a powerful familiar into the altar of demise. Even Jibra had no choice but to give way to him. Because of this, people were even more curious about Angor. Plus, there were all kinds of rumors about Angor in the magazines, so when someone showed an invitation card to Fangling Pavilion, people couldn't help but wonder who he was. However, guesses were guesses, and no one dared to go forward and question him. If it really was Angor, they would only be asking for trouble if they offended him. When Angor entered the Fangling Pavilion, the atmosphere in the pub finally returned to normal. People began to voice their doubts. Angor was a level 2 apprentice when he came here last time? That guy was a level 3 apprentice. I don't think he's Angor, right? On the other hand, Angor saw the three ladies resting in the yard as soon as he stepped into Fragrant Pavilion. Nausicaa was the first to see Angor since he was the only one who received the invitation card. She knew it was him even though he was wearing a hood. "Angor, you. Wait, you're a level 3 apprentice already?" Nausicaa was going to ask what happened that day, but when she looked closer, she realized something was wrong. "I got lucky." Angor took off his hood. He didn't show much emotion in his eyes, but when he saw Nausicaa becoming a level 2 apprentice, he was delighted. After going through the purification at the altar of demise, all the hidden injuries Nausicaa suffered when she was a pirate leader at Blackberry Waters were all healed. Coupled with the purification of her soul and mana, not long after she returned to the wood bar, she had successfully advanced to a level 2 apprentice. Her mana source had completely stabilized after leveling up, and she was now ready to break through to a higher level. Nausicaa wanted to give Angor a surprise when she saw him. However, when she saw that Angor was already a level 3 apprentice, her expression didn't change, but her eyes dimmed a little. Nausicaa felt bitter in her heart. They both joined Brute Cavern at the same time, but the gap between them was so huge. Xian also couldn't believe her eyes. "You leveled up again? If I remember correctly, you only joined the wizarding world 2 years ago, right? Less than 2 years, and you're already a level 3 apprentice? If I remember correctly, Nanagi and Vice also spent close to 10 years to become advanced apprentices. Nanagi and Vice were the..." two most powerful apprentices in Brute Cavern. Together, they were known as the strongest apprentices in this generation. Both of them were not yet 30 years old, so it was only a matter of time before they became wizards. But now, Angor broke the record. He was still several years away from turning 20, and he was already a level 3 apprentice. How terrifying. Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Xian muttered in shock. The gap between people was now truly reflected. She, who originally thought that she was very talented, couldn't help but feel jealous. Angor, who was envied by everyone, shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't plan to level up so quickly. This was a complete accident. But he didn't want to say it out loud. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. After a while, Xian finally calmed down and got down to business. You came just in time. I'm afraid this meat would have gone bad if you came a few days later. Xian took out a large chunk of meat from her space pouch and gave off a sweet smell. It was Urtus meat. When Angor took them away, Xian took the chance to cut off a piece of meat to extract its essence. Wizard-level monster meat. I didn't cook it for you. I wonder how much essence is left in it, Xian said as she asked Nausicaa and Xianxia to set up the fire and barbecue equipment. Xian's movements were bold and skillful. It was obvious that she had cooked a lot of meat before. Back in my tribe, barbecue was one of the best. Xian grinned as she smeared honey on the meat and sprinkled some unknown but fragrant spices on it. Too bad. It would have been better if a gourmet wizard cooked it. But we don't know any gourmet wizards anyway. Don't worry about it. Speaking of gourmet wizards, Angor thought about Alan. He saw Alan staying with Falga and the others the other day, so Alan should be safe. While Xian was roasting the meat, Nausicaa finally came back to her senses. That day, after the purification, you suddenly left. Was it because the sealing potion took effect in advance? But the timing doesn't match. It's nothing. Just a side effect of drinking too much witch soup. Angor tried to calm her down. Nausicaa nodded and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at Toby, who was squatting on Angor's shoulder and staring at Urtus meat with a greedy look. You're our savior. You'll get your share later. Nausicaa chuckled. Toby put his hands on his hips and showed a proud look. You wish. Angor placed Toby on his palm and began combing his feathers. Xian wanted to ask why Toby suddenly changed his form that day, but she didn't want to intrude on other people's privacy. Angor took the chance to tell them why he came here. Did you see Hookdick? Hookdick. Nausicaa repeated the name with a cold glint in her eyes. I'm looking for him too. I saw him in the valley that day. But I think he got scared and ran away in the crowd. We've been asking around, but no one knows where he is. I think he ran away already. So what? Xian spoke in a cold tone. He'll come back to Brute Cavern one day. How dare he set us up? I'll cut him into pieces no matter what. Xian then turned to Angor and said, Leave Hookdick to us. I've been staying in Brute Cavern for more than 10 years. He's just a hothead who wants to fight with a local tyrant. I'll make sure he dies. Xian's vicious expression, coupled with her young face, was a little uneasy. Angor didn't say anything. He didn't really expect them to kill Hookdick. Hookdick was a soul manipulator after all. Urtus meat was fresh and tender. Even after being roasted by ordinary fire and seasoned with ordinary seasonings, the meat still retained its original flavor. Also, this was wizard-level monster meat, which contained a lot of energy. It was the perfect ingredient for a good meal. Ordinary cooking already greatly boosted the mana in everyone's body. While munching on the meat, they used their channeling methods to guide the pure energy into their mind spaces. My mana pool was already fixed when I leveled up several days ago. I can't believe I just ate some meat and my mana pool expanded again. Angor also felt his mana pool expanding, but not by much. It was about half a month's worth of meditation. This was not bad. This was just a normal cooking, and it had such an effect. If it was made by a gourmet wizard, it would probably be 5 or even 10 times more effective. Toby did the same thing on Angor's shoulder. He seemed to be enjoying the moment as well. Xian was about to join them when she sensed a strange energy fluctuation coming from Xianxia. The energy fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it came, but it was so powerful that they couldn't help but look at it. Shilyu opened her eyes and saw many pairs of eyes looking at her. Shilyu said uncomfortably, "I felt a barrier just now, and I wanted to break through it in one go. But, as you can see, it ended in failure. There's a huge barrier between level 2 and level 3 apprentices. The first 2 levels can be achieved with time, but this one is a big problem for many people. Don't worry. Think about it. Almost 99% of our apprentices in Brute Cavern are stuck here. Only a few can break through." Sean tried to comfort Shilyu. Sean was right. More than 90% of apprentices in the wizarding world were stuck here for the rest of their lives. But Shilyu looked at Angor, who was sitting on the other side of the campfire, and felt a little disappointed. Sean also noticed Shilyu's expression. "Don't compare yourself to him, Angor. He's a monster. A monster who only shows up once in 1,000 years." Angor didn't know what to say. He just kept his head down and continued eating. This was only a small interlude, and it was over soon. Shilyu didn't feel sad about it either. It was normal for apprentices to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Angor's breakthrough in his sleep was the real reason why Shilyu didn't feel any pressure. Urtus meat contained too much energy. Eating too much of it would only make them weak. Therefore, when everyone reached their limit, they stopped. Angor didn't reach his limit either. Toby took the rest of the roast meat for himself. There was no limit to how much he could eat. He ate until his mouth was dripping with oil. Toby loved seafood to begin with, and this seafood could also nourish the energy in his body. It was simply perfect. Sean, who hadn't had her fill yet, started to crave for more. She called the bartender and ordered several roast lamb legs as well as a large barrel of champagne. This time, they weren't as quiet as before as they ate and drank. As they ate and drank, they talked about the interesting things that happened in the Purification Garden, as well as the current situation of the core apprentices of the major adept organizations. Angor didn't like to gossip. Still, he enjoyed listening to the stories because of the alcohol. Moreover, he also heard some familiar things from these gossips. For example, Sean told a story about an inspirational person, a level 2 apprentice from the Valley of Breezes who managed to leave the Purification Garden alive even though all his limbs were broken. According to the story, this apprentice named Viking was ambushed by his companions in the flying fish world and was abandoned in the wild. Using his bloodline ability, he controlled a sea glutton to carry him to the Sea of Purification. Inside the Sea of Purification, he controlled the sea glutton to fight against a Duan. After a narrow victory, he took the risk of organ rejection and transplanted a pair of Duan hands into his body. After that, he went through many dangerous situations and reached the altar of demise. According to Sean, this was nothing more than a small story. However, Angor knew that Viking was the one who was abandoned in the wild by Shayaran. Angor was there at that time. Out of compassion, he helped the man stop the bleeding. Angor thought that Viking would die in the wild with all his limbs gone. He didn't expect Viking to survive and escape from the Purification Garden. This could be considered a miracle. But Angor knew that miracles weren't given to him by God. If he didn't have a strong will to survive, a little bit of luck, and a calm mind, the miracle wouldn't happen. Even Angor would not be able to do what Viking did. Apart from Viking, Sean also mentioned Jibra. Jibra became a level 3 apprentice in the Purification Garden, but he left Floating Mech City in a hurry the next day. Sean smiled at Angor. Rumor has it that he left in a hurry because he pissed you off. But only we know that he didn't want to run into Shilyu. Sean put a hand on Shilyu's shoulder. Well, there's always someone to beat him. Nausicaa chimed in, I think Jibra heard the rumors too. But he didn't explain it to anyone. I think he thinks you're more famous than Shilyu, so he'll feel better if people know that you're his opponent. Sean covered her mouth and giggled. I think so too, Angor. You're destined to take Shilyu's place. Angor was speechless. Was this what they meant by sitting at home and waiting for trouble to fall from the sky? Shilyu, who was at the center of the conversation, spoke up. The version I heard is a bit different from yours. The day before yesterday, I went to look for my mentor. He told me a rumor that an apprentice from the Bliss Pavilion in the Purification Garden had comprehended the sequence of purification. Shilyu paused for a moment. It's a girl called Maine. She has a grudge against Jibra. I think Jibra left Floating Mech City because of her. I heard that too. I always thought Maine learned the sequence of purification, but I didn't expect it to be true. But even if she did learn the sequence of purification, she couldn't turn it into her own power right away. Jibra shouldn't have been scared away like that. I think it's because of you, Sean said to Shilyu. Shilyu didn't know either since she couldn't remember anything about Jibra. They then talked about other people, such as how Saladin was still alive, how Angelic Outfit and Devourer Spirit became the role models of the new generation of apprentices, how Wayfarer of Green Kaiso was trapped in a dark alley and only managed to escape thanks to the warning of his rune vision. However, he was so badly beaten up that even his parents couldn't recognize him, how Philosopher Suatutai betrayed Utopia Academy and joined Song of the Deep, how Hermes entered the Butterfly Tavern because of love. No one could tell if these were true or not, but Sean had a lot of them. According to her, it was all exclusive information that she had summarized and analyzed by herself through various gossip magazines through the details. In the end, Sean shifted her attention back to Angor. You're the one with the most gossip, Angor. But since you're too low-key and never go out, they can't find out anything about you. So they mostly focus on your strength, your familiar, your alchemy skills, and your background. Other than that, there's nothing bad about you. As for your alchemy skills, people are all against you. Sean told Angor everything she learned in the past few days and concluded, anyway, you're now the most famous apprentice in Brute Cavern. Don't worry about those scandals. Facts will always defeat rumors. Sean sounded serious, but Angor didn't really care about it. There were only a few apprentices who liked gossip magazines like Sean. After all, most of the magazines were run by mortals, and it was normal for them to try to guess the minds of supernaturals. Using extreme words and gimmicks to gain attention would only backfire. Compared to journals like Rune, Collection of Truth, and Planar Expedition, which were actually published by adepts, one could see the vast difference between adepts and mortals. Seeking personal gain was nothing but a joke in front of everyone. Besides, those who could become supernaturals weren't stupid. They could tell the truth. He didn't really care about it. Just like Lantis, who Angor met in Fingernail's alchemy house and believed in the Lord of Mystery, Lantis was also an apprentice who could see the truth. Not to mention Granny Fingernail, who was an unfathomable wizard. The party with Nausicaa ended in the smell of delicious wine. Angor learned that Shilyu's professor was the one who protected Nausicaa and the other two girls from Brute Cavern. Nausicaa asked Angor when he would leave, but he didn't give her an answer either. Sunder's situation was too strange. He had to wait and see. Before leaving, Angor asked Nausicaa to take notes about the mechanical arm. If Nausicaa had any good ideas, Angor could also write them down so that he could find a way to improve them when he returned to Brute Cavern. Night had already fallen when Angor left Wood Pub. The steampunk city of Floating Mech didn't dim because of the night. It was still as bright as ever, and it looked more prosperous at night compared to daytime. However, he wasn't in the mood to wander around. He strode deeper into the darkness. Instead of going back to Blossom Manor, he went to the opposite side of the city. He planned to visit Elixir Hut to thank Mitra for saving him while he was unconscious. Also, he wanted to learn more alchemy knowledge from Mitra. Angor spent the rest of the night in Elixir Hut. The purification garden was over, but Mitra still gave Angor access to his library. Among the books, Angor saw a volume called Alchemy Cantrip Handbook. Obviously, Mitra left the book here on purpose. It didn't have a name, but Angor could tell that it was written by Mitra himself. The handbook didn't contain any alchemy cantrips, but it contained all the alchemy cantrips that apprentices could learn. Angor didn't lack cantrips. What he lacked were details and experience. Thus, he was delighted to see this and spent an entire night memorizing this handwritten letter. Many of the ideas in the book gave him new ideas. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 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 Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Once he learned Smelt, he would be able to process mid-tier materials much more efficiently than Thaw. Apart from that, he also gained a general understanding of Narda's vision. If everything went well, he should be able to learn it soon. While Angor was wandering in the sea of knowledge, he suddenly received a message from his transmitter. Caller, Sunders. Come back as soon as possible. Angor had no idea what was going on. But since it was Sunders' order, he had no time to waste. After saying goodbye to Mitra, Angor quickly left. When he returned to the manor, he saw the door of his study finally open. Sunders was alone in the study, sitting in front of his desk and writing something down. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window behind him were pulled open. The midday sun cast a golden outline on his face. Sunders raised an eyebrow when he saw Angor coming in. He put his quill back into the ink bottle and asked Angor to sit down. Last time, Angor felt tired when he heard Sunders' voice. But today, Sunders' voice sounded normal again. He also noticed that Sunders' aura was more profound than before. Sunders seemed to be shrouded in an ethereal aura. While Angor was sneaking glances at Sunders, Sunders was also observing Angor. Due to the mutation of his soul, Sunders had been focusing on his soul space for the past month and did not notice Angor's change. He only knew that Angor returned safely from the purification garden. Sunders was not surprised to see Angor's safe return. But when he saw Angor leveling up again, he was shocked. A few days ago, he was still surprised at how Angor reached the peak of level 2 in such a short time. He did not expect Angor to break through again so soon. How did you become a level 3 apprentice? Sunders frowned in disbelief. You didn't go to that tunnel again, did you? The tunnel Sunders was talking about was the one in Pakrati that was protected by the rainbow dragonflies. Angor's strength increased every day when he trained there. That was why Sunders had such doubts. But the timing did not match. Besides, even if Angor really went to that tunnel, how could he level up so easily? You didn't run into any obstacles? Angor nodded. There shouldn't be any obstacles. After all, he did it while sleeping. A channeling method that didn't restore the 36-dimensional locator method? You did it without any obstacles? Sunders could not believe it. Looks like this channeling method book is going to be more confidential, Sunders thought to himself. What he didn't know was that Angor had not only perfectly constructed the singularity scattering model but also divided the axes of the universe, which was why the channeling method worked so well on Angor. Tell me how you did it, Sunders asked curiously. Angor did not try to hide it. He had many questions about this matter, and he planned to get answers from Sunders. Thus, he recounted everything that had happened during the purification, the sudden itch on his back, and how he had advanced while unconscious. Sunders was also puzzled after hearing Angor's explanation. His soul absorbed the fragrance of law? Then, a large amount of soul energy will be fed back. This matter was simply too strange. There was no such thing as gaining energy out of nowhere in this world. The source of the energy had to be the nightmare realm behind the wound. However, it didn't make sense for the nightmare realm to absorb the essence of the law and purify the soul energy. In the end, he sighed. It's hard to predict what will happen in the nightmare realm. If you want to uncover the secret, you have to go to the nightmare realm where the wound on your back corresponds to. Angor understood this as well. However, going to the core area of the nightmare realm with his current strength was simply asking for death. So, he had to put the puzzle aside for now. Sunders checked Angor's body to make sure there were no side effects. As far as I know, apart from some exceptionally talented humanoids, I don't think anyone else has advanced faster than you in the past 1,000 years. More importantly, Angor's advancement did not come from using potions or excessive force. Judging from the stability of his energy structure and mana pool, Angor's foundation was very solid. The only thing he lacked was knowledge. He did not expect that his stubbornness would bring him such a talented student. He was pleasantly surprised. Sunders did not make many exceptions for Angor in vain. If White Coral Floating Island Academy knew about Angor's current situation, they would probably regret it. What you need now is to make up for your basic knowledge. Moreover, you should also be prepared to open up your spell slots. As for what spell you want to cast when the time comes, you don't have to rush. I reckon you haven't even learned many level 2 cantrips, right? Angor nodded in understanding. Sunders considered. Move to Phantom Island when you get back. I'll be away for some time and I don't know when I'll be back. I'll tell Good to open all the books in my study to you. You can use this chance to make up for your weakness. Angor's eyes brightened up. He knew how many books there were in Sunder's study. He hurriedly nodded his head in response. You're lucky, Sunders chuckled. I won't let you down, Professor. Angor said. Of course. Angor paused and asked curiously, Professor, did you leave Phantom Island because of your old friend? Old friend? Sunders frowned. He left Phantom Island to fulfill Mr. Monkey's promise. What did that have to do with his old friend? Angor told Sunders about the voice he heard outside Sunders' study that day. The words, my student Angor, always made him feel strange. His only professors were Sunders and John. Why would a new professor call him my student? Sunders lowered his eyebrows. It's not because of him. You don't have to worry about him now. Angor noticed the change in Sunders' expression. He was always good at reading people's expressions. Since Sunders did not want to talk about it, Angor did not want to ask for trouble. Sunders remained silent for a while and told Angor why he called him back. I need you to help me with an experiment. But it's very dangerous, and it might put you in a desperate situation. Are you willing to do it? Dangerous experiment? Angor quickly thought of all kinds of human experiments such as cutting open heads and changing hearts. What kind of experiment? Angor could not see Sunders' expression. He did not know what would happen if he refused. I need you to go to the Nightmare Realm. This time, I'll go with you. Sunders considered and said, you can refuse. I won't force you. The Nightmare Realm? It was not a human experiment, but it was still dangerous. No wonder Sunders said he might be in a desperate situation. Is it still Nether City? Angor asked curiously. No. We're going to another area, the outskirts of the Nightmare Realm. Flora and I cleaned that place before. It's much safer than Nether City. If there's no new monsters or monsters, the strongest monsters there are only level 1 wizards. The area isn't big either. It's only about 1,000 miles wide. Sunders should be able to find them in no time, which was much faster than going back to Nether City. Besides, the strongest wizard was only a level 1 wizard. He might not be able to defeat them, but he should be able to escape with the sequence of gravity. Maybe I can give it a try. Angor thought to himself. Ever since he went to the Nightmare Realm last time, he was very curious about it. However, when he thought about how all the legendaries in the Nightmare Realm only appeared in the outskirts, he felt a little scared. He did not dare to do anything to the Nightmare Realm. But the area Sunders mentioned was worth a try. Sunders spoke again, the monsters aren't dangerous. It's that woman. Angor didn't realize it until Sunders pointed at his back, and he finally realized what Sunders was talking about. That strange woman with stitches all over her face, back in Nether City, this woman appeared out of nowhere and almost killed him in the Nightmare Realm. If she showed up again, she would be the biggest threat to him. Sunders saw Angor's expression changing and continued, actually, this is also a test. See what she thinks of you. If you keep thinking of her as a nightmare, don't think about going to the Nightmare Realm again. Angor agreed with Sunders' words. He had to face it sooner or later. If the woman did not show up, he would be safe. Angor already had an idea. What do you want me to test, sir? I want to see how far your nightmare form can go in both reality and illusion. Sunders' eyes glinted. Last time when Angor went to the Nightmare Realm, apart from the notebook with the channeling method, he took everything he had with him. He did not bring the actual channeling method with him, but he still memorized it in his mind. Compared to Sunders, who forgot everything when he came out, Angor was not affected too much. This time, Sunders was testing something related to this matter as well. For example, could Angor bring something into the Nightmare Realm? Could he bring something out of the Nightmare Realm? Were there any restrictions on what he could bring out? Of course, bringing something back to the wizarding world was the biggest benefit of going to the Nightmare Realm. However, if he could bring something into the Nightmare Realm, the benefits would be many times greater. For example, he could bring a magic scroll, an alchemy weapon, a space storage, or even a mystery item into the Nightmare Realm. If he had something to rely on, he would gain more. However, Sundars never brought anything into the nightmare realm, so he could only put his hope on Angor. Angor did not know why Sundars chose this time for the test, but there must be a reason. He considered and nodded. I can try. When should I go? The day after tomorrow. You're not like us. You entered the nightmare realm with your soul, so I'll give you 2 days to adjust. Make sure your soul stays in its best condition, Sundars explained. Angor nodded. He had enough soul energy, but his sequence of gravity wasn't fully developed yet. 2 days was enough for him to recover. Sundars then asked about Angor's experience in the purification garden. Sundars sighed. I bet Lawson didn't expect Erdis to pass down the knowledge of his talent to someone else. Otherwise, he would have done something else. Apart from learning the sequence of purification, I think this is the most valuable thing you'll find in the garden. Erdis' knowledge was about mirages. After thousands of years of study, even Sundars couldn't compare with Erdis' knowledge in this field. You may not be able to inherit Erdis' talent. However, the information it contains and the foundation it can bring you are priceless. Sundars praised his good fortune. Angor almost lost his life to obtain it, so it was a fair deal. Sundars didn't ask more questions after he learned about Erdis' knowledge. He was very interested in the knowledge, but it wasn't written in words. Instead, it was a kind of guidance. Angor's current level was too low to understand the essence of Erdis' knowledge. He could not get any useful information from Angor right now. He had to put it aside for now and wait for Angor to grow stronger. Only when Angor understood what was going on could they continue the conversation. But there's a flaw in the knowledge. You haven't decided what kind of illusions you want to learn, so you'll be easily attracted by the benefits of mirages, which isn't wise. When you choose your future, you must ignore these benefits and follow your heart. Don't be blinded by them. Sundars didn't forget to remind Angor in case he went astray. I understand. Angor nodded. The greatest value of this inheritance was that it would not only allow him to comprehend mirages, but it would also give him a natural advantage against other nature-type spells. However, he also knew the drawback of this method. If he kept following it blindly, his vision would be limited to this small area. What he needed to do now was not to follow them. Instead, he needed to absorb them and turn them into his own knowledge, instead of considering them as his future goal. Apart from Erdis' knowledge, Sundars didn't care about anything else Angor did in the purification garden. He only asked about Toby's griffin transformation. Angor had a general idea about Toby's transformation, but he did not know the details. He could only say that it was Toby's bloodline that caused it. Sundars did not ask. He simply nodded. Sundars also mentioned that Dodoro's prophecy should be correct and ended the conversation. What Dodoro saw in his mind was the scene where Angor and Keely were trapped in the trench. However, Angor was not paying attention to his surroundings, so he did not connect the dots. Angor, on the other hand, still had many questions to ask. Seeing that Sundars did not chase him away, Angor quickly asked. His biggest concern was what were the drawbacks of the green velvet after it matured. Felicia had no reason to lie to him, so it must be true. Now that the green velvet had matured under the influence of the fragrance of law, Angor began to feel a sense of urgency. Sundars didn't answer Angor's question right away. Instead, he released an energy beam to sense Angor's soul space so that he could observe the green velvet closely. A moment later, Sundars retracted the energy beam. There are many conditions for green velvet to mature. I didn't expect that because of the fragrance of laws, it would be catalyzed to its current semi-mature stage. When the green velvet matures, the spores I suppressed for you will appear again. Green velvet spores. Angor thought of Parasite Queen. Those spores almost took over his body. Moreover, the mature spores are not like the immature spores from before. Its energy level is a transition type. With these spores, it was like a natural barrier for your soul. Furthermore, the spores could also heal the wounds of the soul, which was extremely beneficial. However, Sundars suddenly changed the topic. The spores are part of the green velvet's main body, but you must have a powerful soul to control them. Not only that, but your soul energy must also be able to control them precisely. There are tens of thousands of spores, and you must not miss a single one. Otherwise, once the spores jump out of your soul space and merge with your body, You may become a parasite pool in the future if you don't deal with them in time. Mature green velvet is very troublesome. You either have to abandon the spores in time to avoid accidents, or spend a lot of time and energy to control the spores. Also, even if you abandon the spores, the main body of the green velvet will continue to produce spores, so you must clean them regularly. That's one of its drawbacks. Apart from soul manipulators, almost no one would use the spores in their body. It's too time-consuming and troublesome. Do you have a solution? Yes. You can give the green velvet to your familiar and let them clean or control the spores for you. Even if the spores go out of control, you won't get hurt. You can always give the green velvet to another familiar. Sunders glanced at Angwar's chest pocket with a cold look. Toby was sleeping soundly in the pocket. He seemed to have sensed Sunders' cold glare and curled up even tighter. Angwar quickly covered his chest with his hand. He refused. Sunders chuckled. It doesn't have to be a familiar. A contracted servant or a puppet with a soul will work too. As long as it's absolutely loyal to you, you can consider giving the green velvet to it. Of course, you can also sell it. A mature green velvet is worth nearly 1,000,000 magic crystals. You decide. Even if you give the green velvet to Toby, Toby might benefit from it. Toby has a powerful soul after all. Or, you can keep a few more pets. It won't take long for the green velvet to reach maturity. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 8 to 10 years away. Think about it carefully. I don't recommend you to sell it. Apart from the inevitable drawbacks, the profit you can get is way more than you can imagine. Angwar relaxed a little after hearing about the green velvet. At least he had a few years to come up with a plan. Next, Angwar asked more questions about his training. One of the most important questions was his bloodline. After what happened in the purification garden, Angwar seemed to be enjoying the limelight among his peers. However, his shortcomings were completely exposed, and even Keely pointed them out. It was that his body was too weak. Without the purification field, he wouldn't even be able to withstand the pressure of the deep sea, let alone other extreme environments. For now, he had to either train harder or inject a bloodline into his body. Of course, he'd do it. As for a bloodline, no wizard would refuse such an excellent one. Wizards were wise people, not worshippers of human supremacy. They knew the limits of a human's body, and they also knew that there were countless monsters with greater potential than humans. The easiest way to break one's limit was to find a new bloodline. As for safety, it depended on the depth of research on different bloodlines. Bloodlines that were suitable for all humans had a high success rate after tens of thousands of years of research. Sunders sighed. I've noticed it too. Your current weakness is too obvious. If your training progress is slow, you can just take your time to figure out your bloodline. But now, your progress is beyond imagination. You'll have to consider your bloodline. How about this? Floating Mech City has a lot of bloodlines for sale. I'll keep an eye out for you. If you can't find a suitable bloodline, you can try your luck in the Nightmare Realm. But it's not easy to extract a bloodline. Bloodlines are expensive. Be prepared to spend a lot of money. The succubus bloodline isn't bad. It's free. Too bad. Sunders shook his head. Back then, Angwar was still weak, and he wanted to try his luck in the Nightmare Realm. Since Angwar refused, he had no choice but to follow his wishes. Angwar shuddered when he heard the words. That's all for today. Go. Get ready. Come to my study the day after tomorrow, said Sunders. Before leaving, Angwar hesitated for a moment. Sir, do you remember the 150,000 magic crystals? Angwar dared to delay the payment, but he didn't dare to renege on it. Now that he had the money, he might as well mention it directly so that Sunders wouldn't get angry. Sunders gave his student a surprised look. He was planning to use the money to force Angwar to pay for it later. He didn't expect Angwar to bring it up on his own. What's wrong? Are you going to pay me back now? Angwar shook his head and changed the topic. Sir, do you have more gray space microbes? A moment later, Angwar left the study with a small porcelain bottle in his hand. The bottle was only about the size of a palm, but it contained 30% of the gray space microbes collected by Sunders when he built the gravity garden. Compared to the number of gray space wall microbes he collected before, the number was 20 times more. Angor planned to use these microbes to craft a space storage. Every time he crafted a space storage, he would receive a fee based on the result of the crafting. At least 30%, and at most 50%. Angor and Sunders came to an agreement about this. Gray space microbes were the most important materials for space crafting, so it was normal for them to be worth a lot. As for his plan, he would slowly collect the wool with his alchemy skills. Not only could he pay off his debt, but he could also earn alchemy experience. Why not? Sunders knew what Angor was thinking, so he agreed. Angor already had such skills, and he was happy to let Angor gain alchemy experience. Now that both parties agreed, it was a happy ending. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Holding a card in his hand, Angor returned to Moshi Street. The front of the card was pure black, with a misty light circle in the center. Inside the circle, there was nothing but darkness, just like a total solar eclipse. On the back of the card, there was a line of universal characters that read, Esoteric Alchemy Guild. What was even more interesting was that there was an invisible embossment on this row of characters. Touching the engraving gently, one would sense another language. However, these words were not the universal language. Instead, they were an even stranger language. They even carried an obscure energy fluctuation. Angor didn't know what the language was, but he still asked. After asking Sunders, he learned that the language was Abyss language. However, this language wasn't exclusive to Abyss demons. It was used by intelligent creatures in the Abyss, such as some demons. The engraving still read, Esoteric Alchemy Guild. Judging from this, Angor didn't care about people knowing that their guild was related to the Abyss plane. They probably knew that they wouldn't care even if people found out that their guild was related to the Abyss Lord. Although the sorcerers were all afraid of the demon gods, the nature of worshipping the strong in their hearts made them revere and yearn for the demon gods. Therefore, they openly advertised and won over some alchemy warlocks who were blinded by power. Moshi Street was even more lively at night than during the day. For example, Angor did not notice a piano at the fork in the road when he came here today. Right now, there was an apprentice sorcerer wearing a white robe sitting in front of a piano, playing and singing at the same time. The music was melodious, and the singing was beautiful. People couldn't help but stop to listen. Angor noticed that whenever someone stopped to listen, the runes on the ground would glow and absorb a strand of energy from them. The energy would then be channeled into a mechanical alchemy device to provide energy to a blank magic crystal. It seemed this was a paid concert. The energy wasn't much, but there were a lot of people. Angor learned more about how low-level apprentices worked. Every one of them would do everything they could to earn money. Even if they had to beg for money, they would not hesitate to do so. Angor was not interested in it. Many people agreed to the rune, but who knew if there were other hidden clauses in it? For safety's sake, he even walked away quickly when he walked past the musician. They traveled through the busy streets and stopped in front of an attic that was slightly out of the way. According to the records on the card, this was the base of the Abstruse Alchemy Guild. He didn't go in right away. Instead, he observed from afar. The door of the attic was wide open, but there were several mystic eyes floating in front of the door. Whenever someone entered, they would either show their invitation card or be sent to the other side by the mystic eyes to identify the treasures. There weren't many people coming in and out of this place, but there weren't few either. In just 10 minutes, he saw about 100 people entering the building. There were not only people from Abstruse Alchemy Guild but also apprentices who had nothing to do with alchemy. He even saw a familiar face, Viking. It was the apprentice who had broken all 4 of his limbs but still managed to break out of the purification garden on his own. As the rumor said, Viking's hands seemed to have been transplanted. However, Angor couldn't tell if it was a Duan since he was wearing a pair of gloves. Still, Viking's lower body was empty. He was being carried by a windmill-like vehicle. A while later, when the meeting was getting closer, Angor slowly walked to the door. "Sir, please show us your invitation card," the rune monitor spoke in its mechanical voice while blocking Angor's path. Angor didn't show his card right away. Instead, he asked, "I heard there's a meeting today?" "That's right. If you don't have an invitation card and still want to join the meeting, you can go to the identification room and ask for the items you want. Angor nodded. Granny Fingernail was right. He could still enter without an invitation card, but he had to go through the exchange first. He had valuable items on him, but he didn't plan to exchange them. He took out his invitation card, showed it to the mystic eye, and walked into the attic. Not long after he entered the attic, he saw Lantis walking toward him. "Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Pat." Lantis held Angor's hand and bowed. Angor was still wearing his hood, and he did not take it off. Since Lantis was able to recognize him without hesitation, he must have another way to do so. Or perhaps there was something else about the invitation card. Lantis saw through Angor's hesitation and took out a rectangular screen from his pocket. "This is the communicator provided by Astute Alchemy Guild, and it's bound to your invitation card. You're the only one who used your invitation card today, Mr. Pat. And I've been waiting here for you, Mr. Pat." Lantis chuckled. "Am I really worth your time, Mr. Lantis?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "Of course it's worth it. The president of our Alchemist Union just went to Fairy Tale World. You're quite famous in Midworld, Mr. Pat." Lantis pointed at a corridor not far away. "The meeting is over there. This way, please." "The president of Astute Alchemy Guild is also from Floating Mech City?" Angor asked. Lantis only smiled. "If you're interested, Mr. Pat, why don't you join our guild? With your talent, I'm sure the president will want to see you as soon as possible." Since Lantis didn't want to answer his question directly, Angor decided to beat around the bush. "Mr. Pat, I heard you just entered the wizarding world 2 years ago, and you're already a level 3 apprentice now. I see Mr. Phantom is a great teacher." Lantis kept trying to find out more information about Angor as they walked. Lantis only talked about 2 important things, alchemy legacy and Sunders. Lantis didn't even try to hide his curiosity from Angor. Angor's only response to such shameless people was to smile and keep quiet. "Ask whatever you want, and there's nothing you can do about it." Besides, Angor had someone to rely on. What was there to be afraid of? Lantis didn't know what to do. He didn't get any useful information when Angor entered the meeting hall, so he could only look at Angor with a gloomy expression. The meeting hall was spacious, and the floor was covered with the faint glow of expansion runes. At the edge of the hall, there were rows of numbered cubicles. At the center of the hall was a large round table, which was already occupied by about 100 people. Most of them were dressed like Angor, with their faces covered. Angor didn't attract too much attention when he walked in. He picked a random seat and sat down. A while later, several more people entered the hall, and the round table was almost fully occupied. Lantis walked in from the other side of the hall. "I don't think anyone else is here. Shall we begin now?" Lantis didn't mind the dull response. He continued, "Since no one is against it, let's begin. There are a lot of newcomers in this meeting, so why don't we, the inner members of the guild, start first?" Still, no one answered. Lantis looked around and finally fixed his eyes on a short man with protruding ears. "Little John, shall we start with you?" John Jr., who had big ears, was surprised. He quickly stood up. I. What I want to know is about the knowledge of the star-cold dragon bone in the reformists' pharmaceutics. Why do you need to use different processing methods when processing the White Mountain potion and the Highlight potion even though they both use the Juniper triple formula and the reaction materials are the same?" John Jr. stuttered a little at first, but he quickly regained his confidence when it came to his professional knowledge. His eyes shone brightly. Next, John Jr. listed a list of things he could do. Apart from providing some potions, he could also make potions for others. John Jr. told everyone the code of his transmitter. Everyone in the meeting had a transmitter in front of him. However, it could only be used to contact other people. If someone wanted to talk to John Jr., they would use the transmitter to contact John Jr. Whether they talked in the cubicles behind them or somewhere else was up to them. The Abstruse Alchemy Guild could guarantee their safety if they talked in the cubicles, but they couldn't be sure about other places. He noticed that John Jr. quickly picked up his transmitter to see if anyone wanted to talk to him. After a long while, no one contacted him on the communicator in front of him. John Jr. looked a little disappointed. After John Jr. left, other people stood up and asked for knowledge or items they wanted. Then they could choose whether they wanted to talk or not. If more than one person wanted to talk, it would depend on the person who asked for it. For example, an apprentice took out a bottle of Crimson Moon potion and wanted to trade it for an amphibious vehicle. In the end, there were 3 people who wanted to exchange. In the end, the apprentice brought the people who were willing to exchange to the cubicle next door and returned with a full load. However, there weren't many chances to talk to more people. There was only one chance for more than a dozen people to talk to more than one person. Like John Jr., most of them came up empty-handed. After all, most of these exchanges were purely for the exchange of knowledge, and there were very few barters. If they needed magic crystals, they could just go to an auction or marketplace street. They were in floating mech city. What couldn't they buy here? There was no need to specially come here to participate in the exchange. In a situation where everyone cherished their own knowledge, there were not many people who were willing to exchange knowledge. After the apprentice who got the Crimson Moon potion, 5 people stood up in a row. None of them got anything. A cool-looking man in a black robe suddenly stood up. He glanced at everyone coldly and suddenly changed his aura. A fair trade. I have a new batch of goods here. If you want, you can add my transmitter. It's not something you can find on the street. It's my personal transmitter. Angor was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? Angor thought he was going to be a cold person like Angor when he stood up. But why did he suddenly lose his cool? His style was completely different from the people before him. Most of the apprentices who spoke at the beginning were exchanging knowledge. Even if they were exchanging items, they would use euphemisms to express that the items they wanted to exchange were hard to find in the outside world, and could only be found in a private exchange like this. While flattering the organizer, they also complimented the people who were willing to trade with them. But this guy was like a rat's poop. He instantly turned the grand meeting into a lowly street stall. Once wasn't enough. He repeated it again: honest trade, the biggest talent market in Cork Street. Whatever talent you want, you can find them here. Here's the code of my personal transmitter. This time Angor understood the main point. Talent market, was it a recruitment center? Or was it similar to headhunting companies back on Earth? While Angor was pondering, Lantis, who was standing at the head of the table, showed a dark expression. He strode to the man's back and yanked off his hood. As the hood fell, the originally skinny person became 4 to 5 times bigger like a balloon, turning into a tall and fat man. It's you, Pierre. Lantis glared at Angor angrily. I didn't think you'd sneak in again. Get out. You hear me? In the end, Lantis was almost hysterical. While cursing, he also reached out and pushed the fat man named Pierre. The others didn't find it strange at all. Some of them even showed strange smiles. Pierre's disguise is pretty good this time. He managed to fool the Runai right from the start. I didn't recognize him either. His acting skills have improved again. Angor got a general idea of Pierre's background as he listened to their conversation. A strange merchant from Cork Street said that he had opened a human resource trading market. In fact, everyone knew that the so-called human resource trading was just a euphemism for slave trading. He didn't know what this guy did, but he was very obsessed with the deep exchange. Every time there was an exchange, he would try to sneak in and sell his slave shop. Pierre tried to cause trouble many times, but the Esoteric Alchemy Guild only kicked him out without doing anything else. They all assumed that Pierre either knew someone from Esoteric Alchemy Guild, or he had a powerful background. As for which one it was, they all had different guesses. 4. Example, someone was arguing right now. Pierre was only a level 2 apprentice, while Lantis was already a top-level apprentice. Pierre couldn't fight back against Lantis at all. Or rather, he didn't even try to fight back. Instead, he was captured without a fight. They watched as Lantis dragged Pierre out of the meeting hall. Pierre, who was being dragged away, did not feel insulted at all. He yelled at the people inside, "You really do have new goods. If you don't need talents, I have maids. They're all top-quality maids smuggled from Manda Plain. Little Wildcat, cold and aloof, Sundara, gentle type, there were all kinds of them. Honest trade. Please remember my transmitter code. Pierre's figure finally disappeared behind the curtain. The other people around the table shook their heads. A newcomer who came here for the first time seemed to be interested in the maids. Don't waste your time. If you really want beautiful maids, go to the slave auction at Moshi Street. Pierre's shop has too many weird rules. Most of the slaves have to sign a contract saying that they can't be forced to clap with the maids. So, young man, keep your eyes open. After hearing this explanation, the newcomer was enlightened. What's the point of buying maids if they can't clap? Pierre said a lot of rules, but the slaves we bought from him are all of high quality. They are all elites among the commoners. Too bad we can't teach them wizardry methods, so they can't help us with supernatural tasks. Many wizards go to Pierre's shop to buy from him. But most of them are interested in art. Art is the only thing that can help mortals shine. Their conversation was heard by Angor. His eyes suddenly lit up under the hood. A moment later, Lantis lifted the red curtain and returned to the room. An awkward expression appeared on Lantis' face as he forced a smile onto his face. Something happened, but it's not a big deal. Let's continue with our trade. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Before Lantis could react, John Jr., who had a pair of big ears, whispered, "Boss, we're talking about an exchange, not a trade." Only then did Lantis realize that he had misspoken. His expression changed, and he laughed dryly. "Communication, it's communication. Let's continue the exchange. Is there anyone else who wants to continue the exchange?" A bronze-skinned man in a tight vest stood up and said, "I'm here to trade for a small toy." Lantis had just said exchange, and now someone had said deal. His face was a bit dark, but he couldn't get angry. After all, he was the one who had let it slip and exposed everyone's tacit understanding. He only felt wronged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. They exchanged information one by one, and the exchange of knowledge was still the main topic. This was an alchemy meeting, after all. Many questions related to alchemy were related to alchemy, and Angor already knew the answers to them. However, he was not satisfied with the reward. Of course, he would not sell his knowledge for cheap. At this time, a blushing, bashful apprentice alchemist stood up. The exchange she proposed was still a request for knowledge. She wanted to ask about a certain key to the refinement of the energy stabilizer. Energy stabilizers were almost non-existent in Brute Cavern. Even if someone wanted to sell them, they would be quickly bought by others. In Floating Mech City, however, many alchemists knew how to make them, and some even produced them in large quantities. However, none of the alchemists who knew how to make energy stabilizers were willing to share their knowledge because they were a necessity for every supernatural. The market price was stable, but there were too many people who wanted them. No wizard or apprentice would say no to an energy stabilizer. Also, the cost and the final product's cost-performance ratio were dozens of times higher, which was quite impressive. In other words, as long as one knew how to make an energy stabilizer, he or she would have a stable and generous income. Under such circumstances, many apprentice alchemists would try their best to learn how to make an energy stabilizer. However, they had no one to teach them, and they could only do the reverse engineering from the finished product, which was very difficult. This apprentice bought several energy stabilizers and tried to do the reverse engineering. She finally reached the core area with great difficulty, but the inside was too complicated, and she was completely dumbfounded. She knew there was no way an energy stabilizer could have such a complicated core. It must be an anti-theft measure set up by the maker. She didn't want to be stuck at the last step, so she came to the meeting to ask for help. However, she also knew that her hope was too slim. Energy stabilizers were too popular in the market, and very few alchemists were willing to share their cores. Still, she came with a glimmer of hope. When the shy apprentice alchemist asked the question, almost everyone in the room shook their heads. No one said anything, but everyone's attitude spoke for itself. She sat down dejectedly and was filled with disappointment. Then, she saw a string of messages flashing on her communicator. "I can talk to you about energy stabilizers. See you at Nail's alchemy shop after the meeting." Surprised, she looked up to see who sent her the message. However, not only did she fail to find the sender, but the other alchemists also guessed that she was dealing with someone else, and they all showed a jealous look. What kind of idiot would reveal the key to making an energy stabilizer? Everyone was puzzled. The idiot was none other than Angor. He knew most of the alchemists who wanted to exchange their knowledge. However, he didn't accept the deal because the price was not good enough, not because he wanted to keep it to himself. However, this apprentice's offer was quite interesting. It was a demonic insect that she had accidentally obtained, the Dreamweaver ant, which was rumored to be extinct. It was a very strange ant. Angor had never heard of it before today. As its name suggested, the ant's only function was to weave dreams for others. Sweet dreams or nightmares. Angor couldn't tell what kind of dream it would weave, but he could talk to it before sleeping. It had 2 antennae, one black and the other white. If you touched the white one before sleeping, it would weave a sweet dream for you. If you touched the black one, it would weave nightmares for you. It sounded useless, and it was. Both dreams and nightmares didn't contain any energy attacks. They simply weaved ordinary dreams for you. However, the Dreamweaver ant was said to have gone extinct thousands of years ago. It was quite a novelty in modern times. It could be used as a collection item. When Angor mentioned that the Dreamweaver ant could be used to exchange information, many people wanted to do so. However, when she mentioned her problem, they all gave up because they didn't think it was worth it. But Angor did not think it was a bad idea. One's honey was another's poison. He thought the ant was very interesting. It reminded him of a story that John had told him when he was young. A Dream of Nank. The story was about a man who had a great dream, but it turned out to be a waste of joy. The final puzzle of the story was that the person who created this beautiful dream was drunk. He slept on an ant nest, and a group of Nank ants weaved this dream for him. It was very similar to the Dreamweaver ant. When Angor was young, he only thought of it as a story. When the real Nank ant appeared in front of him, Angor felt an indescribable feeling. Because of this subtle feeling, Angor decided to talk to the old man. The energy stabilizer wasn't a top-secret item, so he didn't mind giving it away. As for the Dreamweaver ant, he would give it to John when he returned to the old Earth, which would definitely surprise him. John was forced to leave his wife and daughter in another world. Angor grew up with John, so he knew that John would often wake up from his nightmares in the middle of the night. He planned to give John the Dreamweaver ant. Not only would the ant help prove his story, but it would also lessen John's pain in his dream. Why not? The meeting was still going on, and the audience was getting more and more excited. Angor noticed that whenever a newcomer spoke, everyone would look at him or her with keen eyes. They all knew that it was not easy to get some knowledge from someone they knew. It would be best if they could find someone like Angor, who even sold the key of the energy stabilizer. It was one of the newcomers who was speaking. Viking from Breezy Valley. He didn't bother to hide his appearance. With only half of his body left, he was easily recognizable. His inspirational stories were featured in the headlines of some of the tabloids. Anyone who paid attention to the Purification Garden would know who he was. I'm not here for a meeting. It's because I've received some news. I heard that there are carabits in the trade city among you. Viking paused for a moment and slowly scanned the crowd. Carabits were the most similar to Homo sapiens in terms of physical features. They had many different appearances, and it was hard to tell them apart. Therefore, Viking's glance didn't yield any useful information. Since no one responded, Viking continued, I hope I can make a deal with the carabit who is hiding among you. I want a lower limb that can be transplanted. As for the price? You can contact me first, and I'll give you a satisfactory price. Viking stopped talking. This was the first time someone used money to make a deal in this meeting. Lantis, who was determined to turn this meeting into a high-end trading platform, didn't look too happy about it. But for some reason, whenever he saw Viking, he always felt a chill down his spine, so he didn't say anything. When Viking finished his speech, Angor noticed that several people were sending messages to Viking through their communicators. Angor didn't expect to see so many carabits in this meeting. There were only a few of them in the southern wizarding region. Most of them lived in other realms far away from each other. Carabits were passionate about biological research and life modification. It was no wonder that the Vikings had rushed here as soon as they heard the news of the carabits. Viking didn't choose to trade with anyone else. Instead, he went to the cubicle at the back with the other black-robed people. The meeting continued. Every now and then, someone succeeded and went to the cubicle at the back. As a result, fewer and fewer people were sitting in the seats. Angor was sitting in the second half of the clockwise row, but soon, it was his turn. Angor stood up and said, "I need an abyss dragon horn. If anyone has it, I can trade with you. You can name your price. I'll see if it's reasonable." With that, he sat down. As soon as he sat, he saw a message on the screen in front of him, Cubicle 17. Following the message, Angor saw a man leaving his seat. Angor followed the man into Cubicle 17 without making a sound. The cubicle was spacious. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there was also a pot of hot tea with white steam rising from it. The person closed the cubicle. Angor could see her face with the help of the light above. It was a woman wearing a strange smile mask. She had short red hair and wore a leather trench coat. She looked very capable. The first thing she did was untie something that looked like a long whip from her thigh and put it on the table. "This is the rubber band of the Abyss Dragonhorn beast, you can check it." Her voice was very similar to her outfit, neat and clean. "Aren't you afraid I'll run away with it?" Angor walked to her and picked it up. "I don't think the famous Mr. Pat would do such a thing." She sat down on a chair and didn't say anything. Angor wasn't surprised that she knew his name. If Lantis could tell him, she could tell the seller too. However, it was rare for someone to call him by his name instead of Sunder's student. Angor put down the rope. "Yes, it's an Abyss Dragon horn. And it's in good condition. Since you agree, let's talk about the deal then." The red-haired woman did not take back her hand and looked at Angor. "Sure. What do you want in return?" The woman smiled mysteriously and whispered into Angor's ear, "I want you to make something for me." After a long while, the red-haired woman left the leather band of the Abyss Dragon horn beast and a simple and unadorned sheepskin scroll on the table. She then pushed the door open and left alone. He remained silent for a while and opened a small part of the scroll. Before he could unfold it completely, he saw a bright red color. He didn't open the sheepskin scroll, but closed it instead. He didn't know why the woman told him not to open the scroll in front of others, but since he agreed to the deal, he had to keep his promise. He put the scroll and the Abyss Dragon horn into his bracelet and slowly walked out of the cubicle. As soon as he stepped out, he accidentally bumped into another person coming out of the cubicle. "Sorry," Angor said out of reflex. The other person didn't say anything and simply left. The other man in the cubicle suddenly froze. That voice, he rushed out of the cubicle and looked around. There was no one around. Clearly, the other person had already left. "Viking, did you make up your mind and decide to trade with Volta again? Snake legs aren't pretty at all. It's not artistic at all." The man who rushed out was Viking. Just a moment ago, he had a falling out with a carabit called Volta. The carabit only had the lower half of a blackwood anaconda. Although it was a strong lower half, it would turn him into a half-human, half-snake after the transplant. Many of the bloodline spells that Viking had learned before could not be used. After considering for a while, Viking still rejected Volta's offer and went to trade with the last person in the cubicle. But just as Volta opened the door to leave, he heard a voice. That clear voice definitely couldn't be wrong. It had to be the man who saved him in the purification garden. Although the man called himself a passerby and said it was nothing, it was nothing. But to that person, it was as easy as lifting a finger. To Viking, it was a life-saving grace. He thought he would never see this man again in his life. But he didn't expect to see him here. "Do you want more, Viking? Come on in." Viking looked around and still didn't see anyone. Maybe the man already left or went back to his seat. Instead of looking for him, Viking returned to his own cubicle. If he remembered correctly, the man came out from the cubicle on the left. The one on the left was cubicle number 17 to 10. "I'll ask Abyss Alchemy Guild about it after the meeting. I'm not busy right now." On the other hand, Angor didn't want to stay in the meeting any longer. He already achieved his goal, so he didn't want to waste any more time. He heard Lantis talking to him through voice transmission, but he ignored it and left the meeting hall. He couldn't help but feel something cold and itchy on his back. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Not long after he left, a woman wearing a luxurious robe with black and gold colors knelt in front of a black hole in the basement of Abyss Alchemy Guild. It was dark, mysterious, and evil. "Honorable Master, is this seedling good?" The woman's voice was cold and carried with it the sound of metal. After a long while, a blood-red eye opened in the middle of the black hole. A distant and ethereal voice was directly imprinted into the woman's mind. "He has already been marked. Don't worry about him." In order to maintain its dignity, it didn't tell the woman how terrifying the marked man was. That terrifying thought was transmitted directly from its body to its main body. Angor left the meeting and went straight to Fingernail's alchemy shop. He saw Fingernail's alchemy shop from afar. The incense puppet was standing in front of the shop like a wooden pole. Angor was ready to be questioned by the puppet. However, as soon as he approached, the puppet turned around and welcomed him with a welcome gesture. Angor entered the shop in confusion. Since Abyss Alchemy Guild was in the middle of a meeting, there were no customers inside. Only Granny Fingernail was sitting behind the counter. "Good evening, Granny Fingernail." Angor greeted her politely. "Did you remove the door?" "Of course not." Granny Fingernail looked up. "Then I just asked the puppet to remember you." Granny Fingernail saw that Angor was still confused. "It's just a small matter. I like you." Angor's lips twitched but he didn't say anything. "Are you here to buy materials?" Granny Fingernail asked. Angor shook his head. "I'm meeting someone here." "You don't mind, do you?" Granny Fingernail nodded. "Looks like you've gained a lot from the meeting. As long as your friend can pass the puppet's test, I'm sure you'll be fine." Angor spent the rest of his time in the shop. He sat on a couch and took out a pen and paper to write something. What he wrote was the mana formula for fire fusion. He wanted to take advantage of the waiting time to derive the final version of fire fusion. When he finished deriving the model of fire fusion, the door of the alchemy shop was pushed open. When he left Nail Alchemy Shop, he already had a pyramid-shaped insect nest in his hand. He couldn't see what was inside the nest from the outside, but when he used his spirit feelers, he could see an ant about the size of a finger curled up inside. The ant's color was black and white, and the black and white were separated in the middle of its head. It looked similar to the one Devil Dare gave him. However, after Shadow destroyed it, it had been piled up in the corner of the bracelet. Maybe he could try to fix it when he started learning alchemy. Without a doubt, this strange ant was the Dreamweaver ant he got from the trade. While playing with the Dreamweaver ant, Angor walked toward the end of Moshi Street. Soon, he sensed that someone was following him. Frowning, he put the nest back into his bracelet and tapped on Toby's shoulder. The bird flew out of his chest pocket and circled around in the air before landing on Angor's shoulder. "So there's someone." Angor frowned. According to Toby, the one following him was a short young man. His only distinguishing feature was a pair of protruding ears. Angor had a good idea who was following him. Using the reflective signboards on the street, Angor saw a short man. As expected, it was the apprentice alchemist named John Jr. It wasn't Lantis who told Angor about his whereabouts. Lantis knew who he was and where he lived. There was no way Lantis would do something like this. Now that Lucien thought about it, it was probably John Jr. who acted on his own initiative. He probably followed that shy apprentice and wanted to find out who had sold the core technology of the energy stabilizer. It seemed that this John Jr. wanted to follow him, find a hidden place, and force him to reveal his alchemy knowledge. But as soon as he pretended to turn around, John Jr. quickly covered his face and turned away. It was as if John Jr. couldn't see him as long as he couldn't. Angor didn't know what to say. It seemed that he had overestimated the other party's intelligence to have such a clear and hidden method. He quickly moved forward and activated infinite reticence when he passed through a crowded area. When he walked out of the crowd, his figure had already disappeared from John Jr.'s eyes. Little John stood where he was and lowered his head in disappointment. Why did he suddenly disappear? I was going to ask him how to deal with the starry dragon bone. It seemed like there was no hope. John Jr. turned around dejectedly and left slowly. On the other hand, he activated infinite reticence and quickly left Moshi Street. As for why John Jr. was following him, he could basically guess his purpose. However, he had no obligation to answer John Jr.'s question. Moreover, he couldn't answer John Jr.'s question with his current level of pharmaceutics. After getting rid of John Jr., he quickly left the city. By the time he returned to the flourishing Flower Manor, the moon was already high in the sky. Tonight, floating Mech City drifted to a cloudless area. A lone moon hung in the sky. Under the moonlight, the quiet flowery manor looked as if it was covered with a white veil. He returned to his room with his moonlight mask and starlight mask. As soon as he entered his room, he heard some noises coming from next door. Using his spirit feelers, he saw Papaya and the Crocox dancing around a bonfire in front of the building. Angor was wondering why they were having a bonfire party in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. But when he listened carefully, he realized that they were having a monthly ritual. A monthly ritual? So the month of resuscitation has already turned to the next day. The month of slumber, February, had arrived. Time flew by quickly. While Angor was still thinking about the purification garden in the month of resuscitation, he had already arrived at the month of slumber. Angor still remembered when John traveled through time and landed in Gru Town. It was the month of slumber. It had been 23 years since then. John had been teaching Angor ever since he was born. Therefore, he clearly remembered that when he was a child, John would hold his hand and go to the place where they first landed during the month of soundly sleep. They would hold the alien eye in their hands, hoping to return to Earth from there. But his dream never came true until John abandoned the alien eye in a forest. Until John was corroded by the world's consciousness and couldn't walk anymore. Until time passed, and the years were no more. John finally put out the fire of hope. He stayed in Pad Manor in low spirits and never left. Angor couldn't help but touch the alien eye in front of his chest. Memories of his past flashed through his mind as if they were just yesterday. The moonlight was so beautiful that it illuminated two neighboring houses at the same time. Yet, they were in two different extremes. Only one wall separated the lively house and the quiet house. Angor's emotions came and went as quickly as they came. Or rather, he didn't dare to let his emotions out completely. The 5-year promise with John had set a gate for his emotions. Before the promise was fulfilled, he didn't dare to let his emotions flow freely. Angor calmed down and prepared to open the parchment scroll given to him by the red-haired woman. He was about to take out the scroll when he reached his spirit feeler into the bracelet and noticed something strange. The pyramid-shaped hive was placed on top of a box filled with magic materials. But now, the hive had fallen to the ground. Angor used his spirit feelers to check and found nothing inside. The Dreamweaver ant was nowhere to be found. Where did the Dreamweaver ant go instead of staying in its nest? His bracelet contained a lot of valuable magic plants, as well as many dangerous items. Soon, he found a location. He saw a beehive-like sphere that was constantly moving. There were no other living creatures inside since Angor took Toby and Freud out of his bracelet. This beehive must have something to do with the Dreamweaver ant. Angor took a closer look and saw that the beehive-shaped orb was a gift given to him by Cantor not long ago. It was a soft larva nest. If Angor remembered correctly, there was a soft larva egg inside. When Angor checked the orb with his spirit feelers, he saw the Dreamweaver ant trying its best to lift the orb, which was dozens of times bigger than itself. As Angor recalled, ants could move objects that were dozens of times heavier than themselves. Clearly, the Dreamweaver ant was proof of that. What's wrong with this Dreamweaver ant? Why did it come to the nest of a soft larva instead of staying in its own nest? And why is it moving? After making sure the egg was unharmed, Angor decided to observe the situation carefully. He wanted to see what the Dreamweaver ant was up to. Angor soon found the Dreamweaver ant's destination. It was a small glass bucket. The inside of this glass barrel was bright red, and it was filled with fresh blood. This was Akiso's essence blood. Akiso used his own blood to keep Dodoro alive for 1,000 years. The entire coffin was filled with Akiso's blood essence. Ever since Dodoro woke up, Angor decided not to waste anything and collected all of the blood essence he got from Dodoro. But now, the Dreamweaver ant was pushing the soft larva nest to Akiso's blood essence. Angor waited for the Dreamweaver ant's next move. The Dreamweaver ant climbed onto the bucket and dug out a small piece of the frozen blood essence. It then crawled back to the nest, found a comfortable spot, hugged the blood essence, and curled up, without moving. Angor carefully sensed the Dreamweaver ant and found that it was asleep. Angor didn't understand why the Dreamweaver ant was doing this. Was it trying to take over the nest? Didn't it have its own nest? Why didn't it kill the soft larva egg after taking over the nest? Did the Dreamweaver ant push the nest here just to get closer to Akiso's blood essence? Akiso's blood essence was a great source of energy for the Dreamweaver ant. Angor didn't find any answers to these questions. But it didn't seem to be doing any harm. Angor decided to let the Dreamweaver ant do whatever it wanted and observe it for a while. However, to prevent the Dreamweaver ant from running around and damaging the other materials, Angor set up a small illusion to trap the Dreamweaver ant inside. Next, he took out the parchment scroll given to him by the red-haired woman. As the sheepskin scroll was slowly opened, a bright red color leaped into his eyes. Was this a crown? There was a painting in the middle of the scroll. It was a painting of a crown that looked extremely complicated and gorgeous. The crown had an octagonal base, but strangely enough, it was carved out of the back of the crown. Could it be that this was a queen's crown? A baby's fist-sized pigeon blood ruby was embedded in the center of the crown, which was connected by delicate mithril carvings. The crown beads on top of the crown were also made of pigeon blood rubies, but they were as small as marbles. There were 8 of them in total. Apart from the gemstones, the most important thing about the crown was the faint magic runes engraved on it. Angor did a quick count and found that there were more than 6 runes. Clearly, this was an enchantment, and it was a magic array enchantment. Angor unrolled the scroll and saw 9 pigeon blood rubies at the end. 1 big and 8 small, which corresponded to the number of gemstones on the crown. The red-haired woman asked Angor to create something identical to the one on the scroll. She didn't ask for the same effect, just something similar. Angor frowned. Since it looked similar, it wasn't hard to solve. However, the magic array was a problem. The runes in the picture were not clear enough. Only a few corners were visible. How could he create a similar effect if he could not see the runes clearly? The only way was to compare the runes and determine what kind of runes they were, then look for the magic array that was arranged in such a way. This was a huge amount of work. Angor suddenly regretted his decision. If he knew this was going to be so troublesome, he would not have accepted it. He could always buy wizard-level sutures in the future. The woman did not allow him to read the parchment at the meeting because she was afraid that he would not accept it. Angor could not help but curse in his mind. So cunning. He thought it was some big secret, so he kept his promise and would read it when he got home. So it was just to trick him. Angor felt frustrated, but there was no point in being angry now. He already accepted the Abyss Dragon Horn Beast's rubber band. Since he made a promise, he had to keep it, even if it was for his own reputation. Fortunately, although this matter was very troublesome and the amount of work involved was huge, it was only too time-consuming and not impossible to complete. Angor sighed helplessly. He took out his hologram tablet and checked the corner of a particular rune. Then he selected the pictures from Enchantment Cyclopedia, Beginner, and began to compare them one by one. However, Angor did not know that he had completely misunderstood the woman's intention. She did not know that Angor had such a perfect rune inheritance, which allowed him to find a perfect rune just by looking at the corner of a rune. This time, he was in the dark. He thought too much and ended up getting caught in his own trap. Angor rubbed his dizzy eyes and turned off the tablet. In 2 days, he had searched through a small part of it, but he only found one mageweth, which was a mageweth with a connection function. As for the other ones, he did not have any clue yet. After all, Enchantment Cyclopedia, Beginner's book was as thick as dozens of books. He had to compare them page by page to find the corresponding mageweths on the corners of the mageweths. For simple runes such as Rune of Sharpness, he could see the difference at first glance. But for complicated runes, he would need to carefully compare them, which was not something he could do in a day. Even with his spiritual force as a rank 3 apprentice, he was starting to feel tired from the continuous high-intensity concentration. Fortunately, the red-haired woman gave him a long time, 1 month. 1 month was enough, but only if Sunders did not ask to leave during this time. Otherwise, he would have to ask other magi to protect him. After all, a long-distance teleportation formation was not something he could afford. As for the other condition, he would not die in the Nightmare Realm. He did not think about that. If death was the only thing that mattered now, all his future plans would be pointless. He put away the tablet and left the room alone without waking up Toby. Today was the day he would go to the nightmare realm. He did not know whether the road ahead would be a blessing or a curse, but the nightmare realm was a hurdle he had to cross in the future. Running away from it was useless. Sunders was busy with an experiment when Angor came to the study. After waiting for a while, Sunders put away the materials and asked him to sit down. Sunders cut to the chase. We're going to the nightmare realm. It's located in the real world, near the land of fertility in the west. It's a legendary town that only shows itself during the night of a full moon. The locals call it Witch's Town. Sunders did not show Witch's Town like he did in Nether City. Instead, he used illusions to construct several landmark buildings. Witch's Town in the nightmare realm is shrouded in mist. You can't see the path, and the mist may lead you to some dangerous places. Sunders pointed at the buildings and introduced them one by one. Slaughterhouse, wizard-level undead, double-scythe Grim Reaper. City Hall, wizard-level monsters. Bloodmoon Church, extremely dangerous. Sunders went on to describe more than a dozen places where wizard-level monsters might appear. If the mist leads you to these places, do not enter them. Keep following the mist to other places. Until you see these buildings. Sunders erased the previous buildings and created several more ordinary-looking houses. These should be civilian houses. Flora and I have cleaned them up. Monsters won't be too strong even if there are. If you see any of these houses, just go inside and hide. I'll look for you one by one. After making sure Angor remembered everything, Sunders took out several magic scrolls and handed them to Angor. Take them with you. Once you enter the nightmare realm, make sure you didn't take any scrolls with you. With that, Sunders prepared to begin his journey in the nightmare realm. But when he looked back, he saw Angor's strange expression, as if the boy was spacing out. What are you thinking about? Angor shook his head without saying anything. Sunders thought Angor was worried about the dangers ahead. He looked at Angor and sighed in his mind. Angor was still a young man. It was normal for him to be worried. Witch's Town is pretty much cleaned up. If I'm not mistaken, I should be safe. Sunders suddenly paused. He could not guarantee his safety. He had been to Nether City many times before, and there were always unexpected incidents. For example, when he was a young man, he was still a young man. Even his young self was projected by the nightmare realm. Nothing in the nightmare realm could be explained with common sense. No one could guarantee that they would be completely safe in Witch's Town. Your sequence of gravity is bound to your soul, so you should be able to use it in the nightmare realm. If you run into danger, you should be able to escape. But Sunders misunderstood. Angor was not worried about the future. He was thinking about what happened the last time he entered the nightmare realm. Sunders told him to bring the scrolls into the nightmare realm. This reminded Angor that his hologram tablet could be used in the nightmare realm. So these scrolls could be brought in as well, right? Sunders took out a small bottle while he was thinking. There was a familiar bug inside, a twisting protozoa. Angor looked at the bottle and suddenly remembered something. Sunders already used the twisting protozoa the last time he went to the nightmare realm. Why was there another one? Did Sunders see Greya recently? The thought flashed across his mind, but he did not give it much thought. Take those scrolls with you. If you can bring them in, they'll help you, Sunders reminded him again. Angor picked up the scrolls and saw Nova of Defense inside. This was a wizard-level defensive spell. If he could bring it into the nightmare realm, it would serve as a great protection. Sunders put away the scrolls and took out the twisting protozoa. He then dripped a drop of unknown yet energetic blood into it. This drop of blood must be the medium to get into Witch's Town. The twisting protozoa began to slowly devour the blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood was sucked into its body. Next, several patterns emerged from the twisting protozoa's body and formed a spider web in the air. Sunders took out a dagger, cut the twisting protozoa in half, and tossed one half to Angor. He then reached out a hand and rubbed Angor's slightly prickly golden hair. Good luck. With that, Sunders rammed into the spider web in the air. With his previous experience, Angor was not afraid. He followed Sunders' example and jumped into the spider web. When Angor opened his eyes, he saw that his surroundings had completely changed. From Sunder's study, he was surrounded by thick fog. Fortunately, unlike the last time when he went to Nether City, he was surrounded by monsters as soon as he opened his eyes. He looked around and saw that he was completely surrounded by fog. He could not see more than 2 meters. He could only see that he was standing on a dark, wet path. There were wooden fences on both sides of the path. He thought he could see the shadow of a building in the depth of the fog. But when he looked closer, it seemed like an illusion. Angor did not move immediately. Instead, he slowly floated upward. He could fly now, and he also sensed the power of gravity. Just like last time, he was in his soul form. He reached a height of about 100 meters, but he still could not see anything. When Angor was about to go higher, he heard a strong gust of wind coming from the sky. Angor looked up and saw a giant shadow looming in the fog. There's a monster in the sky? And it's so big, judging from this black shadow, it was comparable to the cloud whale. Before the monster could get close to Angor, the whirlwind brought by its body touched Angor first. Before Angor could react, he was blown away by the whirlwind. After a moment of dizziness, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He felt a sharp pain on his back. Angor did not have time to worry about the pain. That monster was definitely not a normal wizard-level monster. Didn't Sunder say it was not dangerous? Did something happen to him as soon as he entered Witch's Town? Angor gritted his teeth. Fearing that the monster above him would fall on him again, he quickly activated the sequence of gravity and dashed into the fog. Luckily, the fog acted as a natural barrier. Angor only stopped when he was sure there was no monster around. It was not a long sprint, but with the sequence of gravity activated, Angor managed to cover about 100 kilometers. According to Sunders, Witch's Town was only about 1,000 kilometers wide. With this run, he had covered almost 1/10 of the area. Angor did not pay attention to his surroundings while running. When he finally stopped, he saw a small wooden hut not far from him. The hut did not look big at all. It looked like an ordinary ranger's hut. However, Angor immediately tensed up when he saw the hut. Through the window of the hut, he saw a soft light coming from inside and dispelling the fog. Why was there a light in a lonely wooden house in such a strange place? Was there someone inside? Or, was Sunders inside? Something didn't feel right. He did not want to risk his life in the nightmare realm. Who knew if there were any traps or powerful monsters inside the wooden house? Even if the wooden house was not one of the dangerous buildings mentioned by Sunders, Angor's accident when he first entered the nightmare realm meant that Sunders' information might not be accurate. Things in the nightmare realm could not be explained with common sense. Therefore, no one could guarantee that this wooden house was safe. Still, Angor walked toward it. He would not risk his life by entering the house. But at least he had to see what was inside through the window. What if it was really Sunders who lit the light? Angor floated toward the wooden house. He quietly landed in front of the window. Angor twisted his back as soon as he landed. When he was hit by the whirlwind, he was not seriously injured because he was a soul, but he still felt dizzy. However, now was not the time to worry about that. Angor looked at the window of the wooden house. With the help of the burning oil lamp, he could see a palm-sized flower pot placed on the inner window of the wooden house. The plant in the pot had withered, but the vine tree was still there. Angor looked inside the wooden house through the tree frame. From his position, he could only see a table and a wall on the other side. There was nothing else on the table except for the oil lamp. However, Angor saw a painting on the wooden wall. To be precise, it was a Victorian-style oil painting. However, when he saw the painting, he was puzzled. It was not because of the content of the painting. It was because the painting was placed in an unsuitable place. An oil painting with a fine frame made of pure gold was placed in a simple wooden house. It looked like a noble wearing a tailcoat was standing among a group of farmers who had just finished working in the paddy field. Angor could tell that the painting did not match at all. The painting was about a noble's castle under the moonlight at dusk. He carefully observed the painting and felt that there was something strange about it. However, as he continued to observe, he felt his scalp go numb, and a shiver ran down his spine. Out of instinct, he took several steps back to make sure the house was completely covered by the mist before he calmed down. But now, he was glad that the fog was here. He turned around and decided to leave the place for now. Sunders should not be in the wooden house. Angor only saw a painting. The wooden house was small. He could not see everything, but he could still see most of it. Unless Sunders was hiding in Angor's blind spot, which was impossible. When he was on his way again, he finally remembered what Sunders told him. Check if the scroll was brought into the nightmare realm. He reached into his pocket and took out a magic scroll. But strangely, the scroll didn't seem to have any weight. He had the power of gravity and was extremely sensitive to the weight of objects. The scrolls looked the same as when he came in, but none of them had any weight. Angor studied them carefully and found that not only were the scrolls weightless, but the runes on them were also illusory. In other words, the scrolls were useless. Could it be that he could not bring anything into the nightmare realm? Angor looked at his bracelet. However, it was also illusory and did not have any real weight. Maybe everything except his soul was real, including his clothes, jewelry, and everything else, was just a figment of the nightmare realm's imagination, but that was not right. He brought the hologram tablet into the nightmare realm last time. If he knew the bracelet would turn into an illusion, he would have brought the tablet with him. Angor sighed in his mind. He made a mistake this time. He put the tablet in his bracelet before entering the nightmare realm. Now, it was impossible to test whether the tablet worked or not. Angor shook his head and kept moving forward. However, he only took a few steps. He saw a building again. But, it was still the same wooden house with the light of the fire. Did he lose his way in the mist and go the wrong way? Angor didn't pay much attention to the house and kept moving forward. At least, he had to find the relatively safe houses mentioned by Sunders first. A moment later, he walked through the mist again. This was the third time Angor saw the lonely wooden house again. Angor did not mind the previous two encounters. This time, however, he was getting a little worried. He remembered Sunders telling him that the mist in Witch's Town would lead him to different buildings. He just needed to avoid the dangerous places and find a safe place with the guidance of the mist. But was this the so-called guidance? The probability of leading him to the same place 3 times in a row was not high, right? Unless, it was not a probability, but a certainty. Angor chose not to approach the wooden house this time. Instead, he went deeper into the mist. He wanted to verify if the wooden house had appeared in front of him 3 times in a row. Was it really inevitable? When he saw the house for the 4th time, he finally stopped. There was no doubt that there was some kind of power pulling him here. Then he wanted to go and see who was the one playing tricks inside. He did not back away this time. Instead, he walked into the house and pushed open the unlocked wooden door. As he saw from the outside, it was a single room. He could see everything inside at first glance. Apart from a bed, a table, a pot of withered flowers, a burning oil lamp, and a painting, there was nothing else. Angor stepped inside. He checked to make sure there was no secret door. Then he stood in front of the painting. When he looked at the painting for the 2nd time, he frowned again. The painting was still the castle under the moonlight. But this time it was different from the painting he saw before. I think there are 2 trees missing from the edge of the forest? Wait. Did I remember it wrong? Angor could not remember anything. The first time he looked at the painting, he felt something was off, so he did not pay much attention to it. This time, he kept looking at the painting and felt his scalp going numb. But he forced himself to keep looking. But nothing happened. In the end, Angor chose to leave. It was like the wooden house was trying to trick him. He kept running into it, but there were no clues inside. So strange. Angor stepped into the mist again. He felt that since he had already explored the wooden house, he wouldn't be led to the wooden house by the fog this time, right? This time, he used the sequence of gravity and covered several kilometers in one go. Then he looked up again. He grinned. You again. You're always here. Angor planned to leave again. If worst came to worst, he would take the risk and go to the sky. He did not believe that the wooden house could stay there forever. However, when he turned around, he was surprised by what he saw. He stopped and walked to the door of the wooden house with a puzzled look. He noticed a detail. When he left earlier, he had left the wooden door open. But now, the wooden door was closed. According to Sunders, almost everything in the nightmare realm could be traced back to its original state. However, dead objects could be traced back faster than living ones. And the stronger the energy level, the slower it would be. But no matter how fast the door could be traced back, it would not close in just 10 seconds, right? He stayed in the wooden house for several minutes, and the door was not closed. Could it be that every wooden house he ran into was not the same one? Were the wooden huts that the fog led him to different huts? Angor pushed the door open and looked inside. No, it should be the same place as before. The layout and position of the furniture were the same as before. There was only one place that could be different. The oil painting. Angor felt that something was wrong with the painting. If there was something wrong, it had to be this painting. Angor stood in front of the painting again. He squinted his eyes when he saw what was inside. The contents of the oil painting changed. It was only a small change, but Angor still managed to find it because he carefully inspected every detail of the painting. The perspective of the painting changed. The painting he saw earlier was a bit further away, but this one was closer. Originally, the edge of the painting should have been 2 lush trees, but the lush leaves could still be seen. However, the tree trunks that should have appeared were covered, revealing a cluster of small white flowers. In the painting Angor saw earlier, the cluster of white flowers was close to the edge of the painting, but they were not attached to it. Now, the white flowers were attached to the edge of the painting. Clearly, the perspective of the painting was closer. The mist seemed to be competing with Angor. No matter which direction Angor ran, the last place he appeared was the wooden house. So far, he had entered the wooden house 10 times in a row. As he expected, the perspective of the painting was getting closer and closer. Originally, the castle was drawn from a distance, but as it got closer and closer, the castle began to enlarge. Nothing happened yet, but Angor thought of a possibility. Perhaps, when the content of the image reached the gate of the castle, there would be a change. Or was this painting just like the world in the fairy tale book he accidentally entered during his talent test? Would he end up in the world inside the painting? Angor did not know which one was right. Maybe both were wrong. However, he didn't want to continue looking at the contents of the painting. This kind of strange unknown made him shudder. This time, he decided to take the risk and fly upward. However, it was not easy to fly up. The unknown monster was a black mass. And he would be blown away before he could even get close. For safety's sake, Angor already covered himself with a sequence of gravity when he floated up. If there was any danger, he could run away immediately. Angor carefully floated upward. However, when he was about 100 meters above the ground, a strange gust of wind came again. Before he could see what was going on, he was slapped down again. Angor spun several times in the air and finally stabilized himself with the sequence of gravity. Ignoring the discomfort caused by the chaotic energy inside his body, Angor looked up at the thick fog above him. Just a moment ago, he saw that black shadow again. But just like last time, he was blown away by the wind brought by the body before he could even get close. Was it some kind of external wind defense spell? Angor tried a few more times, but the same thing happened every time. It seemed that the shadow was trying to stop him from flying up. No matter which direction he tried, he would be blown away by the wind as soon as he reached 100 meters above the ground. He had fallen several times already, but he still could not make any progress. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the ground. At the same time, Sunders, who was moving quickly in the fog, suddenly paused. Why did he feel like he forgot to tell Angor something? What was it? Sunders quickly thought about it. Soon, his eyes lit up as he looked at the sky covered by the fog. He remembered that he only told Angor that the nightmare realm was only 1,000 kilometers wide. He did not tell him that the height was only 100 meters. It should be fine, right? Angor won't try again after learning his lesson, Sunders said. Sunders said with certainty. Consider this an outdoor lesson for Angor to learn from his mistakes. However, the truth was that Angor was already covered in wounds. The energy in his soul was trembling as if it was going to fall apart. If he did not run into that strange wooden house, he would probably stop after one try, just as Sunders predicted. However, he was too lucky. The first building he saw after entering the nightmare realm was this wooden house. Since he couldn't take the path in the sky, he could only return to the ground. He had no choice but to enter the mist. A moment later, he saw the wooden house in front of him again and felt a chill down his spine. This wooden house was like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of, standing in the depths of his evil will. Angor hesitated. He really wanted to run away, but his mind told him that he had to face the wooden house first if he wanted to leave this world that looked like a loop. He took a deep breath. He straightened his back, tidied up his slightly wrinkled gentleman's suit, lowered his black top hat, and calmly walked to the wooden house. It was as if this noble gesture was a sacred ritual that could dispel the uneasiness in his heart. He bent his finger and knocked on the door. The crisp sound of knocking could be heard. However, no one answered. He pushed the door open, and the scene inside was the same as before. Instead of checking, he went straight to the painting. Just as he thought, the perspective of the oil painting had improved. It was as if someone in the painting was walking toward the castle bathed in the moonlight. He turned around and entered the mist again. This time, he wasn't going to back down. He wanted to see what the painting was trying to tell him. Or rather, what would the end of the painting be? Angor believed that the painting had to have an ending, and when it did, it would show its fangs. He entered and exited again and again. He couldn't even tell if he had entered the same wooden house or different ones. The traces he left behind would disappear the next time he entered the house. When he entered the wooden house for the 29th time, the painting finally reached the entrance of the castle. Now, Angor noticed that the castle looked prosperous from afar, but when he looked closer, it looked like it was in ruins. The rivets on the wooden door had fallen off, and the corners were full of spider webs. Even the fluttering banners, curtains, and other things were all broken. However, it wasn't the kind of destruction that could be caused by war. It was a castle that was eroded by the power of time and naturally decayed. So the next time I see you, you'll show your fangs? Angor muttered to himself. With everything prepared, Angor pushed open the door for the 30th time. Nothing changed inside. Angor looked at the painting with a confused and cautious look. The painting didn't zoom in. Instead, the angle changed. The door that Angor thought would open was still closed. The angle of view didn't extend to the door. Instead, he looked up, and the angle of view changed a little. The fangs weren't behind the door, but above. Angor left the wooden house again with a puzzled look. The 31st time, the 32nd time. When Angor stood in front of the painting for the 34th time, his pupils shrank. This time, the message that the picture wanted to convey finally showed some clues. The painting didn't look at the sky after it raised its head. Instead, it was looking at the window on the second floor of the castle. The window had tattered red curtains, which were fluttering in the wind. The painting moved closer and closer, and finally, Angor saw what was inside the window. Inside the window was an ordinary girl's room, but the angle of view was fixed here. The fixed object was a painting on the wall of the room. Another painting showed up. When Angor saw the painting, he thought it would be a recurring nightmare, just like what John told him when he was little. There was a temple on a mountain, and there was a monk telling a story. The story was about a temple on a mountain. Angor kept repeating the scene in the painting endlessly. But he was wrong. When he saw the painting for the 34th time, he vaguely saw the content of the painting. It was a typical noble portrait, in which there was a blonde girl with a beautiful smile. So, this is the clue of the painting? But, what is it trying to say? Angor pondered and left the wooden house again. When he stood in front of the painting for the 35th time, the painting changed again. The blonde girl turned into a middle-aged noblewoman holding a floating crystal ball in her hand. The noblewoman's hair color and face were very similar to the blonde girl's. It was almost as if they were the same person's childhood and middle age. The floating crystal ball indicated the woman's identity. She must be a wizard. Angor suddenly realized something. The town shrouded in mist was called Witch's Town in real life. Sunders did not explain why, but Angor guessed that there must have been witches living in the town. The middle-aged lady in the painting was a witch. Could the woman in the painting be the origin of Witch's Town, but why didn't Sunders ever mention her? Or the strange wooden house? Angor stood in front of the painting for the 36th time with doubts. This time, when Angor stood in front of the screen, he finally noticed something wrong. The middle-aged noblewoman had turned into a creepy old woman with loose skin and wrinkles that looked like withered ravines. Her hair was extremely dry, and Angor could see a hint of gold in it. She wore a wrinkled, dark blue cloak and stared at the person outside the painting, Angor. Angor took a few steps back because of the stare. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The strange old witch in the painting suddenly came to life. She crawled out of the painting and stood in the girl's boudoir. She then turned around and gave Angor a sinister smile. A green light slowly appeared in her hand, and a green portal appeared in front of the girl's room. At the same time, a similar portal appeared in the painting in front of Angor. Angor saw the old witch standing behind the portal. He couldn't tell when he was in the painting, but when the portal appeared, the old witch's aura was so strong that it felt like a raging sea. A great pressure came out of the portal and covered Angor's body. Angor could feel the strong hostility coming from it. She was going to kill him. The aura coming out of the portal was as strong as the one Isabella used on Angor. This was after the space door had blocked most of her aura. It was hard to imagine how terrifying she would be when she came out of the space door. She was at least as strong as Sunders. Angor was already prepared when the old witch was about to make a move. He quickly turned around and ran outside. He was in his soul form, and with the help of the sequence of gravity, he could resist the old witch's aura for now. But once she came out of the portal, it would be a different story. The only thing Angor could do now was to run. "You can't escape. This is my domain." The old witch's hoarse voice reached Angor's ears. Angor ignored it and kept running. However, when he was about to run away from the portal, he suddenly heard a surprised "huh." Angor assumed it was the old witch trying to trick him, so he dashed out of the wooden house without looking back and plunged into the mist. Nothing happened in the wooden house for a long time. The portal in the painting was still there, but the old witch in the girl's room did not come out either. She was frowning with an unwilling look on her face. She had sealed herself in the memory of the past for who knew how long, trapped in the endless abyss, and lost herself forever. Finally, a guardian of nightmares appeared. But why was it already marked? On the back of the guardian of nightmares, she saw a patch of green lines that were glowing and growing. In her eyes, clothes were nothing more than an extension of one's soul. They couldn't hide the glowing green pattern at all. She could clearly feel the green pattern slowly growing as the nightmare aura spread across the nightmare watcher's back. Every nightmare realm creature knew that the pattern meant someone was being marked. However, the meaning of the lines themselves was not something she could understand at her level. She couldn't even see who this rune corresponded to. She was probably the most powerful being in Witch's Town. However, in the entire Nightmare Realm system, she was at the bottom of the hierarchy. That was all she could sense. She didn't even know that at the center of the green pattern, there was a pure soul power flowing through it. Also, the soul energy didn't belong to Angor. It came from one of his wounds. The soul energy was connected to Angor on one hand, while on the other hand, it was connected to an unknown place. It was like a bright spatial waymark, which not only gave Angor some benefits, but also exposed his location to the eyes of certain beings. For example, right now. In the center of the nightmare realm, inside the endless darkness of chaos, there was a spot of light that was slowly taking shape. It was a place that had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time. Now, it was being awakened by the pulsing soul energy. At this moment, colors began to appear in the originally black and white manner. In this strange manner, drifting in the chaos, in a narrow but exquisite room, the sound of breathing suddenly escaped. And the sound was getting louder. Angor looked closer and saw that it came from the bed. To be exact, it came from the blue ice coffin on the bed. Creak, the ice coffin was slowly pushed open. Along with a strong aroma, a fair and slender hand reached out from the coffin. Using the sequence of gravity, Angor dashed out of the strange wooden house like a gust of wind. He ran for a long time in the mist. Based on his current speed and time, he had run for at least several hundred miles. However, when he stopped, he saw the wooden house again. He still didn't run out of the wooden house. However, what puzzled him was that the terrifying old witch did not chase after him from the wooden house. Why didn't they chase after him? As he pondered, he felt his back aching again. He had been slammed to the ground several times by the hurricane, and the pain did not go away even after half a night. He rubbed his aching back and looked at the quiet wooden house behind him. He felt uneasy and lost about his future. Now, if he continued to run into the fog, would he really be able to escape? He estimated that it was impossible. But if he didn't run, would he have any chance of winning against that old witch? The answer was still no. Under such circumstances, what else could he do to leave? The only thing he could hope for now was that Sunders noticed the anomaly and came as soon as possible. The only thing he could do now was to stay as far away as possible and wait for Sunders' arrival. As for the possibility that Sunders did not notice anything wrong and did not come here in time, Angor did not even consider it. If even this last hope failed, there would be no hope left. He stepped into the mist again. This time, he did not use the sequence of gravity. Instead, he walked slowly, hoping to buy himself some time. However, not long after he stepped into the mist around Witch's Town began to swirl violently. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a hoarse voice behind him. "So what if I'm marked? No one can stop me as long as I can get out of here first." Following the voice, a violent gust of wind began to kick up. Before Angor could react, the hunchbacked old witch suddenly appeared in front of him. All the thick fog was blown towards the witch's body in the fierce wind. "You can't run." The powerful aura around Angor began to shrink bit by bit. Angor could not move at all. As soon as she finished speaking, he was lifted into the air by an invisible force. He tried to use the sequence of gravity to break free, but there was nothing he could do against such a powerful being. He could only watch helplessly as he was slowly dragged in front of her. The old witch revealed a cruel smile. Under Angor's horrified gaze, she reached out a hand that looked like a chicken's claw and pointed at Angor's forehead with her black, curved nails. In an instant, a tremendous amount of energy began to pour into Angor's body from his forehead. It was a wizard-level spirit trying to force its own will into Angor's soul. He could feel the energy inside his body trying to resist the invasion, but he could not do anything about it. He could only watch as the willful energy invaded his soul. As Angor's consciousness slowly faded away, he heard a strange chuckle coming from behind the old witch. The witch's hand froze. It turned its head with a frightened expression, only to see that a figure in gorgeous clothes had suddenly appeared behind it at some point in time. The figure's long blonde hair danced in the wind, covering most of his face. Angor could only see a pair of glowing red eyes. "Your Majesty." When the old witch saw who it was, she was so frightened that she immediately put away her tattered cloak. Like a deflated balloon, she spun around and flew towards the lonely wooden house in the distance. She plunged into the painting and disappeared. As the old witch ran away, Angor fell from the sky and landed on the ground with his upper body on the ground. Two types of energy were clashing inside Angor's soul. The witch's energy seemed to be trying to destroy the core of his soul. The difference between their energy levels was an insurmountable obstacle. Even if it was only a tiny bit of the witch's energy, it was like a stubborn disease that Angor could not get rid of. It was still trying to invade his soul. Under such circumstances, his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he smelled a familiar aroma. Was it the aroma of law purification? In this aroma, the foreign energy inside his body began to lose its vitality. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the foreign energy was slowly expelled from his body as if it had lost its consciousness. It didn't take long. Angor let out a long sigh of relief when the foreign energy was gone. But at the same time, he used up a lot of his soul energy to expel the foreign energy, which caused him to lose consciousness again. Before he lost consciousness, he felt a cold hand grabbing his arm. On the other side of Witch's Town. When the fog began to swirl and a strong wind began to blow, Sunders walked out of a small chapel with a puzzled look on his face. The thick mist was shrinking bit by bit. It was the first time Angor had seen something like this since he entered the nightmare realm. Could it be that something had happened? As the fog faded, Sunders' energy senses became stronger. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura coming from afar. Sunders looked up. Wait, is this the aura of a wizard? No, wait. A truth-finder wizard at least? Why is there a truth-finder wizard here? Accompanying this powerful aura was the aura of a law that was as weak as a stream of breath. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to recognize it. Sunder's sorcerer's garden had the same law as the one he sensed, so Sunders quickly realized that it was the sequence of gravity. Sunders frowned when he sensed the sequence of gravity. Something bad must have happened to Angor. Without hesitation, Sunders rushed toward the center of the energy swirl. Without the fog, Witch's Town slowly became clearer. Sunders could now see many things he couldn't before. For example, he saw a small wooden hut that he had never seen before. It was filled with the aura of a truthfinder wizard. And he sensed Angor's location from behind the hut. Sunders felt a little ridiculous when he saw Angor's location. He and Flora had already cleaned up the area. Why was there an unexpected wooden hut here? Even more ridiculous was the fact that Angor was near the wooden hut. It seemed that every time Angor entered the nightmare realm, something bad would happen. Last time, Angor fell into the sewers of Nether City and ran into the terrifying glutton Flowers and Sunders in his youth. This time Angor ran into a wooden hut that they had never seen before. And there was still the aura of a powerful truthfinder wizard inside? Was Angor's luck bad? Or was it the effect of nightmare form? Sunders had no idea. He could only try his best to get to the center of the energy swirl. He could clearly sense the strong malice in the energy swirl. It was even stronger than the malice of some chaotic or destructive wizards. He wondered what kind of trouble Angor got himself into. But when he reached the wooden hut, he saw a tattered cloak rushing into the hut. The strong malice he felt came from the cloak. As soon as the cloak entered the hut, all the malice in the area disappeared. Sunders quickly moved to the back of the wooden house without worrying about the cloak. When Sunders arrived, his pupils shrank. What's that? He looked around and found himself standing in a dark place without him noticing. Someone was whispering in his ear. What are they talking about? Angor frowned. He could not hear them clearly, but he could feel people whispering in his ear. There might even be animals growling. For some reason, this place felt so familiar to him. It was as if he had just experienced this not long ago. But when did he experience it? Angor could not remember. Or rather, his mind was in a mess. He did not have much time to think or recall. He stood up and listened to the whispers. He did not know what he should do. But when he turned around and saw a light spot in the distance, he was surprised. Out of instinct, he searched for the only source of light in the darkness. The light spot was far away from him, but it did not move. It was like a lighthouse in the dark, showing him the way forward. The whispers were still going on, and Angor felt a little annoyed. The closer he got to the light spot, the louder the whispers became. Different languages, different races, different frequencies, all of them were whispering the same short sound. After walking for a long time, Angor finally arrived at the light spot. It was a door. But in Angor's muddled mind, he thought the door was probably a mirror. This strange thought came to him because he saw a figure facing him from behind the door. Angor and the person inside the door stood facing each other. He felt like he was looking into a mirror. He could not see the person's face clearly. The person's clothes were fancy and strange, and the person's hair was long, which did not look like him at all. But he still felt that the person inside the door was himself. This idea, which defied logic, seemed to be the truth in his mind, which was now like a ball of yarn. "You're me?" Angor muttered. The person did not answer. Angor slowly reached out his right hand, trying to touch the person's face. His right hand went through the door. The person behind the door reached out his hand as well. Their hands met at this moment. So cold. Angor touched the person's hand. The only thing he felt was coldness. It was like falling into an ice cellar. The cold sensation was familiar to him. It seemed that not long ago, he had touched it somewhere. "What are you touching?" A deep voice reached his ears. He thought the voice came from someone inside the door. Just as he was about to answer, he realized that in an instant, the whispers in his ears had all disappeared. The darkness was slowly fading away, and the light began to expand. Even the door in front of him shattered into several pieces. Next, Angor opened his eyes. He saw someone familiar. It was Sunders, who was wearing a black gentleman's suit. He was looking at himself in the mirror. How did he become Sunders all of a sudden? At this moment, he saw a hint of mockery in Sanders' eyes. Banter? Why was he mocking him? Angor followed Sunder's gaze and looked down. He saw his right wrist being grabbed by Sunders. His hand was grasping the air unconsciously. Angor quickly regained his senses. Looking around, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, and beneath him was a wooden bed. So, was he dreaming just now? Did Sunders grab his wrist because he was touching something in his dream? Angor remembered that he did feel something cold in his dream. Could it be Sunders' body? Angor felt a chill down his spine when he thought of this possibility. This was Sunders, the god of slaughter of the southern wizarding region. Would Sunders chop off his hand for acting so presumptuously? I'm his student after all. He won't, right? Angor retracted his hand awkwardly and lowered his head. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor. I was dreaming. I didn't mean to touch you. Sunders was taken aback. What the hell are you thinking about? I'm asking you, what were you touching? I wasn't touching you, was I? Angor saw Sunders' look of disdain and realized he was wrong. He quickly changed his excuse. I was touching the air, right? Sunders shook his head and his relaxed expression turned serious. No. Think again. I wasn't touching anything. Wait, I think I grabbed someone's hand in my dream. Angor tried to recall his dream. His mind was muddled in the dream. But he still managed to remember most of it. Whose hand? Sunders stared at Angor's right hand with a serious expression. Angor followed Sunders' gaze and looked at his right hand. His eyes widened. Was this his hand? Starting from Sunders' wrist, his entire hand had changed into a completely different shape. Compared to his left hand, the finger bones of his right hand seemed to be longer. He took out his left hand and pressed it tightly against his right hand. Every finger on his right hand was one knuckle longer than his left hand. And the strangest thing was that when he moved his right hand, strange patterns flashed with green light and circled around his right hand. Angor frowned. Is this my hand? Angor tried to pinch his right hand, but he could control it freely. Next, he tried to control the green runes floating around his right hand, but he could not control them at all. He could control his hand as he always did. But he was too unfamiliar with this hand. It had been with him for nearly 16 years. Angor would not mistake it. It was clearly not his hand. But why could he control it freely? Put your research aside for now. You have plenty of time to study it later. Tell me, whose hand did you grab? Sunders interrupted Angor's thoughts and asked again. Angor shook his head. I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. He was in the mirror, no, behind the door. I don't know who he was. I didn't even see if he was a man or a woman. Did he have long blonde hair? Sunders asked. Angor shook his head and nodded again. Yes, but I couldn't see the color. He was wearing fancy clothes, but I couldn't see the color. Angor paused and looked at Sunders in confusion. How do you know, Professor? Did you see him too? Sunders did not answer right away. Instead, he asked about Angor's dream. When Angor finished, Sunders asked about his experience in Witch's Town. Again, Angor did not hide anything from Sunders. He told Sunders about the strange wooden house and the old witch. Sunders remained silent for a moment. You said that the person you saw in your dream, you thought it was you? Angor nodded. Sunders rubbed his temples. When I found the wooden house you mentioned, I saw two people. One was you, and the other was covered in mist. But I saw that he had long hair that was similar to yours. When I approached him, he turned into mist and disappeared. You didn't see his face, Professor? Sunders nodded. I didn't see what he looked like, but I saw his hand holding your right hand. To be more precise, he was trying to fuse with your right hand. His hand? My hand? Angor looked at his strange right hand and felt that everything was ridiculous. His hand did not belong to him. It belonged to another long-haired man. It should be the person behind the door that he dreamed of. But why would he do that? Where did his own hand go? Angor clenched his right hand and sensed a powerful force. But no matter how powerful it was still unfamiliar to him. Suddenly, Angor narrowed his eyes. When he clenched his right hand, he felt blood flowing through his hand. But, he was only a soul now. How could there be blood flowing through his hand? You finally noticed? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Your right hand has materialized. My right hand became real? Angor quickly raised his left hand in shock. However, his left hand was still a soul. In other words, his right hand was the only thing that was real. Angor then thought of something terrifying. If his right hand in the nightmare realm became real, what about his right hand in the real world? Was it his, or the long-haired man's? Moreover, if he ejected his body in the real world, whose right hand did it belong to? The more Angor thought about it, the more he felt cold sweat dripping down his back. Sunders spoke up, I said that the man's hand fused with your right hand. That's not right. What's wrong? It looks like he's fusing with your hand. But it also looks like he's pulling your right hand from the wizarding world to the nightmare realm. Sunders paused. Maybe both. But we can only confirm it when we return to the wizarding world. Before that, don't use your right hand. Sunders glanced at the green runes on Angor's right hand and felt a little scared. The runes did not seem to contain any energy, but every time Sunders looked at them, he always felt a sense of dread. Angor nodded and leaned against the headboard in frustration. If what Sunders said was true, Angor had lost his hand in the nightmare realm. Sunders thought for a moment and said, I have a guess. Maybe you didn't lose your hand. This is probably your hand. Angor looked at him. Didn't you say that the person you met in your dream was you, and that you thought it was you? You were in a state of confusion, but that's probably why your guess is correct. He might be you. But you were projected by the nightmare realm. Sunders left and said that he was going to check out the cabin. Angor finally realized that Sunders had never seen the wooden hut before in Witch's Town of the nightmare realm. Angor saw this cabin the first time he came here. He didn't know if it was a stroke of luck or a stroke of bad luck. After Sunders left, Angor curled up on his bed. He thought about what Sunders told him. He might be you. You're projected by the nightmare realm. Projected by the nightmare realm, me. Angor repeated the words slowly, and another figure appeared in his mind. Gray-green short hair, deep eyes, and a chiseled face. A tall figure, a gentleman's robe. Young Sunders. Angor once saw this young Sunders in Nether City. The mysterious energy of the nightmare realm simulated the young Sunders. Even the dagger that represented the Igulo family was copied and brought back to the real world. If Sunders could be projected, then Angor himself might really be projected somewhere in the nightmare realm. Projecting reality into illusion and creating reality. This was the power of the nightmare realm. Sunders didn't just project buildings. Maybe humans were projected too, but there weren't many people who were projected. At least, Angor didn't see any humans in Nether City. The only one he saw was the young Sunders. He did see an old witch in Witch's Town. But was she a human? Angor didn't know how the nightmare realm projected humans, but he had a feeling that the nightmare realm must have a selection mechanism. Once he accepted the fact that the nightmare realm could project humans, many of his questions would be solved. For example, he learned the names of some nightmare creatures during Twilight Auction, such as Golan, Dink, Philando, Yorkshire, Ollie, and so on. They were all from Pad Manor. If the nightmare realm could project humans, maybe these were the humans who were projected into the nightmare realm, but something didn't seem right. He remembered the owl was called Ollie. Not all humans projected into the nightmare realm were humans. Maybe some of them turned into animals. His mind began to wander, and he finally came back to reality. If the man with long blonde hair was really his projection in the nightmare realm, then which me was it? He never grew his hair long, not even in the future. Angor was still a little doubtful. Because, what if the other party was a woman? In his mind, someone with waist-length hair that was as smooth as silk was most likely a woman. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the nightmare realm projected him to be a woman. After all, Ori used to be a maid, but she was turned into an owl in the nightmare realm. Fox, the son of the gardener, was turned into a fox musician in the nightmare realm. So he wasn't completely sure. Angor would not believe that this was his projection until he solved the riddle. Even if it was really his projection, to him, it was not himself, but someone else. After all, Angor was Angor, not Angor from the nightmare realm. With that in mind, Angor felt a lot less pressured. As for his right hand, he still didn't know how to deal with it. He always wanted to ask for Sunder's opinion, but for some reason, Angor felt that Sunders didn't really care about his new hand. Compared to his original one, Sunders was more interested in his new one. Angor clenched his hand and gently placed it on the floor. With a slight push, the floor cracked open, with his palm as the center point. This power was even stronger than the Grand Knights he heard about in Gru Town. He couldn't estimate how strong his new power was, but it should be comparable to bloodline wizards. It sounded like a good thing, but this power did not belong to him, which made him unsure. Also, what were those floating green patterns on his right hand for? Angor had no idea. When he looked at the green patterns, he felt something strange, as if he could see a pair of crimson eyes through them. Angor studied the secret of his right hand for a long time without finding anything. However, he found a benefit of having a right hand. Or rather, a real right hand. He could use cantrips now. Even in his soul form, Angor could still sense his mind space. However, the constructed cantrip required magic power to be released. Although his mana source contained magic power, his soul body was currently unable to bear the burden of magic power. Moreover, due to the mixing of magic power, the energy within his soul body would become chaotic. He couldn't use cantrips in his soul form. Now that his right hand had a solid body, he could use cantrips. However, he had to use his right hand. For now, this was a good thing. However, Angor couldn't guarantee what would happen to his right hand when he went back to the real world and ejected his soul again. A soul form? A real one? He had to try it out when he got back. Time passed, and Sunders still didn't come back. Angor suddenly remembered why Sunders brought him to the Nightmare Realm in the first place. Could he bring items from the real world to the Nightmare Realm? Angor already tried to do so not long ago. The scrolls he brought here were all fake. However, Angor was looking for an exit in the mist, so he didn't do the experiment properly. Sunders didn't ask him about this because he saw that the scrolls were fake, so he assumed Angor couldn't bring items into the Nightmare Realm. Angor remembered clearly that he brought his hologram tablet into the Nightmare Realm before. However, the tablet was his biggest secret. It was related to John's identity, so he couldn't tell anyone. He couldn't give Sunders an example. Since he could bring the tablet into the Nightmare Realm, there must be a mechanism that allowed items from the real world to enter the Nightmare Realm. Angor planned to use this time to find out the pattern. At first, he thought the tablet could bring items into the Nightmare Realm because of the aura from Earth. However, when he took out the alien eye hanging in front of his chest, he found that the alien eye was also fake. In other words, the aura of Earth was not the reason why the tablet could be brought into the Nightmare Realm. Then what was it? Angor spent the night thinking and experimenting. Finally, when Sunders came back, he found the trick. Sunders returned to his room, covered in a cloud of dust. This small room was one of the few houses he was sure was safe. The only reason he dared to keep Angor here was that the mist around Witch's Town was gone. If Angor was in danger, he would be able to come to his aid as soon as possible. However, after what happened with the witch, Angor didn't encounter any danger. Angor didn't run into any danger until Sunders came back. This time, Sunders went out to deal with the painting in the wooden hut. Since the witch had escaped back into the painting, they had to find a way to destroy the painting. Otherwise, when they came to Witch's Town in the future, they might be confused by her again. However, when Sunders found the painting, he found that it had turned into an ordinary painting. At least, it was a normal painting in his eyes. Besides, the painting did not depict the boudoir or the painting within the painting. It was the painting Castle Under Moonlight, which Angor saw when he first went to the wooden house. There was nothing wrong with the painting. Like Angor, Sunders tried to leave and enter the wooden house again and again, but the painting remained the same. Sunders guessed that the witch was hiding inside the painting. There were multiple worlds hidden inside the painting. This reminded him of the Wizard of Magic painters. That was a wizard who could connect the two-dimensional world and three-dimensional world with his brush, which helped him achieve the path of truth. Could it be that the Wizard of Magic painters drew the painting? If that was the case, Sunders couldn't break the painting with his current ability. In the end, Sunders had to seal the painting and wait for the future. Next, he went to Witch's Town and looted some items. Since Angor couldn't bring anything from the real world into the nightmare realm, Sunders had to find out the upper limit of what he could bring out of the nightmare realm. This time, Sunders collected more common items and rare items. In order to get more information, he had to search for more supernatural items to determine Angor's upper limit. Witch's Town wasn't big, but it still took Sunders an entire day. He finally returned to Angor's house. To his surprise, Angor brought him another surprise when he came back. Sunders entered the room and saw Angor lying on his bed with a pale face. He frowned and sensed that something was wrong with Angor's soul energy. Angor's soul energy was drained. But wasn't Angor doing fine before he left? Why did he run out of energy again? As he pondered, he noticed a magic scroll lying beside Angor's body. The magic patterns on the magic pattern leather scroll were sparkling with a bright light. Sunders' eyes glowed. It was a scroll called Nova of Defense, which could block wizard-level attacks. It was one of the several scrolls he prepared for Angor before entering the nightmare realm. Sunders picked it up. The touch on his hand told him that this scroll was real and could be used. He carefully sensed the energy ripples on the scroll and was sure that it was a usable scroll. But why did he find all the scrolls in Angor's storage room to be fake? Sunders glanced at several other scrolls beside Angor's body. But after checking, he found that the leather scrolls scattered on the bed were all fake. They only had form but no substance. The nightmare realm simulated all the alchemy items on Sunders' body, including the earring that contained the gravity garden. However, they were all fake and had no real effect. Why was this Nova of Resistance scroll the only one that worked? Why didn't he see it before, or did this new scroll have something to do with Angor? As he pondered, he noticed a hat with a creepy smile on it beside Angor's bed. The hat emitted a faint energy aura. Was that real? Sunders remembered that Devil Dare gave Angor this hat, which had a purification field engraved on it. But before he left, Sunders clearly remembered that Angor's hat was the fake one created by Angor's soul, which had no energy aura at all. But now, the real thing was here? On top of that, there was the magic scroll he had found earlier. Sunders had an idea in his mind. Maybe this was Angor's ability? But judging from the poor boy's current condition and the lack of soul energy, he must have paid a heavy price to use this ability. Sunders sighed and put the loot aside for now. He would have to wait until Angor woke up. Angor slept for 10 days in the nightmare realm. Without special items such as soul orbs, it was difficult to replenish one's soul energy. He had to slowly recover it. But since he was unconscious due to the exhaustion of his soul, he could not rely on cultivation to recover his soul energy. If it were anyone else who had experienced this, it was only a matter of time before their soul perished. Fortunately, the wound on his back was still providing him with pure soul energy to replenish his lost soul energy. 10 days later, when his soul energy was replenished again, he finally woke up from his coma. Angor opened his eyes and saw Sunders sitting by a bonfire in the center of the room, studying a shiny scroll. "You're awake?" Sunders looked at Angor when he heard Angor's movement. "Yes." Angor sat up in embarrassment. "How long have I been out, sir?" "You know you're unconscious? So you still have your memories." Sunders raised an eyebrow. "You slept for 10 days. Did you have any dreams this time?" 10 days? Angor wasn't too surprised to hear this. Compared to the wizarding world, time in the nightmare realm was frozen. 10 days was just a blink of an eye in the outside world. "No, I'm not." He climbed out of bed and sat in front of the bonfire. The fire kept dancing, and the narrow room became bright and warm because of the fire. "Do you still remember this?" Sunders waved the Nova of Defense scroll in his hand and pointed at the hat beside the bed. Angor looked at the hat and nodded. "Yes." "Tell me where they came from and how you knocked yourself out again." Sunders' side profile was illuminated by the firelight. His face was not only mysterious, but also elegant. Angor knew what Sunders wanted to ask. He considered his words carefully and explained what happened back then. A moment later, Sunders was a little surprised. "You only need to think about it, and it will come in?" Angor nodded. He was the first one to experiment with the Nova of Defense scroll. He tried it many times and found that it always came out when he thought about it. It was as if he could gain something by thinking about it. Turning illusion into reality? Your thoughts can affect the projection of the nightmare realm? Sunders frowned. If this was true, it was too unbelievable. Because I successfully summoned the scroll and the hat, I was so happy that I didn't notice how much of my soul energy was gone. Then I tried to summon my bracelet. Angor mumbled. Sunders glanced at Angor's wrist. The bracelet was still an illusion, which meant it wasn't real. And because of your stupid actions, you lost your soul energy and fainted? Sunders finished the sentence for Angor. Angor nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's it. As I thought, there must be a limit to how much you can project objects. Sunders paused. I think your bracelet is related to the use of space. Also, your bracelet contains all kinds of chaotic energy materials, which is why you can't project anything successfully. Even so, your nightmare form's authority in the nightmare realm is still shockingly high. Sunders sighed. He didn't think it was possible to bring objects from the real world into the nightmare realm because it involved the core law of the nightmare realm, projection. When he asked Angor to do this experiment, he was just hoping. But Angor actually did it. This meant that when they explored the nightmare realm in the future, they would be able to bring in all kinds of auxiliary or offensive items. It would not only increase their survivability in the nightmare realm, but also increase their deterrence against monsters. Even though what he could project now was not even a drop in the ocean. However, as long as Angor's soul grew stronger, he could bring more things into the nightmare realm. For example, when Angor tried to summon the bracelet, he failed. But he did use up his soul energy, which meant he could bring the bracelet into the nightmare realm. He just didn't have enough soul energy to do so. Once Angor could bring a space item into the nightmare realm, they would gain a lot of benefits from the nightmare realm. The nightmare realm was dangerous, but it was also a place of great treasures. Every wizard who entered the nightmare realm called it a place of treasures. Just like the channeling method's singularity, Sunders believed it to be the strongest channeling method in the southern region. However, it was just placed on a table in Nether City's stairs of Hanging Prison. There was almost no danger around. If you could find it, you would have a chance to get it. Of course, you had to remember the content first. At this moment, Angor's value increased infinitely in Sunders' eyes. In fact, it was far more valuable than anything else he had. For a moment, Sunders wanted to hide Angor's existence from him. But when he saw Angor's admiring look, he gave up. An eagle could only learn to fly when facing the blue sky alone. Breaking Angor's wings might prevent him from reaching greater heights. Giving Angor absolute freedom was the best choice. Sunders put away his thoughts and gave Angor a comment about his projection ability. He also encouraged Angor that as long as he grew stronger, the bracelet would succeed. In the following days, Sunders gave Angor a research project about how much soul energy he could use to cast a projection. Through the data obtained from several sets of comparative tests, they finally sorted out some relatively detailed preliminary conclusions. Projecting ordinary objects cost almost negligible soul energy. Angor was able to project his hologram tablet in Nether City because the tablet was considered an ordinary object and contained very little energy. Projecting a transcendent item would consume 1/2 to 1/5 of the corresponding amount of soul power according to the total amount of energy contained in the item and the nature of the energy. Lastly, the projected object had to be something Angor was carrying on him. Projecting objects was not allowed. These were the 3 points Sunders came up with for now. He wanted to try projecting a living being, but the energy structure involved was too complicated. Angor's soul energy would be drained and he would die. Besides, he didn't have any living beings with him, so he gave up the idea. After the series of tests, Sunders had achieved half of his goal of letting Angor into the nightmare realm. Now, he only needed to find the other half. What was the upper limit of what Angor could bring out of the nightmare realm? Sunders placed all the looted items in Witch's Town in front of Angor. Witch's Town belonged to the nightmare realm, but it was a mortal town after all. There were not many supernatural items inside. Unlike Nether City, which had a large number of wizards during its prosperous period. Most of them were ordinary objects. There were also some magical plants that contained energy. The most eye-catching items were the corpses of 2 monsters. One of them was a half-step wizard who lived in a well. Due to its death, its body had turned into liquid. Sunders found a bucket in a random house and poured the liquid into it. The other one was the remains of blood-creeping skeletal lady, which looked like a skeleton with a blood-creeping rose wrapped around it. Both the skeleton and the blood-creeping rose were top-tier alchemy materials. However, he still needed to test them out. Angor assumed that these two corpses were the best items he could bring out of the nightmare realm. When Angor saw the corpse of blood-creeping skeletal lady in one hand and the bucket in the other, he thought his trip to the nightmare realm was coming to an end. To Angor's surprise, Sunders brought him to the oil painting where the old witch was hiding. Sunders believed that the most mysterious item in Witch's Town was this painting. At first, he planned to leave it in Witch's Town for another time. But after some consideration, he decided to add it as one of the items they brought out of the nightmare realm. He had already sealed the painting, but for safety's sake, Sunders only allowed Angor to touch it at the last moment. As the two halves of the twisting protozoa merged together, a space fissure that looked like a spider web appeared in front of him. "Take the painting and let's go." After a brief daze. Along with the familiar numbness, the scenery around him was torn apart and scattered away. A new background and a new time algorithm were quickly being constructed. It was like a chicken hatching from its shell. The cramped wooden hut was now replaced by a study filled with the faint smell of incense. Sunders stood still and sensed the familiar primal mana environment. He opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at Angor beside him. He wanted to know if Angor brought anything from the nightmare realm into the wizarding world. It seemed Angor's soul was still merging with his body, so he did not open his eyes immediately. But that did not matter. Sunders had already seen what Angor was holding. The illusion was slowly taking shape. It started as a shadow, was slowly filled with mysterious energy, and finally became solid. Even Sunders did not understand how to turn illusion into reality. But just by looking at it, he felt like he could learn something about it. Soon, almost all the items on Angor's body took shape. Sunders took a quick glance at everything on Angor's body. From mortal items, to magic plants, to the corpse of the blood-creeping bone woman, a bucket of liquid left by a water monster. Sunders' eyes grew brighter as he looked. Angor brought everything out of the nightmare realm. "Your nightmare form is so powerful." Sunders was pleasantly surprised. Angor could bring items from the nightmare realm out of the nightmare realm. This meant that the entire nightmare realm would be their treasure vault from now on. Of course, Angor had to be strong enough to keep them safe in the nightmare realm. The items Angor brought with him this time were extremely valuable. Especially the corpse of the blood-creeping bone woman, which was a wizard-level monster. There were only a handful of wizard-level monsters in the southern wizarding region. Almost every one of them would be hunted down by wizards. Every part of a wizard-level monster's body was a treasure. Killing a wizard-level monster would fetch a starting price of 6 digits, not to mention the core items such as bloodline and soul. A complete corpse of a wizard-level monster with a soul was worth at least 1 million on average. The nightmare realm, on the other hand, was filled with wizard-level monsters. Killing these wizard-level monsters would bring them more benefits than they could ever imagine. However, not every region in the nightmare realm was as peaceful as Witch's Town, where monsters could be hunted so easily. Nether City was also located at the edge of the nightmare realm. It was a place where legendary monsters, or even stronger monsters, could be found. Therefore, if they wanted to gain a foothold in the nightmare realm, they would need to plan carefully. Besides, Sunders was not interested in the wizard-level monsters. He was more interested in the knowledge of singularity dispersive meditation, which could improve one's foundation, and mystery items. He did not forget that the zither in the hands of the fox zither player he met in Midnight Sovereign was also a mystery item. As for the fox zither player, it was only a wizard-level magical creature. That was how powerful the nightmare realm was. They were living outside the nightmare realm, so they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. What they saw of the nightmare realm was just a drop in the ocean. He wanted to reach his goal and explore the deeper secrets of the nightmare realm. Of course, he and Angor had to be strong enough to do so. After all, legendary was only the lowest level in the nightmare realm. Angor finally opened his eyes while Sunders was thinking about his bright future. However, his eyes were not black and white. Instead, they were red. Ouch! Angor screamed in pain. The pain was unbearable and forced him to kneel down. Blood was oozing out of every pore on his body. In less than 3 seconds, a puddle of dirty blood appeared on the ground. Sunder's eyes glowed. He was using the eye of truth to see through Angwar's body. When he saw what was happening inside Angwar's body, Sunder's expression became a little strange. It was the right hand he brought out from the nightmare realm that caused Angwar's current condition. Sunders could see that Angwar's right hand was slowly growing bigger. The total length of the joints was 1 finger joint longer than his left hand. With the help of the eye of truth, Sunders could see even more clearly. His bones were growing, and his nerves and tendons were collapsing and regenerating. These were just the changes that happened to his right hand. What was even stranger was that as his right hand changed, a trace of a strange bloodline came out of his new right hand and spread throughout his entire body. It was this bloodline that caused Angwar's dirty blood to flow out of his body. Soon, all the dirty blood was gone. Angwar's pain slowly subsided. In the end, he curled up in the puddle of blood. In Sunder's eyes, the bloodline was dissolving and dispersing into Angwar's blood. Is this bloodline fusion? Sunders frowned. There were 3 steps to injecting a bloodline. The first step was to merge the bloodline, the second step was to assimilate the bloodline, and the third step was to fuse the bloodline. Angwar's current situation was very similar to a bloodline fusion. But something was not right. Bloodline fusion would cause a small area of abnormality, like a gourmet mirage, which would lead one's bloodline back to its origin and show some ancient images. Moreover, it was common knowledge in the wizarding world that no matter what kind of bloodline it was, it had to be extracted and purified before it could be used with supplementary materials that would increase the success rate. However, the bloodline from the new right hand directly merged into Angwar's body. It did not go through any process and entered the final step of bloodline fusion. It meant that success was only a matter of time. There was one thing Sunders could not figure out. Why was there no sign of bloodline fusion at all? Sunders also saw the bloodline seeping into Angwar's body. It didn't try to change Angwar's bloodline. Instead, it improved the quality of Angwar's bloodline. In other words, the bloodline that came out of Angwar's right hand did not bring any abnormality to Angwar's bloodline. It only improved Angwar's bloodline quality. He didn't need to test it out to know that the bloodline's assimilation rate was over 95%. The perfect bloodline fusion gave Sunders the illusion that it was his own bloodline that merged with Angwar's body. Only those with the same bloodline would be able to fuse together so smoothly without any rejection. Maybe the long-haired man who gave Angwar his right hand is really Angwar's projection in the nightmare realm, Sunders thought. This was the only way to achieve a perfect bloodline fusion. In essence, Angwar's projection and the nightmare realm shared the same origin. A moment later, the bloodline fusion was successful. There were no abnormalities. More importantly, Angwar's appearance did not change at all. Other people who received a bloodline would more or less change some of their features, such as horns, wings, or even Hookdick, whose gender was blurred when he was injected with the succubus bloodline. Sunders was the same. He injected himself with the nightmare bloodline. Since the black gold nightmare came from the nightmare realm, it matched Sunders' nightmare form perfectly, so the fusion rate was over 80%. Even so, Sunders still had sharp bone spikes on his back when he was in his normal form. However, they were usually hidden under his skin and could not be seen because of his clothes. Once he underwent bloodline transformation, even if he was not in his complete form, his entire body would be engulfed in black flames. The spikes and horns would grow out of his body, and he would no longer look like a human being. Sunders looked at Angwar, who was curled up in a pool of blood, and wanted to dissect him. Even if he was not a Karabit, most wizards had experience in studying human bodies for the sake of knowledge and truth. Sunders was no exception. However, he held back the urge in the end. He knew how important Angwar was. It was fine to think about it, but he did not want to actually do it. Wake up. Sunders cast a healing spell on Angwar's body. Under the powerful life energy, Angwar's face slowly became rosy again. His lips also returned to normal. Angwar slowly opened his eyes. He still felt pain all over his body, but he did not pay attention to other parts of his body. Instead, he focused on his right hand. His right hand was now fixed, just like the one in the nightmare realm. It was one size bigger than his left hand. Without the floating green patterns, each finger of his right hand was full of artistic beauty, just like the hands of a famous pianist. His fingers were as white as jade, without a single blemish. It was a hand that would make any girl jealous. But no matter how beautiful it was not his own hand. Angor thought there was a chance he could get his hand back when he returned to the wizarding world. However, he was once again blown away by the merciless rain of reality. While feeling sad, Angor suddenly thought about his own soul. When he was in the nightmare realm, his right hand had turned into a physical body, so he had no idea what his soul looked like. Now that he was back in the real world, the same question popped up again. What would his right hand look like when his soul ejected from his body? Would it be like chicken feet? Or would it return to his original hand? Angor was so focused that he even forgot that Sunders was still beside him. He silently chanted spirit mantra, and his soul immediately came out of his body. When he saw his own chubby hands in his soul, he almost cried tears of joy, if he could cry as a soul. Luckily, it was only his body that changed. His soul was still as strong as ever. Sunders returned to his desk and spoke in a plain tone, "Your soul is still the same, but your body is not just different from your right hand. Take a closer look." Angor was a little surprised. He slowly moved his gaze from his right hand to the body lying in the pool of blood. Angor was surprised when he heard about the changes from Sunders. He didn't expect the bloodline problem to be solved by bringing back a new hand. But, is it really my bloodline? Angor's soul returned to his body. He tried to move his body but did not feel anything different. Why don't I feel anything? Angor crouched down and kicked the ceiling. Luckily, he reacted fast enough and used his hand to push himself away from the ceiling. Then he did a backflip and landed on the ground in a half-crouch. Wow, it's really stronger. Angor's eyes glowed. He never used his own strength to jump like this before. But why didn't he feel anything? It's probably because the bloodline merged perfectly with your body. Plus, it's probably your projection in the nightmare realm. That's why you didn't feel anything, Sunders explained. Sunders frowned. But I don't think you've improved your physique much. Earlier, Sunders already told Angor about the bloodline's origin when he mentioned that Angor's bloodline fusion rate was above 95%. Angor had to accept it until he could not think of another explanation. However, Angor still felt a little strange. If it really was a new bloodline, or even a bloodline that changed his physical characteristics, he might be able to accept it better, but this bloodline came from another him, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. Especially when he looked at his deformed right hand. He could not accept the existence of another him. While Angor was doubting himself, Sunders was still thinking about Angor's bloodline. After all, this was the first time Sunders saw himself transplanting his own bloodline, even if the other him was just a projection of the nightmare realm. Still, he could create a new research topic and record it in Mystery of the Nightmare Realm. Sunders already came up with a new topic in his mind, research on the origin of projected bloodlines. However, Angor was the only one who studied the data, so Sunders could not force Angor to do it. He could only record external data and use his experience to infer the less detailed data. It would be great if there were more researchers. Unfortunately, Angor did not meet young Sunders in Nether City. Otherwise, he could purify his own bloodline and do the research himself. However, it wasn't completely impossible to research this topic. For example, Fox the harpsichord and Froggy the frog chanter were probably projections of Angor's servants. If he could capture these nightmare monsters and force the mortals into the ranks of talents, he would be able to dissect and study them. But no one knew where the nightmare monsters had gone. Maybe he would run into someone else's projection in the future. It would not be too late to study it then. Sunders looked at Angor again. He had to test Angor's bloodline first, but he still needed to do so. Sunders considered for a moment and summoned an ice wall. This ice wall is as strong as a level 2 cantrip. Try to break him with your physical strength. Angor was still immersed in his own thoughts when he heard Sunders' words. Nodding to Sunders, he raised his fist silently. He had a strong feeling that he could break through the ice wall without using too much strength. The truth was just as he thought. He easily broke through the ice wall with just a little bit of strength. Use your other hand. Use your left hand. Sunder's voice came again while Angor was still shocked by how much stronger his body became. Angor was surprised. He quickly realized that he was using his right hand to punch. He did not hesitate to use his right hand as his own. He was doubting himself not long ago, but his brain and muscle memory gave him a hard slap in the face. Sunders looked at Angor when he saw him hesitating. When he saw Angor's hesitation, Sunders considered and saw through Angor's hesitation. Don't think too much. We don't know if that person is your projection. Besides, I said he's you, but you know he's not you. To you, he's someone else. You don't have to worry about the paradox of he is you. Angor remained silent for a while and slowly figured it out. He was still trying to figure out who this person was. But because of this, he lost his own identity. As Sunders said, he is me was a paradox. There were no two identical leaves in the world. The person was just a projection, and the future could only be a projection. However, Angor still had a question. It was not for himself, but for Sunders. Professor, why didn't you think about it when you saw this right hand in the nightmare realm? I can feel that you don't think it's a bad thing. Sunders raised an eyebrow. I don't think it's a bad thing, right? Angor nodded. Sunders did not answer right away. Instead, he reached out his right hand. As Angor was still puzzled, an illusory shadow slowly wrapped around his right hand. Angor felt his vision blur as he sensed a trace of nightmare aura. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The 5 fingers on Sunders' right hand disappeared. Instead, they turned into a cold, sharp scimitar. It's just a hand, Sunders said. My right hand was transplanted with the scimitar arm of a phantom mantis. It's just a disguise. Apart from my right hand, I've transplanted all my other organs. Some of them are ugly. So, do you understand why I don't care? For example, this scimitar arm of mine has a lot of room for research. If I study it thoroughly and chop it off, it won't be hard for me to grow another human arm. Sunders paused. Wizards can do things beyond your imagination. With that, the scimitar arm slowly returned to its original shape. His 5 fingers were long and perfect. Sunders rolled up his sleeves gracefully and put on a pair of white gloves. Your right hand has more room for research than my scimitar arm. So, I don't think it's a bad thing. It gives you a chance to study more unknowns. Angor finally understood what was going on. His thinking had not caught up with his strength yet. He still looked at things from his own perspective. As for himself, he was more like a mortal. After all, he was only 16 years old. It had only been 2 years since he entered the wizarding world. The remaining 14 years were spent as a mortal. He had always thought that his vision was beyond the confines of rules and regulations, but in reality, he was still bound by them. Don't think too much. You have plenty of time to think about it when you go back. Moreover, after a long period of experience, even if you don't understand something, time will give you the answer. Now, use your left hand to break it. Sunders raised another ice wall in front of Angor and said, break it with your left hand. Angor nodded. He had thought it through. His right hand and his bloodline might be strange and dangerous, but they also gave him a chance to study them. As long as he could study them thoroughly, he would gain more knowledge. So, there was no need to think too much. Angor pressed forward with unstoppable confidence. He even shyly shouted, break. Next, a gust of cold wind blew past. The ice wall remained intact. Blood flowed down from the joint of his left hand. With some cracking sounds, Angor's finger was dislocated. Angor pulled back his disfigured left hand and kept blowing on it. His eyes were filled with tears of pain. His confidence shattered into dust and was blown away by the gust of cold wind. Sunders did not mind Angor's excellent performance. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at the ice wall with an expressionless face. He muttered in a low voice, as expected. Your body condition did not improve as much as I thought. Angor heard Sunders' mutterings even though he was in great pain. His eyes were filled with tears. Professor, you know that. Why did you ask me to hit it? I asked you to hit it, but I did not ask you to use all your strength. Sunders gave him a side glance. You did not use any strength when you hit it with your right hand. Who knew you would use all your strength when you hit it with your left hand? Angor was speechless. Speechless, he only wanted to use this chance to use the ice wall as a shackle and break it with all his strength to show his determination. Who knew he would be the unlucky one? It was not that he was not determined enough. Reality was too cruel. Wizards had a strict 5-dimensional formula for classifying bloodlines. The effect of a bloodline on a person's bloodline would be considered in order to determine his or her level. The same bloodline would affect different people at different rates, and even the bloodline talents they learned would be different. For example, Keely's Red Claw Tea bloodline had different effects. Some people learned the talent of speed, while others learned the talent of perception. They could not be compared with each other, so the rating could not be based on bloodline alone. However, one thing was for sure. A wizard-level bloodline was definitely stronger than an apprentice-level bloodline. After half a day of testing, Angor managed to get some data about his bloodline. Unable to rate, said Sunders. Sunders did not find any trace of a bloodline in the young man's body. Bloodline talents, none. Changes in vital signs, none. None of the characteristics of a bloodline fusion. Therefore, he could not rate the bloodline injected into his bloodline. However, Angor's own bloodline gave him an answer. The bloodline of every living being could be taken, including humans. Angor's bloodline used to be low class. After the upgrade, his bloodline could be upgraded to mid-class. It was a small jump. It did not seem like much, but if Angor went to the bottom of the sea of purification again, he would be able to withstand the pressure of the water without using the purification field. Compared to many apprentices, the bloodline injection worked better. Of course, it was still not as good as Keely's Red Claw Tea bloodline or Hoopdik's Succubus bloodline. Still, as far as apprentices were concerned, Angor's constitution was above average. Sunders commented, "A little more training, and you're almost ready to become a wizard." To become a wizard, one had to reach a certain level of energy, body, and soul. Angor's soul had long surpassed this level. His physical body was his weakest point. But after this trip to the Nightmare Realm, he somehow managed to improve his physical body. He still needed to train, but it shouldn't take too long. In other words, as long as his energy level reached a certain level, he would meet the 3 requirements to become a wizard. Angor was surprised himself. He thought he had a long way to go, but now he could see the end. Of course, almost every level 3 acolyte would be able to fulfill these 3 conditions with the passage of time. But whether one could become a wizard in the end depended on one's own strength. Time was needed to build up one's mana pool and one's own strength. So, these were all things that could happen in the future. Let's not talk about them for now. Angor's bloodline test did not look good. It was not even as good as other inferior bloodlines. But Sunders was very excited. He couldn't hold back his excitement. Right in front of Angor, he quickly wrote down the data and his own hypothesis on the parchment scroll. Sunders didn't mind Angor's eavesdropping. He even explained some of the data and formulas to Angor while writing. Such research data usually came with Sunders' personal experience, which was very useful. Angor quickly read the book. Research on the origin of projected bloodlines. Hypothesis 1. Is a projected bloodline considered an external bloodline when the fusion rate between the main body and the projected bloodline is over 95%? Hypothesis 2. Is the fusion between the projected bloodline and the main body only a quantitative change? Hypothesis 3. If it's only a quantitative change, can the new bloodline be directly fused without purifying it? Hypothesis 4. In the end, Sunders quickly wrote down a conclusion with his quill. Is this bloodline fusion the best bloodline? Can it be used as a general research topic? As Sunders continued writing, Angor gradually gained a better understanding of his own bloodline. Actually, it didn't feel like a bloodline at all. Let's say Angor used to have half a vat of water. Now, he just filled it up. The vat was still the same, and the water was still the same. Since the vat and the water remained the same, there was no bloodline talent. So, did this count as a bloodline fusion? The answer was hard to define. However, Sunders believed that the combination of the projected bloodline and the original bloodline was extremely beneficial. Because there was no qualitative change, if his guess was correct, he could fuse with other bloodlines. This meant that he could save a lot of time and maximize the potential of his body. However, all of this was still a guess. Sundar still needed to do something to verify his theory. And there was also the most important point: would there be any hidden disadvantages when the projected bloodline fuses with the main body? For example, some sorcerers could even hide their consciousness in a drop of blood and merge it with another person's body. They could then take over another person's body. These disadvantages also needed to be investigated. However, it would take a lot of steps and data to test for such an unfavorable situation. Although this was the correct method, it was actually a stupid method. Sundar did not need to do it himself. He could simply ask a divination wizard to make a judgment for him. "I'll ask for Maya's opinion when we get back to Brute Cavern," said Sundar. Maya was the only prophet in Brute Cavern. Angor nodded. "Can I?" Sundar glanced at Angor. No, I'll do it myself." Angor quickly declined. Sundar chuckled in his mind and recorded the new topic into Mystery of the Nightmare Realm. He then turned to Angor and said, "The projected bloodline won't help you much, but I think it's the most suitable bloodline for you. Although I don't think you need to purify your bloodline to fuse with a new bloodline, I advise you not to fuse with a new bloodline before you become an official wizard. After all, many powerful bloodlines can only be fused with after you become an official wizard." Angor nodded. He was not a bloodline wizard. His only goal was to become a wizard as long as he could acquire a bloodline. Since the projected bloodline already met his needs, he did not need to force it. After all, he was an illusionist. Even if he needed to do future research to improve his knowledge, bloodline research would be at the bottom of his list. Besides, he would rather have nothing than something substandard. Since he already had a better bloodline, why would he settle for an ordinary one? It would be a joke if he failed to purify his bloodline in the future. "I'm glad you understand. That's all for today," said Sundar. He then looked at Angor's right hand. "As for your right hand, I can only make a rough guess." Under Angor's hopeful gaze, Sundar continued, "Your strength is basically the same as a bloodline apprentice without activating his or her bloodline power. However, this is only a basic strength test. As for other special effects..." Sundar glanced at the floating green pattern on Angor's right hand. "I can't say for sure yet. I'll do some research and make a more detailed test list for you. If you find anything, please write it down. I'll use it as a reference." Sundar sounded casual when he said that, but he was actually very serious about it. He was a little afraid of Angor's right hand. That day, he said he saw the blonde hair fusing with Angor's hand, and it was true. However, he didn't tell Angor how terrible his condition was at that time. The aura released by the blonde hair was the strongest he had ever felt in his life. It was even more terrifying than the legendary aura he sensed in Nether City. Every time Sundar thought about it, he felt that it was a terrible nightmare. Because of this, Sundar refused even when Angor asked him to test his right hand. He didn't even dare to look at the right hand in his current condition. Moreover, every time he stared at the green lines, he seemed to be able to see a pair of indifferent scarlet eyes. Just like the pair of red eyes that flashed for a brief moment when he fused with the bloodline not long ago. Angor had no idea what was going on in Sundar's mind. He kept opening and closing his right hand, trying to get used to the new power. He looked at the waving green runes and took out a delicate black glove from his space storage. He released a bit of nightmare aura from his fingertip and covered the glove with the emblem of the Igilo clan. "Wear this glove. It can help you hide the green pattern." Sundar suddenly realized that he only asked Angor to hide the green pattern because he didn't want to see it. He didn't ask for Angor's opinion. After all, it depended on one's attitude whether or not to hide such a phenomenon. Some wizards liked to treat such a phenomenon as a personal feature, while others preferred to keep a low profile. He didn't know which one Angor belonged to, and it didn't seem right to force it on him. But since he already gave the glove to Sundar, it would hurt his dignity as a teacher to take it back. Sundar considered and prepared to explain. For example, the green pattern might reveal information about the nightmare realm, but before he could say anything, Angor's eyes lit up and he put the glove away. "Such a strong illusion node. It's made of nightmare energy. How did you do it?" Angor was surprised. "Ahem. This is a nightmare mimicry spell based on nightmare power. You can wear it and study it yourself, explained Sunders. Angor nodded and put the glove on his right hand. As expected, the green pattern was quickly covered by the glove. Even his right hand, which was one knuckle longer than his left hand, was completely covered up. The glove looked exactly the same as his left hand. Angor was satisfied with the result. The glove looked nice as well. The glove was completely black, but there was a pattern of dark silver embroidery on the back of his hand, a long sword with 2 wings, inserted in a thorny rose. He knew this was Sunders' family emblem. Under the pattern, there was a beautiful line of words, everlasting rose, eternal glory. It looked exactly the same as the gold coin Sunders gave him for the Phantom Island pass. While Angor played with the glove, Sunders began to collect the items he brought back from Witch's Town. He used Vanish to throw away all the ordinary items. Magic plants were useless to him, so he gave them to Angor. The leftover liquid of the water demon was a kind of high-energy liquid. It was a very universal item. It could be used for personal use or for sale. Still, Sunders left the money to Angor, and he didn't really care about it. As for the blood creepers, they were the most valuable ones. However, Sunders destroyed the soul of a wizard-level monster in the Nightmare Realm, so he could not extract the bloodline from her bones. At most, it could only be considered a material. Angor estimated the price to be 6 digits. He planned to grind the bones into powder to make some research materials. As for the blood creepers wrapped around the bones, he left them to Angor. However, the blood creepers were wizard-level materials, so Angor could not use them for now. After asking about the price of the blood creepers, Angor put them into his bracelet without hesitation. 6 digits, if he sold it, he could pay back the money he owed Sunders. As for why he did not pay Sunders directly, it was because Sunders said the blood creepers should be worth more than 200,000. Angor only owed Sunders 150,000. Alright. You got a good haul from the Nightmare Realm this time. You brought everything out. Looks like you can bring wizard-level items, at least, Sunders chuckled. Everything? Angor was confused. But I didn't bring the painting, right? Painting? What painting? You mean, I also asked you to bring out a painting? Angor nodded. Sunders frowned and tried to recall what happened in the Nightmare Realm. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything about the painting. Sunders didn't look like he was faking it. He did forget about the painting. Angor quickly realized that Sunders had forgotten about singularity dispersive meditation when they left Nether City. At least Sunders still remembered the book. He just didn't remember the content. But this time, not only did Sunders forget about the content of the painting, but he also forgot about the concept of the painting. As far as he could remember, there was no painting in his trip to the Nightmare Realm. Tell me everything about the painting, said Sunders. He could not think of anything else, so he looked at Angor in the end. While explaining, Angor used illusions to simulate what happened. Everything was simulated, including the content of the painting. Sunders' expression grew serious after he watched Angor's transformation. After a while, he said, I remember the witch, but I forgot about the painting. Now, I think there must be something wrong with the painting. If I can't even remember its concept, it might be even better than singularity dispersive meditation. Angor was also thinking about the same thing. He saw the painting before, and he already felt something strange about it. Just looking at it gave him goosebumps. He thought it was the old witch who did this to him. But Sunders only remembered the witch and forgot about the painting. Maybe it wasn't the witch that gave him the strange feeling, but the painting itself? I thought I already cleared out Witch's Town. I even thought about using it as our permanent base to explore the Nightmare Realm. But I didn't expect to find something new in Witch's Town. Sunders sighed. That wooden house, the witch, and the painting are all new to me. Maybe there are other secrets in Witch's Town. There are more secrets to be found here. Sunders looked at Angor with a complicated expression. He would need Angor's help to uncover these secrets. But Angor was still too weak, and the situation in the wizarding world was changing. No one knew if Angor could escape before the situation changed. Angor did not notice Sunders' complicated expression. He was still thinking about the painting. Professor, what's with that painting? If I can't remember what it is, I'm guessing it's a mystery item. As for its origin and usage, it is unknown for the time being. Mysterious item? He wasn't a stranger to the mystery aura, but he couldn't sense it because he was in soul form. Angor's eyes lit up. He wished he could take the mystery item out and study it. Sunders was excited as well. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring the item out of the nightmare realm for now. Let's put the painting aside for now. That witch you met must be the reason why Witch's Town is called Witch's Town. I'll find out who she is in the real world. Hopefully, I can get some information about the painting, Sunders said. Angor nodded. He knew it was pointless to think about the painting right now. If he couldn't get it, everything would be useless. Now that this matter was settled, his trip to the nightmare realm was finally over. Sunders planned to collect some detailed data about the items Angor brought in and out of the nightmare realm, which would be helpful for his next trip. Professor, how much longer will we stay in Floating Mech City? Angor asked before he left. Oh, Professor. How long will we stay here? There's an auction at the end of the month. I heard there's an ancient scroll about the nightmare realm. I'll go take a look. It was only the beginning of the month. There was still some time before the end of the month. He should be able to fulfill the request of the red-haired woman. Angor did some calculations in his mind. An ancient scroll about the nightmare realm? But wasn't the nightmare realm recorded an expedition into endless plains only 200 years ago? Angor was puzzled. If the nightmare realm was discovered in ancient times, why was there no record of it left behind? Sunders was also puzzled. I don't know. It's just a publicity stunt made up by the auction. Whether it's true or not, I still need to check it out. But I think the nightmare realm should have a very large system. It can't be just 200 years old. Maybe there are records about the nightmare realm in ancient times, but very few of them. Angor was also interested in the auction after hearing Sunders' words. However, he did not plan to buy it. He only wanted to see what the auction at Floating Mech City was like. He could also sell blood spread while he was at it. When Angor mentioned that he wanted to go to the auction, Sunders did not refuse and asked Angor to go with him. With that, Angor left the study. When he returned to his bedroom, he saw that Toby was still sleeping. He spent more than 10 days in the nightmare realm, which was only an instant in real life. If he could train in the nightmare realm for such a long time, wouldn't he improve a lot? Unfortunately, there was no primal mana in the nightmare realm, and Angor was only a soul here. It was impossible for him to train. Angor did not wake Toby up and went to the soundproof room alone. He still had a mission to complete. Since he promised the red-haired woman, he had to keep his promise. Next, he spent most of his time studying the runes. It took him too much effort to find the corresponding patterns on the edges of the runes. After searching day and night for a week, Angor finally found the 6 corresponding patterns on the crown. However, he noticed that there were a few extra patterns on the crown. Did that mean there were actually 7 runes on the crown? However, the few patterns that were revealed by the last demonic pattern were too sparse and ordinary. Almost all mageweths had similar patterns, and it was impossible to find the last mageweth by comparing its characteristics. Angor considered for a moment and decided to find the magic array with the 6 patterns first. Then, he would try to find the last one. This step was not too difficult. However, the continuous work for the past week had drained him mentally and physically. He decided to rest for a night before comparing the magic array. The door to the quiet room where he had been in seclusion for a week was opened. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a giant shadow outside the window. He was surprised when he saw Toby looking at him through the window in his griffin form. Toby was looking at him through the window with a pair of innocent and pleading eyes. Angor did not know what Toby meant until he heard a familiar voice outside the window. Toby, my sweetheart, don't think about running away. You have to use raging flames today, or I'm going to use violence on you. Angor was surprised by the voice. He moved to the window and looked down. Then, he saw a small figure standing in front of him. It was a young girl in her youth. However, she was wearing a purple dress and had heavy makeup on her innocent face. She was holding a beast-taming whip in her hand and her fiery red lips were opening and closing as she called out to Toby. When she saw Angor's head outside the window, her eyes brightened up. Oh, Angor. You're finally out. Lady Greya? Angor was surprised to see the familiar figure. He jumped out of the window. He rolled and landed on the ground. As he landed on the ground, Toby flapped its huge wings and landed beside him. Lady Greya, why are you here? When did you get here? It was Greya, the girl he parted ways with from Dark Castle not long ago. Angor thought it would be years or even decades before he saw Greya again. It only took him 2 months to see her again in Floating Mech City. Greya rubbed Toby's head and turned to Angor again. You're such a good boy. Why did you learn to shut yourself up to do research like your professor? I've been here for almost a week, and you've been training for only 1 week. Angor scratched his head. I accepted an alchemy job, so I've been thinking about how to do it. Greya glanced at Angor from head to toe. I've heard a lot about you these days. The magazine described you as the leader of the younger generation of apprentices. Angor grinned. They're just gossip magazines. Don't believe them. You're a level 3 apprentice already? Don't believe it? Greya sounded like she was joking, but she was actually surprised by Angor's progress. She saw Angor as a mortal before, and it felt like it was just yesterday. It's luck, Angor said. But in Greya's eyes, he was just being humble. If that's luck, then I saw several wizards asking you for alchemy. That's luck too? Wizards asking me for alchemy? Angor widened his eyes. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. Yes. But I don't think many of them actually want to ask you for alchemy. They're probably trying to get closer to you. Greya pointed at Sunder's study. But your professor stopped them all. Angor nodded. You're right. I'm not good enough to do alchemy for wizards. Greya rolled her eyes. She saw Angor creating a mystery weapon that almost reached the level of a mystery weapon with her own eyes. Even if Lady Isabel took away half of its mystery spirit, the weapon was still valuable enough to attract wizards. Did you come to Floating Mech City to see Toby, Lady Greya? Greya waved a hand. I have something to discuss with your professor, and I'm here to see Toby. Greya paused. I won't be leaving for now. I'll train Toby for the next few days. If you have something to do, go do it yourself. Angor didn't ask why Greya wanted to talk to Sunders. He simply nodded. Toby must be very happy to be able to train with his master. But when he turned around, he saw Toby looking at him with a pitiful look. Toby's eyes were filled with hope. Angor looked at the whip in Greya's hand, then at Toby's pitiful look, and realized something. Before he could say anything, Greya cut him off. Toby's finally living a decent life. I won't go easy on him. Don't beg for mercy. I'll train Toby for your own good. Angor swallowed the words he was about to say. Greya was right. She was Toby's original master and the one who gave it life. Angor didn't dare to argue with her. In the end, he could only give Toby a sympathetic look and left the place. He didn't know why Greya was here, and he didn't intend to pry either. Being able to reunite with Toby here was already a great consolation for him. Angor returned to his bedroom and had a good night's sleep. When he woke up, the sun was already up. Angor could hear someone crying outside the window. After washing up, he stood on the balcony and looked into the garden. Greya was still using her whip to train Toby, who had already turned into a griffin. Toby looked at Angor with a pitiful expression, and Angor made a "I don't know what to do" gesture. Toby could only lower its head in disappointment. Greya's high-pitched laughter signaled the beginning of a new day for Toby. Angor leaned on the balcony and watched Toby for a while. He recalled Toby saying that his griffin form could only last for half an hour at full energy. But somehow, Greya managed to keep Toby in his griffin form all the time. In his griffin form, Toby's strength was on a completely different level compared to when he was in his normal form. Not only was Toby's skin thick and tough, but he could also fly and use fire attacks. Most importantly, with the support of the sequence of gravity, even if Toby transformed into a giant, he wouldn't be cumbersome. Both his speed and agility were top-notch. If Toby could use the sequence of gravity to attack from afar, he would be invincible among his peers. Angor was both surprised and happy at the same time. As his most reliable companion, the stronger Toby was, the better for him. Angor watched for a while longer and saw that Toby's griffin form seemed to be losing its balance. Greya waved a hand, and a familiar-looking plant appeared in her hand. Toby pulled a long face and took a bite out of the plant's bud. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the energy in Toby's body recovered to its peak. The griffin form, which was originally a little shaky, also became solid again. Angor was curious. Was this the magic item that kept Toby's form? Greya noticed Angor's curiosity, so she sent a voice transmission to Angor while Toby was munching. Don't you think this thing looks familiar? It took him a while to realize that it was Greya who was talking to him. Yes, Lady Greya. Is this, you forgot? It's a type of tea from Alan's family. If I remember correctly, it came from your family's tea garden? Greya asked. Angor was enlightened. Morning dew? Back then, he had gotten involved with Mara because of the morning dew. In the end, he had entered the wizarding world. No wonder he found that plant so familiar. But Mara mentioned that morning dew could help with breakthroughs. Why did it look like it could restore energy now? His meditation method allowed him to achieve breakthroughs without external help, so he did not use morning dew until now. In addition, he didn't like this kind of bitter tea, so the morning dew was basically placed in the corner of his bracelet space to collect dust. That's right. Morning dew. I found it to be a very strange plant. It doesn't look like a native plant in the wizarding world. When I found it, it was already made into tea, so I used a Genesis spell to reverse engineer it and added some ideas of my own. Finally, I created this plant. I call it mana flower, Greya explained. Greya gave a simple explanation. Mana flower, as the name suggested, could replenish mana in a timely manner. And it wasn't raw mana, but purified mana. In terms of effect, it was a necessary item for a wizard to fight back in a desperate situation. Imagine, when two parties were almost out of mana in a fight, eating a flower would instantly bring them back to life. It was a deadly weapon. Angor was quite surprised. Purified mana was the first thing in the wizarding world. Every wizard had a different spirit model and mana pool, which meant the nature of their mana was different. Therefore, to find the most suitable mana, one had to purify it himself. As far as Angor knew, most methods that could quickly replenish mana usually had severe side effects. Greya's mana flower probably didn't have any side effects when she used it on Toby. That was a first. Perhaps even Section Ephemera wasn't as effective as mana flower. However, Greya continued, you can't use it on humans, but it's not a problem for monsters like Toby. They don't have spirit models, and their mana pool can contain all kinds of mana. Hearing this, Angor finally calmed down. Although it was also a very powerful weapon against monsters, it was still acceptable. With the mana flower, Toby could stay in griffin form for a long time. Before, Toby only needed half an hour to get used to this form. Now, he could save a lot of time and get used to it faster. The mana flower didn't come from nowhere, and it cost a lot. However, Greya didn't care about the cost at all. She wanted to use this time to help Toby grow as fast as possible, in order to face the possible changes in the future. After saying goodbye to Greya, Angor returned to his soundproof room and began to look for the magic array corresponding to the crown. Now that he had 6 known runes and knew their order, it was much easier to find the magic array. He didn't even need to look for the last unknown rune. He could find the corresponding magic array through elimination. Soon, he found several magic arrays from Enchantment Cyclopedia, Advanced, which contained 6 known runes. He then removed the ones that didn't fit the order. In the end, there were only 2 magic arrays left. One, Bloodline Rejuvenation. The other, Bloodline Retrace. Angor was a little surprised. Based on the 6 known runes, he assumed that the last magic array had something to do with blood. He didn't expect both arrays to be related to bloodlines. The first one was a magic array used to purify one's bloodline. There were many ways to cleanse one's bloodline. Using a magic array to cleanse one's bloodline was only one of them. It was a better way to deal with some stubborn bloodline adhesions. However, according to Angor's knowledge, not many people knew about using magic arrays to purify one's bloodline. He assumed that the magic array had been lost in history. The second magic array was a very special magic array. Angor never heard of it before. This was the first time he saw it. When he finished reading the book about this magic array, he immediately thought of the great demon god behind the Deep Alchemy Guild, the Deep Lord. When the Deep God spread his true name, he naturally had to give good news, and that was the blood soul sacrifice. Bloodline sacrifice was an item that could be used to combine the sacrificed item with one's bloodline. From then on, the item could be used at will, and its effect would be greatly improved. It also couldn't be taken away by others. It was an advanced version of contract rune. Through bloodline sacrifice, many wizards could become one with their weapons, which greatly improved their strength. In other words, this was one of the arcane lord's hidden contributions to the wizarding world. As for bloodline retrace, it was a magic array similar to bloodline sacrifice. The other functions were similar to the blood soul sacrifice, but there was something special about it. As long as the magic array was engraved, one's blood would be connected to the item. No matter where the item was, one would be able to sense its exact location. In other words, bloodline retrace had an additional tracking function compared to bloodline sacrifice. From this, it could be seen that blood origin tracing was actually better than blood soul sacrifice in terms of effectiveness. However, most wizards in the wizarding world used bloodline sacrifice instead of bloodline retrace. As for the reason, Angor could guess. The loss of knowledge might be one of the reasons. However, the most important reason was that bloodline retrace used one's blood. When one's blood was damaged, the other would be damaged. Because of this, fewer and fewer people were using bloodline retrace. Now that he saw the two magic arrays, the next thing he needed to do was to determine which one was the one engraved on the crown. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess. This was because the bloodline meltdown magic array required supplementary materials to cleanse one's bloodline. There must be a place for the materials, and it couldn't be engraved on such a small crown. There was only one conclusion left: bloodline retrace. After confirming the magic array, the next step was to choose materials and carve it. It wasn't hard. He only used low-tier materials. The red-haired woman also left him a pigeon blood gem, so he only needed to engrave it. Angor spent another week practicing his drawing skills. With the help of the hologram tablet and the energy stabilizer, he finally completed the crown when the sleeping moon began its countdown. As soon as the crown appeared, the sky above the flowery manor was covered by a cloud of blood. An alchemy omen? Greya was training Toby, so she didn't think too much about it. Alchemy omens often appeared in floating mech city. However, when the blood cloud covered the entire manor, Greya put down her whip and looked at Angor's room on the second floor. Because of the omen, Sunders also looked up at Angor, who was in the soundproof room. Angor, on the other hand, was closing his eyes and trying to find a way out. An alchemy omen didn't just announce the creation of a tiered item. At the same time, it would also test the maker. Angor didn't use all the magic arrays in Enchantment Cyclopedia Advanced because he wasn't sure if he could pass the test himself. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult this time. Thanks to his high level of attainment, he finally made it to the shore by riding a small boat through the surging waves of the Blood Sea. He slowly opened his eyes when he reached the shore. In front of him was a luxurious-looking crown that emitted a faint blood-red glow. It was a success. Before Angor could check whether the crown had any flaws, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer was wearing a pair of shiny black leather boots. Angor looked up and saw a familiar handsome face. "Professor?" It was Sunders. Angor had no idea why Sunders suddenly showed up in front of him. Was Sunders here to congratulate him for crafting a tiered item? That shouldn't be the case. Sunders shouldn't be interested in such things. Angor looked at Sunders curiously, only to see the old man staring at the blood-red crown with a doubtful look. Why does this look so familiar? Familiar? Angor frowned. The red-haired woman asked him to craft this crown. Why did Sunders find it so familiar? Sunders frowned. Who asked you to craft this item? Angor told Sunders that he was going to craft an item for someone when he was training in seclusion. However, he only gave a brief explanation, and Sunders did not ask about it. But why did Sunders suddenly ask about it now? And why did he barge into Angor's training room? Angor looked at the crown that was still glowing red. Was there something else about the crown that he didn't know? Angor considered for a moment and briefly explained what happened. He also showed the scroll with the crown on it to Sunders. Sunders frowned even harder after reading the scroll. Is that tainted blood, Eureka? But she left Fey Continent 2 years ago. She shouldn't have returned so soon. And she has red hair. Maybe she's the one from Valley of Storm? That doesn't sound right. Angor didn't understand a single word Sunders said. Professor, is there something else about the crown? Angor asked curiously. Sunders hesitated. The crown looks like a lost treasure. Lost treasure? Angor was puzzled. Whose treasure? Did someone ask me to make a fake one? He didn't know what the lost treasure was, but the first thing he thought of was that someone asked him to make a fake to distract the public. Maybe he would end up being the scapegoat. Angor didn't know what to do with the crown now. The originally gorgeous crown had suddenly become a hot potato. Sunders didn't explain the details of the lost treasure. It's up to you whether you want to make the deal or not. Since that woman is willing to trade in Floating Mech City, I don't think she'll do anything to you. Teacher, do you mean that I can hand over the crown? Sunders nodded. There are plenty of fakes in the market. It won't hurt to have one more. Besides, I don't think she'll do anything to me even if she's a newbie from Valley of Storm. However, Sunders still had a condition. However, it's best that you don't continue to get involved in this matter. This matter involved the discord between 2 major adept organizations, as well as the replacement of an adept-controlled kingdom's royal authority. Once you hand it over, don't worry about it. Don't agree to any of their demands. With that, Sunders prepared to leave. Before Sunders left, he couldn't help but ask, what's the name of the treasure? Sunders already disappeared from the soundproof room. The Crimson Crown, someone whispered into his ears. Angor left Blossom Manor with the crown. Angor was still thinking about the Crimson Crown when he was on his way to deliver the items. He wasn't unfamiliar with the name. Not long ago, he heard someone mention the same name in Dark Castle. A naked figure appeared in his mind, but it didn't look sexy at all. Instead, it was filled with sorrow and death. It was a mortal woman he met in Dark Castle who was bathed in her blood. She tried to seduce Angor into healing her, and then she died in agony. Once she died, she turned into an undead spirit. Angor's prelude to rebirth was the first bullet that landed on the undead woman's body. She didn't tell Sunders her name. She only said that she was the 13th daughter of Goman King. Because the Crimson Crown was lost, she was framed as a criminal and sold to another place as a slave. From what she said before she died, Angor knew that she didn't steal the crown. She was just a poor woman who was slandered by the elder princess. Angor didn't think too much about it when he first heard about the crown. But now, when he thought about the lost treasure and the replacement of a kingdom controlled by wizards, he couldn't help but think about the story behind the item. The more he thought about it, the more Angor's forgotten memories came back to him. Something else came to his mind. In fact, he had already heard of the Crimson Crown before he met the woman in Dark Castle. Lady Mirror, one of the 3 ancestor souls of Brood Cavern, told him about the Crimson Crown. Lady Mirror mentioned the crown because she was reading the handbook of the most handsome wizards in the modern wizarding world back then. When she was reading Thua's book, she mentioned the Crimson Crown. They claimed that a wizard named Tainted Blood Shadow Sting had stolen the Scarlet Crown. The Wiz accepted Goman King's request and went to hunt down this Tainted Blood Shadow. When she mentioned that the Wiz left Fey Continent and fled to another place, Lady Mirror showed a sad face. Angor suddenly felt uneasy when he put all these together. He once met the Wiz, not at Fey Continent, but at his homeland, Vichy Harbor in the Old Earth. He and Mara were at the harbor, preparing to board the Redbud and head to Fey Continent. The Wiz, on the other hand, had just docked on the Redbud and entered the Old Earth. At that time, it was only an insignificant meeting. But when he thought about what Lady Mirror said, he realized that the Wiz came to the Old Earth to hunt down the thief of the Crimson Crown. Angor felt uneasy. His family was at the Old Earth after all. But the Old Earth was huge, with many countries and hundreds of millions of people. Those 2 wizards wouldn't happen to hurt his family, right? Angor suppressed his worries and went to the Mithril Street in the main city. Then, he found a small shop called Storm. When he walked into the store, there was only a brown-bearded old man covered in a blue robe. "Welcome. How may I help you, sir? We have the best storm rocks here. They were just delivered from Storm Valley." The old man smiled at Angor. Angor looked around and saw that it was a shop that specialized in storm rocks. Storm rocks were a kind of ore that was formed by storms all year round and carried violent wind energy. They could be used for alchemy or to support the casting of wind spells. It was a common consumable material, and most wizards would carry some with them. Angor also had storm rocks in his bracelet, but he didn't buy them. He looted them from Dark Castle. Of course, he didn't come here to buy storm rocks. This was the address given by the red-haired woman. "You got the purest storm rocks from Storm Valley? You must be close to the place, aren't you?" Angor asked in a casual manner. The old man chuckled. "Don't you know that Storm Shop is run by Storm Valley?" "I see." Angor's eyes glinted. So the person who asked him to make the fake crimson crown came from Storm Valley. "It's my first time here, so I don't know anything about it." "Don't worry about it. What kind of storm rock do you want, sir? I can recommend it to you." The old man walked out from behind the counter and approached Angor with his eyes narrowed into crescents. "I don't need storm rocks right now. I'm here to look for someone." "Someone?" The old man's eyes glinted. "Who are you looking for, sir?" Angor took out a tattered leather scroll from his bracelet and slowly opened it in front of the old man. When he reached the redness, the old man quickly grabbed the scroll and stopped Angor from reading further. At the same time, he cautiously glanced outside the shop. After making sure there were no magic eyes around, he whispered, "Oh, it's Mr. Pat. Miss Eliza is downstairs experimenting with a new spell. Please follow me." Compared to knowing that the woman's name was Irisa, Angor was more interested in the new spell. Was she a wizard? Apprentices generally referred to cantrips as spells. Only the spells used by official magi could be considered as spells. Angor remembered that the red-haired woman looked like an apprentice. Was she hiding her true strength? Just as he was feeling curious, the old man had already brought him to the entrance of the basement of Storm's restaurant. The door wasn't closed, but the old man stopped first. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Pat." Angor knew what the old man meant. The energy inside the door was extremely violent. It was definitely wizard-level energy. Angor would die if he stepped inside with his current strength. It took a while for the energy to calm down. A woman's voice came from inside the door. "Come in." The old man stayed behind and asked Angor to go in alone. The familiar voice told him that it was the woman who asked him to make a crown for her. Angor walked in. He didn't check the messy training ground. Instead, he locked his eyes on the woman in the middle of the training ground, who was wearing a tight-fitting leather jacket that exposed her midriff. Her short red hair and the strange smiling mask were proof of her identity. Angor didn't expect that the woman who asked him to make a fake crown was really a wizard. As he told Greya, Angor believed that he was only good enough to help apprentices make crowns. He had never thought that an official magus would come looking for him to make a magic item. "We meet again, Mr. Pat." She tossed away the dust in her hand and walked down from the training field. She pointed at a seat nearby and asked Angor to take a seat. "So you're a wizard, Lady Irisa. I apologize for my rudeness at the alchemy conference." Angor waited for Irisa to take a seat before sitting down. "Don't worry about it, Mr. Pat. You'll become a wizard sooner or later. You don't have to be so formal with me. Besides, I don't really care about such etiquette." She said she didn't care, but Angor couldn't really believe it. "Well, it depends on whether I'm lucky enough to become a wizard or not." "You flatter me, Lady Irisa." Irisa raised an eyebrow. "Apart from you, all of Mr. Phantom's students are wizards. Also, according to my information, Mr. Pat, you've been a wizard for less than 2 years, right? Now you're already a level 3 apprentice. I don't think there's anyone more promising than you in the entire southern wizarding region. If you can't become a wizard, then you'll be a laughingstock." Angor chuckled. He didn't want to change the topic. "Lady Irisa, I'm here for the task you gave me during the conference." "What? Is there something you don't understand about crafting?" I don't know anything about alchemy, so I can't answer your question, Irisa said. Angor shook his head. No, I've already crafted the item you asked for. Irisa nodded. You're right. It won't take you too long to craft such a small item. Angor was a little surprised by Irisa's words. Regarding the Crimson Crown, Angor didn't think Irisa gave him enough time to craft it. It was almost impossible for an alchemist to perfectly replicate the crown on the scroll within a month. If he asked a synthesis alchemist to do it, it would take even longer. Therefore, when he heard Eliza's words, he felt that Eliza was looking down on alchemy. I hope you can tell Lady Irisa everything before I hand it over. Angor tried his best to hide his discomfort and spoke in a plain tone. But before that, I hope you can tell Lady Irisa everything. Eliza's voice came from under the mask. Oh? Tell me about it. Crimson Crown. Angor spoke in a plain tone. I didn't expect Lady Irisa to ask me to make a fake. If I did, I wouldn't have accepted the job. But since I've already accepted the Abyss Dragonhorn Beast's rubber band, I can only continue to refine it. Angor paused for a second to see Irisa's reaction. But Irisa didn't say anything. She was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see her expression. He could only continue. After I gave it to Sir, it had nothing to do with me anymore. I don't want to continue getting involved in this matter. This is not only my wish, but also a message from my mentor. Angor knew he was not powerful enough, so he had to use Sunder's name as a banner. Irisa remained silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. There are so many fake Crimson Crowns in the market. Who cares who made them? Moreover, the reason I asked you to refine a small toy was to fool those idiots. I never thought of dragging you into this matter. Aren't you thinking too much? Irisa sneered. Besides, what makes you think you're qualified to get involved in this? I think I'm overthinking. Angor remained calm. But Lady Irisa, you're really knowledgeable. An alchemy item engraved with Bloodline Rewind is only a small toy in your eyes. Bloodline Rewind? What's that? Irisa didn't know what Angor was talking about. She asked Angor to make a replica of the Crimson Crown because she saw how talented the boy was and how likely he was to become a wizard in the future. She also wanted to establish a connection with Phantom Master. Otherwise, she could have just asked anyone to make a model of the crown by melting some low-tier materials. Irisa's question confused Angor as well. But he was doubting himself. Am I wrong? The magic array on the crown isn't Bloodline Rewind but Bloodline Rewind? But who would engrave the Bloodline Meltdown magic array on such a small crown? Bloodline Rewind? Bloodline Rewind? Magic array? Eliza was even more puzzled. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. You didn't copy the magic array on the map, right? So Lady Irisa didn't ask me to copy the magic array? Angor's heart skipped a beat when he heard Irisa's tone. Irisa rolled her eyes under her mask. She placed the scroll on the table and opened it bit by bit. She then pointed at the drawings on the scroll. Look at this. Do you see any runes on it? Angor moved closer and pointed at several corners. This is Contract Rune, which is related to blood connection. This is Channel Rune, which is used to measure things. This is Blood Rune. Angor pointed out the names of several runes one by one. Eliza looked carefully, but in her eyes, she only saw a few meaningless lines. This is a magic pattern? You think I don't know what they are? They're not from the crown? Angor didn't know what to say. There was no doubt about it. Irisa's words already told him that he was overthinking things. This is a part of a rune. It can be used to infer the rune, Angor explained. Irisa gave Angor a doubtful look. I showed this scroll to several alchemists. None of them said it's a rune. Angor sighed in relief when he saw that Eliza still didn't believe him. He took out the finished product from his bracelet and placed it on the table. If you don't believe me, please take a look. Irisa's eyes widened in shock when she saw the luxurious crown that was emitting a faint blood-red light. Is this a replica of the Crimson Crown? She had asked many alchemists to make fake crimson crowns in order to get rid of Goman King, so she had seen a lot of them. But none of the fakes she had seen in the past could compare to this one. Irisa's eyes were filled with awe. She had seen a lot of finished products, but none of them were as beautiful as this one. It was almost a perfect replica of the one on the scroll. Also, the mysterious and ancient energy signature was exactly the same as the real crimson crown. Did you really make this? It's so real. Irisa exclaimed in amazement. If he knew that Irisa didn't know about bloodline backtrack at all, he wouldn't have spent so much effort looking for runes in the sea of books. It was tiring, more importantly, it took way too much time. In other words, he wasted half a month. Angor didn't know what to say. He simply nodded in response to Irisa's question. Irisa sighed. It's so similar. Old Goose said I wasted my time trying to get in touch with Sunders, and Sunders might not even appreciate it. I think he's wrong. I didn't waste my time at all. Angor didn't know what to say. Why did she have to tell him such a secret? Moreover, his heart ached even more when he heard this. So Irisa only wanted him to use smelt and freeze to build the crown's model. She didn't plan to enchant it with a magic array, and she only wanted to get in touch with Sunders. Angor felt like crying. He finally understood why Irisa said, it won't take long to make such a small thing. Because what she really wanted was just a small toy. She really felt that a month was too long. It was all his fault for overthinking things. He didn't consider the fact that not all enchantment alchemists had a perfect alchemy heritage like him. No alchemist would go through so much trouble to reverse engineer the magic pattern horn for such a small item. The price-performance ratio was not right. While Angor was feeling sad, Irisa was overjoyed. Her eyes glinted. She had only intended to use a fake to fool the death warriors sent by the Guman King. But if Angor was telling the truth, she could do something else. Maybe she could replace the real thing with a fake one? Are you sure it's blood? Irisa looked at Angor and asked, are you sure it's blood? Bloodline backtrack, Angor added in an annoyed tone. Yes, that's it. Bloodline backtrack. Irisa pointed at the picture on the scroll and stared at Angor. Angor could feel Irisa's gaze even though she was wearing a mask. Angor hesitated. Something like that. Then, he briefly explained the bloodline backtrack and bloodline meltdown before explaining the difference between the two in terms of mageweths. Finally, he explained the specific function of the bloodline backtrack. Yes. That's it. Irisa exclaimed. I was wondering why Goman King could always sense its presence. So this is how it works. Good. You've done me a great favor. Irisa gave Angor a grateful look. I only wanted you to make a mold for me. I didn't expect a miracle. Angor's scattered heart, which he had just put away, was stabbed again. Can we not talk about this again? Irisa snapped her fingers, and a golden card appeared in her hand. To show my gratitude, this is a VIP card for Storm Shop. From now on, you'll get a 50% discount when you buy Storm Rocks from Storm Shops all over the southern wizarding region. Why is she using cards like Candy House again? Angor looked at the golden card and didn't really want to accept it. However, in order to cut the Gordian knot, he still took it and said with a faint smile, the transaction has already ended. I am ashamed to accept this gold card. Irisa smiled and said, you're right. Then, let's take this gold card as a thank you gift, Mr. Pat. Angor walked out of Tempest Shop with a heart full of tiny arrows in his hand. Listening to Eliza's tone, she seemed to want to use the fake scarlet crown he refined to make some arrangements. However, he didn't want to get involved at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved. It was just that whenever he thought of the Crimson Crown, he would be reminded of his unnecessary action. He just wanted to find a hole and jump into it. After this incident, he understood a principle. From now on, no matter what the request was, he couldn't make a decision on his own. He had to communicate with them in detail before doing anything. Half a month. He didn't have much time left, and he wasted it just like that. The runes and magic arrays he found were all part of his knowledge, so it wasn't a complete waste. But he still felt a little uneasy. Ugh, Angor sighed and disappeared at the end of the street. Almost every mortal city had one or two so-called black streets. The black streets represented the unspeakable secrets between the black and white, and were filled with shady gray transactions. All evils would not be sanctioned by justice in the black streets. Even floating Mech City, which was controlled by wizards, had such a street. It was called Kirk Street. However, compared to mortals' black streets, wizards' black streets were much more disciplined. The stronger one was, the better one knew how to restrain oneself. When one was in a daze, one would go crazy over trivial matters. When one's sight was clear, and one knew how vast the sky was, one wouldn't care about trivial matters under one's feet. Therefore, the black streets in the wizarding world were not as scary as one might think. Of course, scary here meant when one was faced with a life-or-death situation. It wasn't something that one could see with one's eyes. Because from the outside, Kirk Street was really scary. There were many mortals living in floating mech city. But here, not a single one could be seen. Even Angor couldn't help but frown when he stepped into Kirk Street. The gloomy streets, the pitch-black shops, the pale-faced shop assistants, the scarlet signs. Almost every shop was a perfect example of what a haunted house was. Along the way, translucent dead souls floated by from time to time. If one was lucky enough, they might even see the strange dead bodies that the shop owner had abandoned outside. In addition, there were some purplish-black bubbles that were produced by forbidden drugs floating out of some illegal alchemy shops. If a mortal were here, they would probably die unknowingly just by smelling those bubbles filled with poisonous gas. Therefore, this street was the most terrifying street in the hearts of mortals. However, for an adept, this street was no different from any other street as long as you didn't break the unspoken rules. According to the distribution and density of the shops, Kirk Street was divided into several large blocks. They walked through a dark district filled with dead souls. Next, he entered a forbidden area filled with poisonous mist. In the end, he walked out of the reeking of blood and stopped in front of a peaceful and crowded street, the Snake District. This bustling street that stretched as far as the eye could see was actually the famous slave market in the entire southern region. However, the magi who came here were not only here to buy slaves, but also assistants. For example, there were many shops that sold pets, puppets, and servants. In other words, you could find almost any living creature here, regardless of their species. Even if there was a temporary shortage of goods, as long as you could pay enough in advance, bounty hunters would always be on standby. Angor looked around the place. Before he could take a step forward, he saw the curtain of a shop filled with the smell of pink being lifted, and a woman wearing a light veil walked out. She had a pair of heavy cat-like ears on her head. "Honorable customer, if you want to relieve some stress, you can come to Pink's shop and find a pretty slave who understands you." The woman reached out her slender arm that was filled with the scent of pheromones and tried to put it on Angor's shoulder. Angor quickly dodged. "No need." The cat-eared lady seemed to have realized something when she heard Angor's childish voice. She rested her chin on her hand and rolled her eyes. "Our Rosy Pavilion is a professional platform. We also provide friendships between apprentices. Pure, innocent love. It's not a waste to be young." Angor refused again. "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone? Sure. Pink Shop's information platform can also be open to you. You just need to have this." The woman rubbed her fingers together to indicate magic crystal. Angor considered for a moment and took out a small piece of magic crystal that didn't contain much primal mana. He tossed it to the woman. "Do you know where Pierre's shop is?" The cat-eared girl took the magic crystal and her face softened. She thought for a moment and said, "Pierre? You mean Pierre from Punk's Talent Market?" He wasn't sure if that was the case. Pierre was actually a fat man who suddenly changed his style during the meeting and became the one who promoted his shop. Before Pierre was taken away, he yelled out the private code of his communicator. Angor remembered that Pierre was using a crystal ball communicator from Brute Cavern, which was far inferior to the most advanced communicators in Floating Mech City. It also didn't have the ability to add someone's private code name. This was why Angor asked about Pierre's whereabouts. Angor considered for a moment and snapped his fingers. An illusion of a fat man appeared beside him. When the woman saw the man's face, Angor removed the illusion. "I'm talking about Pierre. Do you know where he is?" The sound illusion technique is almost instantaneous. Your Excellency's level of illusion has really broadened my horizons. The cat-eared girl's eyes flashed. After complimenting him, she continued, "If you're looking for the big fatty in the illusion, then go to Punk's talent exchange. His shop is in front. The cat-eared girl hesitated for a moment and said, if you want to buy slaves, you don't have to go to Pierre. He has a lot of rules for buying slaves. He doesn't sell many slaves throughout the year. Why don't you come to our pink shop? Angor already heard someone say that Pierre had a lot of rules when it came to selling slaves. Now that someone else was telling him the same thing again, it seemed that the rumor was true. Of course, Angor was here to buy slaves. However, he didn't have any other intentions. He simply wanted to buy slaves so that he could learn how to help otherworldly creatures live safely in the wizarding world. That was why he came here. It didn't really matter whether he went to Pierre's shop or not. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. He followed the woman into Pink's shop. As soon as he lifted the pink curtain, he was greeted by the pungent smell of pheromone. Angor was already disgusted by the woman's smell, but this smell only made him more uncomfortable. Pheromone could make one's brain release pleasant pheromones and improve one's mood. If it was just a light pheromone scent, Angor wouldn't dislike it. It would help him wake up and wouldn't cause too many negative feelings. But if it was too strong, it would turn into something like a drug, which could get him addicted. Angor hated the feeling of being unable to control his emotions. As soon as he entered the shop, he quickly created a spirit barrier around himself to prevent the pheromone scent from entering. The woman was surprised. What's wrong? You don't like the smell of pheromone? Angor ignored her question. Take me to see what you have here. The cat-eared woman nodded and led the way. She showed Angor around a spacious shop with expansive rooms. There were many customers in the shop, but not many of them could remain as calm as Angor. Most of them were looking at the goods in the shop with a blush on their faces and a perverted look in their eyes. Most of the goods here were female. Well, female. Some of them were locked in cages, some were banished outside, and many of them were naked. The ones in the cages have never been trained. There are wild kittens or immature ones. You can take your pick if you like. As for the ones outside, most of them are already finished products. They all know how to fight. Some of them willingly submitted themselves to the shop, the woman explained. Angor looked around. It looked like he was using his eyes to see, but he was actually using his senses to sense the aura. Other than these, is there anything else? Angor asked. He didn't sense any otherworldly aura from these goods. They were all natives of the wizarding world. Some of them were humans, while others were humanoids. There were also quite a few beast-eared girls like the cat-eared girl. If you have any special requests, please let us know. We'll try our best to fulfill them. The woman frowned in surprise. Angor could tell that she was looking at him with a complicated expression. She almost said, "You're so young, yet you like to play hardcore games already?" Angor frowned. He tried his best to calm down. Before he could ask if there were any otherworldly slaves, the curtain in front of the shop was suddenly lifted. A group of swordsmen wearing tattered black robes rushed in. As soon as this group of uninvited guests entered the shop, they emitted a strong magic power that swept through all the goods in the shop without any scruples. Many customers in the shop were admiring their sweetheart, only to see the sweetheart being scanned from head to toe. To them, it was a great humiliation. Most of them glared back at the intruders. However, when they realized who the intruders were, they all felt helpless. Even the cat-eared girl beside Angor looked at the black-robed figures with a pale face. Angor narrowed his eyes. Wizards of devastation, he muttered. The intruders were the Supreme Cult's Havoc Wizards. He also saw a familiar figure in the middle of the crowd. It was Saladin. When the Havoc Wizards entered the shop, most of the apprentices in the shop immediately shut up due to their overwhelming mana. Some of them even took a step back and tried to hide. The reputation of the Magi who wreaked havoc was notorious throughout the southern region. Unscrupulous, unreasonable, cold-blooded, and powerful. These were all synonyms for wreaking havoc on adepts. They entered the shop. Even though the other apprentices didn't know the names of these people, just knowing that they were adepts who wreaked havoc was enough to scare them witless. There was a short and stout man who was trying to sneak to the back door and leave the shop. However, as soon as he opened the door, a knight's rapier came flying at him and sliced through his waist pouch. The items inside the pouch fell to the ground. The short fat man was startled. He leaned against the wall and watched the black-robed soft-armored man who had thrown out the thin sword walk over. "What are you doing?" "I. My professor is." The fat man stammered. He did not know what to say. The man in black robes walked closer and looked at the fat man whose face was covered in snot. He showed an obvious look of disgust. "How did someone like you become a talent?" The short fat man didn't dare to answer, and the man didn't do anything drastic either. He took out a white plant that looked like a spider web from the items that had fallen from the short fat man's waste bag. Spider web grass, from the abyss plane. It has a chance to gain intelligence. Another sorcerer walked over, and a flame rose from his hand. In the next second, the low-grade magic plant was reduced to ashes. When the short fatty saw this, he didn't dare to say a word. In the end, the man in black robes kicked his butt. "Get out of here, you piece of trash." Being insulted, the short fat man was not angry but happy. He hurriedly got up and ran out of the door. In the process of running, he overturned an iron cage on the other side. Inside the cage, a young girl with small gray curly hair tripped and fell to the ground. She happened to block the black-robed man in soft armor. His brows furrowed as he coldly glanced at the young girl. The girl was only a mortal. She had already been shocked and terrified by the powerful magical aura of the group of destructive adepts when they walked in. Now that she had been glared at by this cold-faced man, her face instantly paled beyond recognition. The black-robed man squatted down and approached the trembling girl. Everyone knew how wizards treated mortals. Even if it was an apprentice wizard, they would have a sense of superiority when facing mortals. Even the cat-eared girl couldn't help but avert her eyes when she saw that a bloody murder was about to happen. However, the truth was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. The man in the black robe and soft armor gently straightened the iron cage and asked the girl in a voice that was obviously lower than when he spoke to the short fatty, "Are you all right?" The young girl didn't know how to answer. She shook her head in shock. "It's good that you're okay." The black-robed man manipulated his magic power to straighten the girl's somewhat messy hair, and then bypassed her to go to the other cages. The sudden gentleness surprised him a little. He did not know what was going on in these people's minds. "We're here to check for illegal aliens." "Don't worry," the black-robed man said in a plain tone. The magi who were wreaking havoc at the back spread out and began to examine the otherworldly creatures here. "Are they all like this?" Angor whispered to the cat-eared girl beside him. The latter looked at him with a confused expression. "You're asking me?" The girl pointed at herself. Angor nodded. "Do they usually come here to check for illegal aliens?" The cat-eared lady glanced at the black-robed men who were inspecting the goods unscrupulously and showed a hint of anger. She whispered to Angor in a low voice, "That's right. They come here every once in a while." "So annoying." Angor frowned. "Why are they allowed to do that?" Kirk Street was a black street, but it was still under the jurisdiction of Floating Mech City. Judging from the number of rune detectors and the wizards on duty in the city, Lawson was a stickler for rules. Of course, he wouldn't ignore such an illegal act. The cat-eared girl looked at Angor in surprise and was about to say something. A pair of black leather boots appeared in front of them, accompanied by the sound of a knight's sword tapping on the ground. "Why?" "I'll answer you." It was the black-robed man who spoke. He stood in front of Angor without anyone noticing. There was a hint of mockery on his cold face. "Rules? We're relying on its permission." The man pointed a finger at the sky. Angor narrowed his eyes and realized something. "So that's how it is. No wonder Sir Luosin turned a blind eye to your actions." The black-robed man was surprised. The hooded man in front of him was the only one in the shop who didn't feel any fear. He inspected Angor from head to toe and found that the young man was also a level 3 apprentice like himself. Before the black-robed man could finish, Saladin's ears suddenly twitched. He looked at Angor and said, "It's you. You broke through already?" Angor looked at him. "Saladin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Saladin was looking at Angor with a terrified expression. Saladin's frightened expression not only surprised the man but also confused Angor. What was Saladin afraid of? "Saladin, what's wrong with you?" the black-robed man frowned and pointed at Angor. Who's he? Everyone's attention was now on Angor. The cat-eared woman was also looking at Angor suspiciously, as if trying to figure out who he was. Saladin remained silent for a moment before he sent a voice transmission to the black-robed man. The man seemed to know who Angor was. He thought for a moment and slowly left without saying anything. The man's attitude made everyone even more curious about Angor's identity. Why did the wizards in the shop show him respect? Angor was surprised as well, but he saw it clearly. Angor didn't think Sunders was doing this out of respect for him. Sunders must be thinking about Angor's support. Last time, Sunders attacked Puppet Master Bogula because of Angor, which made Angor's status in Sunders' mind even more uncertain. Besides, Sunders was in Floating Mech City. Angor didn't want to risk his life. After a while, the rampaging sorcerers seemed to have finished inspecting the pink brothel. They did not find any otherworldly creatures and retreated like the tide. Before they left, he noticed that Saladin's fear was still lingering in Saladin's eyes, which reminded him of the time when he ran into Saladin at the Sea of Purification. When Saladin saw Angor's fear of nightmares, Saladin used a teleport scroll to escape. The fear on Saladin's face was exactly the same as it was now. As Saladin disappeared from the shop, Angor sent a telepathic message to Saladin. Demon? Or the world's consciousness? Those were the words that Saladin had muttered before he disappeared. Angor didn't know what Saladin meant, so he decided to test him. Saladin's pupils shrank when he heard Angor's words. Then he shivered and disappeared at the end of the street. After the rampaging magus left, the pink house remained silent. The customers went back to their cages to pick their favorite items, but there were still people who were sneaking glances at Angor. The short, fat man who ran away from the shop came back while cursing. He spoke to the shop assistant beside him. Hurry up and bring me that half-fox. I'm taking her away. Today. Also, where's the item I dropped? I'll kill anyone who touches them. The pile of things that fell from his waist pouch was actually just a pile of scrap metal. No one touched it. Not long ago, he didn't even dare to fart in front of the wizards. But when he saw the level 1 apprentices in the shop again, he acted like a big boss. There were too many people like him in the wizarding world and among mortals. It was almost impossible for someone like him to become a wizard. As the black-robed man said, it was a waste for someone like him to become a talent. In order to show off, the short and fat man began to curse the group of wizards who had left earlier. Those people can only bully these small shops. Give them 10 times the courage, and they won't dare to go to the Sky Auction House to check. There are always otherworldly slaves in the auction, and they don't even know where they came from. Of course they won't. And they say they're working for the world's consciousness? It's all about strength. They're still cowards when faced with a wizard. Although his words were crude, his reasoning was not crude. Indeed, those people only dared to cause trouble in small shops. Not even the black-robed bishop of the supreme cult would dare to go to the sky auction. Such was the power of Floating Mech City. Another customer chimed in, I don't think they would even dare to go to Pierre's shop, let alone a wizard. No one continued the topic, but Angor's curiosity was piqued. Why don't they dare to go to Pierre's shop? Is there a wizard guarding his shop? Angor looked at the cat-eared girl who had been silent all this time. If there was a wizard guarding Pierre's shop, why would he go to the depth gathering to advertise his shop? The woman was not being polite to Angor at first. However, after what happened with the wizards, she seemed to have realized that Angor was not an ordinary person. She spoke with more respect, no. Pierre's punk marketplace doesn't have a wizard guarding it, and he's not that strong himself. But his goods are quite strong. Those wizards won't dare to attack his shop. Angor was still a little confused after listening to the woman's explanation. Although Lucien did not know why Pierre's shop was saved by the goods she was talking about, it seemed that he had to visit Pierre's shop if he wanted to find a slave from another world on this street. Since a supreme cult wizard already came to check the shop, Angor believed that it was impossible for him to find any otherworldly lifeforms in Pink's shop. Angor did not linger in the shop for long. He quickly left the shop. The cat-eared girl was still trying to figure out who Angor was when she suddenly remembered that Angor used an acoustic illusion spell at the entrance of the shop. Among the sorcerer apprentices, there were very few who knew illusions. This was because without the talent for illusions, it was not easy to learn illusions. Most of them had not even learned all the tricks of their own school, so why would they want to learn illusions from other schools? Even if they wanted to learn another field, it would be elementalism, not occult, which was extremely difficult. Most occultists who tried to learn other occultists were usually in their 40s or 50s when they already had a solid foundation in their field. But the man she just saw sounded so young. Angor guessed that he was not even 30 yet. Such a young man would never try to learn another field. In other words, he was most likely an occult illusionist. And the most popular illusionist apprentice in Floating Mech City, the cat-eared girl, suddenly thought of something. It had been several days since the incident at the Purification Garden, but it was still a hot topic. Many gossip magazines even began to dig into the life stories of core apprentices, and some even spent money to interview them. Because of these exclusive interviews, they became even more popular. Many new idols started to become popular during this period of time. Although they probably did not know what idols meant. The only one who did not accept any interviews but still remained a hot topic was the person the cat-eared girl thought of. Mr. Phantom's student. Is it him? The cat-eared girl mumbled to herself. Meanwhile, Angor had arrived at the entrance of a dark alley. According to the information he gathered, Pierre's Punk's Talent Market was located in this narrow alley. There was a metal trash can at the entrance of the alley, which reeked of blood. Angor could even see a rotting human hand inside. He had to pass by this trash can to get to the end of the alley. He didn't pay much attention to the trash can. He looked around and noticed that every shop was beautifully decorated. There were no neon lights, but the runes and cantrips were even better than those on Earth. Pierre's shop seemed to be inferior to Roland's shop in terms of appearance. It was no wonder that he would go around soliciting business. He was even present at the abstruse exchange. He turned around and walked deeper into the alley. The ground was wet. He could not tell if it was blood or water. The walls on both sides were overgrown with moss and emitted an uncomfortable moldy smell. Angor walked through most of the alleyway and still didn't see anyone. Angor glanced at a corner and shook his head. But I saw a lot of skeletons. It was at this moment that a pair of green eyes suddenly lit up in the dark alley. He looked up and saw an owl standing on the wall, staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. Alchemy pet? Angor didn't see the owl's face clearly, but he immediately remembered Flora's alchemy pet named Aisha, which also looked like an owl. The owl didn't answer. It only looked at Angor until he disappeared at the end of the alley. When Angor thought he was about to reach the end of the alley, he heard something flapping above his head. The owl flew up and landed beside a man at the end of the alley. Someone's here? The man was lying on a deck chair with a pair of sunglasses on. He was only wearing a pair of underpants, which made him look like a sunbather on the beach. But in reality, the sunlight that he was enjoying was just an ordinary wall lamp hanging on the wall. Are they the sorcerers from the Supreme Cult? The man sat up and looked at the owl. The owl thought for a moment and shook its head. Not a sorcerer? The man's voice sounded even more surprised. Could it be a guest? Is this Punk's Talent Market? Angor slowly walked over. He glanced at the man and stopped at a small open door. There was no sign on the door, but there was a line of tiny, cursive words under the iron plate that read Kirk Street, Punk's Talent Market. Angor frowned when he saw the barely noticeable words. This place is way too secluded. How can a place like this be called a market? The man looked at Angor up and down to make sure he wasn't a rogue wizard. Yes, this is Punk's Talent Market. Who are you? If I'm not mistaken, I'm the customer you mentioned, Angor replied. The man in the sunglasses was stunned for a second. He took off his sunglasses, and a look of disbelief appeared on his handsome face. After a while, he stood up abruptly and shouted at the small door next to him, Pierre, we have a guest. Angor did not know what to say. Was he the first customer of this place? Judging from the wet footprints on the floor, that might be the case. You're our first customer this month, so I'm a little excited. I'm really sorry. The man in sunglasses stood up, nodded and bowed. We've made a fool of ourselves. Angor didn't know what to say. So he overestimated the sales of this shop. At this time, a big fat man with an excited face walked out of the door while holding the belt of his pants that had not been fastened properly. Customer? When he reached Angor, he had already adjusted his expression and appearance. His gentleman's overalls were squeezed into a weird shape due to his big belly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pierre, Angor greeted him in a plain tone. I heard you have some good talents here, so I came to check them out. Since they used the name Talent Exchange Market, Angor decided to do as the Romans did. He changed the word slaves to talents. Pierre was obviously pleased by Angor's words. Even the man in the sunglasses beside him showed a happy look. That's right. This is the biggest talent market in Kirk Street. You can find any talents you want here. Pierre said proudly. What kind of talents do you want? Take a look at him. Pierre pointed at the man in sunglasses who was only wearing underwear. The man in sunglasses also pointed at himself with a smile. I'm a talent too. Take me home, and I'll do anything you want. Angor was a little surprised to hear this. He thought the man in sunglasses was just a shop assistant. But he didn't expect him to be a talent in the shop. Angor already saw some slaves being released outside the rosy parlor, but according to the cat-eared woman, most of them were either trained or willingly submitted to the shop. What about this man? Willingly submitted as well? Angor looked at the man curiously. He didn't sense any otherworldly aura on him. But he was a talent, and a level 2 apprentice already? Don't be fooled by his exhibitionism. He's quite strong. He went to the purification garden last time and came out unscathed. Pierre realized that Angor really wanted to buy a talent, so he didn't hold back in his promotion. No, thanks. I'm not looking for someone like him. Angor stopped Pierre from continuing. Angor saw the disappointed look on the man's face. He's quite strong. Why would he sell his body? Pierre and the man in the sunglasses looked at each other. After a while, Pierre said, maybe it's his hobby. I'm not selling my body. I'm just running out of money. I need to find a way to make a living. I don't have any other skills. My strength is the only thing I can sell. Angor raised an eyebrow. And here I thought you're also selling slaves. So you're really looking for talents. Pierre hesitated for a moment before he realized what Angor meant. Yes, I do help people find jobs, but it's only a small part of the business. Most of them are slaves. What kind of slaves do you want, sir? I have all the best maids smuggled from Manluo Plain, wild kittens, aloof, Sundara, and gentle types here. May I take a look first? No problem. Please follow me. Following Pierre's lead, he stepped through the small door. Angor walked down a series of winding stairs and arrived at the main hall of Punk's Talent Market. Compared to the mess outside, this place was actually quite spacious. At a glance, it was even bigger than the Pink restaurant. But it was not as popular as Angor's. The circular hall was nicely decorated. There was a fireplace, a carpet, hot tea, and a warm light. Angor could also smell the scent of incense wood. Judging from the decorations, Angor preferred the style of this place. Several people in the hall looked at him curiously. They wanted to see what the first guest of the month looked like, but they couldn't see Angor's face because of his black robe. Angor looked around and tried to sense for any aura that didn't belong to the wizarding world. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. What kind of slaves do you want, sir? Just tell me. I'll help you figure it out. Even if there's nothing you want, we can still form a long-term relationship. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Pierre led Angor to a sofa in front of a fireplace. They sat down and Pierre quickly asked, "Let's have a seat." Angor knew a thing or two about otherworldly creatures. However, he didn't know which ones he could buy and which ones he couldn't. As for the top-grade maids smuggled from Manda Plain, Angor wasn't interested at all. Besides, he was still young. He didn't even know how to face his professor if he brought a maid back to Flowery Manor. Professor Sunders was a man of integrity, and he wouldn't be able to show his face if his student indulged in a woman's lust. Angor considered for a moment and ruled out female as an option. At least, he didn't want any humanoid females. Since he didn't know much about otherworldly creatures, he decided to use an otherworldly creature he saw at Twilight Auction. Crystal people. Do you have any of them? A crystal man was a type of otherworldly slave he saw at Twilight auction. He recalled Twilight's description of the crystal man. Crystal men come from the Grand Plane. They are born as craftsmen, and they are the best helpers for building buildings and underground fortresses. A crystal man looked like a dwarf covered in crystal scales. Of course, it was still taller than a Krokok. Since they were talented, it would not be a waste to give them to their families or use them for personal use. Since Angor could not think of any otherworldly races, he decided to ask Pierre about crystal men. Crystal men from the Grand Plane. Pierre shook his head. They are very expensive. I don't have any of them. Expensive? Angor recalled that the crystal man he saw at Twilight auction only sold for 1,500 magic crystals. That was expensive. Angor had no idea how expensive a slave was. He assumed that an otherworldly slave would cost at least 1,000 magic crystals, but he forgot that the ones he saw were all high-quality goods that could be sold at auction. Since he didn't have a crystal person, he decided to buy a maid smuggled from Manda Plain. Worst comes to worst, he could just let her go as soon as he stepped out of the door. Pierre suddenly said, I don't have any crystal men, but I do have a type of fibber from the Grand Plane. They are called fibbers. They're good craftsmen, but they can't break down tiered ores like crystal men. They are better at tailoring, as well as processing all kinds of cloth and leather. If they are cultivated well, they can be tanned and cut into tiered cloth and leather. Pierre paused for a second and continued, of course, you can ask them to build houses if you want. But they have to be mortal buildings. Fibber? Angor had never heard of this race before. But since Pierre said that they came from the Grand Plane, they must be against the will of the wizarding world, right? As for tailoring, Angor was planning to learn how to make clothes, so he could learn from them. Compared to the crystal men, the fibber might be more useful. Of course, Angor agreed wholeheartedly. Still, he had to go all the way. I don't know if the Reaper will work or not. Can I have a look at it first? Pierre wasn't sure if his idea would work. Since Angor was so determined to get the crystal humanoid, Pierre was not sure if his idea would work. However, Pierre was still worried when Angor agreed to take a look at the fiberglass. Because when he thought of Lingren, he also wanted to sigh. The slaves he sold here all had their own personalities. That fibber's personality was really hard to describe. Moreover, its requirements were also very high. He didn't know if this customer could accept it. No matter how much he hesitated in his heart, he still had to drag Lingren out to meet the guests. Pierre smiled, but he was praying in his heart that nothing bad would happen to him. Sir, please follow me. Fibber lives on the 3rd floor. Pierre stood up and led the way. Living on the 3rd floor of the basement? Angor was curious about the word stay. This word was rarely used on slaves. Usually, only tenants would use the word stay. While following Pierre's lead, he noticed something else. When Pierre told him that he was going to meet Fibber, the people around him all stopped talking and whispered to each other. Since these people were not customers, they were probably similar to the man in sunglasses. Outside, they were either renters or slaves for sale. They should be familiar with Fibber. If so, why did they look like they were watching a good show? Did this Fibber have some other secrets? While Angor was wondering, Pierre brought him to the 3rd floor of the basement. They stood in front of a large door made of fine bronze. The door was 2 or 3 times bigger than the one they came from. Angor was surprised by how luxurious it was. He wasn't surprised because of the intricate patterns on the door. It was the first time he saw such a clash of colors, such as pea green and magenta. The visual impact was very strong, but in terms of beauty, it didn't seem to be much. This is Fibber's room, Pierre said to Angor as they stood in front of the bronze door. This is the first time I've heard of a Fibber. Look at the door. Is the Fibber really big? Angor asked curiously while ignoring the strange and complicated colors. Pierre shook his head. No, it's not like that. The original humanoids in Grand Plane aren't that big. Fibbers are about the same size as crystal men. As for why this door is so big, Pierre looked a little embarrassed. Fibber designed and installed this door himself. He likes it. He says it's grand. Pierre's voice was very low, and he pointed at the door. Fibber designed and installed this door himself? Angor raised an eyebrow. Then his taste is really amazing. Pierre chuckled awkwardly and knocked on the door to avoid Angor's curious gaze. About a minute later, Angor heard someone yelling inside. Who is it? Don't you know I'm sleeping? I'm going to kill anyone who interrupts my sleep. Nano, it's me. We have a guest. Pierre called out. Guest? Inside, he muttered this sentence, and then there was no more sound. However, he heard the rustling of clothes. Someone was getting up and getting dressed. Pierre gave Angor an apologetic smile. Nano is a little grumpy when he wakes up. He's usually nice. Pierre blushed a little when he said nice. Can he speak the common tongue of the continent? Angor nodded. He didn't want to talk about the man's personality. Pierre nodded and was about to answer when a door was pushed open. The bronze door was pushed open from the inside, and a voice that sounded a little angry said, I've been here for 5 years, of course I know how to speak the common language of the continent. I'm not stupid. Angor turned around and looked at the person who spoke inside the door. When he saw who it was, he squinted his eyes. It was, as Pierre had said, a little man of average height. Angor estimated that the creature was as tall as 5 or 6 Krokoks combined. Including his hat, the creature's height barely reached Angor's knees. He was wearing a small tuxedo and a wide-brimmed hat. If one ignored the ridiculous color scheme, the outfit itself was quite nice. Unfortunately, the red coat and green hat reminded Angor of a story about green hats that people in the wizarding world did not know about. Without a doubt, this was a male fibber. The fibber looked just like a human. However, Angor noticed that the fibber's skin was not as smooth as a human's skin. Instead, it looked more like silk. Also, the fibber had an anchor beard on his chin, which looked like the style of an old noble. While Angor was observing the fibber did the same to Angor. You're the guest? Why don't you show your face? The fibber turned to Pierre. If I don't show my face, I'll probably have to live a homeless life. I don't want a master like that. Angor's mind was filled with questions. How did the fibber equate to living a homeless life? Pierre quickly comforted Nano and gave Angor an apologetic smile at the same time. A while later, they arrived at Nano's room. Well, it was a luxurious room. The cups were made of glass, the curtains were made of soft silk, and the furniture was made of exquisite craftsmanship. The furnishings in the room were almost as luxurious as Angor's nightmare domain. The only downside was that the color combinations were a little annoying. Red and green were already the best Angor could do. Yellow and lotus green, pure white and fluorescent orange, orange red and lotus pink. Every color combination opened Angor's eyes to a whole new world of color. Seeing Angor looking around his home, Fibergen proudly said, I designed and built everything here myself. Not bad, right? My blood, sweat, and tears. Angor chose a word that would not attract any attention. Very well made. Nano raised his head proudly. Of course. I'm the most talented prince in my clan. Prince? Angor repeated the word. Pierre explained in a low voice, yes, Nano is the prince of the Fibber clan. Angor was a little surprised. How did a prince end up as a slave in the wizarding world? Also, according to the Fibber, he had been living here for 5 years. Luxurious and high-quality living conditions. Was this how a slave owner should treat his slaves? Pierre noticed Angor's confusion. He used voice transmission to talk to Angor while Nano was still talking about his achievements. You can see that I don't treat my slaves as slaves. I treat them as my friends and family. I don't want my friend to be treated as a slave and be reduced to dust. So, I'll tell you the truth. If you want to take them away, I hope you can agree to some of their conditions. Once you agree to them and keep your promise, they will respect you as their master. Now Angor understood why Pierre's business was so bad. Many people claimed that Pierre's slaves were of high quality, but not many people were willing to work here because of the harsh conditions. It was probably because Pierre gave his slaves the right to make their own demands. As a wizard, he would treat these otherworldly slaves like dirt. Who would care about their conditions? Under such circumstances, it was normal that Pierre could not be sold. Still, He admired Pierre's determination to give the slaves a future that they could at least set for themselves. He was taught by John since he was young, so he knew about the concept of human rights. However, he also knew that the wizarding world was not a utopia. It had its own rules, and Angor did not have the ambition to change the rules that had been around for tens of thousands of years. Still, that did not stop him from praising Pierre's decision. After all, most of these slaves were like Goman King's 13 daughters, who had no one to rely on. Pierre, on the other hand, was one of the few slave owners in the wizarding world who treated his slaves with kindness. The slaves here don't ask for much. They just want to live. Some of them ask for revenge or have a time limit for their loyalty. Once the time is up, they'll be set free. Pierre glanced at Nano, who was still talking. But Nano is a little different. He doesn't ask for freedom, and he doesn't ask for revenge. What does he want? Angor asked curiously. Pierre's interest was piqued. Could it be that this customer did not care about the conditions? Pierre became even more enthusiastic. Nano's country was destroyed by a neighboring country. He was captured and sold to a human trafficker. After years of wandering, he was sold to the wizarding world. Because of this, Nano hated the life of a vagrant. If you want to take Nano away, he hopes that you can give him a life that is not poor, at least not without food and clothing. Pierre's face blushed as he spoke. Who wouldn't want such a good life? He also wanted to live a luxurious life. It was also his life's pursuit. However, since he was trying to sell his slaves, Pierre quickly began to praise Nano's merits. Nano might ask for a lot, but he's worth it. He's the prince of the Fibber clan. Not only does he have the best tailoring skills, but he's also an excellent sculptor. He's as good as the crystal. Men. While listening to Pierre's explanation, Angor tapped the table with a faint smile. The color scheme of this table was dark red with white dots. It was a strange combination of colors that made it hard for people to look at it directly. Pierre coughed and said, "Of course, the color is a bit off. But the carving is pretty good. You can choose to dye it yourself. If you still want me to do it, I'll do it all myself." Angor sneered. Pierre rubbed his chubby cheeks and rolled his eyes. By the way, Pierre has another powerful talent. Talent? He then looked at Nano. Nano seemed to know that they were talking about him through voice transmissions. He looked at Angor with a hint of reluctance, but there was also a hint of expectation. The Fibber race has a common innate ability. They can produce silk on their own. The silk produced was comparable to natural silk. Moreover, Nano was the prince of the Fibber race. The silk it produced was almost at the peak of mortal materials. If it's nurtured well, it can even be ranked. Pierre pointed at the curtains. These curtains and the silk scarf around Nano's neck are made from the silk it produces. Angor followed the direction of Pierre's finger. There were many curtains in Nano's room. Angor already noticed that the color of the curtains was unpleasant to the eyes, but they were very gentle. When the wind blew, the curtains moved up and down like flowing water. "Can I touch it?" Angor asked Nano. Nano didn't seem happy about it, but he still agreed. Sure. Angor could tell that Nano was proud of his craftsmanship. Although Nano didn't seem to want to, his eyes were still filled with pride. Angor reached out a hand to touch the silk curtain. It felt nice to touch. Each thread was perfectly balanced, and it felt like the silk of an ice silkworm. Angor's eyes glowed. He immersed his energy into the curtain and found that it could disperse energy quite well. It wasn't tiered yet, but it could be used to sew clothes and some common runes on them. Angor was satisfied with this result. For now, Nano silk could satisfy his needs. Even if he didn't need it in the future, he could leave it to his family. After all, the Pat family didn't have any other businesses apart from the tea garden and the land they rented in Gru Town. Angor sat down and looked at Nano. Pierre told me about your request. I can accept it. How do I know if you can give me the life I want? Nano didn't seem happy about being chosen. If everything goes well, I'll take you to my mortal family in the future. My mortal family is a noble family. I won't call you my servant. You can fight for whatever life you want with your own strength, Angor said in a plain tone. Nano considered for a moment. He was a little tempted by Angor's offer. After all, Angor didn't say that he was a servant. Nano's family was a noble family, and it wouldn't be hard for him to live a good life. But Nano was still hesitating. I don't know if you're telling the truth or not, but if you want me to serve you as my master, I have another condition. Pierre's eyes lit up when he heard that Angor was willing to help Nano. However, Nano kept asking for more. Pierre was getting anxious and kept winking at Nano to tell him to stop. Nano didn't see it, but Angor did. Still, he didn't mind. It's fine. Let it tell us what else it wants. Nano considered for a moment. I want to know who you are. Can you at least let me see what my new master looks like? Angor was surprised. He didn't expect Nano to make such a request. As for his identity, the reason why he hid it outside was because he didn't want to attract attention. It didn't matter even if he took off his hood. So he nodded and accepted Nano's request. Sure. Angor slowly took off his hood. It was a young and handsome face. Even though his face wasn't fully grown yet, Angor could still see the beauty in his eyes. Pierre looked at Angor's face in surprise. How could he not recognize this face? It was this handsome face on the cover of the magazine on the desk in his room. He just cursed at the pretty boy not long ago, and now he saw this guy in person. I know you. You're Angor Pat. Nano exclaimed. Yes, it's me. Angor nodded. I've agreed to 2 of your conditions. You can make your decision now. Nano wanted to say something else, but Angor's direct question silenced him. Pierre was already tempted by Angor's offer. Now that he knew who Angor was, he believed Angor wouldn't go back on his word. However, he was still worried about something else. Can I ask you a question? This isn't part of the deal. Go ahead. Angor frowned but didn't show any disrespect. I heard from the magazine that you have an irreconcilable grudge against Jibra, a disciple of the god of sea. Will Jibra drag your mortal clan into this? Angor didn't know what to say when he heard Nano's question. Angor didn't know that Angor already had an irreconcilable grudge between them. I don't know Jibra, and I don't have any grudges against him. The rumors are just groundless rumors, that's all. Besides, even if there's a grudge between us, Jibra won't drag his mortal clan into this. I don't think someone who has absolute confidence in himself would do something like that. You don't understand the wizarding world. Jibra wouldn't do something like that. Pierre chimed in. Are you sure you don't know Jibra, Mr. Pat? Pierre looked at Angor with a curious look. Pierre quickly waved his hands. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. No, I don't know him. The rumors are all fake. Angor didn't want to explain. Jibra was only afraid of Shilyu. Besides, Jibra wanted Angor to take the blame. Pierre still didn't think it was possible. After all, the incident at the altar of demise was witnessed by countless people. But he didn't need to lie to Angor since Angor already told him the truth. So there must be something else going on. Pierre really wanted to know more, but he knew Angor wouldn't tell him. Besides, he might offend Jibra by doing so. Therefore, Pierre kept his mouth shut. Nano also stopped talking and nodded. Fine. You buy me, and I'll call you my master. Nano was priced at 300 magic crystals, which Angor did not have enough on him. Pierre paid the price with a big grin on his face. This deal alone was enough to cover half a year's worth of living expenses. Normally, Nano would sell for more than 1,000 magic crystals in other slave trading houses. However, Pierre's condition was too strict, which completely restricted the price. Still, it was good news for Angor. He didn't have many magic crystals left. After paying Nano, he only had a little more than 100 magic crystals left. He was planning to use other items as collateral, but he didn't expect to get Nano so easily. Besides, Nano was quite useful to him. It didn't look good, but there were ways to make up for it. Angor's expression turned gloomy after paying the money. Getting Fibber was just a pleasant surprise. Now, he had to get to his real goal. What Angor wanted to know the most was how to prevent otherworldly beings from being rejected by the world's consciousness. Angor thought Pierre would tell him about it after he bought the nano powder from him. But Pierre did not say anything. Nano should be fine. A fibber can live up to 300 years old. Nano is 47 years old now, so he should be able to live up to 250 years old without any problem. Pierre kept talking about Nano, but he didn't tell Angor the reason. He couldn't find any clues in Cloud Library, so he tried asking many people, including Prome, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. Logically speaking, with so many otherworldly slaves appearing in the world of adepts, there should be no reason for everyone to keep their mouths shut or avoid talking about it, right? Could it be that there was something else going on? With that in mind, Angor kept asking Pierre about it. Angor wasn't worried that Pierre would expose John's existence. Apart from how far John was, Pierre would never tell the Supreme Cult about this, considering his attitude toward otherworldly slaves. Pierre still wouldn't tell Angor anything. In the end, he had no choice but to leave since he was not going to get an answer today. But what he didn't expect was that the turning point would come so quickly. Seeing Pierre's hesitant look, Angor stepped onto the stairs leading to Kirk Street with a gloomy look. Since he couldn't get an answer from Pierre, and he couldn't ask Angor's teacher, he only had one option left: to buy information. There were many places in Floating Mech City that sold information, such as Rosie's shop. However, Angor didn't know if someone from the Supreme Cult was trying to trick him, so he didn't use this method. But since Pierre could not get through here, this was the only way he could go. Nano followed Angor up the spiral stairs and left Punk's Talent Market. Seeing Nano leaving, the people in the hall whispered to each other. If this master agreed to Nano's request, he might do the same to them. Someone asked Pierre who bought Nano, and whether he would come again. Pierre, on the other hand, was in a daze. He was hesitating and did not answer the question. In fact, this information was not considered a secret in the circle of humans and snakes. However, this involved some conflicts of authority, as well as an existence that couldn't be spoken of. Therefore, he didn't want to reveal this to outsiders. But judging from Angor's reaction, she wondered if the boy would treat Nano badly if she didn't tell him. After all, it was only a verbal agreement and there was no contract. If Angor went back on his word, Nano's life would be miserable. Pierre's mind was in a mess. Right at this moment, a series of rumbling sounds came from above. At the same time, the voice of the man wearing sunglasses came from the hall. Pierre, tell them to come up. The Supreme Cult is here again. There are at least 10 of them this time. Upon hearing this, Pierre's expression changed. He took out a communicator and quickly said, "Everyone who is on the list, come up now. The troublemakers are here again." As his voice fell, many doors of the honeycomb-shaped underground talent market were pushed open. Many of the apprentice sorcerers who were staying here walked out one after another. They were the reason why Pierre dared to face the Supreme Cult head-on. Damn it. It's been so long in the Purification Garden. Why haven't they left yet? Pierre cursed. He dared to treat the Supreme Cult like this because he knew they would leave Floating Mech City sooner or later. If they didn't, Lawson would kick them out. Once they all left, the Supreme Cult wouldn't dare to come after him even if he offended them. As Pierre gathered his men and prepared to fight the Supreme Cult head-on, the atmosphere in the alley became strange. "We meet again, Mr. Pat." It was the black-robed man who spoke to Angor from the pink shop. Angor didn't expect to run into the Supreme Cult as soon as he came out. Angor was already in a bad mood, so he didn't show any respect to the Supreme Cult. "Why do I have to run into people like you everywhere? Even if you're here to enforce the law, don't you think you're too arrogant?" The Supreme Cult members all frowned at Angor's words. Angor didn't want to waste time on them. "Get out of my way. Don't block my way." The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and focused on the small figure behind Angor. "That's the disgusting smell of the Scholar of Cruelty." Angor didn't know what the man was talking about. He stared at the figure with an impatient look. "Still not moving?" The man smiled. "Of course. We don't want to offend Mr. Phantom's student." As he spoke, he leaned to the side. Suddenly, the rapier on his waist came to life and slashed at Nano's back with a powerful spell. Clank, under Nano's fearful gaze, an ice wall suddenly rose up, blocking the slash. Of course, Angor was the one who created the ice wall. He was already on alert when the man looked at Nano. As expected, the man attacked without saying anything. Angor quickly realized what was going on. After this momentary confrontation, neither of them said anything else. The man wanted Nano's life, while Angor wanted to keep Nano alive. Their goals were already in conflict, so there was no need for further discussion. The fight between the two parties ended in an instant. Angor quickly used an illusion to trap the man. However, as soon as the axes of the universe released the illusion model, Angor's expression froze. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Without much time to think, a white fog instantly enveloped everyone. When Pierre led his team out, the fight was already over. When the mist dispersed, they saw a group of Supreme Cult members lying on the ground, all of whom were wearing black robes. The only ones who remained standing were Angor and Nano, who was hiding behind Pierre's feet. Pierre's eyes widened in shock. These 10 Supreme Cult wizards were the ones who went through the Purification Garden. They were the core members of the Supreme Cult who stayed behind in Floating Mech City. How did they lose so easily? It only took a minute for the man in the sunglasses to show up. How did it happen so fast? Pierre looked at the man in the sunglasses and tried to get some information from him. However, the man in the sunglasses didn't know what to say. On the contrary, the owl on his shoulder gestured a few times and told him what had just happened. However, the owl was just an alchemy pet, so it could not say much. All it saw was a cloud of white mist, followed by the sound of fighting. Pierre and the others came out of the mist, and when the mist dissipated, the ground was littered with dead soldiers. No matter what happened inside the mist, Angor defeated all the young leaders of the Supreme Cult all by himself. What a terrifying thing this was. At least Pierre had a lot of apprentices on his side. It was possible for him to defeat the Supreme Cult with sheer numbers. But it was almost impossible to defeat them. Pierre looked at Angor with a trembling face. Angor didn't seem to care at all, but he was also confused. He looked at his right hand. His right hand, which was wearing a black glove, covered the green veins that were jumping happily. What's going on? Why did it turn into a large-scale fog illusion technique when he only wanted to cast a fog illusion technique? Was it because he guided the illusion from his right hand? And the powerful nightmare illusion caused the apprentices to kill each other? Yes, they killed each other. Angor didn't even do anything. Before Angor realized what just happened, Pierre came to them together with the other apprentices who were also shocked by what they saw. They rubbed their hands together and walked toward them. Mr. Pat, Pierre sensed Angor's cold glare before he could finish. I just want to know what we should do with these people? Pierre pointed at the unconscious apprentices on the ground with a trembling voice. Most of them were just external injuries. Since they did not want to kill Angor, none of them died when they attacked each other. But now, they had all fainted under the influence of nightmare power. Do whatever you want. You can kill them if you want. But that has nothing to do with me, Angor said in a cold tone. With that, Angor walked past the unconscious apprentices and prepared to leave with Nano. He was very curious about the change in his right hand. How did a basic illusion become such a powerful nightmare illusion? Mr. Pat, Pierre called out to him before he could leave. Pierre was wondering if he should tell Angor about the Supreme Cult. But since Angor didn't seem to be on good terms with the cult, he decided to do it. Maybe he could do it for Nano. With this thought in mind, Pierre stopped Angor. A moment later, Pierre brought Angor back to the underground hall. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Angor was led to Pierre's private room. Pierre finally told Lucien the key to the smuggling of otherworldly creatures. Abyssal inscriptions. Pierre asked Nano to take off his clothes. Angor noticed that there was a pattern on Nano's chest that depicted a demon with a tail wrapped in a pair of black wings. It was worth mentioning that the demon's tail was like a hook, hooking onto a pile of exquisite books. That's abyssal inscriptions, Pierre said carefully. It's the basic inscription protection created by the Grand Demon of Abyss, the Scholar of Cruelty. Following Pierre's explanation, Angor finally understood what abyssal inscriptions was all about. Abyssal inscriptions were invented by the Grand Demon of Cruelty. Later on, the concept of abyssal inscriptions was modified and spread to the wizarding world. After generations of research by wise men of the wizarding world, abyssal inscriptions were completely abandoned and turned into abyssal inscriptions. Since then, abyssal inscriptions had become more profound than the original version of abyssal inscriptions. Moreover, abyssal inscriptions were as profound as alchemy, rune inscriptions, and so on. According to Pierre, abyssal inscriptions were more popular in Northern Territory and Western Continent than in the Southern Wizarding region. The supreme cult was the main reason for this. Indeed, the so-called registration of the supreme cult, which was to draw relevant patterns on the bodies of otherworldly visitors, was nothing more than inscriptions. Abyssal inscriptions were localized and localized. Abyssal inscriptions were not the original abyssal inscriptions. In order for the wizarding world's consciousness to not reject outsiders, you must have an equally powerful world as your backer. The abyss plane is just as powerful as the wizarding world. With the protection of abyssal inscriptions created by the Scholar of Cruelty, Nano won't be affected by the power of the world's consciousness. Pierre immediately shut his mouth after saying that. Spreading abyssal inscriptions meant that they were openly going against the supreme cult. Their slave-selling business had something to do with the supreme cult, but it was fine as long as they didn't openly offend them. As for the meaning of inscriptions, Pierre did not say anything about it. Or maybe even he didn't know. Pierre said, generally speaking, the slave traders are the ones who put up the runes for the slaves in the other world. So I have to find the human traffickers to get the rune? Angor asked curiously. Pierre glanced at Angor and wondered if Angor was asking about something else. Was it because of Nano or something else? However, even if he knew Angor's purpose, he would not tell everyone about it. I don't know. Pierre thought for a while and took out a thin card from his cabinet. The abyssal rune of the Scholar of Cruelty was drawn on the card. This is an inscription card copied directly from the master plate. It's not as effective as the original one, but it can block 50% of the corrosive effect if used on an ordinary slave. According to Pierre's explanation, Angor now had a general idea of the effect of the card. For example, if an otherworldly infant was brought to the wizarding world, he or she could live up to 100 years old. However, due to the corrosive effect, he or she could only live up to 15 years old. If he used this inscription card, he would live to about 55 to 65 years old after the declining effect of his life expectancy. If someone used the master plate, the effect would reach 80%. The inscriptions on Nano's body were made from the master plate. Of course, if someone already knew how to read inscriptions, the effect would reach 100%. He quickly calculated in his mind how much longer John could live if he used the card to reduce the corrosion effect by 50%. Considering John's current age, the card could extend his or her lifespan by 20 to 25 years. This was already very good. If he could obtain the method of engraving inscriptions during this period, or in other words, if Chown could enter the ranks of the gifted, then he would live longer. Angor didn't forget that Balba was also a descendant of an otherworldly barbarian. Once Balba became a talent, the corrosive effect would be greatly reduced. Can I have the rune card? Angor asked Pierre. We can negotiate the price. Pierre shrugged. Sure. It's not that expensive. I can buy it from the slave traders next time. But abyssal inscriptions are being suppressed by the supreme cult in the southern wizarding region, so it's not cheap. I'll give it to you for 50 magic crystals. However, after I transfer it to you, this card will have nothing to do with me anymore. If the supreme sect finds out, I won't know where you got this card from. Do you understand? No problem. Angor nodded. After a pause, he continued, in addition to this kind of replicated inscription card, is it possible to get the master? Or the method to draw the inscriptions? Pierre waved his hand. It's impossible. The traffickers will never sell them to us. As for the method to draw inscriptions, I don't know. It's hard to find someone who teaches inscriptions in the southern wizarding region. Angor understood what was going on and nodded without saying anything. After spending 50 magic crystals for the card, he was ready to leave. Mr. Pat, I don't care what you're going to do with this card, but there's something I need to tell you. What? Because this is abyssal inscriptions, not a modified version. There will be side effects, said Pierre. Pierre pointed out the word abyss. Of course, it's fine if you want to use it on ordinary mortals. Angor quickly understood what Pierre meant. Like the true name Gospel, the Scholar of Cruelty was an abyssal demon. If he gave someone something good, he would ask for something in return. Of course, he had to give something in return first. For example, a mortal with the true name imprint of a demon god and a true name imprint of a wizard genius were two completely different concepts. To receive a favor, one had to bear the consequences. Sometimes, abyssal demons cared more about fairness than wizards did. Angor nodded to show that he understood. After thanking Pierre, he turned around and left. Please take good care of Nano. It's not easy for him either, Pierre said. Don't worry. I'll keep my word. Angor was still thinking about inscriptions when he left Punk's talent market. He never heard of the term before. He didn't know there was such a wonderful subject in the wizarding world. More importantly, the study of inscriptions had great potential even though it hadn't been developed for long. From this, it could be seen that the cruel scholar who created the abyssal inscription literature was a powerful wise man. This was why the great demonic god of the abyss was feared by everyone, yet also admired by everyone. The Abyss Lord, Crown Clown, and the Scholar of Cruelty all contributed to the development of knowledge in the wizarding world. Many wizards even relied on these abyssal demons to develop their knowledge. However, it wasn't that wizards were less intelligent than abyssal demons. Look at inscriptions. Wizards developed them better than the original version. Inscriptions, Angor muttered. He looked at the card in his hand. The back of the card was black, and the front of the card had a picture of a demon with a face covered by wings and a book stuck in its tail. Angor looked at the card curiously. It was just a drawing. Why did it have such mysterious power? He couldn't figure it out. But the drawing on the card reminded him of someone. Black Jack. The man who loved to imitate Sunders. And bullied newbies in Sky Tower. When he fought Blackjack in Sky Tower, Blackjack used cards such as Kiss of the Tongueless, Garden of the Twilight Goddess, and Knight's Shield. Back then, Angor didn't know much about the wizarding world, so he didn't think too much about it since he thought it was some kind of occult power. Now that he thought about it, maybe Blackjack's cards were related to inscriptions. But it was only a guess. He would try to find out more about it when he returned to Brute Cavern. After putting away the card and his bracelet, Angor and Nano left Kirk Street. On their way back to Blossom Manor, Angor thought about what to do next. He and Sunders would be attending the auction at the end of the month, which was in 5 days. He didn't plan to buy anything, but he did plan to sell something. Floating Mech City's auction might not be the biggest one, but it was still better than Twilight Auction. Plus, the Purification Garden would attract a lot of wizards, which made the auction more like an annual event. After buying the rune card, he only had 2 digits of magic crystals left. So he planned to use this auction to get some more magic crystals for himself. Of course, he would sell the blood vines that wrapped around Bone Lady. Apart from that, he also wanted to sell some small items, space storage, for example. He got quite a lot of gray space microbes from Sunders. Originally, he planned to pay back the 150,000 magic crystals he owed Sunders after splitting the profits. But after going to the Nightmare Realm, the blood vines he got were more than enough to pay back the debt. If he made a space storage, he would make a lot of money. Of course, Angor wanted to get more magic crystals. With that in mind, Angor decided to put everything aside for the next 5 days and focus on making space storage. It was already dusk when Angor returned to Blossom Manor. As soon as he stepped into the manor, he saw Greya drinking tea in the garden, while Toby was sleeping on the tea table in his bird form. Looking at Toby's heaving chest, Lin Sanjiu could tell that he had been scolded for the whole day. He was probably too tired to get up now. "You're back?" Greya raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and you brought a little guy with you." Greya looked at Nano. Nano didn't know who the girl was, but he could sense a terrifying aura coming from her. "Fibber, a slave I bought from Kirk Street," Angor explained. "Oh? I think I've heard of Fibber before. Oh, I remember now. That race from Grand Plain that can produce silk? Are you going to make clothes?" Greya rolled her eyes and rubbed her eyebrows. "Ever since I lost my body, this new one never had anything nice to wear. I really want to wear something that can show off my beauty. It'd be best if it's made of silk." Angor didn't know what to say. "Why do I feel like I'm seeing Toya?" "Lady Greya, I've never made clothes before." It'll take me some time to learn. If you want Fibber to make clothes for you, it's not bad at all. But you should check its aesthetics first. Angor stepped aside to reveal Nano's figure. Greya looked at the red robe and green hat and didn't say a word. Fine. We'll talk about it later. Greya gave Nano a disdainful glance. Nano wasn't happy about this. He had a great sense of aesthetics. Did his new master and this woman, who seemed to be a wizard, have no taste at all? However, although he was very dissatisfied, he did not dare to make a fuss about it. Well, if you don't have new clothes, you can make me a new accessory. Greya waved her hand, and a white feather-shaped earring appeared in her hand. He gave this feather earring to Greya before leaving Dark Castle. Greya didn't pay much attention to it back then. But after experiencing the illusion inside the earring, she finally realized how valuable it was. Especially to her. After experiencing the illusion in the earring and sensing the aura of the nightmare realm, Greya decided to return to the nightmare realm and find her body. The earring meant a lot to her. For this reason, she carefully kept the earring. She even bought a precious jewelry box and placed it inside. She admired Angor's alchemy skills. And she admired Angor's illusions even more. She didn't have time to bother Angor when he was busy with his alchemy. Now that everyone was free, she decided to bring up this topic. I really like this earring. The illusion inside is the most valuable one I've ever seen. If you can make me another piece of jewelry with illusions, I'll order a meal just for you. Back in his bedroom, Angor took Nano to the room next door. Papaya was having a meal with her clansmen outside the building. It was a joyous occasion. When Angor brought Nano into the room, all the Krokiks looked at Nano in confusion. Nano wasn't very tall. Of course, he was much taller compared to a human. However, the Krokiks were already used to the sight of humans, so they still felt that Nano looked like a tiny toddler. Is he a dwarf? Papaya asked curiously. Angor didn't answer. Instead, it was Nano who lost his temper. How dare you call me a dwarf? I'm going to CK you up. Nano rolled up his sleeves as if he was about to charge at the Krokiks. Many of the Krokiks quickly hid inside the building after seeing Nano's ferocious look. Papaya was a little scared as well, but she managed to stay calm with Angor by her side. Angor grabbed Nano's collar and lifted him into the air. If you dare to be rude to them, I'll cancel all your requests. Nano immediately shrank back at Angor's threat. Angor put Nano down and spoke to Papaya. This is Nano, not a dwarf. He's a special humanoid called the Fibber. I'll arrange for him to live here from now on. You can learn from him. Who wants to learn from these dwarfs? Nano shouted angrily. Angor narrowed his eyes when he saw Nano's expression. Fine. You'll learn from the Krokiks. Learn? What? No. I don't want to learn from them. They're so small. Their brains aren't fully developed yet. Nano kept yelling, but when he saw Angor's cold glare, his voice grew smaller and smaller. In the end, Nano muttered, but they can't teach me anything, the Krokiks are skilled craftsmen as well. You might be better with your hands, but you're not as good as them when it comes to color mixing. Angor chuckled. Nonsense. My sense of color balance is recognized by our race as the best. I understand now. It turns out that the Fibber race has a habit of lying. Think about it. Ever since you came to Punk's talent market, did anyone ever tell you that you can control your colors well? Nano didn't know what to say. He wanted to refute since the Fibbers were all honest people. But when he heard Angor's question, he fell into silence again. Indeed, no one in Punk's talent market ever said that Angor was good at color matching. At most, his handiwork was excellent. That's because they don't understand appreciation, Nano weakly retorted. It's your first time meeting Nano. What do you think of his outfit? Papaya nodded. Yes, Nano. Nano puffed up his chest and pretended to be an elegant noble. He even turned around so that Papaya could see him better. A moment later, Papaya spoke in her clear voice, the design is nice, but the color is so ugly. How can there be such a horrible color combination in this world? Red and green, is this the trend of the outside world? No. Angor shook his head. Bullshit. Nano's eyes turned red. Angor took out a piece of silk from his bracelet, which was also woven and dyed by Nano himself. What do you think of this? Angor placed the silk in front of Papaya. Papaya reached out her hand and touched it. Such soft and comfortable silk. Nano immediately felt proud. However, Papaya didn't like Nano's attitude at all. The color is too ugly. But you can use one of the colors to make clothes. You're the one who doesn't know how to appreciate it. Angor glanced at Nano's frustrated face. That lady outside is a famous truth-finder wizard in the southern wizardry region. She loves to dress up as well. But think about it. What do you think about the color of your clothes? Nano lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't care about other people's opinions, but Papaya was a truth-finder wizard. Nano had spent 5 years in the wizarding world and knew what a truth-finder wizard was. Your peers, Crocox, and other truth-finder wizards. Do you think all of them are lying to you? Do you really think they don't know how to appreciate beauty? Angor went straight to the point and exposed Nano's terrible sense of beauty. For now, you should learn how to match your clothes with the Crocox. At the same time, I hope you can help each other. After all, you'll be living together for the rest of your lives. Angor didn't tell Nano everything he wanted to say. He planned to bring the Crocox and Nano back to the old Earth so that they could help his family expand their business. But he didn't have to worry about that right now. Nano wanted to protest, but Angor took out his bed and gave him a separate room. Remember, don't hurt them, and don't say anything bad about them. You know what will happen if you do. Angor didn't restrict Nano's movements because he didn't need to. But just in case, Angor asked Dodoro to keep an eye on Nano. Dodoro nodded without hesitation. After making sure Freud's soul was fine, Angor looked at the mist around the building. Freud's soul floret was still swaying in the mist. After making sure Freud's soul was fine, Angor left. As for Freud's residence, he would have to wait until the auction was over to refine it. Instead of going back to his soundproof room to craft his space storage, Angor went to Sunder's study first. He needed to tell Sunders about the condition of his right hand. As soon as Sunders heard that Angor found something new about his right hand, he led Angor to the gravity garden so that Angor could examine it. A moment later, Sunders took out a notebook and jotted down some data. Indeed. Any illusion cast by your right hand will be tainted with nightmare energy, which will increase the power of your cantrip by several times. Sunders looked a little envious as he continued, maybe it has something to do with the green patterns. Green patterns? Angor took off his glove and looked at his right hand. The patterns on his right hand seemed to be very active after casting several spells. They hovered above Angor's right hand as if they were alive. There's one more thing I need to test. Release your nightmare domain. Angor nodded and summoned his nightmare domain. As soon as he entered Angor's luxurious nightmare domain, he looked at Angor's hand. Just as I expected. Sunders looked at the glowing green runes and exclaimed in surprise. Angor also felt that all the creatures in his nightmare domain were reborn as soon as he entered it. The rainbow-colored dragonfly parasite, which was the cause of Darkaville Empire's downfall and was now dancing in the air. The green patterns on your hand are releasing nightmare energy, Sunders explained. Angor realized that the parasite could only survive in the presence of nightmare energy. As time went by, the nightmare aura in his nightmare domain slowly declined, and so did its activity. In the end, every time he entered his nightmare domain, he would forget about its existence. But now, because his right hand was releasing a large amount of nightmare energy, the parasite came back to life. Angor also noticed that the teacup band and toy soldiers were slowly recovering their energy. If the teacup band and toy soldiers recover their energy, will they be able to return to their original form, which is immune to attacks? The upper limit of their immunity will be increased. But I don't think it's possible to reach the same level as Twilight Auction, Sunders explained. Why? Just wait and see. Sunders didn't explain. A while later, the nightmare energy in Angor's nightmare domain reached its limit. As Sunders said, the teacup band's immunity was not as strong as before, where they could even reflect attacks from wizards. However, they were still better than before. Basically, they could resist level 1 cantrips and reflect level 2 cantrips. Any higher and they would shatter. The toy soldiers were the same. They could absorb and reflect energy, and their upper limit was also a level 2 cantrip. Your nightmare domain's level is too low. It can only hold this much nightmare energy. Sunders spoke in a plain tone. If you want to improve them, you'll have to raise the level of your nightmare domain. But to do that, you'll have to fuse new nightmare domains. Last time, you accidentally created a nightmare domain by chance. If you want to create a new one, you'll need luck. Even if you're lucky enough to encounter another nightmare domain, it's best if you don't become a wizard yet. Even so, it was still a good thing for Angor. At least, he could summon the teacup band and toy soldiers to reflect attacks from level 2 cantrips that covered a large area. Sunders then asked Angor to deactivate his nightmare domain. Next, he summoned his own nightmare domain, the nightmare domain of Black Tower. Angor wanted to see if he could recharge his nightmare domain as well. As it turned out, he could. The green lines on your hand are like natural nightmare stones. They can replenish your nightmare domain's nightmare energy, Sunders said. Nightmare stones are expensive. With your right hand, we can save some money later. Angor suddenly remembered something that had been abandoned by the ancient civilization on Earth. As for why Angor's right hand kept releasing nightmare energy, Sunders didn't know. Still, it was a good thing for both Angor and himself for now. Sunders wrote it down in his notebook and listed several guesses, all of which were marked with question marks. He then put the notebook away and waited for the day when the answer would be revealed. Angor put on his glove again and rubbed his right hand. He was still in a daze. Because of the presence of the nightmare realm in his right hand, the normal illusions would automatically turn into nightmare illusions, greatly increasing their power and effectiveness. This was a good thing for sure. However, Angor still felt a little uneasy. After all, this wasn't his own ability. It was influenced by external factors. Even if the curve was positive, Angor still didn't dare to consider it as part of his own strength. He could only use it as a surprise weapon in a battle, and it might be useful. But if he forced himself to use it as his own strength, and it turned out to be nothing more than an illusion in the end, he would be embarrassed. He always believed that only the things he learned step by step belonged to him. Everything else was just an external object. Even if he used the hologram tablet as an enchantment tool, which was basically cheating, he could still draw runes or magic arrays without using the tablet. This was also a form of growth. All growth was a learning process. His right hand, on the other hand, was only a beginning and an end. There was no process. This was why Angor was worried. After adjusting his mindset, Angor bid farewell to Sunders and left. He returned to his soundproof room and meditated for a while. Then, he took out his energy stabilizer, gray space microbes, and other auxiliary materials. He planned to craft a space storage. Time quickly passed. The night was gone in the blink of an eye. While Angor was busy crafting his space storage, the apprentices of the Supreme Cult slowly woke up after sleeping for an entire day. Losing to someone wasn't a big deal. Who didn't lose? However, all of the Supreme Cult's apprentices in Floating Mech City were killed by a single person in a short amount of time. That was a great humiliation. When they woke up, they saw a figure shrouded in black mist standing in front of them. It was the Supreme Cult's black-robed bishop. Even if it was only a projection, the apprentices still kept quiet in front of their superior. The black-robed bishop's voice was filled with suppressed anger. You've really made the church proud. Now, everyone in Mechanus knows that you've failed at Cork Street. Do you still remember whose law enforcers you are? The world's consciousness. The bishop yelled, you brought shame to the world's consciousness. If he was defeated even when he represented the heavens, how would he have the face to appear in front of others in the future? You should all just die. The apprentices lowered their heads and didn't dare to argue. The bishop felt a chill down his spine. For a moment, he really wanted to kill these people. But what of it? Things had come to this, and they had indeed been beaten in Kirk Street. However, it wasn't as if there was no room for change. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black-robed bishop. Brenzo, get up. Tell me the details. I want to know who dares to attack the Supreme Sect. Brenzo was the man in the black robe and soft armor. He was also the apprentice of the black-robed bishop. Brenzo stood up and calmly recounted everything that had happened. the black-robed bishop's face instantly darkened. He thought that the other party had defeated this group of juniors due to their superior numbers. In that case, as long as the group of people who dared to bully the Supreme Sect were punished, it would serve as a warning and shock to the Supreme Sect, thus saving some face. But it was only one person, and according to Brunders, the Supreme Cult's elite apprentices were all killed without suffering any injuries. All of them fainted in a matter of seconds. People would laugh their heads off if they heard about this. Even if they went to punish the other party, their reputation would not be reversed. Instead, it would cause even more criticism. Who is he? The bishop wanted to know who defeated all of them. Brunders lowered his head. Angkor Pat. Angkor Pat? The black-robed bishop muttered the name in his mind. A moment later, he remembered someone who was quite famous among the alchemists in floating Mech City. Sunder's student, an alchemist who almost became a mystery alchemist. For apprentices, the magazine's description of Angkor's occult power was nothing but a joke. However, for a sorcerer like the black-robed bishop, the truth could never be concealed. There were many ways to find out the truth. He knew that the rumor was true. Many wizards had been trying to befriend Angkor recently. Perhaps they also wanted to befriend Sunders. After all, Sunders valued Angkor more than the other apprentices. Besides, Angkor was a future master alchemist. Befriending him would benefit them in the future. So it's him. The bishop remained silent for a while. In his eyes, Angkor was an alchemist. There was no doubt about that. But he still couldn't believe that Angkor killed all the Supreme Cult's apprentices in one hit. Unless, he used that alchemy item that contained half of Mystery Spirit. No, it was definitely him. Otherwise, how could an alchemist defeat so many people? When the black-robed bishop figured this out, he suddenly felt a little relieved. Even if the news of him being defeated by a quasi-mystic item got out, his reputation would not be too bad. Besides, he was only a clone now. Even if his real body was here, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Angkor under Sunder's protection. Besides, Angkor's reputation in floating Mech City would only get worse if he did something like that. With that in mind, the black-robed bishop calmed down. I know him. It's not a big deal for you to be defeated by him. After all, he has a quasi-mystical item. But this is the only time. Next time, don't give him any time to use his item, and you won't lose. I'll go challenge him tomorrow, Bishop. Brunders pointed his sword at the ground and spoke respectfully. The bishop humphed. You're making such a big fuss over a mere alchemist? You'll only make him look down on you. Go back to the Sin Realm tomorrow. With that, the bishop vanished into thin air. Brunders and the others looked at each other in dismay. Losing to a quasi-mystery item didn't make them proud. But at least they felt better than before. Saladin was the only one who was frowning. That mist seemed to be the same as the fear spell he sensed in the purification garden. Was it really the effect of a quasi-mystery item? Meanwhile, Angkor was still busy crafting his space storage in his soundproof room when the Supreme Cult members left with their tails between their legs. His space storage was still the Butterfly Heart series, which didn't require much skill. First of all, he didn't need to worry about its appearance. Second of all, he was familiar with the process. Each of his space storage items could reach the limit of beginner tier. If they weren't mid-tier, they wouldn't show any alchemy omen. Also, each Butterfly Heart necklace could reach the limit of 5 cubic meters, which was worth more than 20,000 magic crystals in the market. Even if he split the profit with his professor, he could still earn about 10,000 magic crystals. He was only thinking about how to make money quickly. As for increasing the capacity of the necklace, he could try, but it would take a lot of time. He might not even make it in time for the auction. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any time. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Using his skillful technique, Angkor shortened the crafting time of each necklace to 1.5 days. By now, he had made 3 new Butterfly Heart necklaces. However, he changed the color of the necklaces slightly. Instead of using pure colors, he added some embellishments to make the necklaces look more colorful and beautiful. The colors were black and white, blue and white, and red and yellow. Now, he was trying to make the last necklace, which was a combination of black and gold. Tonight was the new deadline for the auction. Angor estimated that he had enough time, so he took his time to craft the necklaces. As he expected, Angor finally finished the last black golden butterfly heart before nightfall. Angor stretched himself and walked out of the soundproof room with a yawn. After 4 days of non-stop crafting, Angor felt tired. However, in order to get the new items ready for auction, he didn't take a break. He planned to register the items first. Angor walked out of the flowery manor, where the sky was still red. He walked along the main road until he reached the venue of the sky auction. The building of the auction house was majestic. It was the symbol of the entire main city area, which was shaped like a multi-story tower with a dome. After explaining his purpose, Angor was led to the appraisal room by an attendant. There weren't many people in the room, so Angor soon arrived. Every item that could be auctioned in the sky auction, even monthly auctions, had a bottom line. Many items worth several thousand magic crystals couldn't be registered. Still, the space storage and blood creepers were registered without much trouble. According to the appraiser, Angor's 4 butterfly heart necklaces would be placed in the first half of the auction. Judging from the order of the items, Angor's butterfly heart necklaces weren't all that valuable in the auction. As for the blood spread, it was placed in the second half of the auction. This was within his expectations. After registering his items, Angor prepared to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the appraisal room, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Neat short red hair, a strange smiling mask, and a suave leather windbreaker. Irisa from Storm Canyon. Angor gave her the fake crimson crown not long ago. He didn't expect to see her in the Sky Auction House's appraisal room today. Irisa was walking out of an appraisal room that catered to wizards, followed by an old man in a silver robe. "Mr. Ghost, are you sure you don't want to put it in the auction as well? I guarantee that as long as you put it up for auction, it will definitely become the highlight of this auction." The old man tried his best to persuade Angor. His robe was decorated with cog-shaped runes, which made it look like the gears on his robe were moving. "Don't follow me. I said that I'm not selling." Eliza interrupted the old man. "But, no buts. They're not a set, and their prices aren't linked. Stop following me." Irisa turned around and yelled at the old man. The old man, who was about to say something else, finally shut his mouth and went back to the appraisal room. Their conversation was not concealed by magic, so everyone around them heard it. Judging from the conversation, the old man probably wanted Irisa to sell something to him, but Irisa didn't want to do it. As for what the item was that the old man in the appraisal room said it would be the highlight of the auction, Angor didn't want to find out. Angor even turned around as soon as he saw Irisa. He didn't want to get involved with Irisa again. Not to mention how embarrassing it was for him to make the crimson crown for someone else. The treasure itself was too important. Even Sunders told him not to get involved. Therefore, his first reaction when he saw Irisa was to run away. However, Angor couldn't move faster than Eliza's glance. "Hey, isn't that Angor?" Before Angor could react, Irisa appeared beside him. Lady Irisa. I've been looking for you these days. I didn't expect to see you here." Irisa's voice came from behind the mask. "I went to the Flowery Manor, and Sunder said you've been training in isolation. I assume you're doing it for the auction, right?" Angor nodded. "I made something that's not worth mentioning. I want to sell it for some magic crystals." Irisa didn't want to know what Angor was making. "I have something I need to talk to you about. Let's go somewhere else." Angor quickly shook his head. "Professor told me to return to the manor before nightfall. It's already dark outside. Sir, if you have something to say, why don't we talk here?" Irisa frowned. She didn't know whether Angor was telling the truth or not. But since Angor already mentioned Sunder's name, she couldn't just force him. He could only nod and say, "All right, listen." Irisa's lips moved slightly, and several words were imprinted in Angor's mind. Angor's expression grew more and more strange as he listened to Irisa's explanation. In the end, he shook his head and said, "No way. I can't do it. Please find someone else, Lady Irisa." "But I heard you've already reached that level, haven't you?" "That was an accident, Lady Irisa. It's all thanks to Dark Castle's thousands of years of accumulation, which allowed me to reach that level. I won't do it again." Angor spoke in a serious tone, mystery isn't child's play. Irisa didn't quite understand. She sighed. Fine. I guess we'll have to keep baiting Goman King. Angor pretended he was deaf and didn't want to hear anything. Since Angor already said he couldn't do it, Irisa didn't force him and let him go. She sighed again as she watched Angor's shadow disappear into the darkness. She already thought of a way to fool Goman King, but it seemed that Angor's plan wouldn't work. But she couldn't do anything about it. In all of floating Mech City, Angor was the only one who had ever reached that level. Brother. Eliza sighed, shook her head, and disappeared into the night. On his way back, Angor was glad that he didn't get too involved with the treasure. As for Irisa's request, Angor didn't even think about it. It was impossible for him to do it right now. After all, Irisa was basically asking him to create a new mystery item. But if a mystery item could be created that easily, it wouldn't deserve to be called mystery at all. It was already late at night when Angor returned to Blossom Manor. Angor was about to find Greya and ask her about the illusion she wanted, but he was too tired to do so. As soon as he returned to his room, he was sealed on his bed and couldn't wake up. Time passed quickly, and it was the afternoon of the next day. Angor was still in a daze when he woke up. If Sunders didn't tell him that the auction was about to begin, he would have stayed in bed for a long time. He quickly cleaned himself up, changed into a tight-fitting gentleman's suit, and left the house. A tall horse and a black carriage had already been prepared at the entrance of the Sky Auction House. They were only waiting for the two people to get on the carriage. Why are we taking a carriage? Angor asked when he saw Sunders sitting inside the carriage with his eyes closed. Regardless of whether it was walking or flying, wouldn't it be faster than a carriage? Sunders glanced at him, which contained a lot of complicated emotions. Angor was the only one who understood. It's a ritual. After all, this was an auction event. As a self-proclaimed noble sorcerer, he had to have a sense of ceremony when participating in any social event. Or rather, he had to go through the motions. To put it bluntly, he had to go through the motions to show off. And so, Angor accompanied Sunders in acting tough in silence. He thought they would feel awkward when they arrived at the auction house since so many people would be watching them. But he soon realized that he was wrong. Sunders was only trying to maintain his noble image. There were many wizards who didn't care about their image at all. There were more and more strange characters among wizards. Angor saw a wizard holding an orange tree who insisted on entering the auction house. The tree was 2 meters wide and 10 meters tall, and it was full of fruits. In the end, the mega standing guard at the door did not stop him after verifying his information. There were also a lot of people coming to the auction by carriage. Sunders' carriage was the most low-key one among all the carriages. There was also a carriage pulled by an eagle, which looked much cooler than Angor's carriage. Angor thought the ceremony was a bit awkward, but now he realized that Sunders was indeed a low-key person. The auction began amidst the ups and downs of this mysterious mood. Just like last time at Twilight Auction, someone of Sunders' status would surely have a VIP box. This time, Angor and Sunders were in the VIP box on the 3rd floor. Box number was 012. It was one of the last boxes, but it had the best view of the auction stage on the 1st floor. A series of auction items went by quickly as the lights went off and the auctioneer introduced them. The first few auction items were all items such as potions. Although the prices were also very expensive, there was almost nothing to say about them. The price was purely based on the number of items that were sold. The only thing worth mentioning was that the auctioneer was a familiar face. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a tight silver uniform. Her hair was tied up high, and she had a serious expression on her face. "Professor, why is she here?" Angor looked at the figure on the stage curiously. "She's from Floating Mech City. It's not surprising that she's here." Sunders grinned. Maybe she couldn't get what she wanted in Brute Cavern, so she had to return to Floating Mech City. Couldn't get what she wanted? Angor had no idea what Sunders was talking about. Do you think the daughter of the Beast King would come to Brute Cavern without a purpose? Just to stay in a small sky tower and become a district manager? Sunders didn't need to tell Angor about this. However, Angor was improving too fast. It wouldn't take long for Angor to enter the core circle of Brute Cavern. The daughter of the Beast King? Angor muttered. You mean Lady Melantha is the daughter of the Beast King? Sunders nodded. Correct. The auctioneer on the stage was Melantha. She used to be the district manager of Sky Tower in Brute Cavern. Angor used to have a good impression of her. However, after the incident with Parasite Queen, his impression of Melantha and Baroque changed drastically. Angor recalled Lawson's face and looked at Melantha's face. Angor never thought that they were father and daughter. Apart from their cold expressions, they didn't look like father and daughter at all. Even the coldness in their expressions were different. Lawson's was pure coldness, while Melantha's was old-fashioned and serious. Melantha returned to Floating Mech City because of that path. Unfortunately, Lawson can't do much to help, Sunders commented. That path? Angor was puzzled. You mean the path of truth, sir? Correct. She thinks too much and can't go on it. Sunders paused. Just like Flora. Flora didn't go on the path of truth because she thought too much. But what did he mean by thinking too much? Sunders chuckled. You're thinking too much now. Angor stopped talking about this topic when he saw his butterfly necklace being placed on the stage. As the appraiser said, Angor's butterfly necklace would be auctioned in the first half of the auction. However, they were not auctioned together. Instead, they would be auctioned off from time to time. Since the space was only about 5 meters in length and width, Angor estimated it to be around 20,000 to 30,000 magic crystals. However, the actual price of the necklace was usually between 30,000 and 40,000 magic crystals. Due to the competition, the price was often higher than the actual price. This was why Angor chose to sell the necklace in the first half of the auction. He had to share the necklaces with Sunders, and the auction house had to charge him some commission. Still, he estimated that each necklace could earn him about 10,000 magic crystals. In other words, he once again went from being penniless to about 40,000 magic crystals. 40,000 magical crystals was an astronomical figure to most magi. However, in this auction, which was considered the best in the southern wizarding region, it was like a grain of sand thrown into the ocean. It could not even cause a ripple. Angor was planning to stock up on some precious materials that he might need in the future. However, the price of each item was at least 5 digits. It was not that Angor could not afford them. He just could not afford them. His hamster habit of hoarding items was beaten back to its original form by the high prices. Sunders bought a lot of items, most of which were new casting materials. Wizards could cast spells more easily with the help of casting materials. However, sometimes, unknown casting materials could be used to derive new spells. Ever since Sunders embarked on the path of truth, most of his spells were original creations. Therefore, he was very interested in anything that could help him derive new spells. When the 100th item was auctioned, the auction entered its first break. The break lasted for about 10 minutes. The main reason for the break was to inform everyone that the first half of the auction was over, and the second half of the auction was about to begin. Those who could not afford the items or had other important matters to attend to, could leave now. The items in the second half of the auction were obviously more expensive than those in the first half. However, most of them were still within Angor's shooting range. Of course, the shooting range was only limited to the initial price. Angor saw many new items in the second half of the auction, such as some otherworldly slaves. Creatures that only know how to lie. They come from the pseudo-world. Finknon race. They look 95% like humans, but their inner structure is completely different. Multi-eyed race, ghouls, many otherworldly slaves came from thousands of planes and were worth as much as 7 figures. The slave auctions gave him a better idea of how many worlds there were in this world. After the second break, Angor knew that his trip to the auction house was over. Even though there was still a later stage of the auction, he could only be a spectator at this stage. Every single item had a starting price of 7 digits. All of these items were extremely valuable and only served high-grade adepts and truthfinder adepts. Even ordinary adepts would have to give up at this stage. The first items to be auctioned were wizard-level materials. The Bloodvine was also sold during this period. Bloodvine had a single use, but its research value was quite high. The final price was 230,000 magic crystals, which was about 30,000 magic crystals higher than the initial estimate. Even if he paid Sunders 150,000 crystals, he would still get about 60,000 crystals after deducting the commission. According to Sunders, the Nightmare Realm was a great treasure trove. Angor did not have such a concept before. But when the items were turned into numbers, he immediately understood. In Angor's eyes, the Nightmare Realm was more than a treasure trove. It was a giant gold mine. There were wizard-level monsters everywhere, and every single one of them had a price tag on them. Unfortunately, he could not deal with any of them. Time went by, and the auction reached its final stage. Angor felt his heart trembling every time an item came out. Sometimes, the price even went as high as 8 digits. When the third last item came out, Milanda, who was standing on the stage, took out a leather scroll and showed it to everyone. Angor saw that the scroll did not emit any energy ripples, so it was not a magic scroll. It was just an ordinary handwritten scroll. There was only a line of words on the cover of the scroll. There were no fancy decorations. The words looked like diagonal, which was popular in ancient times. Must be a wizard's handwriting from ancient times? Angor mumbled to himself. Back in ancient times, wizards liked to use leather scrolls as a medium for writing. But when Angor read the words on the scroll, he quickly denied his previous assumption. Travel and Dream World? Angor read the name of the scroll word by word. If it's not a wizard's handwriting, then is it something like Master Fine Worder's travel notes? Sunders, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. That should be it. It took Angor a while to realize that Sunders was talking about the purpose of this auction. So this is the ancient scroll about the Nightmare Realm? Sunders nodded. According to what I know, the ancient scroll about the Nightmare Realm is called Travel and Dream World. Travel in Dreamland? Angor suddenly thought of something else. Was the Nightmare Realm called the Dream World by wizards in ancient times? Angor tried to recall if he had read anything about the Dream World in other places. But he did not. He did not know if he did not have enough knowledge, or there were no records about the Dream World at all. Sunders shook his head. I know things like Dream Realm, Dream Plane, and Phantom World. But I've never heard of Dream Realm. Milanda's voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Travel in Dream World is a scroll about the travels of an ancient wizard. Most of the wizards in the hall were puzzled. What was the point of a travel scroll? Even an ancient wizard's travel book was not considered a travel book. Moreover, the sorcerer world had gone through generations of development and opened up various large planes. The ancient sorcerers might not have gone further than the modern sorcerers and seen more worlds. The wizards in the hall were shocked. They could not understand why a travel scroll was one of the 3 final items. Unless the scroll had gained sentience like the Elder of Books in Brute Cavern. Otherwise, how could this book be qualified to be auctioned at this level? There were many wizards in the hall, but there were also wizards who knew the inside story. They all waited patiently for Milanda's explanation, including Sunders and his apprentices. Travel in Dream World is something special. According to reliable research, the location of this scroll is the Nightmare Realm. Someone immediately refuted Milanda's words. The Nightmare Realm was only discovered in recent centuries, and only a handful of people ever entered it. How could this scroll say it was the Nightmare Realm? Also, how reliable was your so-called reliable research? Milanda ignored the provocation and continued. According to the auctioneer, this scroll contains the secrets of certain core areas of the Nightmare Realm, including the location of some rare treasures. Milanda continued. Travel in Dream World, the starting price is 600,000 magic crystals. Anyone interested, please bid. 600,000 magic crystals was already the highest starting price for today's auction. Still, no one made a bid. The audience was shouting show. Milanda glanced at the private rooms on the 3rd floor. The scroll was prepared for the people on the 3rd floor because they could only learn about the Nightmare Realm when they reached that level. However, none of them made a bid, which made Milanda hesitant. Milanda, we've never heard of the Nightmare Realm. We have no proof. How can we prove that this scroll is the Travel and Nightmare Realm? An old voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor. The man's room was right next to theirs. If Angor remembered correctly, it was room 011. That's old man Katesh from Sleepless City. I didn't expect him to come as well. Well, that guy has tasted the Nightmare Realm before. Angor quickly turned around. Professor, you mean, he entered the nightmare realm, got sucked in, and was lucky enough to escape. I heard that he also brought some additional items with him. Every wizard who had entered the nightmare realm would talk about how terrifying the place was, but when it came to news about the nightmare realm, these wizards would be the first ones to run for their lives. They knew that the nightmare realm was not only a place of great danger, but also a place of great fortune. Kitesh's words surprised Melinda, but she quickly adjusted herself and smiled. We haven't opened this scroll yet, so I'm afraid I can't tell you how to prove that the dream realm is the nightmare realm. But you said you have the most reliable source of information? I didn't see it. How is it reliable? Kitesh's sarcastic voice came. It is indeed reliable, but... Melinda frowned. She remembered that Krat didn't want to bid for another item, so she didn't say it out loud. She could only say vaguely, Your Excellency Krat, think about it. Do you think we will let the reputation of the Sky Auction be damaged by this leather scroll? Don't worry, we have our own evidence. Since Melinda already mentioned the reputation of the Sky Auction House, Kitesh could not say anything more. However, Kitesh's refusal didn't mean the others were willing to hold back. Who knows if you're trustworthy? This is my first time here. I don't want to buy a useless scroll without getting anything useful. The voice belonged to a woman whose age could not be determined. Angor quickly looked at Sunders, hoping to learn who this person was. Sunders frowned. She's here too? Who's she? Angor asked curiously. Sennefer, the main force of the Moonfrost Union. She spends most of her time outside the realm. She's a powerful bloodline wizard. Sennefer? Angor pondered. You mean that witch from the wasteland? Sunders nodded. That's her, Angor muttered in his mind. Angor didn't know who this witch was before. It wasn't until Nausicaa's influence that he learned about the witch's identity. Witch of the Wasteland, Sennefer. Apart from her identity as the Moonfrost Moon, she was a woman who led all witches in the wizarding world. In the wizarding world, there were far fewer women than men. Only a few of them had great achievements. There were many examples in the wizarding world. Many female wizards who were ambitious at first, but once they fell into the maelstrom of love, they would give up everything they had. They gave up on self-actualization in favor of spiritual satisfaction. Compared to male wizards, female wizards were more likely to be influenced by their emotions. However, the feelings between wizards were usually the weakest as time passed. Only a small number of them could survive the passage of time. As a result, there were already very few witches in the world. When their emotional fulcrum was fragile, their ideal fulcrum would also be destroyed by time. Sennefer, on the other hand, was a witch who completely abandoned her emotional fulcrum and lived only for her ideals. In fact, she was even more determined than most male wizards when it came to her ideals. She was a genius wizard who became a truth finder within 100 years. Now, she was already on her way to becoming a level 2 wizard. In terms of cultivation speed, she was almost as fast as Sunders. She was a bloodline wizard with a firm stance. She was a perfect role model for Nausicaa. Angor often heard Sennefer's name in Nausicaa's conversations. She even knew a few of Sennefer's classic battles like the back of her hand. Lady Sennefer, you've spoken? Did she go to the nightmare realm too? Angor was curious. I don't know. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. She spent most of her time at the front lines, and the Moonfrost Moon has a lot of information about the realms outside. She was the one who spread the news about Grea's death in the haunt world. You mean, we should block public opinion? Mortals might be, but wizards aren't that stupid. They only know what they want to know and what they don't want to know. There's always a way to find out what you want to know. There were plenty of truth-finding spells in the wizarding world, and there were plenty of ways for divination wizards to prevent people from telling lies. It doesn't matter whether Sennefer went to the nightmare realm or not. Sunders narrowed his eyes. But judging from her tone today, she's definitely interested in the nightmare realm. I wonder if it's her personal interest or the Moonfrost Union's interest. There might be something fishy going on, but Angor already knew what Sunders was thinking. Which one do you prefer, sir? As for the reason. Sunders glanced at Angor. You should be able to guess. Angor snuggled into the soft sofa. He knew what Sunders meant. If Sennefer was interested in the nightmare realm alone, she might be able to find something. But if Sunder's union of Sunders, and Sunders. While they were discussing Sennefer and Moonfrost Moon's alliance, several other voices joined the discussion. Without exception, they all came from the VIP rooms. They all supported Sennefer and hoped that the organizer could explain Journey in Dreamland. According to Sunders, several of them had visited the Nightmare Realm before. It seemed that the Sky Auction had done enough to lure out all the hidden old monsters with the news of the Nightmare Realm. Melanda finally softened her stance after everyone agreed with her. The seal is still sealed, so we haven't seen the content yet. However, I just received a message from the auctioneer. She sent us a record of the contents of the scroll. You can decide whether you want to bid for it or not. Melanda's words silenced the crowd. Even the wizards who were just joking around listened carefully to Melanda's explanation. Although they didn't recognize this travel book before, with so many old monsters coming out to talk about it, and thinking about how these people usually didn't even appear at the annual auction, they weren't stupid. There must be something fishy going on here. Perhaps these old monsters had come for this leather scroll. Now, no one was arguing about whether Journey in Dreamland deserved to be the last item. According to the scroll, there are many mystery items in the Nightmare Realm. There is even a mysterious attic, which is filled with mystery items from inside to outside. For example, there is a mysterious mirror that can replicate anything, a swing that swings on the River of Fate, a box that reveals endless secrets. Melanda frowned when she finished reading. Is this real? The adepts below looked at each other in dismay. None of them believed this statement, and some even laughed out loud. Melanda felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know if she should continue. Suddenly, someone from the VIP room on the third floor snorted and silenced the crowd. Humph, ignorant fools. Don't bring your ideas into the Nightmare Realm. It was Graves who spoke. He was the only wizard who had publicly stated in Planar Conquest that he had entered the Nightmare Realm. He was a Truthfinder wizard from Magic Flute Monastery and had been competing with Sennefer in the same era. However, he was still a bit weaker than Sennefer and was still a step away from becoming a level 2 wizard. Since Graves, the only certified wizard in the Nightmare Realm, said so, no one else in the room dared to argue. Melanda raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, so what she read is true. She thought she had overestimated the wealth of the Nightmare Realm, but it seemed she had underestimated it. Melanda calmed herself down and continued, the location of the attic is marked in the scroll. If you have it, you may be able to go there. No one knew how big the Nightmare Realm was, so everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Melanda's words. But the next second, Sennefer's voice startled everyone. So what? You can't control the passage to the Nightmare Realm and the location of the Nightmare Realm. Besides, I'm doubting the authenticity of the scroll. As for why, I don't need to explain. I'm sure everyone in the Nightmare Realm knows what I mean. Sennefer didn't explain the reason, but it was clear that she didn't believe the scroll. Sunders chuckled. No need for guesses. So Sennefer really did go to the Nightmare Realm. Angor nodded in agreement. Sennefer's words indicated that she had entered the Nightmare Realm before. As for which part of the Nightmare Realm she went to, he had no idea. Melanda didn't understand why Sennefer doubted the authenticity of the message. She remained silent for a while and continued reading the message. The scroll also mentioned that when you leave the Nightmare Realm, your memory will be blocked if you are involved in the occult or unspeakable. As for the person who wrote this scroll, according to him, it seems that his memories would not be blocked. When Melanda finished speaking, no one on the third floor spoke again. Sennefer doubted the authenticity of the scroll because she knew that the Nightmare Realm could block one's memories. Just like singularity dispersive meditation. Sunders knew how powerful it was, but he didn't know the content of the channeling method. How was it possible that the scroll could record the spatial coordinates and the properties of the objects inside the scroll, but now that the author had pointed out the matter of memory shielding and then wrote that his memory wouldn't be shielded, then the reason why he could remember the mysterious item's ability could be justified. Also, the fact that the scroll could block one's memories was enough to convince them that the Nightmare Realm was the real Nightmare Realm. 600,000. After a moment of silence, Kitesh made the first bid. After a while, 650,000, 700,000, almost instantly, the price was raised to 1,000,000 magic crystals by someone in the VIP room. How could the other wizards not know that Melinda was telling the truth when they saw how fast the price was rising? At least, the old wizards believed her now. At first, they only thought that it was an ordinary leather scroll, and even looked down on it. But now, everyone looked at the leather scroll on the auction stage, and revealed a fiery look. On the other side, in private room 012, there was still a faint voice of doubt. A nightmare form? Angor looked at Sunders in surprise when he heard Melinda's words. Memories won't be blocked? Only a nightmare form would not block one's memories. And according to Sunders, a nightmare form had to be of a very high level. Sunders hesitated and nodded. I think so. Or in the words of nightmare creatures, you're a nightmare watcher. A nightmare form doesn't show its talent before entering the nightmare realm. I didn't think there would be someone as lucky as you who entered the nightmare realm and acquired a nightmare form. Sunders sighed. Angor wasn't concerned about the coincidence. He was more concerned about the fact that the nightmare realm existed in ancient times. But the nightmare realm was so strange. If it had existed since the ancient times, the wizards should have discovered it by now, given their intelligence and ambition. Even if it was called Dream Realm, there shouldn't be only a few records about it, right? Maybe the nightmare realm was very far away from the wizarding world in ancient times. Maybe it wasn't even a concept. It was only by chance that someone opened it a crack, but the crack was quickly closed again. Sunders paused. In recent years, the nightmare realm might have moved closer to the wizarding world due to its periodic movement. That was Sanders' guess, and it had no basis. But without any evidence, Sunders could only rely on guesses. I don't know if I'm right or not, but this scroll should be the travel record of the nightmare realm. Angor glanced at Sunders, who was still thinking. Professor, the price is almost 2 million. Are you still not going to bid? By the time Angor reminded Sunders, Xianxia had already raised the price to 2 million. Angor remembered that Sunders bought the cursing puppet at Twilight Auction for 7 million crystals. However, when he heard the price, he only treated it as a general number and didn't think too much about it. But now, as the number kept increasing, Angor felt his blood boiling as if it was being ignited by something called magic crystals. When everyone in the VIP room raised the price above 2 million, Angor's eyes were filled with symbols of magic crystals. For the first time in his life, he felt so poor. Not only him, but all the other wizards in the auction hall were going crazy. That was millions of magic crystals, but in the hands of this group of big shots, it was as light as a feather. Most magi couldn't even afford 10,000 magic crystals. The number was still increasing. Before Sunders joined the battle, the price had already reached 3 million crystals. Even the VIP guests on the third floor couldn't hold it in anymore. Ahem. Someone in one of the VIP rooms coughed loudly. Sigh, the capital that I have saved for my entire life is about to be gone. Could it be that everyone has the heart to bully an old woman? A weathered female voice was heard. You made a lot of money selling witch soup, Kiki a witch. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to act pitiful now? Kitesh snorted. You're still wasting magic crystals in the end. It's not a unique item. Why don't you stop and let me have it? I'll make a copy of the scroll and give it to you, Xianxia said. Don't be so greedy, Moonfrost, Graves said in a cold tone. Is it because I've been suppressing you for so many years that you've become a pervert? Xianxia sneered. You're trying to smear my name? Graves didn't want to waste time arguing with Xianxia, so he only snorted. As he watched the old monsters trying to get as many magic crystals as they could, Angor finally understood the true meaning of the number of magic crystals behind the numbers. Even a Truthfinder wizard couldn't hold on any longer. When the price reached 3,500,000 crystals, the price began to slow down. The bidders in the VIP rooms began to consider their options. After being blinded by magic crystals for a while, Angor finally regained some of his rationality. Professor, why don't we accept Xianxia's suggestion? I think she's right. It's just a normal scroll. It's not hard to make a copy of it. It's pointless to fight over it, said Angor. A sealing spell. Sunders pointed at the faint runes on the scroll. An item sealed with a sealing spell can only be read once. If others want to know the content, they can only hope that the person who broke the seal is willing to tell them the truth. So, even if Xianxia got the scroll and was willing to share it with others, do you think they'd believe her? Can't use a detection spell? First of all, it's an insult to Xianxia's name. Besides, there are too many ways for someone like Xianxia to avoid detection spells. When the price finally reached 3,700,000 crystals, Xianxia and Kitesh were the only bidders left. Kitesh was hesitant, but Xianxia didn't mind at all. This time, the silence was especially long. The entire auction house was completely silent. Kitesh didn't need to say anything himself to know that he had reached his limit. After deliberating for a while, Kratos finally made his final bid, 3,750,000. Xianxia chuckled and raised the price without hesitation. 3,760,000. Kitesh thought for a while and sighed. It was only 10,000 crystals. Melandha heard Kitesh's sigh and knew that he had given up. She quickly confirmed the final price. 3,760,000, going once. 3,760,000, going twice. Before Xianxia could finish her sentence, Sunders finally opened his mouth. Third time. Xianxia was confident that she was going to win this time. 4 million. With a soft toss, everyone was shocked. They all knew who the guest in VIP room number 12 was. Without a doubt, Sunders was the most powerful wizard in the entire auction hall. Even though Xianxia was also a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, there was still a huge gap between them. Xianxia had just become a level 2 wizard, while Sunders was already at the peak of level 2. Why did someone like him suddenly start a bidding war? Was he challenging Xianxia directly? Xianxia made her own bid. 4.01 million. Sunders raised an eyebrow. 4,500,000. Without hesitation, he raised the price by 500,000. In the VIP room, Xianxia clenched her fists. That was her bottom line. She only had 4,500,000 crystals. Xianxia wanted to say something, but she didn't. She was talking to Sunders, not Graves. In the end, Xianxia clenched her fists and gave up. Travel in Dreamland goes to VIP room number 12, Melandha said after confirming 3 times. Sunders won Travel in Dreamland at the last minute, which surprised everyone. Especially the ones in the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. They almost believed that their previous actions were all just a show. It was all a show for Sunders. Sunders' last act was all for the sake of showing his true colors. Angor was also surprised. He always knew that Sunders was rich, but he didn't know that Sunders had more resources than he thought. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Sunders had the support of the entire Nightmare Realm. Angor calmed down a little. He believed that the Nightmare Realm would help him in the future as well. After Sunders won Travel in Dreamland, the auction came to an end. However, Angor was still curious about the last 2 items, so he kept looking at the stage. Sunders, who was standing behind him, twitched his ears and looked at someone with a strange expression. His mouth moved from time to time. Clearly, he was talking to someone through voice transmission. A moment later, he looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Angor. Angor, on the other hand, was too engrossed in the last 2 items to notice Sunders' strange gaze. The second last item was a portable fortress created by the Floating Mech Cities Research Department. It was a strategic product created by the vice president and several master alchemists. Not only did it combine both offense and defense, but it also had great mobility. This allowed this strategic-level fortress to have extremely strong adaptability no matter what kind of environment it was in. The hologram of the fortress looked very similar to the helicarrier Angor saw in the movies. However, Angor could tell that the helicarrier fortress and the helicarrier fortress were products of 2 different civilizations. In the end, the fortress was bought by a wizard family for 3 million magic crystals. After this strategic fortress was bought, it became the final item of the auction. Angor looked at the stage expectantly. He wondered what Melandha would bring out in the end. However, the stage was still empty, and the item was still not on display. Angor thought that something went wrong, but Melandha spoke again. the last item, same as before. But this time, there's an extra slot to cultivate in the pool of soul. Start bidding, everyone. Before Angor could react, the price had already reached 3 million. Same as before? A slot to cultivate in the pool of soul? What the hell is this? Angor turned around to ask for Sunder's opinion. As soon as he turned around, he saw Sunder staring at him with an unreadable expression. Professor? Sunders looked away and looked at the fierce bidding outside. The last item of the sky auction is always a slot to cultivate in the pool of echoes. That place is created by a mystery item. It has a chance to help you enter the path of truth. You still need to rely on your own understanding. Still, you'll end up at the bottom of the path of truth with the help of an external force. Sunders paused. As for the pool of soul, so many people died in the purification garden, and their souls returned to the pool of soul in the end. Using a special method, the pool of soul can also help you enter the path of truth. But such an unorthodox method is even worse than the pool of echoes. You'll never be able to find it. But it's still a bright light for those who can't enter the path of truth, right? Angor asked. Bright light? The pool of echoes inspires you indirectly, giving you a chance to create new spells and walk on the path of truth. There are external forces, but you still need to rely on your own understanding. The pool of purification, on the other hand, stimulates your potential and uses the wisdom of countless souls to force your way to the path of truth. Once you walk down this path, who knows if it'll be you or someone else who will come out alive. I advise you not to waste your time on this path. Flora has never thought of taking the unconventional path even though she has never reached the path of truth. It's related to her own future. Angor nodded. The sky auction slowly came to an end. Angor didn't pay attention to who won the last item. After receiving Journey in Dreamland, Angor and Sunders got on a carriage and left the auction house. The carriage began to move and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Angor climbed into the carriage and leaned against the soft cushion to take a nap. Although he had caught up on sleep last night and slept until the sun was shining brightly, his tiredness had not completely disappeared. Taking advantage of the quietness in the carriage, Angor soon fell asleep with the rocking of the carriage. Half an hour later, Angor finally woke up. He propped himself up and smelled the aroma of tea. They were still inside the carriage. Sunders had a cup of tea in one hand and Traveler's Dream in the other. He was enjoying his tea while reading the book. We're not home yet, Professor? Angor leaned against the window and looked outside. There were many buildings outside, and the place was bustling with activity. It didn't look like the Flowery Manor at all. Did he just sleep for a while? He didn't even leave the main city. Sunders had just finished reading Journey in Dreamland. He closed the scroll and cast a sealing spell on it, which slowly turned into ashes in his hand. The teacup in his right hand also disappeared. We won't go back for now. I'll take you to meet the person who gave you the scroll. Meet the person who gave me the scroll? Angor was puzzled. Why did he have to bring him along? He said he wants to see you. Half an hour later. I'll leave it to you, Angor. Even through the mask, Angor could tell that the woman behind the mask was smiling proudly. The woman turned to Sunders. Mr. Phantom, I'll take my leave now. Sunders nodded noncommittally. The woman turned around and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Angor looked at the crimson crown in his hand with a bitter expression. After going through so much trouble, the fake crown was finally returned to him. It all started when Sunders said he was going to take Sunders to see the seller of Journey in Dreamland. At first, he wondered why the man wanted to see him by name. But when he met the seller, he realized that the seller of Journey in Dreamland was Irisa, the woman who asked him to make the crown. There were more than one coincidental thing. After seeing them, Eliza said that in addition to Travel in Dreamland, she had another thing that she obtained together with Travel in Dreamland. That thing came from the mysterious pavilion recorded in Travel in Dreamland. Angor recalled what Irisa told him on the first day of the auction. Surely, the appraiser wanted the item in Irisa's hand that came with Journey in Dreamland. Of course, the item attracted Sunders' attention. Angor could see the greed in the old man's eyes. Irisa said that she was willing to give the item to them. However, the condition was that Angor could give the crown a mystery property. On the first day, Angor had already rejected the offer. He didn't want to get involved with the crown, nor did he have the ability to do so. Therefore, he rejected Irisa's request without hesitation. But in the end, Angor sighed and gave Sunders a resentful look. "Professor, why did you agree to her request? It's impossible for me to give the Crimson Crown a mystical characteristic." At this moment, they had already returned to their carriages. Sunders set up a soundproof barrier around the carriage. "It doesn't matter if you can make it or not. I promised her, and I won't make you pay for it." Angor was a little surprised. "You mean you can do it?" Sunders looked at Angor as if he was looking at an idiot. "If you can't do it, how can I? Do you know someone who can do it?" Angor's expression changed. "Professor, are you going to break your promise? Or do you want to take advantage of me?" After receiving Sunders' permission, Irisa handed the item she got from Traveler's Journal to Sunders. It was a wooden lock covered with nightmare energy. Sunders tossed it into Gravity Garden after making sure it was real. Irisa trusted Sunders' promise, so she gave it to him first. Angor didn't expect Sunders to break his promise. Sunders chuckled when he saw Angor's surprised look. "I don't mind doing this, but I won't go back on my word." "What's your solution, Professor?" Angor hesitated. "I'll make it clear first. I can't make it. There are only a few people in the southern wizarding region who know about mystery items. You're the only one who's exposed and easy to find. If you can't make it, I don't think anyone else can either. So, we don't need to force ourselves. Just say can't do it." Angor didn't know what to say. "If you know you can't do it, why did you take it?" Sunders knew what Angor was thinking. He sighed. "Don't you know why I need that item?" "Why?" Angor didn't know how to react. Sunders glanced at him and took out a small bottle from his space storage. Inside the bottle was a fat twisting protozoa. When he saw the protozoa, he seemed to understand something. "You're going to use the twisting protozoa to enter the mysterious attic?" Sunders nodded. "Yes. But I'm not interested in the mysterious attic. I don't know if I can take out the mystery item inside. I just want to explore the Nightmare Realm area where the mysterious attic is, and that item is the medium." In other words, Sunders was going to open the map. "Once we enter the Nightmare Realm area through this medium, I won't need it anymore. Then, I'll find a chance to return the item to her. At worst, I'll lose some face. It won't count as breaking my promise." Sunders explained his plan. He didn't want to talk about such a shameful method in front of Angor. It would damage his reputation as a teacher. But since Angor was involved in this matter, he still needed to give him an explanation. Angor now understood that Sunders didn't want to help Irisa at all. He just wanted to borrow the key to open the map and return it later. He wouldn't lose anything in the process. At most, he would lose some face. Angor was basically just a bystander in this matter. With this in mind, Angor relaxed. It had nothing to do with him anyway. However, you can also try to bestow mystical characteristics on it. Sunders glanced at the crimson crown in Angor's hand. After all, we don't know whether the Nightmare Realm area is the core area or the outer area. Whether or not I'll be able to come out by then is still a question mark. Angor's heart tightened again. "Professor, it's easy to get into trouble if you set up a flag." After Sunders finished speaking, the carriage returned to normal. Without the pressure from the Crimson Crown, Angor began to calculate the magic crystals he earned from the auction. First, he paid Sunders back 150,000 magic crystals, plus the commission deducted from the auction. In the end, he earned about 100,000 magic crystals. Angor rubbed his space bracelet and enjoyed the joy of earning 100,000 magic crystals. Sunders looked at Angor's silly grin and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Silly grin. Nice to be young. The carriage soon arrived at Blossom Manor without a hitch. Number 1 was already waiting at the door. Sunders asked Number 1 to take care of the carriage and put on his hat. "Go back and get ready. We'll return to Brood Cavern tomorrow." Angor nodded. He hesitated and asked, "When do you plan to explore the unknown Nightmare Realm area, Professor?" "Irisa gave us enough time. We're not in a hurry." Since Sunders didn't give a definite answer, Angor didn't ask further. They bid farewell and left. When walking past the garden, Angor saw Greya staring at the stars in a daze. Toby was also looking at the sky with Greya. Greya looked a little sad. It was rare for her to act like a little girl. Angor stood beside her for a while. Greya lowered her head and sighed slightly. Come here. Angor walked over and caught Toby, who was acting like a spoiled child. Lady Greya, what are you thinking about? Angor asked hesitantly. Greya shook her head. Nothing. I've changed my body, and my mind is a little damaged. It's all the sadness brought by my old body. It sounds like a joke, but it somehow affected me. If you can see it clearly, you won't be affected, right? Not really. I'm just worried that I'll get used to being weak and can't become strong again, Greya spoke in a low voice. If you have a strong heart, you'll always be strong. Greya was surprised. She then chuckled. You know better than I do. Tell me. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Do you have something to tell me? Angor was going to ask Greya why she came to see Sunders, but since Greya didn't want to talk about it, he gave up. Lady Greya, my professor said that we're leaving Brute Cavern tomorrow. So, I need to get the jewelry you asked for. What do you want from the illusion? Angor asked. Nothing. The white feather earrings you gave me last time were quite nice. Greya paused and continued, especially the inside of that mountain. It feels like the nightmare realm. You've been there before, right? Angor scratched his head. He didn't know how to answer. Greya saw that Angor did not want to answer, so she shrugged. Fine. Maybe it's that old virgin who gave you the order again? He doesn't want you to tell him about the nightmare realm? Fine. Just do as you see fit. It's best if you can incorporate some of your knowledge about the nightmare realm. Of course, it'll be even better if you can come up with something new. Greya crossed her legs and took a sip of her tea. I think your illusions have something special about them. Maybe I can learn something from them. Learn something? Greya said carelessly, like spells. Maybe your illusions will be as good as Allurabis. Angor didn't know what to say. You overestimate me. You can incorporate your knowledge and emotions into your illusions. That's something no one else can do. When you become a truth finder one day, you might be able to help others learn spells. Greya commented. Thank you, Lady Greya. Greya chuckled. Of course she knew what Greya meant. Even Felicia wanted to ask Angor to create an illusion for her. Unfortunately, Felicia had to stay in Dark Castle. You don't have to rush. Give it to me tomorrow. I think I'll go to Brute Cavern to find Sunders in half a month or so. You can give it to me then. Greya wanted to go to Brute Cavern to find Sunders. Angor's curiosity was aroused. Greya noticed his curiosity, but she didn't plan to explain. Going to the Nightmare Realm was not something Angor could participate in, so there was no need to tell him. Go back if you have nothing else to do. Remember to bring Toby with you tomorrow. He's almost done with his training. I'm sure he'll give you a surprise. Since they were going to separate tomorrow, Angor decided to leave Greya alone while Toby stayed with her. When he stepped out of the garden, he saw number 1 walking toward him from behind the rose bushes. Good evening, Mr. Pat. Number 1's inanimate voice reached Angor's ears. I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Pat. I have something to tell you. Angor looked at number 1 with a puzzled look. Not long after young master left today, someone came to look for you. Seeing that you weren't around, he left this before he left, number 1 said as he took out an unopened letter from his pocket. Angor took the letter and saw, to Mr. Pat written on it. The words were ugly. Yes, they were so ugly that one couldn't bear to look at them. But it wasn't because of illiteracy. Judging from the way the handwriting was written, it must have been written by a nobleman. Other than that, there was nothing else on the letter. It was worth mentioning that the ink pad on the envelope was very special. It was red ink pad with golden patterns engraved on it, and there was a soft, pale white duck ear in it. The pattern outlined by the dark lines was a beautiful windmill that was full of exotic charm. Who gave this to me? Angor paused. I mean, what does he look like? Number 1 thought for a moment and described the person's appearance. According to Number 1, the man had a good appearance and was a burly man with big muscles all over his body. But the most eye-catching thing about him was that he didn't have legs on his lower body. Instead, he had 4 horse legs and a scorpion tail that glowed in dark light. Angor tried to picture the man in his mind. Generally speaking, the man looked like a centaur, one of the monsters he read about in legends. But if it was a scorpion tail, it looked more like a demon from the abyss. Whether it was a centaur or a demon from the abyss, Angor didn't know who it was. Why would someone come looking for him and send him a letter? Angor bade farewell to Number 1 and returned to his bedroom with the letter. After making sure the letter wasn't fake, Angor rubbed his fingers to control the temperature of the ink pad and opened the letter. A moment later, Angor put down the letter with a smile on his face. Before opening the letter, Angor tried to guess who the sender was. But when he saw the name of the sender, he was still surprised. Messenger, Viking. It was the man who had been betrayed by Xiaro in the purification garden. Even though he had lost his limbs, he still managed to reach the altar of demise. He didn't expect it to be Viking who sent him the letter. Therefore, he wasn't actually a centaur or a demon. He had just transplanted a pair of horse legs. From Viking's letter, he already knew that Viking was the one who had saved him, and his words were full of gratitude. He also invited Angor to Breezy Valley as a guest. There wasn't much content in the letter, but it was very sincere. Angor didn't think what he did back then was noble, but the woman still remembered it and accepted his kindness, which made him feel good. Angor put away the letter and did not mind Viking's favor. He might not be able to use this favor for the rest of his life, but staying here was always a kind of connection. The moon was high in the sky, and the night was getting darker. Since Greya said she would come to Brute Cavern in half a month, he was not in a hurry. After taking a short nap in the carriage, his sleepiness had disappeared. He tidied himself up and left the flowery manor. Since he was leaving tomorrow, he wanted to bid farewell to Master Mitra. During his stay in Floating Mech City, Mitra had taught him a lot of knowledge. He even gave Angor his personal notes, which touched him a lot. Of course, he had to tell Mitra before leaving. Angor spent most of the night at Mitra's place. When the sun began to rise, he finally left. Before leaving, Mitra spoke to Angor. "I've given you the access card for the research department. You're now a member of the department. I hope to see you in the R&D Institute soon." Angor was surprised. He nodded with a smile. Floating Mech City was the place most alchemists wanted to go to, and the research department was the center of the city. It was the holy land of alchemy. Angor knew this, but he didn't go there right away. He knew that the department contained the most advanced alchemy technology, and it was a place where ideas collided. However, he hadn't even fully grasped his own knowledge, and his foundation hadn't been solidified. Expansion and creativity would have to wait for the future. Mitra knew what Angor was thinking, so he didn't force Angor. He only hoped to see this young alchemist in the department as soon as possible. Angor's shadow slowly disappeared into the horizon. The plump Yalia walked out of the elixir hut and smiled at Mitra. "I like this little guy." Mitra's expression was filled with emotion. "He's talented, lucky, and most importantly, a good teacher." Mitra sighed. "My old man got all my money out of him. He cares about Angor, but he won't say it. He's just like you." Yalia teased her husband, who rolled his eyes at her. "I'm sure Muse is heartbroken. He's still waiting for Angor's arrival in the research department. He's acting all high and mighty, but there's no one to show off to. He's going to vomit." Mitra shook his head. "I wonder when Angor will come to the department." Yalia raised an eyebrow. "Maybe next time he comes, you won't be as good as him anymore." Mitra clicked his tongue. "What are you talking about? Come on, let's go back and have some tea." Yalia glanced at the rising sun behind her and followed Mitra into the elixir hut, which was lit up by warm lights. A flying boat was drifting in the clear blue sky. White ripples kept appearing on the bottom of the boat as if it was sailing on the sea. The boat was exquisitely designed and covered in a curtain of starlight. 2 people were sitting on the boat, one big and one small, facing each other. They were dressed in the style of nobles and gentlemen. The younger one was young and handsome, wearing a dark red lining with a grayish-black gentleman's suit. The older one was mature and handsome, holding a short black cane in his hand and leaning against the soft cushion leisurely. They were Angor and Sunders. They left floating Mech City during the day and used a teleportation array to reach Sleepless City. They were still quite a distance away from Brute Cavern. Angor was expecting Sunders to open up a plain passageway to reach the destination. However, Sunders didn't seem to be planning to do that. Instead, he led Angor to the outskirts of the city. Angor assumed that there was a short-distance teleportation array or some other means of transportation, so he followed them. After walking for half a day, they realized that Sunders might have lost his way, or that he was planning to walk back to Brute Cavern. They walked for half a day, and there was still nothing in front of them. It would take them at least half a year to reach the destination. Angor resisted the urge to complain and took out his gondola. He and Sunders sat in the front compartment, while Nano and Dodoro sat in the back compartment. As for the Crocox, they were all kept in his bracelet. Sunders looked around the gondola and was satisfied with the carvings on the boat. As expected of Sunders' student, he even had a good sense of appreciation. Gondola quickly left Sleepless City and arrived at the boundless wilderness. At this speed, it would take them about 10 hours to reach the Evernight Kingdom. As for reaching the Pamir Highlands and reaching their final destination, Brute Cavern, they would need at least 3 days. Angor didn't want to waste any time. He had a lot of questions to ask since Sunders was sitting right in front of him. Before he could ask more questions, he heard some rustling noises coming from one of the compartments. He looked back and saw nano threads flowing out from between his fingers. They carried faint energy waves. He knew that fiberglass could produce silk, but this was the first time he saw a nanothread being produced. He didn't expect it to come from a finger. "If you train a fibber well, you can get some fine silk," said Sunders as he noticed what was going on behind them. "I'm planning to send fibber to my family so that they can earn some property for themselves." "You have a lot of family members?" This was the first time Sunders asked about Angor's family. Angor shook his head. "My elder brother is the only one left alive. I heard that there's another branch in Gold's Pink City, but they haven't contacted each other since my father passed away. That fibber can produce enough silk to support your family. You're from the marginalized island, right?" Sunders did not deny it. "You're from there, right?" "Yes. I'll go back to marginalized island this year. My mentor is still waiting for me. You should be able to help him now. If not, you can always buy a new ice coffin of healing scroll." Since Angor already had the rune card, he didn't need to buy an ice coffin. Mentioning marginalized island reminded Sunders of the past. Marginalized island. "I remember there are very few active elements in the air there. Elemental wizards called it a land of death. But it all happened overnight. A long time ago, there was no difference between the marginal island and the fake continent. The active elements disappeared overnight?" Sunders nodded. "There's something strange about it. Many wizards tried to explore it, but none of them could find the reason. There's a quest in Brute Cavern's questing hall that has been hanging there for years. It's to solve the mystery of the missing elements. If you have time on your way back to the marginalized island, you can go and solve the riddle." The quest had been hanging there for thousands of years, and no one had ever completed it. Sunders simply mentioned that Angor wanted to go back to marginalized island. It didn't matter whether Angor completed the quest or not. It had been 2 days since Angor returned to Brute Cavern. Angor had been busy dealing with all kinds of matters, including visitors. News about the Purification Garden had already spread to Brute Cavern. As a result, he had to deal with all kinds of people visiting him before he even had a chance to rest when he finally came back. Back in Brute Cavern, Angor's alchemy skills did attract a lot of attention, but he could still enjoy some peace and quiet. But now, there were people waiting outside the door at all times. As soon as he stepped out of the door, people would surround him. Some of them represented individuals, while others represented organizations. Angor didn't want to get involved with them. In the end, he simply packed up his things and moved to the tributary's lab. The tributary was located in a spacious and empty space. There were 138 labs in total, but no more than 20 people stayed here all year round. Inside Lab 13, there was not a single soul within 100 kilometers of it. Now that he was back in Brute Cavern, this was probably the only place where he could find some peace and quiet. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed in the tributary after Lin Feng sorted out all the things he had learned during this period of time. Now that he was done with his business, he was ready to take care of some other chores. For example, he needed to find a place for the Crockets and make arrangements for Dodoro's future. But before that, there was one more thing he needed to do. He needed to go to the Tree Spirit Palace to test Dodoro's talent and apply for a bone card. Angor planned to take Dodoro back to the tributary's entrance using gondola. However, as soon as they left the lab, they heard some clanking noises coming from the other side of the forest. As the noises came closer, a dark shadow jumped onto the mountain top. It was an iron house with legs. It looked heavy, but it moved with great agility. Every time it took a step, the iron patches on the house would produce a metallic noise. Soon, the iron house stopped in front of them. The door was opened, and a wooden ladder was lowered down. He followed Dodoro's lead and climbed onto the tree. When they entered the house, they saw a kind old woman sitting in front of a tea table not far from them. She was enjoying a cup of rose tea. The old woman sat in a very dignified manner. Her silver hair shone under the gorgeous chandelier. "How did you know I was leaving, Iron Granny?" Angor sat down in front of her and spoke in a casual tone. "I was going to walk out of here." "You came at the right time, Granny." Iron Granny smiled and asked Angor to take a sip. "I came because Sunders is looking for you. You can't use your transmitter in this dimension, so he asked me to send you a message." "Professor is looking for me?" Angor was surprised. "I think he wants to take you to see someone." "I see. I'm going to take him to Mr. Tree Spirit anyway." Iron Granny nodded. "I'm going to take him to Mr. Tree Spirit." Introduced Dodoro's, of course. Iron Granny glanced at Angor and praised him. "Good spirit." Then she didn't pay much attention to him. Dodoro was still immortal, and his potential was unknown. Iron Granny's attitude towards him was understandable. Angor and Iron Granny talked about their experiences in the Purification Garden while enjoying their tea. Soon, they arrived at the tributary. After saying goodbye to Iron Granny, Angor activated infinite reticence to hide his presence. Then he brought Dodoro out of the tributary. Outside the tributary was a mirror lake not far from the Tree of Eternity. Angor didn't take out his gondola since it would attract too much attention. Instead, he took Dodoro to the palace where Tree Spirit resided on a vine bus. Before Angor could tell the staff what he was here for, a handsome man wearing nothing but leaves walked into the hall with a smile. "Hey, Angor. I heard you went to Dark Castle and scared away Poseidon's precious disciple. You've been having a lot of fun lately, haven't you?" "Mr. Tree Spirit." The workers bowed to the man respectfully. "Mr. Tree Spirit, those are just rumors. Please don't take them seriously." Angor bowed back. "Gosh, old people like to listen to gossip. Flunza is an eyesore to me. Hurry up and tell me how you scared his disciple away. How did you manage to scare him away? Also, did Isabel really go back to Dark Castle?" Tree Spirit put on a curious look. The other workers around them were still working, but their ears were also pricked up. Obviously, they were also waiting for Angor's answer. Angor sighed. "Mr. Tree Spirit, there's something fishy going on. I don't even know God of Sea's disciple, so how did I scare him away? As for Lady Isabel, I don't know." "You don't know? What's so hard about it?" Tree Spirit glanced around and thought Angor didn't want to talk about it because he didn't want to. So he decided to bring Angor to his leaf and enjoy the gossip alone. Naturally, Dodoro followed Angor's lead. Only then did Tree Spirit notice that there was a mortal beside him. He wanted to yell at him, but when Tree Spirit saw the mortal's face clearly, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. At the same time, an undetectable glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. "You're Dodoro." "Mr. Tree Spirit, I'm here to ask for your help in identifying Dodoro's talent." Tree Spirit looked at Dodoro with a strange expression. Angor noticed Tree Spirit's change as well. He was going to ask Tree Spirit for more gossip, but now he was focusing on Dodoro. Angor knew that Dodoro was hiding something, but Sunders didn't notice it, so he assumed no one would notice it. But Tree Spirit seemed to have noticed Dodoro's strange behavior as well. "Mr. Tree Spirit, is there something wrong with him?" Angor asked in a low voice. Tree Spirit narrowed his eyes. "Nothing. I just think he looks familiar." Tree Spirit turned to Angor. "Take him and follow me. I'm going to check his talent." Familiar? Did Tree Spirit see Dodoro before? After all, Dodoro was someone from 1,000 years ago. Perhaps they had met him before. Angor took Dodoro to the place where Tree Spirit often bathed in sunlight. Tree Spirit found a sun chair nearby. Judging from the dents on the chair, Tree Spirit must have been sitting on it not long ago. When they were alone, Tree Spirit looked at Angor and asked, "Where did he come from?" It sounded like a casual question, but Angor knew that Tree Spirit didn't ask him where he came from when he first came to check his talent. Not to mention that he was interested in gossiping, but now he was focusing on Dodoro. It seemed that Tree Spirit really did notice something wrong with Dodoro. "I don't know where he came from, but I found him in a forest in Fairy World. He lost his memories, and I was the first person he saw, so he insisted on following me. Later, I noticed that he had a talent for training, so I brought him back." "Fairy World?" Tree Spirit muttered in a low voice, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Oh, I see. Wait here. I'll check his talent." Tree Spirit waved his hand, and a small greenhouse appeared on the leaf. Before Tree Spirit took Dodoro into the house, Tree Spirit tossed a bone card to Angor. "He doesn't have a bone card yet, right? This is an anonymous one. Lady Mirror has verified it, so you can use it to enter the mirror world. His information will be updated in a moment," Tree Spirit explained. Angor nodded and accepted the bone card. With this bone card, he didn't have to go to Mirror Lady for verification. More importantly, he still owed Mirror Lady an alchemy illusion. He didn't want to see Mirror Lady again when he thought about building such a disgusting illusion. Tree Spirit took Dodoro into the house while Angor sat down to wait for the result. Did Tree Spirit mean Dodoro himself, or someone who looked like Dodoro? What was Dodoro's secret? Unconsciously, he checked his bracelet and saw the Crocox working on the farm. Nano was staying close to the Crocox while spinning silk threads out of boredom. Angor didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at a dusty bag in the corner. The bag belonged to Dodoro, which contained Dodoro's clothes and a bowl. Inside the silver bowl, there was a black snake coiling all symbol. This symbol could be seen everywhere in Pakrati. Even the medical boxes beside the skeletons had the same symbol. According to the Grand Priest of the Crocox, the symbol was called Emblem of Eternal Serpent. The black snake coiling all was the All of Eternal Serpent. Back then, he assumed that the silver bowl was the All of Eternity. After all, Dodolo had lived for 1,000 years, which made him more likely to have eternal life. However, Angor didn't find anything strange about the bowl. It was just an ordinary silver bowl. Dodoro treasured the silver bowl so much that he kept it close to his body ever since he came out of the coffin. When Angor took him out of Fairy World, Dodoro carefully put the silver bowl in his luggage and handed it to Angor. Angor didn't understand why Dodoro cared about the silver bowl so much. Why did Dodoro only care about the bowl when his memories were gone? Maybe Dodoro's secret was related to the bowl. As Angor pondered, the door of the green hut opened and Dodoro came out. At the same time, the bone card in Angor's hand glowed. He looked down and saw that the information on the bone card was updated. Angor read the information on the bone card. Name, Dodoro Akiso, no otherworld bloodline. Spiritual power, 25. Evaluation, qualified, physique, excellent. Evaluation, qualified, soul, excellent. Evaluation, qualified, recommended talent, occult divination. Dodoro's information was similar to what Angor expected. The only thing that surprised Angor was the 25 points of spiritual power. Many wizards praised Dodoro's spiritual power, and Angor felt that Dodoro's spiritual power was quite high. But he didn't expect it to be this high. After training and using the Altar of Demise, Angor estimated that his spiritual power was around 17, which was 8 points higher than Dodoro's. Even Easley, who had become a transcendent on the Redbud, only had 23 points. With 25 points of the will, as long as Dodoro's channeling method compatibility wasn't too bad, His path as an apprentice would be smooth sailing. Tree Spirit also came out of the green hut. He looked calm, but Angor noticed that Tree Spirit's eyes were following Dodoro as if he was thinking about something. His talent is rare in Brute Cavern. I think Maya is the only one who can teach him. You don't need to go to the resource hall. Just take him to Maya. I'm sure she'll be happy to have such an excellent student. Tree Spirit's voice sounded a little distant. There was only one diviner in Brute Cavern. For example, most gourmet wizards stayed at Candy House, while diviners mostly went to Starliege Church in Brilliance Plain, which was the holy ground of all diviners. Even the only diviner in Brute Cavern, Maya Star Measurer, spent nearly 100 years studying in Starliege Church. When Angor fell into the plain passageway at Midnight Sovereign, Sunders also asked Maya to tell his fate. I see. Angor nodded. When Angor and Dodoro left Tree Spirit's hall, Tree Spirit was still thinking about something. His eyes were wandering as he recalled Dodoro's face. Indeed, Dodoro looked like that annoying old friend of his. Even Tree Spirit's talent was exactly the same. However, Tree Spirit didn't sense any bloodline ripples from Dodoro. Or was this Dodoro from the same clan as that man? But if he remembered correctly, that race that was blessed by the heavens had already gone extinct 1,000 years ago, right? Sigh, forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. Tree Spirit shook his head. He had always been a lazy person. If Dodoro didn't look like his old friend who had died many years ago, he wouldn't have spent so much time thinking about it. But since he couldn't figure out his relationship with that person, he wouldn't think too much about it. He would just treat him as an ordinary talent. At this moment, an old female voice suddenly sounded in Tree Spirit's ears. Master Tree Spirit, why are you calling my name at such a close distance? Are you trying to test whether I'm deaf? You divination adepts are so troublesome. All I did was mention your name, and you're already reacting to it. Tree Spirit smiled lazily and lay down on the sun chair, bathing in the gentle sunlight. You're not an abyss demon god. Why do you need to cultivate your real name? It's a natural reaction, not the power of my real name. The female voice paused for a moment before continuing. Compared to being called by my name, I prefer to hear the name Star Traveler. Fine, fine, Star Traveler, Lady Maya, Tree Spirit said in a grumpy tone. Is this good enough? Maya didn't mind the way Tree Spirit addressed her. Among the 3 ancestor souls, Tree Spirit Hiero was the most easygoing and gentle one. He could joke around with anyone, and he was very tolerant. The only downside was that he would control the Tree of Eternity to leave a patch of sunlight for someone he liked, while the others could only stay in the shade. May I know why you called me by my name, Master Tree Spirit? Maya asked. It's nothing much. I just took in a genius with the gift of prophecy. I told him not to ask for a poster. He can come to you directly, Tree Spirit explained Dodoro's personal information to Maya. When Maya heard this, she said calmly, I got it. I'll get Hobson to receive him. No need. I think Angor will bring him to you soon. Angor? Oh, I see. Maya was surprised at first. She remembered how Sunders asked her to look for Angor's whereabouts not long ago. She did not expect him to be back already. Yes. That student of Sunders. Tree Spirit thought Maya didn't know who Angor was, so he told her about the recent anecdotes he heard from Floating Mech City. But he suddenly stopped and showed a bitter look. Crap. I forgot to ask Angor about the inside story. On the other side, Angor and Dodoro were riding a bus made of tree vines. Inside the bus, Angor pointed at various places under the tree and explained the names and rules of each place to Dodoro. At the same time, he also told Dodoro about common knowledge in the wizarding world. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the Falling Cloud bus stop. They could see the Cloud Library hidden in the clouds from afar. Angor transferred 10,000 merit points to Dodoro's bone card and explained the value of merit points. Everything in the wizarding world follows the principle of equivalent exchange, especially knowledge. If you want to learn something, you can go to the Cloud Library or ask your future teacher. He paused a little and pointed at himself. Of course, you can also ask me about it. But I don't know much, so I won't be able to help you much. Dodoro nodded like he was pounding garlic. His eyes were filled with hope for the magical world of the wizarding world. As for what he was hoping for, no one knew. They crossed the invisible bridge and arrived at the edge of Phantom Island. Iron Granny told him that Sunders wanted to talk to him about something. He didn't know why, but he also wanted to ask Sunders about Maya's whereabouts. It had been a while since Angor came to Phantom Island. The place was still filled with trees, birds, and flowers. Standing outside the island, Angor could hear the cries of phantom beasts. Since Dodoro didn't have a pass to Phantom Island, Angor had no choice but to put him inside his space bracelet. Luckily, there were still a lot of people in there. Soon, Angor arrived at the manor at the center of the island. Before he pushed open the gate of the manor, through the gap between the black iron fence, he saw a fake Shoto wearing a small phantom servant robe. The Shoto was doing physical training on the lawn. Next to him was a large phantom servant, who was wearing a mask with a decorative pattern on it. Angor's arrival alerted the phantom servants. The larger phantom servant turned around and bowed to Angor. "Mr. Pad, you're here. Mr. is waiting for you in the underground lab." "Got it." Angor nodded and greeted Good. "Long time no see, Butler Good." Good smiled and stood to the side. Just as he was about to speak, the smaller phantom servant behind him quickly ran to Angor's side. "Thank you, Angor. You're finally back." Angor raised an eyebrow and looked at the phantom servant who looked like a child. "So you've been waiting for me all this time?" "That's right. Last time, you said you'll tell me the whole story of that kid who never grew up." The phantom servant's eyes shined brightly. "Kid who never grew up?" Angor was a little surprised when he realized that the phantom servant was talking about a fairy tale from Earth. Peter Pan, the carefree Peter Pan. Angor didn't expect the phantom servant to remember it so clearly. Angor gave it some thought and realized that Peter Pan's personality was quite similar to the phantom servant's. Good stern voice came from behind Angor. "You're being rude, Hobbiton." The phantom servant was none other than Hobbiton. Back in Midnight Sovereign, Hobbiton stole Prom's wallet and got punished for it. His talent was similar to the phantom form, which only wizards could use. Hobbiton stopped moving and looked at Good in a trembling voice. "Great-grandpa? If you're going to become a phantom servant, you should address Mr. Pat respectfully. Also, Mr. Pat is waiting for you." "What are you doing here?" Good scolded. Hobbiton pouted and lowered his head. "I know I'm wrong." Good sighed again. The Moa boy's talent didn't only affect his appearance, but it also affected his mental development. He didn't lose his IQ, but he was still too childish. Angor didn't think it was important to address Hobbiton as Good was scolding him. However, he didn't want to embarrass Good in front of everyone. When Good wasn't looking, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Hobbiton, telling him that he would tell Hobbiton the story of Peter Pan when they had time. With that done, Angor refused Good's offer and went to the underground lab alone. He knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep, hoarse male voice came from inside the room. Angor pushed the door open and saw Sunders testing the resistance of a certain casting material on an experiment table. Sunders would take out a quill from time to record the results in a book. "I'm here to see if your right hand has any beneficial effects on your body." Sunders went straight to the point. Sunders cut to the chase. "I'll take you to Maya. She'll verify the result for you." Angor was surprised. He did not expect Sunders to bring him to see Lady Maya. He was just about to take Dodoro to Maya. What a coincidence. Inside an observation room on a cloud island, Maya's ears twitched. She just dealt with an old pervert. Why was someone calling her by her name again? It was fine if someone called her by her name in the mirror world. She couldn't sense anything outside the mirror world anyway. But this time, it was in the mirror world again, and it wasn't far from her. Maya cast her gaze over with a gloomy expression. "Huh? Phantom Island?" After leaving Phantom Island, he released Dodoro from his space ring. They rode on gondola and headed to Maya's residence. Dodoro sat at the back of the gondola, while Angor and Sunders sat opposite each other at the front. This was the first time Angor was talking to a prophet, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. His eyes glanced at his right hand from time to time. The road ahead was uncertain, and his heart was at a loss. Prophets? What kind of wizards are they? Angor asked out of curiosity. Most prophets call themselves fate bearers, Sunders explained, and as long as they want, you're basically invisible to them. Angor frowned. Does that mean we have no secrets in front of prophets? Or do other wizards allow others to look into their secrets? The stronger you are, the harder it is for them to see through your fate fog. Also, when a prophet is looking at you, you can feel it clearly. If they don't want to cause trouble for themselves, they won't look into other people's destinies. Sunders paused for a moment before continuing, there's one more thing. Every time a prophet tries to look into someone's destiny, whether it's for themselves or for someone else. Fate backlash? This was the first time Angor heard of such a thing. When a prophet learns about a certain destiny, even if he or she doesn't do anything to change it, something will still happen. It's very likely that changing your destiny will result in a backlash. This is the law of the river of fate. For example, if a person predicted that he would find a big bag of magic crystals tomorrow, the unknown fate would push him to the bag if he did not know the premise. But if he or she knew what was going to happen, would fate still push him or her to the bag of magic crystals if he or she tried to pretend otherwise? That was a question. Fate often played tricks on you. The more you knew about it, the more vague it would be. Good luck might turn into bad luck because of your change. Bad luck might not turn into good luck because of your prophet. Furthermore, it's not a simple task to create a clear intertwined network in the long river of fate. It involves a lot of things. For example, Sunders said, you think of everyone's fate as a line. From the moment you were born, everyone you met and everything you experienced was related to the fate of others. Relatives, lovers, teachers, friends. Their fates will definitely intersect with yours, or even be entangled with yours. If a prophetic adept wants to know all the information about you, they will definitely involve me. That's because our fates are bound to intersect. Because of this, the prophets are unable to determine to what extent the probing fate will affect them, and whether or not it will affect them. Most importantly, they may not have the ability to do so. Sunders shrugged. Basically, a prophet doesn't dare to look for clues easily. He only finds some key words from the river of fate and uses magic formulas to deduce the possible answers. Or maybe he just leaves it to you to guess. Angor finally understood the limits of a prophet's power. When a divination sorcerer reached a certain level of power, they could indeed make you unable to hide. However, they were restrained by various external factors and did not dare to do so. They could only dig out some fragments and unknown details from the long river of fate and speculate on their own. This was also the reason why the Fate Walker was always so mysterious. It wasn't that they didn't want to tell you the truth, but that they didn't know the truth themselves. They only sensed something vague. Angor looked at his right hand and whispered, then the result from the vague clues might not be correct, right? Don't worry. Maya's judgment is always right about whether your right hand will affect you negatively. After all, she's not really trying to dig up your secrets. She's just looking at the edges. Sunders continued, besides, the prophet branch is a large and complicated branch. What I just said is only a small and superficial understanding. There are many things I don't really understand. For example, there are many laws and probability calculations in the prophet branch, such as unknown conservation of fate, guiding probability, the main theme of the background, and so on. Those who don't understand will only be guessing what's going on behind the door. Angor didn't really understand it. But he wasn't a prophet, so he knew that the result would not be wrong. Away from the crowd, Maya's residence. There was another cloud on the other side of the Tree of Eternity. It was about a few dozen kilometers away from Phantom Island. After flying for a while, they arrived at their destination. Starry Sky Island. At first, Angor didn't know what Starry Sky Island meant. He thought it was just like Phantom Island, which Sunders named for him. But when he saw the floating island, he finally understood what Starry Sky meant. Looking at the island in the distance, his eyes were filled with amazement. From afar, the island was covered with forests, mountains, and waterfalls. These scenes were similar to Phantom Island, but there was one thing that was unique to Starry Sky Island: fireflies all over the mountains. It was almost dusk, and the sky was getting darker. The horizon was dyed red, as if it was on fire. And Starry Sky Island was right under the red glow. Fireflies emitting a dim green light floated up and down, densely covering Starry Sky Island. Together with the sunset glow, it looked like a dream, like a real starry sky. The fireflies on Starry Sky Island are also famous in Brute Cavern. But Maya doesn't like to be disturbed. Anyone who comes uninvited will be watched by misfortune, said Sunders. While speaking, Gondola slowly approached Starry Sky Island. At the edge of the island, Angor saw a man in a white robe waving at them. Angor frowned when he recognized who it was. While Angor was a little confused, Toby, who was hiding in his chest pocket, almost exploded. Angor gently stroked Toby's fur and explained in a small voice, the man on the island tried to talk to Toby. He said he and Toby wore matching outfits. Sunders glanced at Toby and then at the man on the island. They do look like matching outfits. Toby didn't know what to say. Angor didn't know what to say. The man on the island was Hobson. He was a strange man Angor met outside the Sky Tower who tried to befriend him. Hobson liked to wear a white bear costume and kept saying things like fate led us to each other. When Hobson talked to Angor for the first time, he said that he and Toby were wearing matching outfits. At that time, Toby happened to be wearing a white otter costume. The fluffy white clothes and exaggerated round ears did indeed look like a couple with white bear. Today, Toby was wearing a panda costume. Angor made it out of a black and white bear skin. Angor didn't know if pandas existed in the wizarding world. But he had seen some videos from Earth, and he knew that pandas were creatures that liked to act cute. A few days ago, Angor decided to practice alchemy on his way back to Brute Cavern from the Evernight Kingdom. Thus, he made this work for practice. After spending a lot of materials, he finally succeeded. It was a temperature-maintaining rune, which was his first alchemy creation. After giving it to Toby, Toby liked it very much. She had been wearing this panda costume for a week. Compared to the white otter suit, this one looked more like a matching pair with the white bear. Angor believed that Toby would never wear it again, especially after hearing Sunders' words. They reached the island and disembarked. Hobson quickly came to them and greeted Sunders politely. Then he whispered to Angor, "Angor, fate brought us together." Angor knew Hobson would say something like that. Then, Hobson the white bear looked at Toby. His eyes flashed with surprise. This color combination is really interesting. Why didn't I think of it? He reached out a hand and tried to touch Toby's panda costume. Toby responded with a claw attack. Hobson was sent flying several meters away. Fortunately, Toby didn't use too much strength, so Hobson only looked a little flustered. Hobson tidied up his clothes and walked to the other side. "My professor knows we have an important guest, so he sent me here to welcome you." "Ahem, please follow me." Hobson bowed to Sunders again and tapped the ground with his cane. The forest parted to create a path that led deeper into the forest. "So White Bear's teacher is Lady Maya?" Angor wondered as he followed White Bear. He was the only prophet in Brute Cavern, and Brute Cavern only had one prophet. Angor glanced at Dodoro. "So Dodoro and Hobson are going to be fellow apprentices now?" Hobson seemed like a nice guy, so Dodoro shouldn't get bullied. But please don't be like Hobson. They soon reached the end of the forest and stood in front of a large tower. "My professor is at the top of the tower. I'll take you there." His first impression of Maya was that she was a skinny old lady. Tap, 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 Maya was standing in front of the projection of the southern region with her cane. She tapped the ground with her cane while walking in circles around the constellation. His stooped figure looked extremely frail and somewhat sluggish as he walked. After a while, Maya finally turned around and looked at the group. Her eyes were wise and mysterious, as if they could see through everything in the world. Finally, she looked at Sunders. "Fate really favors you, Mr. Phantom Fiend. What a wonderful future there is." Her old voice was gentle and soft, but it carried a convincing power. "Instead of looking at my future, why don't you look at others?" Sunders chuckled. Maya understood what Sunders meant. She slowly looked at Angor with a glint in her eyes. When Maya's gaze landed on Angor's body, a strange feeling arose spontaneously. He finally understood why Sunders would say something like being stared at by a prophet. This was because he had a strong feeling that he was being watched by a prophet wizard. The mana pool in his mind space was trembling, as if it wanted to pour out all of its mana to block the feeling of being peeped at. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and his mind went blank. Only a pair of pale green eyes appeared at the bottom of his heart, silently moving about. So this is what it feels like to be stared at by a prophet? No wonder prophets wouldn't look into other people's destinies. It was too strong, and it was too annoying. Maya slowly withdrew her gaze while Angor was still trying to figure it out. The feeling of being watched quickly faded away. Maya pondered for a moment as if she was considering her words carefully. After a while, she spoke in a soft voice, "The mist is surprisingly thick. I can't see anything about the future. However, I can sense that he has intersected with many experts in the tributary of fate. Presumably, his future won't be too bad." Maya was only guessing from another angle. If Angor's destiny was intertwined with many powerful beings, he would naturally join their circle. "Mr. Phantom, you've got a good student." Maya sighed. Some of the scenes she saw seemed to have all kinds of invincible masters, and there might even be legendary masters. She didn't know what kind of relationship Angor would have with these powerful beings in the future. They might be enemies or friends. But no matter what, Angor must have a good future since he was watched by so many powerful beings. After all, the strong would never place their attention on an ant. Sunders smiled. "It's my fortune as well." Maya raised an eyebrow. Sunders' response was just as the rumors said. He valued Angor more than his other two students. Because of Sunders' attitude, Angor's status in the wizarding world would naturally increase. However, fortune and misfortune came from the same source. Fortune came with danger. Maya gave Angor a meaningful look before she turned her attention to Dodoro. She already learned from Tree Spirit that Dodoro would become a disciple of Starry Island if nothing unexpected happened. Since they were his apprentices, even though he didn't send out any posters, he still had to distinguish who was close to him. "You're Dodoro, right? Come closer and let me have a good look at you." Maya tapped the ground with her walking stick. Dodoro hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps forward. Maya looked at Dodoro from head to toe. She had a good impression of him, especially his eyes. They were clear and clean, like a lake formed by melting snow. "You have a clear mind. You're an excellent candidate." Maya nodded and praised. At the same time, she used mind's eye to observe Dodoro's future. A moment later. Tick-tock, tick-tock, Maya's face was as calm as an ancient well, but 2 streams of blood flowed out from her dark green eyes. They streaked across her wrinkled skin, forming 2 pale streaks of blood, and finally dripped to the ground. When White Bear saw this, he wanted to step forward but was stopped by Maya. What did Maya see? Why did her eyes bleed? What did this situation mean? Both Angor and Sunders were curious as well. He knew what Maya's mind's eye meant. The spell was derived from Eye of Future, and Maya added her own understanding to it, which allowed her to open an eye in someone's mind and observe their movements. If Maya could fix the flaws of mind's eye and turn it into an original spell, she might be able to open up a new path for herself and become a truthfinder. But now, a quasi-truthfinder spell was acting strangely. How could Sunders not be curious? Did the spell backfire on Dodoro? But what was wrong with Dodoro? Why did Maya's prying attack? Sunders looked at Dodoro for the first time. Dodoro was still as calm as ever in front of Maya's bleeding eyes, as if the old lady was just an ordinary stranger. Sunders didn't expect to see such a cold look. When Sunders tried to recall Dodoro's memories, he realized that Dodoro would always treat everyone, including Sunders, with the same cold and distant attitude. But it was this normal attitude that made it strange. Dodoro looked at Dodoro as if he was an ant, and the ant looked at Dodoro as if it was nothing. Something wasn't right. Dodoro didn't show any respect to Dodoro, as if he had lost his emotions. Sunders considered Maya's silence. So he's going to have a tough road ahead? Maya shook her head and wiped away the blood on her face. I don't know. I can't see his future. It's all red. A blood-red future? Interesting. But it shouldn't backfire on your mind's eye, right? It's not a backfire, Maya said in a soft voice. It warned me. It? Sunders didn't know who Maya was talking about at first. But when Maya pointed her walking stick at the sky, his eyes widened. You mean, the world's consciousness? Maya nodded. That's the price for prying. But it helped me understand something. It seems that this new disciple of mine has an extraordinary background. Maya was not angry but happy. The corners of her mouth opened and she let out a low laugh. After laughing, Maya took out a golden poster and tossed it to Dodoro. The golden poster spun in the air and landed in Dodoro's hand. From now on, you're my student. There's a pass to Starry Sky Island in the poster. You can find me here anytime. Dodoro held the poster in his hand and bowed to Maya. Professor. Maya nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, White Bear, who had witnessed this scene, looked slightly disappointed. His poster was just an ordinary poster. Before this, he was Maya's only student. But when Dodoro showed up, Maya took out a golden poster without hesitation. How could White Bear not feel sad about this, but it only lasted for a second. He slowly looked at Angor again. According to the prophecy, all his hopes and dreams could be fulfilled by Angor. But the prophecy didn't tell him how, so he didn't know. Still, he wasn't in a hurry. They were friends now, and as long as he maintained their relationship, he would find out sooner or later. Are you satisfied with him? Sunders looked at Maya with a doubtful look. For the will of the world to warn him, it meant that Dodoro's future was very important to the will of the world. Of course. I have a feeling that whether or not my mind's eye can become a spell depends on him, said Maya. Mind's eye was related to Maya's path of truth, which meant she valued Dodoro a lot. Let's hope so. I hope you can start on the same path soon. Seeing that Maya did not want to talk about it, Sunders gave up on asking and changed the topic to the purpose of their visit. Of course, they had to clear the place first. Maya asked White Bear to take Dodoro away first, leaving only the three of them in the observatory. I'm here because I want you to help me determine the outcome of his battle. Sunders quickly explained the condition of Angor's right hand to Sunders using voice transmission. Maya frowned from time to time as she listened to Sunders' explanation, as if she was thinking about something. In the end, she nodded and said, I'll give it a try. The hand of a Nightmare Realm humanoid is a rare case. Maya was a prophet, but as a wizard, she had an endless thirst for knowledge. She couldn't help but want to do some research on such a rare case. However, Sunders was right beside her, so she had no choice but to keep her thoughts to herself. Maya brought Angor to the center of the astral projection. Just sit here and don't worry about anything. Don't resist. Relax. I'll show you the result. Following Maya's gentle words, Angor slowly fell into a half-asleep state. It was a blood-red world. He was standing under a wooden pillar, and in the distance, he saw buildings covered in blood. At first glance, it was a terrifying sight. But for some reason, Angor didn't find it repulsive. Instead, he felt a sense of intimacy, as if the blood was part of his body. He didn't know why he was here, but he knew where he was. He looked at the wooden pillar next to him and saw the familiar Lionheart lamp that was emitting a faint blood-red light. The flame of the Lionheart will never go out, Angor whispered. This was the family rule of the Pat family. Every Lionheart lamp in the house should never go out, and they would always shine even in the middle of the night. It was a rule that every member of the Pat family should never forget. Where is this place? A gentle voice sounded in his ears. Angor didn't know where the voice came from, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he answered without thinking, This is Pat Manor, my home. You haven't been home for a long time. Why don't you go back and have a look? The voice was full of temptation as it guided Angor forward. He hadn't been home for a long time? Angor couldn't remember. But it did seem to be the case. Let's go back and have a look. Are my brother and Professor John doing well? Angor walked forward step by step. He passed through the farmland, the tea garden, the greenhouse. He saw many familiar figures along the way. They were all servants who worked in Pat Manor. He also saw a horse galloping away, with a handsome knight in iron armor sitting on it. It was Leon, Angor's brother. Angor wanted to check on John, but he felt his legs losing control. Eventually, he stood in front of a door. Where's this? Angor answered in a stiff manner, My bedroom. Open the door and see? Without hesitation, Angor pushed the door open. His room was small, but cozy. It looked the same as when he left. Nothing changed. The only thing that changed was that the curtain of the bed was pulled down, as if someone was sleeping on the bed. No, someone was sleeping on the bed. Through the wall lamp, Angor saw a dark shadow arching up behind the curtain. Angor frowned. Did someone who didn't know the rules come and take over his room while he was away? Angor lifted the curtain with a hint of anger and confusion. When he lifted the curtain, he was surprised to see someone sitting on the bed. The person slowly stood up. He was 2 heads taller than Angor, which gave him an oppressive feeling. Angor looked up to see the person's face. But the world around him began to move backward. In the end, everything, including padded matter, was shattered into pieces. Before the fragments shattered, Angor only saw one thing. He had a head full of golden hair, curled lips, and floating green tattoos. Angor's memories came back to him. He also heard someone talking to him. He looked up in confusion. His vision was still blurry. He saw a tall man in a black gentleman's suit walking toward him and standing in front of him. "What did you see?" The familiar hoarse voice reached his ears. Angor spoke without thinking. "I saw him. He's covered in green tattoos. He's in my bedroom." Angor's words did not make any sense, but Sunders understood what he meant. "You mean, the long-haired nightmare monster is in your bedroom?" Angor nodded. His mind slowly returned to normal, and his eyes regained their clarity. Sunders considered for a moment and did not ask further. Instead, he looked at Maya. "What's your final conclusion? Did his right hand affect him?" Maya turned around and slowly walked to a stone chair on the side. She lowered her head and sat down. "Of course it did. As for whether it's a good or bad influence, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. That's his own experience. His feelings are the most important. If he felt any discomfort during the experience just now, then it means that there is a problem. His body is warning him. Otherwise, it's fine." Sunders looked at Angor. Of course, Angor heard Maya's words. He tried to recall what happened. He did not know if it was a dream or an illusion, but he did go through a short journey. During this process, although everything was blood red, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. "No, I don't feel uncomfortable." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "When I reached my bedroom, I saw that person. His appearance was sudden, and I was a little confused. But I didn't feel any discomfort." Angor told Maya his experience honestly. He did not mention that the person was his projection in the nightmare realm. Sunders specifically told him not to reveal too much before he came to a conclusion about the bloodline projection. Maya's green eyes glowed when she heard Angor's words. The image of Angor in her eyes seemed to have turned into lines of data, which then turned into a beam of light and was carried into the magic formula she had decided in her mind. Maya finally concluded, "It should be fine. There might be some turbulence, but the result shouldn't be too bad." Hearing Maya's words, Angor's anxious heart finally calmed down. Since his right hand wouldn't harm him too much, he could use it without worry. After hearing Maya's conclusion, Sunders began to think about something else. His new research project, research on the origin of projected bloodlines, about the safety of projected bloodlines, finally had some data that could be used to determine the safety of projected bloodlines. Under the premise that the projected bloodline was safe for the original owner, many of his conjectures could be concluded. Sunders' mind was in turmoil. He wished he could start calculating right away, but he had to hold back his urge since they were still on Starry Island. Apart from Angor, there was something else he wanted to discuss with Maya. "Go outside and wait, Angor. I have something to talk to Maya about," Sanders said. Angor nodded and headed for the door. Before he left, he heard Maya complaining in a low voice, "Like I said, don't call me by my name. I prefer being called Star Mentor more than my name." Angor closed the bronze door, and the rustling noises from inside immediately quieted down. Angor turned around and walked down the spiral staircase. He saw White Bear and Dodoro on the first floor. This floor was a bit like an office or a teaching area. It was very spacious, and there was a bright yellow wall lamp burning at regular intervals, illuminating the entire space with a warm feeling. There were about a dozen low wooden desks arranged in neat rows. There were no benches, but the floor was covered with a luxurious carpet. White Bear was sitting on the carpet with his legs crossed, writing something on the desk. Dodoro was standing far away with a bookshelf filled with scattered books and a thick book in his hand. Angor's movement attracted their attention. Dodoro quickly put down his book and came to greet Angor with a smile. White Bear also stood up and walked to Angor. However, White Bear also picked up the paper in his hand. White Bear drew a picture of a bear on the parchment. However, it was black and white. On the top floor of the observatory, Sunders chuckled. Your name is just a trigger. It's not hard to block it if you really want to. Maya humphed. I have my reasons for not doing so. Who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? I must make it clear to them. Otherwise, where is my dignity? In front of her old friend, Maya's mysterious and wise persona naturally collapsed. Let's not talk about that. Just remember not to call me by my name. Maya calmed down a little. Let's get down to business. I know why you're here. I can help you explore the River of Destiny, but there are too many important figures involved in it, and many of them can affect the whole situation. So, you have to give me an idea of what you want me to do first. Let's start with this. He reached out a finger and tapped on the shiny earring on his right ear. Gravity Garden, Maya nodded. No problem. She lifted her walking stick and drew an arc in the air. Mist rose out of nowhere and covered the end of the stick. Sunders only felt that Maya was stirring up clouds. However, Maya saw something else at the center of the arc. Perhaps it was a long river steaming with smoke and flowing endlessly, or a dark vortex filled with mysterious power, or a string of light filled with unknown information. In the eyes of divination wizards, these scenes were known as the River of Fate, the Wheel of Time, and the Strings of the World. These images were not real objects. They were only concepts, which had different ways of describing them in different worlds. However, all of them represented the unknown, as well as an unwarranted fate. Not every diviner could spy on these scenes. Even Maya could only do her best. She furrowed her brows and sweat began to ooze out of her wrinkled skin. Soon, she was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Maya opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. 3 wisps of white smoke escaped from her nostrils and mouth. Yes, the gravity garden is fine. Mr. Monkey doesn't really want your gravity garden. He only wants to smuggle in some demons from the abyss. Maya did not finish her words. As expected, Maya calmed down and continued, but you need to be careful of Deanie. She seems to want to take your gravity garden from you. Sunders nodded. Ever since the gravity garden was completed, Gravity Forest has been paying attention to it. I'm sure they'll try to do something. Lady Deanie was the only level 2 wizard in Gravity Forest. Gravity Forest Sorcerer's Garden is also a gravity garden, but it's not as good as yours. If they can combine them, they'll improve a lot. Maya continued, but if they dare to do something to you, there must be something fishy going on. You need to be careful. A small organization like the Gravity Forest is probably trying to take advantage of the chaos. I'm hoping that they can openly scheme against me. They're eyeing my gravity garden, but I'm the same. Sunders narrowed his eyes. But I didn't expect so many organizations to get involved this time. As far as I know, there are nearly 20 organizations, including 3 major ones. Even Song of the Deep, which hides in the endless sea all year long, has joined the fray. Your Excellency Mon Chi, you're probably prepared to be exposed. Maya's eyes dimmed. The southern wizarding region has been peaceful for many years. The Great Demon's calamity is not a bad thing for people at their level. But for apprentices and mortals, it's a disaster, Sunders spoke in a plain tone. They both sighed and fell into silence. A moment later, Sunders broke the silence. Can you hold on? I want to know, Mr. Monkey spent so much effort and even offended a demon from the abyss. Can he really become a legendary wizard? I knew you'd ask. Maya shook her head. I don't know. It's not something I can predict with my current strength. Even the prophets from Starleech Church aren't 100% sure. But I can tell you something. It came from the Brilliance Plane. They say the southern wizarding region is shrouded in shadows, but there will always be a rising sun. After 1,000 years of silence, the southern wizarding region is about to erupt. As for whether Mr. Monkey will become a legendary wizard, that remains to be seen. Sunders nodded. Isabelle is back. She's only a remnant soul, but she may have gained something. She might bring something unexpected. Maybe, but I don't think it's a big deal. Maya changed the topic. I heard Isabelle's return has something to do with your young student. Do you mind telling me more? The news of Isabelle's return had already spread far and wide. However, only a few people knew the truth. Sunders was one of them. After all, his student was one of the participants. Sunders didn't hide anything and told Maya everything about Isabelle's return. Mystery domain? Your student has a bright future ahead of him. Maya sighed. I bet that old man Rain is happy about it. After all, Brood Cavern hasn't had a master alchemist for many years. He's still far away from that, Sunders said humbly. But master alchemist isn't his final goal. Sunders tried to be modest, but he soon revealed a proud look. He's showing off his student, Maya secretly shook her head. Comparisons were odious. Last but not least, to what extent should I participate in Mr. Monkey's plan? There were 3 people on gondola when they left Starry Island, but only 2 came back. Dodoro was left behind on Starry Island. Angor wanted to take Dodoro with him, but Maya suddenly showed up and told him that she would give Dodoro some basic wizardry lessons. After some discussion, Angor agreed to let Dodoro stay. Since Dodoro was going to stay at Starry Island, Angor decided to give Dodoro his luggage. The silver bowl with the emblem of the Serpent of Eternity was also there. Angor thought about studying the bowl, but he couldn't find anything useful, so he gave it back to Dodoro. Surprisingly, Dodoro only took his underwear and left the bowl in Angor's hands. He said that the bowl was important to him and that he didn't trust anyone else. Angor secretly asked Dodoro why the bowl was important to him. Dodoro couldn't give him an answer. He only said that he felt it. Even though most adepts were rational beings, they would still follow the mystical feelings of their hearts. Sometimes, intuition was more useful than rational analysis. For example, Angor himself had relied on direct intuition to escape from life-threatening situations many times. If Dodoro felt that the bowl was important to him, it might really contain his secret. Angor was also interested in the bowl, so he agreed to let Dodoro keep it for now. When Dodoro was strong enough to protect the bowl, Angor would return it to him. Now that everything was settled, Angor bid farewell to Dodoro. On gondola, Angor began to think about what he learned from his trip to Starry Island, as well as the secret of Dodoro's bowl. When they were about to arrive at Phantom Island, Sunders finally woke him up. Iron Granny told me that you hid in the tributary as soon as you came back. It's not that I'm avoiding them, it's just that. He was always encountering people who wanted to ask him for alchemy or to rope him in, which annoyed him. Don't mind them. If they try anything again, just kill them, Sunders said coldly. Sunders added, fine. You can move to Phantom Island now. I'll be leaving soon, and I'll leave Phantom Island to you for the time being. Good will help you too. He paused for a moment before continuing, you're still weak when it comes to spell variety. My library can be open to you for now. I hope you don't disappoint me. Staying in the tributary wasn't a good idea anyway. Angor considered for a moment and agreed. Where are you going, Professor? Angor asked the same question back in Floating Mech City. Back then, Angor only cared about Sunders' old friend and didn't ask about it. Sunders didn't want to tell Angor about this, but since Angor was one of the most influential figures in the wizarding world, he decided to tell him about it. I'm going to the Abyssal Plane to help Master Monkey of the Moonfrost Alliance with a small matter. As for the reason behind this small matter that could cause chaos in the southern region, Sunders did not mention it at all. Mr. Moon? You're talking about the Ice Witch King? Angor was a little surprised. Yes, that's him. Frigid Infinity was Moon's title. However, the wizarding world was more familiar with his other title, Ice Witch King. Moon's control over ice element had reached the peak of the southern wizarding world. That was why people called him the Ice Witch King. It wasn't just a title. It was also an honor given to him by the wizarding world. Also, Mr. Moon was one of the strongest wizards in the entire southern wizarding world. He was currently a level 3 Truthfinder wizard, only one step away from becoming a legend. Angor didn't expect Sunders to leave Phantom Island just for him. Mr. Moon didn't just invite me. He invited many organizations as well, said Sunders. Sunders spoke in a plain tone, don't think too much about it. Just stay at Phantom Island and make yourself stronger. You're already a level 3 apprentice, but you haven't chosen your main class yet. You still need to solve the problem of spell slots. That's enough for you. Don't worry about other things. Angor nodded. His training was progressing by leaps and bounds, and there were still too many gaps that he needed to fill up. He needed some time to settle them down. As for choosing a main class, Angor had his own plan. However, he didn't think about spell slots yet. A spell slot was a special position in the structure of a spiritual model. It could be used to permanently solidify a spell model. After solidifying the spell model, it would allow the wizard to cast spells instantly. Normally, opening a spell slot was something that could only be done after becoming an official magus. However, if an apprentice had a mature spirit model or a special channeling method, he or she could create a spell slot. He only had half of Singularity Dispersive Meditation, which meant he couldn't create a fully mature spirit model yet. However, he was practicing a special channeling method, so creating a spell slot wasn't difficult for him. Creating a spell slot as an apprentice would allow him to cast an instant spell. Spell slots created as an apprentice could only be fixed as cantrips, not spells. But sometimes, the cantrips created by apprentices could bring unexpected results. As for the choice of cantrips, there are many recommendations in the study. You can read them and decide later. Of course, I hope that you, he paused and shook his head. Never mind. Think about it yourself. Angor pricked up his ears to listen to what Sunders was going to say, but Sunders suddenly stopped talking. Angor was curious about what Sunders was going to say. But no matter how he asked, Sunders didn't seem to be going to tell him. When they returned to Phantom Island, Sunders told Good that Angor would stay here and take care of his daily needs. From now on, Angor would stay at Phantom Island. With Sunders' permission, Angor moved the Crocox to the garden so that the Phantom servants could take care of them from time to time. As for Nano, Angor didn't restrict his activities. However, Phantom Island was full of dangers, and everyone here was a supernatural, so Nano spent most of his time indoors. Occasionally, he would come to the garden to talk with the Crocox about crafting. Time passed slowly as he immersed himself in his meditation. Another week had passed. During this time, Angor spent most of his time practicing. Occasionally, he would spar with Toby. Normally, Angor and Toby were on par with each other. In fact, Angor was slightly stronger than Toby. However, when Toby turned into a griffin, Angor's chance of winning was greatly reduced. And if Toby used the griffin's fury, Angor would have no chance of winning. However, Angor and Toby were only sparring. If it was a fight to the death, the result might be different. Besides, Angor rarely used his right hand when fighting Toby. His right hand was strong, but sometimes it was too difficult to control, and it wasn't fully developed yet. Angor didn't want to lose control, so he rarely unsealed his right hand. His actual combat experience and his own foundation were slowly increasing over the past week. Apart from that, Angor also returned to the apprentice town to pack his belongings and visit his old friends. To his disappointment, he only saw Dave and Prom. He didn't see Nausicaa or Xylem. According to Davis, after returning to Brute Cavern, Nausicaa, Sean, and Shilyu were looking for someone in the dark. Dave didn't know who they were looking for, but Angor knew that it had to be Hookdick. Later, they seemed to have found some clues, so they left Brute Cavern a month ago and hadn't returned since. As for Xylem, Dave didn't know where he went. When Nausicaa went to Floating Mech City, Xylem disappeared. He said that he was going to fuse with his bloodline, but he didn't say where he was going. Angor knew that Dave had a bottle of Azure bloodline. Dave already told him about the great risk involved, but everyone had their own path. Since Xylem had made up his mind, Angor could only respect, support, and pray for the man. After saying goodbye to Dave, Angor spent some time to buy some information from Barterfly Pub. It was about Hookdick. But it didn't work. Hookdick never came back after going to Floating Mech City. If Hookdick didn't come back, how did Nausicaa and Prom get the information? Or maybe they didn't leave Brute Cavern for Hookdick. Without any further clues, Angor had to put the matter aside for now. Angor returned to Phantom Island. One day, after fighting with Toby in Phantom Forest, he returned to his manor while panting heavily. However, he ran into someone he hadn't seen in a long time. It was Flora. Angor was curious why he didn't see Flora for a long time. According to Sunders, Flora was still busy with the blood-melting incident at Parmagi Highlands. The blood-melting incident had come to an end, but the culprit named Bloodmelt Virus was still a mystery. The virus, which even wizards couldn't escape from, completely attracted Flora's attention. It seemed she wanted to use the virus as an opportunity to take that step forward. Due to her crazy research, Flora had not shown up in public for a long time. Angor didn't expect to run into her today. She was wearing a luxurious scarlet ponytail and holding an umbrella of the same color. She was flying out from the balcony of Sunder's study with bare feet. Flora saw Angor as well. Rumors about Angor had been spreading like wildfire. Even though Flora was studying the virus, she still heard about it from various sources. But she only heard about it. Flora didn't really believe the exaggerated information in the rumor. However, when she saw Angor in person, she was surprised, followed by a complicated expression. It had been almost a year since she last saw Angor. She still remembered when she met him last year. He was still a level 1 apprentice who had just joined the wizarding world. But now, he was already a level 3 apprentice. When Sunders met Angor in Floating Mech City, Angor was still a level 2 apprentice. Sunders was also shocked by Angor's progress. Even Sunders was surprised that Angor only advanced by 1 level. This time Angor improved by 2 whole levels, and it happened in only 1 year. How could she not be surprised? However, after the initial shock, he felt a strong sense of defeat and complicated emotions. Flora lowered her gaze and calmed down her complicated emotions. Compared to the news she learned about Sumesh not long ago, Angor's achievement was nothing. "Good afternoon, Miss Flora," Angor greeted her politely. Flora closed her umbrella and landed in front of Angor, accompanied by the aroma of roses. "Good afternoon." Flora grinned. "It's only been a year. You've changed a lot. You've surprised me." Angor maintained his smile. "It's just luck." Flora gave him a meaningful look and said carelessly, "Good luck only favors those who set their minds on it." She didn't want to chat with Angor since she had something on her mind. She turned to leave. However, Little Red was trembling behind her back. Even though they were separated by the nightmare domain, Flora could feel the Little Red's unusual behavior. Puzzled, Flora turned around and whispered something to Little Red. A moment later, she looked at Angor. To be precise, she was looking at Angor's right hand. Angor was wearing a black glove on his right hand. The glove looked ordinary, but Flora sensed a nightmare aura coming from it. She also saw a familiar emblem. It was a longsword with a pair of wings, which was inserted among the thorns and roses. It was the emblem of the Igulo family. "I think this is the glove you used when you were young, right?" "It suits you," said Flora. She took a rose from Little Red's hand and handed it to Angor. "Little Red is scared of your right hand, so I'll do it for you." As soon as he took the rose, he sensed the green runes on his right hand moving slightly, and a wisp of nightmare energy rushed into the rose. In a split second, the already tender and beautiful roses became even more dazzling. Even the petals faintly emitted a bright red light. Angor was surprised. He then smiled at Little Red. "Thank you. It's beautiful." Ever since Angor accepted the rose from Little Red at Barbie's restaurant, Little Red would give him a rose every time they met. Before, he only treated the rose as an ornament and let it wither. But now, with the help of Nightmare Aura, the rose could be used as a small amount of Nightmare Stone. It could also be used as a casting material for nightmare illusions. Flora also noticed the change in the rose. She was surprised. Sunders already told her about the change in Angor's right hand, but seeing and hearing were 2 different things. She was both curious and jealous that Angor could release Nightmare Aura on his own. She really wanted to chop his hand off. She forced her greedy gaze away from Angor's right hand. "Sorry, I don't know the details," Angor whispered to Little Red. The green flames and red's withered eye sockets turned into crescent moons. It waved a hand at Angor, indicating that it was fine. I don't know if I should be jealous of your ignorance or your luck. Flora smiled helplessly and shook her head. Here's the flower. I have something else to do. He suddenly remembered something. Miss Flora, may I ask you a question? Flora stopped. What is it? It's about spell slots. Angor briefly explained Sunder's unfinished question from a week ago. I've read a lot about spell slots these days, but I still don't know what you wanted to say. Before Angor could finish, Flora already guessed what Sunders wanted to say. It was not a secret. Greya had been following Sunders since she was a child, so she knew that Sunders always had this regret. One spell slot could be created at each major level. Sunders was currently a level 2 wizard. Including the spell slots he created when he was an apprentice, he had 3 spell slots in total. The first spell slot was created when he was an apprentice. Mimicry. The other 2 spell slots were created when he was a level 1 wizard and level 2 wizard. They were Shadow of Nightmare and Nightmare Substitute respectively. The last 2 spell slots were created by Sunders after he became a truth finder, and they were the most suitable spells for him. However, the first spell slot, Mimicry, was an ordinary level 3 cantrip. It could be used with Nightmare Domain to release a powerful nightmare mimicry, but it was only a third-rate spell in terms of practical application. His biggest regret was that he did not have a suitable spell for his first spell slot. Which spell was best for him? Without a doubt, it had to be an original spell. Just like Greya's creation, an original spell that was approved by the world's consciousness and could trigger natural phenomena was naturally the most suitable spell for a wizard. If his first spell slot was also an original spell approved by the world's consciousness, it would be the best. It was not hard to guess what Sunders wanted to tell Angor. He wanted Angor to start from the best starting point from the first spell slot. But he didn't say it out loud in the end. Did Sunders have no confidence in Angor? Flora wondered. No. Flora denied the idea. As a wizard, she could lack anything, including material, knowledge, and even emotions, but she could never lack confidence. How could one seek the truth if they were afraid? There was no way Sunders was not confident in Angor. So why didn't he tell Sunders? Combined with the abyssal stratagem, Flora seemed to have an idea. Sunders did not tell Sunders because he did not have enough time to create an original spell that was approved by the world's consciousness and could trigger natural phenomena. Not only did he need luck, but he also needed a strong foundation and countless data to support it. If Angor wanted to go down this path, he would not be able to achieve it in a short time. The abyssal stratagem would most likely cast the shadow of the great demon calamity on the southern region. If he spent too much time here, he would have to postpone his advancement to a wizard. The great demon calamity that happened 10,000 years ago almost destroyed half of the southern region. If he did not become a wizard before the great demon calamity, he would not be able to survive unless he was extremely lucky. Only when he became a wizard would he have a chance to protect himself. This was why Sunders was hesitant about letting Angor take this path. If Angor was delayed because of time, he would die in the great demon calamity. No matter how great his potential was, it would all go to waste. However, if Angor could establish the foundation of truth as an apprentice, it would only be a matter of time before he stepped on the path of truth. With this in mind, Flora had an idea. Miss Flora? Angor saw Flora's absent-minded look and whispered, "Do you know what the professor wants to say?" "I do. But are you sure you want to know?" "He must have his reasons for not telling you." Angor remained silent. Ever since that day when Sunders wanted to tell him something, Angor began to search for spell slots. He knew Sunders was going to tell him something that was most suitable for him. But he did not understand why Sunders did not want to tell him. Maybe it was a difficult path, or there was something else he did not want to tell. As for Angor, he did not know about the great demon calamity. All he wanted was to take the best path possible. Just like when he was learning singularity dispersive meditation, Sunders told him to give up on using the 36-dimensional space coordinate system. But he still chose the path without hesitation. Since he was going to become a wizard, he had to choose the best path possible. Angor nodded without hesitation. "I want to know." Flora looked at Angor's stubborn expression and hesitated for a second. Should she tell him? Her mind told her not to tell Angor, but another voice in her mind was telling her that Sumesh's news was already a foregone conclusion. Now that Angor's potential had skyrocketed, she seemed to be the most mediocre one among all of Sunder's students. Considering Angor's cultivation speed, he might catch up with her in the end. How could she live with that? The blood melt virus might be able to help her, but it wasn't something that could be done overnight. Should she just tell him and delay him for a while? The little devil in her mind urged Flora to tell Angor. But in the end, Flora did not say anything. Her mind overcame her inner demons. Magi would always prioritize reason over everything else. If you really want to know, go to my professor. I think he'll respect your decision. Flora did not say anything, but she still laid out a plan. It was up to Angor whether he wanted to jump into it. She turned around and looked at the study on the second floor of the castle in the distance. Sunders was standing on the balcony and looking at them with an unreadable expression. Flora waved goodbye to Sunders. At the same time, she muttered in her mind, why don't we let Angor choose for himself? Flora left. Angor and Sunders were left alone, staring at each other from dozens of meters away. They looked at each other for a while and sighed. If you really want to know, come to my study. Angor went to Sunders' study and got the answer he wanted from Sunders. If you really want to set your first spell slot as an original spell, it will take more time than you can imagine. You might not even be able to finish it in 100 years. Sunders paused for a moment. I can tell you that the southern wizarding region will face another great demon invasion in the next 10 or 20 years. If you delay your training because you want to perfect your first spell slot, you will not be able to do so. When the great demon calamity comes, you will be eliminated because of your lack of strength. So, I don't recommend you to spend so much effort on your first spell slot. Angor didn't say anything after hearing that. There was more to it than meets the eye. Angor's first thought was not about the construction of spell slots. What would happen to his family when the great demon calamity came? If you can become a wizard before the calamity of grand demons, it won't be hard for you to protect your family. So, what's your choice? Angor considered and said seriously, I don't think it's the right time for me to make a choice. Difficult? That's not it. What I need to consider now is, even if I don't walk the path of original creation, why are you so sure that I can become an official wizard before the demon god calamity? I've only been training for less than 2 years. Sunders was speechless. Angor was right. Becoming an official magus wasn't something that could be done casually. For 99% of apprentice wizards, becoming an official wizard was already an insurmountable obstacle, not to mention laying down the foundation of the path of truth before becoming an official wizard. However, both Sunders and Flora seemed to have agreed that Angor could cross the chasm and challenge an even bigger abyss at the same time. However, challenging this abyss might take some time. They were more concerned about whether Angor should spend the time to challenge the abyss. Angor was not as optimistic as them. Not to mention challenging the abyss, he didn't have absolute confidence in crossing the Great Barrier, this natural chasm. The reason why he could become a level 3 apprentice so quickly was because of the uniqueness of his channeling method, which allowed him to ignore the barrier. However, no matter how special his channeling method was, it would not help him much when he was about to cross a major level. He still had to rely on his own experience, knowledge, and talent. Personally, he believed that he would be satisfied if he could become a wizard before the age of 30 through normal training. So, when Sunders asked him what he should do, Angor did not know how to answer. At the very least, he had to be confident that he could become a wizard before deciding whether to challenge the abyss. Sunders considered and nodded. You're right. If you can't even become a wizard, don't think about anything else. As for spell slots, you can wait until you become a top-level apprentice. Make sure you can cross the barrier before you decide. Angor nodded. That was what he truly thought. However, if he had to make a choice now, he would probably choose to become a wizard first. After all, if he could not even become a wizard, he would probably be turned into ashes by the calamity of grand demons. Is there anything else? Sunders saw that Angor was not going to leave. Angor hesitated. Professor, why did Miss Flora come here today? He was going to leave right away, but he noticed something strange. Ever since he came to the study today, he noticed something different about Sunders. He could not put his finger on it. He only felt that Sunders was more outgoing than before. And it was not a negative emotion. It was a positive one. Could it be that something good happened? When he saw Sunders at the dining table this morning, Sunders seemed to be in a normal mood. However, several hours later, Flora showed up, and Sunders' mood changed drastically. Maybe Flora had something to do with this. It was rare to see Sunders' mood change. Even Angor, who did not like to gossip, could not help but ask. However, he did not ask directly. Instead, he beat around the bush. No matter how hard he tried, Sunders already knew the truth. You want to know why I'm happy today? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angor scratched his head in confusion. You'll find out in a few days anyway. Sumesh has become a truth finder. Sunders grinned. Sumesh had become a truth finder? Angor was a little surprised. He didn't know who Sumesh was. But soon, he remembered. He didn't know who Sumesh was, nor had he ever seen him before. However, he had heard the name many times. Every time someone mentioned Sunders' student, Sumesh's name would be mentioned. Sunders had taken in 3 students so far. Flora was an orphan who was adopted by Sunders when she was young, so she naturally became Sunders' student. Angor became Sunders' student 2 years ago. Apart from them, Sunders had another student. It had been more than 100 years since Sunders first accepted Angor as his student. It was none other than Sumesh. As far as Angor knew, Sumesh only existed in rumors and whispers. He knew that Sumesh was also an illusionist. However, Sumesh's specialty was the combination of reality and illusion, which allowed him to see through everything. He also knew that Sumesh's nickname was the Masked Man. He also knew that Sumesh left Brute Cavern 50 years ago to find his own path. Who would have thought that Sumesh would actually step onto the path of truth after 50 years of absence? 50 years. For most adepts, it was only the blink of an eye, and everything would be over in an instant. But Sumesh did it within 50 years, which meant he was one of the best truth finishers in the world. No wonder Sunders couldn't hold back his joy. His cold image was softened a lot because of this. 2 truth finishers. Only a handful of people in the southern wizarding region could do that. Now that Sumesh had become a truth finder, Sunders' students would gain more influence in Brute Cavern. Although Sunders was not interested in power, he would have more say in the future. At least, he would have more autonomy when assigning tasks. Angor was happy to see Sumesh in person. He hadn't met Sumesh yet, but they were still from the same teacher. Did Miss Flora tell you, sir? Angor asked curiously. Sunders nodded. She spent 20 years at the front line of Moonfrost Union, and she's a good friend of Senifer. Senifer told her not long ago that Sumesh had created a new spell in the Xian world and stepped onto the path of truth. He wanted to know more about Sumesh's new spells. Unfortunately, Sumesh was still in Xian world and couldn't see it with his own eyes. As they talked about Sumesh, Sunders suddenly frowned and took out his crystal ball transmitter. Several messages were sent to his communicator. Most of them were congratulatory messages, which meant someone already knew about Sumesh's achievement. Butler Good suddenly knocked on the door of the study and told Sunders that wizards were here to visit. Most of them were probably here for Sumesh's news. Sunders didn't like to socialize, but he still spoke up. All right. Open the barrier around Phantom Island and let them in. Apart from the news, Sunders also received a message from Rain Mute, who congratulated him and invited him to his place for a chat. The originally peaceful Phantom Island was suddenly bustling with activity. Angor excused himself as well. A large group of wizards was about to arrive, and a small fry like him could not join a wizard's party. Professor, when will Lady Greya come to Brute Cavern? Angor suddenly thought of a question. She'll be here in 2 days, barring any accidents. At the same time, on the other side of Parmajai Highlands, Greya was walking out of a teleportation array in the Evernight Kingdom. She was in Sleepless City, which was located in the southeast of the Evernight Kingdom. Sleepless City and Edge of Night were 2 major wizard organizations in the Evernight Kingdom. Although they were located in the Evernight Kingdom, the actual regime of the Evernight Kingdom knew nothing about these 2 sorcerer organizations. Take Floating Mech City as an example. Although it floated above Everin all year round, most mortals in Everin had never heard of it. They would only catch a glimpse of the city when there were no clouds or clouds in the sky. This was why there were so many legends about it. Sleepless City was no exception. It was a legendary city in the minds of the citizens of the Evernight Kingdom. According to the legends, Sleepless City was also known as the Sleepless City because it was always daytime. In essence, it was almost the same. However, this nightless was achieved by relying on a huge magic array. When Greya stepped out of the teleportation array, the first thing she saw was the Eternal Light, which looked like a dome. The Eternal Light was a magic array engraved under Sleepless City. When the magic array was fully formed, it would form a dome. Not only did it provide eternal light, but it could also gather mana to a certain extent. Primal mana gathers 5 times faster under the dome. If Angor can draw this magic array, I'll ask him to do it when Barbie's restaurant reopens, Greya muttered to herself. After leaving the teleportation array, Greya tapped the ground and flew out of Sleepless City. Without her body, it was impossible for her to create a plain passageway. She had to fly slowly toward Brute Cavern. Fortunately, Sleepless City was already very close to Parmajai Highlands. Before leaving Sleepless City, Greya's ears suddenly twitched, and she looked down. She looked down and saw several people huddling together on the street. They were discussing the latest news from Moonfrost Plain. She stopped because she faintly heard the name Saunders being mentioned. While hovering in the air, Greya carefully listened to the rustling beneath her. A moment later, Greya's expression changed. I didn't think Sumesh would choose this path as well. She still remembered that 100 years ago, Saunders brought Sumesh to Barbie's restaurant to buy twisting protozoa. Back then, Sumesh was only a level 2 apprentice. But in the blink of an eye, Sumesh had also stepped onto the path of truth. Greya, on the other hand, was still stuck at the same level. If she couldn't find her body, Angor would surpass her in no time. Greya sighed with mixed feelings. Saunders really had a good eye for students. Of his 3 students, one was a truth finder, one was a wizard, and the last one was still an apprentice, but he had already touched upon mystery and was incredibly talented. It was only a matter of time before Saunders' students would be able to turn the entire southern wizarding region upside down. Greya shook her head and kept flying away from the city. But right at this moment, a crisp sound of a zither suddenly entered her ears. The sound of the zither came out of nowhere, bringing with it a sense of leisure. Moreover, the sound of the zither was very clear, as if the zither player was nearby. Greya looked around and didn't see the musician. She didn't care though, since she didn't know how to play musical instruments, nor did she care about music. She assumed it was just a minstrel trying to impress others. Greya turned around and flew out of the city. However, before long, the melody suddenly changed. It changed from a peaceful melody to a gloomy one. The melody was getting weirder and weirder. It went from a peaceful melody to a creepy one. It was as if the sound of the zither itself was first raised and then lowered, from the spring snow to the lowly. In the end, the melody kept going up and down like the accompaniment of the Undead Theater's bel canto singing in the middle of the night. It was creepy and creepy. Just listening to it gave Greya goosebumps. Moreover, it kept lingering in his ears, unable to be dismissed. Greya was taken aback for a second by the sudden change of events. Who's playing the piano? It's broad daylight and it's so spooky. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? If there were a chorus of female voices, it would be even scarier. The pedestrians on the street also frowned, showing disgust and suspicion. Just as everyone was beginning to criticize the zither music, a strange voice with a cadence entered everyone's ears. Croak. Praise the Queen. Praise Shava. Praise the moonlight. Croak. Damn it. There's no moonlight here. What a filthy and foolish idea to escape the glare of the moon. Don't worry. This place will be clean soon. Following this sentence, everyone felt their vision darken. Greya looked up and saw a black vortex slowly spinning in the center of the Eternal Brilliance magic array above Sleepless City like the eye of a typhoon. Endless darkness crawled out of the vortex. The darkness seemed to possess intelligence as it spread along the dome of the brilliance of eternal day. In the blink of an eye, the darkness had completely enveloped the Eternal Brilliance magic array. Sleepless City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. Just like floating Mech City, The inner city was located on the opposite side of Floating Mech City, where the official wizard organization was located. The outer city was located on the front side of Floating Mech City, where all kinds of shops were located. The Eternal Brilliance magic array covered the outer city. The outer city, which was hundreds of kilometers wide, was turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. Night and day were reversed in an instant. Not long after the outer city was shrouded in darkness, a few figures flew out from the inner city. They hovered above the dark dome of the outer city and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Behind these silhouettes were official magi. Since they could react in time, they were probably the most powerful people in Sleepless City. What's going on? Does anyone know what's going on? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in a white robe embroidered with gold. He was tall and sturdy, had a square face, and looked very righteous. Light brown stubble covered his chin. He was one of the 3 pillars of Sleepless City, the Radiant Douglas. Mr. Douglas, I sensed a huge spatial energy fluctuation just now. When I came out to check, I saw that the outer city has been turned into darkness. It was a masked man in a purple robe who was in charge of the security of the outer city. He was also the first wizard to notice the problem. Is someone attacking Sleepless City? But who would do that without any warning? Is it the people from Edge of Night? Don't they like to go against us? We have a perpetual daylight city, and they have a perpetual night mountain. This thick darkness might be their doing. But even if Edge of Night wants to attack us, they wouldn't do it from the outer city. Douglas frowned. There was too much noise in his ears. He scolded, enough. What's the point of arguing now? The outer city is protected by the headquarters of all major wizard organizations. We can't let anything happen to it. Otherwise, Sleepless City will suffer great damage. We need to figure out where the darkness came from, what it means, and whether the people inside are safe. After Douglas finished speaking, everyone stopped arguing and looked at him. Let's see what's hidden in the darkness. Douglas focused his mind, and a huge light source as bright as the sun appeared above his head. The light source slowly shone into the outer city, which was covered by the dark dome. It was a simple amalgamation of the light spell, which did not have any negative effects. At most, it would cause a certain amount of damage to the eyes of mortals, but it would not affect the supernatural. That was why Douglas dared to use it on the outer city. He was not afraid that someone would fall for it. However, when the light source shone into the dome, something strange happened. The darkness did not allow any light to pass through. It was dark and deep, and it seemed to absorb all the light. When the light source melted into the darkness, it was like pure water falling into filth. Soon, it was assimilated. Something's wrong with this darkness. Almost everyone could see this, and Douglas's heart began to tense up. The outer city of Sleepless City was the headquarters of all major wizard organizations. They could not afford to let anything happen to it. While everyone was discussing, some magi stepped into the darkness. However, after a while, they still could not get out. Some sorcerers even used magic pets or magic puppets to enter the darkness and share their vision to observe the situation in the darkness. However, it did not work. No matter if it was an alchemy pet, magic puppet, or magic servant, as long as they entered the darkness, their information link would be completely blocked. They could only vaguely sense whether they were alive or not. I'm going to check it out. You guys get the others ready to evacuate. Douglas made the decision to enter the darkness. Mr. Douglas, this is not a good idea. We don't know what's going on in the darkness. If you go in recklessly, you might get into trouble. Don't worry. I know what to do. I'll know whether it's dangerous or not. After saying that, a glowing armor appeared on Douglas's body. Like a meteor, he plunged into the dark dome with a beam of light. Not long after Douglas entered the outer city, many figures rushed out of the inner city. Even many of the magi who were in seclusion were shocked by this sudden incident. Among all the wizards who came out of seclusion, there was one who attracted the most attention. It was an old man with wrinkled skin. He wore a long black robe and had a long white beard that almost reached his chest. Mr. Katesh, Mr. Douglas, the purple-robed man wanted to report the situation. Katesh waved a hand and stopped him. I already know. You don't need to tell me. Katesh looked at the dark dome in the distance. His expression was very strange. His eyes were filled with shock, but there was also a hint of joy. Is this the aura of the nightmare realm? Kitesh looked both scared and greedy. Is there a passage to the nightmare realm here? Kitesh had entered the nightmare realm before, so he was very sensitive to the aura of the realm. Not long ago, he tried to buy travel in Dreamland in an auction in floating Mech City. Although travel in Dreamland was bought by Sunders in the end, he never hid his desire for the nightmare realm. If there was a passage to the nightmare realm here, it would be a great opportunity for him. However, such opportunities came with great risks. Kitesh trembled when he recalled his experience in the nightmare realm. Kitesh's white beard swayed in the wind. His eyes were filled with hesitation. Should he go in or not? As Kitesh hesitated, several space rifts suddenly appeared around him. It's a plain passageway. Someone's coming out. It's Mr. Douglas. Douglas walked out of the plain passageway in front of everyone's shocked eyes. He looked like he was in a mess. At the same time, there were several magi with wounds on their bodies following behind him. Mr. Douglas, what's going on inside? Seeing Douglas appear, everyone immediately surrounded him. They also recognized the wizards behind Douglas. Most of them were members of other organizations who were stationed in Sleepless City. They all had strange expressions on their faces. Some of them even wanted to go back into the darkness. I don't know what happened, but the outer city was completely locked down. We had to gather the power of all the wizards to open the plain passageway. However, I can sense a familiar aura from within, everyone asked, and Douglas was silent for a long time before he said, mysterious. Back in Grea's vision, she was already on high alert when the darkness spread. She wanted to leave the range of the eternal brilliance of day, but she was still a step too slow. When the darkness completely covered the outer city, Greya realized that no matter how hard she tried, she would always end up back in the city. It was as if the darkness had created its own world. Greya had no choice but to go back and see if she could use the teleportation portal. While complaining about his bad luck, he decided to go back to floating Mech City, teleport to Edge of Night, and teleport to Brute Cavern from there. On her way back, Greya noticed that the music was getting louder and louder. She also felt an evil desire rising from the bottom of her heart. Evil desire? Greya frowned and tried to suppress the desire. In the end, he had to rely on the soul of a truth-finder wizard to suppress the desire in his heart. However, it was impossible for him to completely get rid of it. Only a truth-finder wizard can resist this kind of evil desire. Maybe it's a follower of Ominous Play? Ominous Play was an abyss demon, also known as the evil desire demon, who enjoyed toying with people's desires. The sudden darkness didn't affect Greya too much. However, the evil desire stirred up by the music made her uneasy. She ignored the others who were affected by the evil desire and quickly approached the teleportation portal. When she arrived, she did not see the portal. Instead, she saw a pile of ruins. There was also a fiery red fox standing on 2 feet above the ruins. The fox simply stood on top of the ruins. Its fluffy tail looked like a bright red flame, dancing in the air. The fox's fur was beautiful, but the most peculiar thing about it was its clothes and behavior. It was wearing a dark dress that emitted a deep purple light, and it was holding a harp that was almost as tall as it was. Huh? A harp? Greya's eyes suddenly focused. The red fox kept plucking the harp in its hand. The strange sound that had been lingering in his ears all this time was coming from the harp. Suddenly, Greya's pupils shrank. She sensed something familiar from the harp. Back when Angor was doing alchemy under Dark Castle, he accidentally came across a mystery domain. She was the one who sensed the powerful aura of mystery spirit from the harp. Now, the harp's aura was exactly the same as that of the mystery power. It was definitely a mystery item. Greya was feeling uneasy at first, but when she saw the harp, her eyes lit up with greed. She felt lucky. Good thing I chose to come back. Otherwise, I would have missed the chance to get my hands on it. In her eyes, the mystery harp already belonged to her. It was just a wild fox. What was there to be afraid of? Greya's greedy gaze did not escape the fox's eyes. It slowly raised its head and looked at Greya with those charming eyes. The night is beautiful. Why are you so grumpy? The red fox flicked its fingers, and several white threads appeared out of nowhere. They all aimed at Grail like arrows. A battle was about to break out. At the same time, in a guild hall dozens of miles away from here, there was a rustling sound. There was an emblem that looked like a giant tree at the entrance of the hall. As long as one was a member of the wizarding world, there was almost no one who didn't recognize the emblem. The giant tree represented the Tree of Eternity, which was the emblem of Brood Cavern's bases. Several figures showed up outside Brood Cavern's station. The leader of the group was none other than Douglas, whose body was glowing. He rushed into the dark area without caring about anything else. The first thing he did was to reach the bases of the major organizations and summon the wizards there so that he could leave together with them. Brood Cavern's resident wizard was the last one to be called. Brood Cavern's resident wizard was a level 1 elementalist named Philo. When Douglas arrived, there was a thin layer of water around him, which was trying its best to resist the invasion of the evil desires in the music. As soon as Douglas arrived, his domain of light immediately surrounded Philo. Philo, who had been having a hard time resisting his evil desires, suddenly felt much more relaxed within the light domain. Philo, get over here. We need to gather everyone's strength and force a planar passageway out of here. Douglas yelled. Philo immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. Sir Douglas, what is going on here? Don't worry about it. Douglas couldn't be bothered to explain further when he saw Philo's confused expression. He cursed angrily, I don't *King no either. Let's get out of here first. That's right, Philo. Don't ask. The entire outer city was sealed off by darkness, and no one knew what was going on. If it weren't for Sir Douglas, we would have all been eaten away by the evil desires. It was Philo's friend from Nocturnal Forest, a mid-sized wizard organization. That evil desire is too strong. We can't stop it. It must be the followers of Ominous Play. Those demon worshippers can do whatever they want. How dare they attack Sleepless City? How dare they? While they were guessing what had happened in the outer city, Douglas' forehead began to ooze murky sweat. Quick! Stop talking. Let's gather our strength and create a tunnel. Although he was a rank 2 magus, he did not know where these evil desires came from. Even the force field of the light of purification was slowly being eroded. If he continued to waste time, the force field of the light of purification would soon be destroyed. Once he couldn't maintain the light of purification, all the wizards would be exposed to the evil desires. Douglas explained his situation to his friends. They were not united at first, but when they heard that they might be exposed to the music, they quickly nodded in agreement. I'll maintain the light of purification. You guys create a tunnel. With that, everyone gathered their strength and prepared to force open a tunnel. Just as everyone was working together to pry open the solid space, a graceful woman wearing a bamboo hat appeared outside the force field of the purifying light. She radiated a strong evil aura, but it seemed like she had some kind of protective spell. Occasionally, a clear aura would flash across her body. Master Philo, I can't hold on any longer. Can you take me with you? She spoke in a soft, feminine voice. Philo was taken aback. He looked up at her, then hesitantly looked at Douglas. Douglas looked up and saw that this woman was exuding a seductive aura. Coupled with the music of the evil desire, even though he couldn't see her face, he could still feel her charm. However, no matter how charming she was just an ordinary apprentice. She's the apprentice of Necromancer Ness. She's very talented. Before Philo could finish speaking, Douglas cut him off. Don't say anything else. You've already reached your limit by entering the light of purification. You can't take anyone else with you, or else the force field will collapse. Philo immediately shut his mouth when he heard this. She was Ness' apprentice. No matter how talented she was, he didn't want to risk his life for a mere apprentice. When the bamboo hat woman heard that there was no hope, her eyes began to churn with evil thoughts. She had also heard that the light of purification would collapse if there was one more person. His originally tactful attitude actually swelled under the influence of the evil thoughts in his heart. He wanted to force his way into the light of purification force field. Let me in, or none of you will leave this place. Everyone was busy activating the planar passageway, so no one could stop the bamboo hat woman. Just as she was about to enter the light of purification, a crazed voice came from afar. Water transformation. Die. A woman with curly green hair suddenly appeared outside the light of purification. Water vapor rose from her body as she attacked the bamboo hat woman. The bamboo hat woman had no choice but to deal with the newcomers. She jumped a few times and landed on the roof of another building. Dripping stream, you crazy woman. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at her surroundings. If Xianxia was here, then the other two women would be here as well. Sure enough, he vaguely saw a huge figure in the darkness. It seemed to be the demon servant named Shan. They are opening a planar passageway. Let's stop fighting for now. Once we enter the planar passageway, we can fight however we want. The bamboo hat woman yelled. However, Xianxia had already lost her mind. She didn't care about what the woman said. She gritted her teeth and cursed, damn it. At this moment, the music that had caused everyone in the outer city to lose their minds suddenly stopped. As the music stopped, so did the evil. Xianxia, who was still in her crazed state, calmed down. On the other hand, Douglas relaxed a little. He no longer had to maintain the pressure of the light of purification. He looked at the bamboo hat woman with a cold light in his eyes. How dare you threaten us? Even if your teacher Ness is here, I will tear you to pieces. Douglas raised his hand, and a ball of light began to gather. Philo wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The bamboo hat woman was about to die in the ball of light. Suddenly, a strange aura came from above them. Douglas was taken aback. The other wizards were also attracted by this aura. They all looked up. At the core of the eternal brilliance of daybreak, a vortex had appeared. This vortex was the reason why the outer city was in darkness. Now, the vortex was changing again. Waves of aura that caused all the adepts to lose their composure spread out. This is... Douglas's eyes flashed with greed. The aura of mystery. There's no doubt about it. This is the power of mystery. Could it be that this sudden darkness wasn't an attack, but the birth of a mysterious item? Douglas wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone else had the same thought. Almost all of the wizards here had read Wizard Finewerder's book, Strange World. There was a record of the birth of a mystery item in a certain plane. The item was born when Finewerder was observing a strange silver fish in an ocean plane. It was born out of nowhere. There was no pattern to it. It was this pattern that was similar to what they were experiencing right now. The aura of mystery was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone began to feel greedy and greedy. If they could get their hands on a mystery item, they would become much stronger. If they were lucky enough to find a mystery item that was compatible with them, they would have a bright future ahead of them. While everyone was lost in their thoughts, a strange voice suddenly echoed throughout the city. Croak! Praise the Queen! Praise Shava! Praise, Croak! Why are you here? The strange voice was followed by the sound of the zither again. Evil desires arose once again. Douglas quickly activated his light of purification. No matter what's going on, let's get out of here first. Soon, the plain passageway was opened. All the wizards began to rush into it. However, before they entered, most of them looked back at the city covered in darkness with greedy eyes. The passage was closed, and no one could escape. After they left, only the bamboo hat woman and Xianxia were left in Brute Cavern's headquarters. The bamboo hat woman managed to escape Douglas's punishment, but Xianxia was once again losing her mind in the sound of zither. She also heard heavy footsteps coming from the other side of the street. Under the dim light from the brazier at the entrance of the building, she could see a giant figure. On the shoulder of the figure was a red-eyed girl named Shan. She was also glaring at Xianxia with hatred. Whoosh! Whoosh! She sensed a strong wind coming from behind. The bamboo hat woman's spirit sense was very sensitive, so she immediately dodged. When the wind stopped, a woman wearing a soft armor with one of her hands shining with a metallic luster appeared in front of her. Nausicaa. The woman gnashed her teeth and uttered the name with hatred. Angor returned to the tributary. He already moved to Phantom Island, but Greya would arrive at Brute Cavern in 2 days. In order to finish the illusion before her arrival, he needed a more comprehensive alchemy lab. The alchemy facilities on Phantom Island were much worse than the tributary's alchemy lab. This was why he left Phantom Island and came to the tributary. During the 2 days he spent in the tributary, he didn't spend most of his time doing alchemy. Instead, he spent his time watching movies. For other alchemists, incorporating illusions into alchemy might require a lot of steps, and the final result might not be satisfactory. But for Angor, who was an illusionist himself, it wasn't difficult at all. What kind of illusion should he build? Before leaving Dark Castle, he crafted a pair of feather earrings that had the effect of realistic illusion, as per Grea's request. The feather earring was something Greya wanted to have when she missed Toby. Angor used Toby as a clue in the illusion and changed the perspective of their journey from Devil's Water to Twilight Town. He also added some exaggerated details and added some Nightmare Realm characteristics to create the illusion. But this time, the illusion didn't have a theme, which troubled him a lot. Before leaving Floating Mech City, Angor visited Greya and asked her what she wanted. The answer he got was 2 empty concepts: to blend in with the atmosphere of the Nightmare Realm, and to create something new. Blending in with the atmosphere of the Nightmare Realm was Angor's unique way of creating illusions. He was probably the only alchemist in the entire southern wizarding region. It wasn't hard for him to do the first one. But the second one? Greya wanted something new? Angor wasn't sure. He already didn't know what kind of illusion to build, and now she wanted something new? Angor scratched his head and still couldn't figure out what to do. Angor even felt that Lady Mirror's request was even worse, vulgar and realistic. Angor didn't want to think about it, but when he thought about how Lady Mirror was going to create another illusion, he felt a headache coming. Luckily, Lady Mirror didn't rush him. He had to solve Greya's illusion first. While trying to figure out what illusion to build, he suddenly thought of the hologram tablet. Although the holographic tablet recorded the civilization of Earth, it was still a brilliant civilization. The entertainment culture was much richer than the wizarding world. Even if there was no supernatural culture, the Earthlings' dream of becoming a supernatural had never faded. Therefore, even if there were no transcendence in reality, there were plenty of them in movies and novels. Moreover, the ones that could be recorded in John's holographic tablet were naturally the top works of Earth's civilization. Since he lacked ideas, he decided to check his tablet and see how Earthlings imagined supernatural civilizations to get some ideas. He watched one movie after another. In the beginning, he was still thinking and judging, but in the end, he completely immersed himself in the world of the movies. Every movie built a world of its own. Even if they were in the same world, there were different worldviews hidden within. This was one of the benefits of Earth's civilization. They lived in a world without supernatural powers, so their imaginations of supernatural powers were more open. Moreover, depending on where one was, the progress of civilization would be different, resulting in the development of transcendence concepts that differed between the East and the West. This was something new for someone who already lived in a supernatural civilization. However, after watching about 20 movies, Angor realized that most of the supernatural stories he saw were still influenced by religious myths. If he tried to build an illusion according to the movies, Greya would probably scoff at him. After all, every magus was a wise man. They were able to see everything clearly, unlike mortals who were oblivious to everything. The first birth of religion might be due to the fear of the unknown. For example, primitive people feared the world, nature, and thunder. When they didn't know the reason, they would develop a sense of fear. And when someone used this fear to their advantage, it became a budding religion. However, with the development of religion, most religions had become a means of governing the people by the upper echelons. As for whether the religion was meant to pacify or rebel, it all depended on the person who controlled it. Greya knew this, so Angor couldn't build an illusion with the shadow of a religion in it. He couldn't copy the world in the movies, but the imagination of Earthlings still gave him a lot of inspiration. He closed the movie and thought for a long time. He really wanted to build a world with a complete worldview, but it was too laborious. He couldn't create a real world, so it didn't seem to be useful. After some consideration, he decided to build a miniature version similar to Witch's Town or Nether City in the Nightmare Realm, which was based on the worldview of the main Nightmare Realm. Next was the content of the illusion. Angor didn't have to worry about that. He could learn a lot from the movies he saw back on Earth. As for whether he should design a main storyline for the illusion, Angor thought about it and decided against it. Designing a main storyline might make people feel like they were being led by the nose. Last time, Greya liked Toby because of Greya. This time, Greya might not like him at all. Therefore, it was better to design an illusion that was free and open to the public. With the general idea in mind, Angor planned to build it. As for whether this illusion, which was based on the content of the movies he saw back on Earth, Angor wasn't sure. He believed that Greya meant something that touched people's hearts, not something that was eye-catching. As Greya said in flowery manner, Angor's illusion could allow people to learn something from it. Perhaps this was what she meant by new ideas. But what could Greya learn from him at his current level? Therefore, he had no other choice but to refine it according to his own ideas. Before that, Angor needed to determine the material used to carry the illusion, as well as the final appearance. This wasn't difficult. Greya had a unique taste, which could be seen from her heavy makeup and flaming red lips. She reckoned that as long as the jewelry was refined into a pompous, upper-class style, it would be enough. It might be a little tacky in Angor's eyes. But everyone had different tastes. Since he was going to make an accessory for Greya, it would be better if it fit her style. After all, a rich lady in a purple robe with flaming red lips wearing a piece of jewelry that looked like a fresh forest girl wouldn't go well with her look. Angor took out a pen and paper and began to design the design. As he immersed himself in his work, he suddenly heard Toby calling him from outside. Judging from the frequency of the call, Angor knew that Toby wanted to talk to him. Angor sighed, put down the pen and paper, and opened the door. Toby dashed inside and circled around Angor several times to show how much it missed him. "What do you need?" Angor returned to his desk and drew a simple curve using a pen. Toby waved its wings while chirping. Then, it took out a piece of paper from its snowy feather and tossed it to Angor. Angor looked at the note and asked in a low voice, "You mean, this is from the professor?" Angor had been staying in his underground lab for several days, while Toby had been playing outside. For some reason, Toby seemed to have become friends with Iron Granny and often went to the Iron Fortress to play. Iron Granny even gave Toby a pass to enter the tributary. It wasn't a record card like the one Angor had, but it still allowed Toby to freely enter the tributary. Angor also gave Toby the gold coins he got from Phantom Island, so he wasn't too surprised that Toby sent him a message. "What is it? Did Lady Greya come to Brute Cavern?" Angor looked at Toby. Toby quickly shook its head. Toby was looking forward to Greya's arrival, but at the same time, there was fear in its eyes. The experience of being taught by Greya in flowery manner was nothing short of a nightmare for Toby. If Greya wasn't here, then what was it about? Angor opened the paper with a puzzled look. As he opened the paper, the words and symbols on it moved like tadpoles and floated in the air, forming an illusion. Saunder's image appeared in front of him. From the background of the vision, Saunders seemed to be in his study. "Angor, the harp-playing fox is here." Angor finished reading Saunders' portrait. He quickly put away the paper and left the tributary with Toby, who was also in a hurry. After leaving the tributary, he released his gondola and took Toby to Phantom Island as fast as he could. On his way to Saunders' office, he was still thinking about the message he received from Saunders. According to Saunders, Fox the Harp and Froggy the Frog Chanter had been hiding for a year since they escaped from Midnight Sovereign. Now, they finally showed up in their true forms. They showed up at Sleepless City of the Evernight Kingdom, which Angor visited not long ago. As soon as they showed up, they caused a huge commotion. They turned the outer city of Sleepless City into a pitch-black darkness. Apart from some wizards who managed to create a plain passageway to escape, everyone else in the city was trapped inside. Compared to the last time when Midnight Sovereign was turned into a ghost town, this time, they did something even worse. Most of Midnight Sovereign's population was mortals, and Twilight Well was just an ordinary wizard's market. There were no powerful wizards guarding it. But this time, Sleepless City was a real wizard organization. Besides, Sleepless City was not a small organization. It was a quasi-large wizard organization with plenty of powerful wizards. Angor felt that they had poked a hornet's nest this time. None of this mattered to Angor. Fox the harp-playing fox and frog chanter could do whatever they wanted. Just like Pakrati, the nest of rainbow dragonflies might be a ticking time bomb, but as long as it didn't concern him, Angor could just ignore it. However, Sunders mentioned that Greya was also trapped in Sleepless City. On one side was a barren highland covered in broken rocks. There was not much greenery to be seen. On the other side was a grassland that gradually turned green and yellow. The mountains in the distance could be faintly seen. This was the buffer zone between the Evernight Kingdom and Parmajai Highlands. One day, a dark fissure suddenly appeared in the cloudless sky. Violent energy that was barely visible to the naked eye was gushing out of the fissure. A bird flew over 100 meters away from the gap, but it was also torn into pieces due to a moment of carelessness. When the energy finally calmed down, two men walked out of the fissure. "This is the limit. Any further and the energy will increase by several levels," said Sunders as he frowned. Sunders frowned. Either a plane is merging with the wizarding world, or a planar passage has been opened. However, the effect of a plane merging is obvious. There's no way a plane would only seal off such a small area. "You're saying a planar passage has been opened?" Sunders nodded with a serious look. "That should be it. And it was done by those two creatures. It's very likely that the passage they opened is a passage to the Nightmare Realm. A tunnel connecting to the Nightmare Realm would cause a lot of trouble." They both knew what kind of trouble it would cause. However, they still needed to confirm their suspicions. "This is the end of the plane passageway. Let's go. We have to fly. Sleepless City is only a few hundred kilometers away." Sunders glanced at Angwar's bracelet. It was obvious that he wanted to use his gondola. Angwar didn't understand why Sunders insisted on taking gondola to the Nightmare Realm since he could fly faster. But since Sunders was asking for it with his eyes, Angwar couldn't refuse. Before he could take out his gondola, Toby, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly flew into the air and transformed into a griffin with a flaming tail. The eagle's head turned around and called to Toby and Sunders. "Sir, Toby said it'll take us there," Angwar explained. Sunders nodded without showing any expression, but Angwar could see the slight disdain in the old man's eyes. Angwar was puzzled. Toby was much faster than gondola. Why would Sunders accept gondola but not Toby? Did Sunders like gondola style? Maybe he should make a gondola for Sunders when he had the time. Or rather, that was what Sunders intended to do. Toby, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. It spread its wings and unleashed its gravity power. Following a huge sonic boom, Toby reappeared several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Toby was worried about Greya being trapped in Sleepless City. Even though it was a little afraid of Greya, it was still the most worried one among them when it heard that Greya was in danger. Angwar sat on Toby's back and stroked the bird's mane. "Don't worry. Lady Greya will be fine. She has a lot of magical items. She can use something like section ephemera to escape." Although Angwar said so, he knew it was only a consolation. Section ephemera could open a single-use tunnel between two planes, but it required a stable plane to do so. The plane cracks around Sleepless City were filled with violent energy, so there was no such thing as a stable plane. However, there was always a reason to lie. Toby calmed down a lot after Angwar comforted him. Toby chirped at the sky and relaxed his tense muscles. After comforting Toby, he looked back at Sunders. After leaving the tributary, he went to Phantom Island to look for Sunders. Sunders briefly explained the situation in Sleepless City to Angwar before opening a plane passageway and heading to the city. Angwar quickly followed him. Greya had always been nice to him, and Toby was more than enough reason for him to come and see what was going on. However, he wasn't going to act rashly like he did at Twilight Auction. Sunders already told him what to do, so he didn't have to worry about it. Furthermore, he had already communicated with Toby. No matter how anxious he was, he had to listen to his orders and not rush into the darkness domain without thinking. "Professor, how did Fox and Froggy get out of Twilight Auction after I fell into the plane passageway at Midnight Sovereign?" He only knew that it was Twilight who pushed him into the plane passageway. After that, Twilight left Twilight Well, and no one knew where she went. Sunders only told him this when they were in Floating Mech City. Angwar didn't know anything else. However, he did remember that Sunders and Devil Dare went to Twilight Auction to deal with another nest. Fox the Harpsichord and Froggy the Crooner were also at Twilight Auction House. How did they get away? Furthermore, Why was he not discovered after he left until now when he caused such a huge commotion? After you were pushed into the plane passageway, you lost contact with Twilight. So I rushed to the blissful building to see what had happened. By the time I returned to the Twilight auction house, they had already left. Not only did the two monsters leave, but the clown card that was broken had also disappeared. Sunders explained the situation in a few words, but he did not mention many details. For example, back then, in order to obtain the mysterious item in the hands of the fox harpist Fox, the harp, he took a great risk and awakened him whose soul had mutated. When Sunders heard about Angor's death, he immediately abandoned his fight with Fox and rushed to Twilight Hall. They went into hiding for a year after leaving Midnight Sovereign, then came to Sleepless City. Why? Angor wondered. The monsters from the Nightmare Realm will be suppressed in the wizarding world as well. Also, they rely heavily on Nightmare Aura, just like the Teacup Band and Toy Soldiers in your Nightmare domain. Without the aura, they'll lose a lot of their strength. So hiding is the right choice, Sunders said. As for why they chose to show up in Sleepless City at this time, well, it depends on whether they came here willingly or not. Voluntarily? Passively? Angor thought for a moment and understood what Sunders was trying to say. If they came to Sleepless City on their own, it means they're the culprits behind the incident. Angor considered for a moment. If I was forced to come to Sleepless City, does that mean there's someone else behind this? Sunders nodded and praised Angor's quick thinking. That's the general idea. But I'm more inclined to believe that they were forced to come to Sleepless City, which makes things easier. If they came here voluntarily, it means they knew when and where the Nightmare Realm was going to connect with the wizarding world, so they came here in advance to absorb more Nightmare Aura and recover their strength. Yes. But there's something strange. If they really chose to come to Sleepless City, why is there such a large area of darkness here? Nothing like this has ever happened in the past when a natural nightmare tunnel appeared. Sunders couldn't figure it out either. Maybe the monsters chose Sleepless City on their own accord instead of being passive like they thought. While they were still pondering, Toby had already traveled several hundred kilometers. 5 or 6 minutes later, Angor could already see the outline of Sleepless City in the distance. The huge black cover also came into view. That's it. The light of day is now a shackle of darkness. Angor sighed. At this moment, a group of sorcerer apprentices suddenly leaped out from the sky dozens of miles ahead. Their sorcerer robes with starry sky patterns fluttered in the wind. From afar, they looked like a dense flock of bluebirds. Angor also noticed that there were other supernaturals in the sky as well. They all wore different outfits, which meant they came from different backgrounds. However, only this group of apprentices wearing robes with a starry sky pattern stood in their way. It's a dangerous area ahead. Please turn back. A distant sound spell came with the wind. Angor frowned. Strict orders? What order? Don't tell me you're from Sleepless City? Several days ago, when he returned to Brute Cavern from Floating Mech City, he needed to teleport to Sleepless City. He knew that most of the apprentices in Sleepless City wore white robes with golden embroidery. They were all wearing sorcerer robes with a starry sky pattern on them. Clearly, they were from an organization, but they were definitely not from Sleepless City. We're under Mr. Harris's order. It's not safe ahead. Hundreds of thousands of people have been trapped. It's for your own good. Harris? You mean that little bug from Edge of Night? A hoarse voice came from behind. Of course, it was Sunders. His words were filled with disdain and mockery. However, no one dared to speak up. Not even a single person dared to yell. The people on the other side were not stupid. They ran to stop them because they were relying on Harris, who was behind them. Harris didn't want too many people to enter Sleepless City, which would attract too many people to share the mystery item. Actually, Harris was not the only one who had the same idea. There were so many apprentice adepts in the sky, and most of them were there for this purpose. Sunders had to be at least as strong as Harris if he dared to call Harris a little bug. In fact, he might even be stronger than Harris. Therefore, they were terrified. There were only a few wizards who didn't know what was good for them. When Toby casually flew past them, they didn't dare to say a word. In particular, when they clearly saw the person sitting on this strange flying magic pet, their expressions all showed unsightly and lingering fear. It was the god of slaughter from the south. They almost stopped the god of slaughter. On the way to Sleepless City, there were several apprentices and even official wizards standing guard at every corner of the road. Most of them were not from Sleepless City. They were from other organizations, including Brood Cavern. Their orders were always danger ahead. Follow orders. However, as long as one was slightly more informed, they would be able to tell that the major adept organizations were only doing this to reduce the number of people fighting for the mystery item. Although there were many checkpoints set up, there was no one who dared to stop them if they didn't have good eyesight. Wherever Toby went, the apprentices would avoid him in fear of offending Sunders. They went straight to the inner city of Sleepless City. They landed in a public square. There were only a few dozen people scattered in the huge public square. Compared to the densely packed crowd of apprentice sorcerers in the sky, there were far fewer of them. Even though there were only a few people in the square, they were the key to solving the problem of Sleepless City's dark domain. Toby quickly transformed into his original form and circled around Sunders while chirping non-stop. Toby knew that Sunders would decide whether they could save Greya or not. Sunders pushed Toby away impatiently as if he was swatting a mosquito. Toby flew to Angor's shoulder with a sad look and curled up next to his neck. Angor rubbed Toby's head and followed Sunders's steps. "Are we going into the dark domain now, Professor?" While asking, he glanced at the dark barrier covering the outer city. He sensed the presence of the nightmare realm inside the barrier, but it was not strong, probably because it was too far away. On the contrary, there was another feeling that made him feel slightly puzzled. The presence of mystery. The so-called mysterious aura was not a fixed impression. It was actually just a concept collection. As long as one had come into contact with a mystery item, they would be able to tell that the feeling a mystery item gave off was actually different. It could be huge and magnificent, or gloomy and strange, or even dull and oppressive. Even the elements that formed it were different. But no matter which feeling it gave people, they all felt like they were unpredictable, full of unknowns, incompatible with the laws of nature, yet perfectly compatible with them. This was why wizards could recognize the presence of mystery items at first glance, even if they felt different. However, the only reason the other adepts were able to recognize the mysterious aura in the darkness was because they had felt this contradictory, mysterious concept. But Angor was different. The world he saw and the mystery aura he sensed were completely different from the other wizards. Because he had truly come into contact with that mysterious realm before, he could sense more things from it. Not only did he sense the mystery aura in the dark domain, but he also sensed something familiar. It reminded him of the mystery spirit he encountered in Dark Castle. But compared to Dark Castle's mystery spirit, this mystery spirit was even more powerful. Even the darkness realm was affected. Let's not go in yet. Let's hear what Philo has to say first. Philo was the wizard stationed in Sleepless City by Brood Cavern. He was the one who told Sunders about the dark domain. Angor considered for a moment and explained the mystery aura he sensed. "Instructor, I feel that the mysterious aura inside is a little strange." Sunders noticed that the wizards around them all pricked up their ears when Angor mentioned the mystery energy. Even if he was using a voice transmission spell, there were still plenty of ways for the wizards to decipher it. Without hesitation, Sunders connected the two of them with spirit bond. Sunders would be alerted if someone tried to break the spirit bond, which was much safer than using a voice transmission spell. After they connected to the spirit bond, the surrounding adepts frowned. Sunders had a young apprentice who once touched mystery domain in alchemy. The rumor would become a joke among the apprentices. Most people would think it was just a rumor. However, in the circle of adepts, this matter was basically set in stone. When Angor mentioned that the mystery aura was strange, the other wizards all wanted to know what this young alchemist had to say. Unfortunately, Sunders stopped them. The wizards all looked regretful. "You once came into contact with the mysterious domain in alchemy. Mentioning the mysterious aura will definitely attract other people's attention." Sunders' spirit energy ripples came from the other side of the spirit bond. Angor nodded and explained his findings with a blank expression. "A mystery item?" Sunders rubbed his chin and pondered. "I thought Philo's message was referring to the harp in the fox's hand. Looks like I misunderstood. Is there really a new mystery item?" "I don't think so. Angor hesitated for a moment. Sunders stopped and looked at him, waiting for an explanation. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Angor tried to describe his feeling, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't find a satisfactory explanation. Maybe you're right. Sunders considered for a moment and said, you might be right. After all, this area had something to do with the Nightmare Realm. As long as it was related to the Nightmare Realm, Sunders believed that Angor's intuition was right. But if Angor was right, the mystery aura didn't mean that a mystery item was about to be born. Then what could it be, and what did it have to do with the Nightmare Realm tunnel, or did a powerful Nightmare Realm creature bring a mystery item to the wizarding world? Several other groups of wizards came to greet Sunders. Some of them were Truthfinder wizards with strong auras. On the surface, Sunders was chatting with the newcomers, but he quickly explained their identities to Angor through their spirit bond. Mambachek from Tower of Hurricane, Talusu from Utopia Academy, Fayani from Nocturnal Forest, Harris from Edge of Night, also known as Evil Dragon. Apart from those who were familiar with Sunders, most of the wizards only talked about simple greetings. Angor heard about a dozen different organizations during his journey. Some of them were large, while others were small. It had only been 2 days since the darkness appeared in Sleepless City. There were already so many sorcerer organizations that had been attracted by the mysterious object. In a few more days, sorcerer organizations that were even further away would probably come as well. That was how the mystery item attracted people. However, not everyone was attracted by the mysterious object. For example, the person in front of him was one of them. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Mr. Phantom, said an old voice. I was going to invite Mr. Phantom to Sleepless City and tell me about travel in Dreamland. Angor looked up and saw a white-bearded old man in a black robe with wrinkled skin. His beard almost reached his chest, and it swayed in the wind. If you want the travel in Dreamland, I can make a copy and trade it with you, Sunders offered. Angor tried to guess who this old man was. Since he knew about travel in Dreamland, he must have attended the sky auction as well. That's Katesh, also known as Lord of Night, one of the 3 pillars of Sleepless City. While chatting with Katesh, Sunders also spoke to Angor through Spirit Bond. He's been to the Nightmare Realm before. I think he already knows what's going on inside. As expected, Katesh quickly changed the topic to the Nightmare Realm and asked if Sunders was here for the mystery item or the Nightmare Passage. Sunders didn't say anything and simply sent Katesh away. A mystery item is tempting, but a Nightmare Passage is even more tempting, Sunders said. If the outside world knows that a nightmare tunnel might appear here, I'm sure more people will come here. Every time a Nightmare Passage appears, it only appears for a brief moment. That's why very few people enter it. Sunders glanced at the outer city of Sleepless City. But is there really a Nightmare Passage in there? If not, why is the energy in the interlayer of planes so violent? Sunders frowned and looked at the quiet darkness. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. When they finally caught sight of Philo, he was hovering in the air, a covetous look in his eyes as he stared at the pitch-black city below. Mr. Phantom. Philo landed on the ground. Tell me about it. What happened in there before you came out? Why is the space energy surging? Asked Sunders. Philo was about to answer, but when he saw Angor standing next to Sunders, he hesitated. Since Sunders didn't tell Angor to leave, Philo continued, it's a little complicated. The darkness began to spread from the top of the eternal light and quickly covered the entire outer city. During the process, we heard the sound of a zither. It started off as a normal sound, but it slowly turned into something that could arouse one's desires. After that, we worked together to open a plain passageway and escaped. But not long after that, the vortex in the sky began to spin faster and faster until it activated all the space energy in the area. As a result, the entire plain passageway around Sleepless City was sealed off. Sunders already knew the first part of Philo's explanation. Sunders wanted to know the details that Philo might have overlooked, as well as what happened to them after they left the darkness. A loud noise came from the distance. He followed the voice and saw a dozen apprentices wrapped in thick robes standing outside the dark dome. A female wizard in a revealing outfit was holding a whip as she ordered them to enter the outer city of Sleepless City, which was called the Dark Domain. The wizard was wearing a nearly transparent cloak. From behind, Angor could see that she was only wearing a thin pink undergarment. The most eye-catching part of her body was a black, reddish succubus tail that was wagging from side to side. Every time she swung her whip, one could clearly see the rhythm of her graceful body. Then, accompanied by the sound of excited panting, the group of adepts rushed into the darkness one by one as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Philo stopped explaining because of the commotion. He saw Angor looking at the young apprentice with great interest. Since Sunders was right next to him, Philo wanted to get closer to Angor. She's Whipwitch Rak Ksa from the Elysium domain. Those apprentices are all her students. She sent them into the outer city to investigate the situation inside. This is the 5th group. The 5th group? Did they get any news? Philo shook his head. Of course not. Even wizards were killed when they tried to enter the outer city, let alone apprentices. Sunders suddenly asked, were there any wizards who went in the past 2 days? Philo nodded. Yes. Witches Dinan, Kelly, and Greg from Sleepless City. At least 20 wizards went in, but not a single one of them came out. There was even a rank 2 wizard among them. The energy within 1,000 kilometers around Sleepless City is in chaos. They can't open the plane interlayer, so all the wizards are trapped inside. More and more organizations have come to the inner city these days, but none of them dared to go in themselves. Most of them sent their apprentices and servants to try their luck. Close to 0. Sunders chuckled. Do you know if any Truthfinder wizards went in? Most Truthfinders had their own secret methods that allowed them to open plane interlayers by force. However, it was still dangerous to find a way out from the chaotic space. Philo shook his head without hesitation. No. According to what you said, there hasn't been any news about the situation in the outer city for the past 2 days. We don't know what exactly happened inside. So they're all waiting for the right opportunity. Too bad Maya isn't interested in this place at all. She's all about that dumb kid you brought back. The latter part of his words was directed at Angor. He had gone to see Maya when he had received Pharaoh's message. However, Maya wasn't interested in this place at all. She was focused on her new disciple, Dodoro. Didn't Lady Maya mention anything about this? Angor asked. Sunders shook his head. This incident involves the strings of the world. Prophets won't get any useful information without seeing it with their own eyes. This time, they didn't use the spirit bond. Instead, they spoke directly. Philo suddenly spoke up, speaking of prophets, there aren't any in Sleepless City. But I heard that some other wizard organizations sent one here. Mr. Radiance also went there not long ago. But it seems that he can only tell if a wizard is dead or alive by observing some minor details. He can't do anything else. Life or death? That's a lot of information. Looks like I'll have to go see Douglas later, Sunders muttered to himself. After getting a general idea of the situation, Sunders began to ask Philo about the details of what happened in the darkness. It had to do with the Nightmare Realm and the 2 monsters. Sunders didn't hesitate to ask. As expected, Sunders managed to discover some details that Philo had not noticed before. How many sentences did that strange frog-like voice say? Sunders asked. Philo tried to recall. 2 sentences. They all started with praises. Something about the Queen, Shava, Moonlight, and so on. Sunders narrowed his eyes after listening to Philo's explanation. Frogman's croaking voice was definitely from Frogman. Philo didn't see Froggy, but the creature's voice could be heard all over the city. Froggy said 2 sentences. The first one was before the darkness came. There's no moonlight here. It's filthy. Then it added, this place will be cleaned up soon. As soon as it finished speaking, the darkness invaded Sleepless City. It seemed Froggy knew what was going on in Sleepless City. As for whether the realm of darkness in Sleepless City was created by the 2 demons, it was easy to tell from the second sentence of the demon's speech. Froggy's second sentence was when Philo and the others worked together to open the plane passageway, and a large amount of mysterious energy came out of the dark vortex. Praise the Queen, praise Shava. Froggy's last sentence was abrupt. Why are you here? Froggy's meaning was clear. An unexpected monster showed up in the dark vortex. This meant that even though the frog had come to Sleepless City, there were still some things that it didn't know. If that was the case, the frog and the fox might have been forced to come to Sleepless City instead of choosing the city on their own accord. Froggy's last sentence also confirmed Sunder's suspicions. This proved Sunder's theory that there was indeed a nightmare tunnel in the darkness. And that passage was most likely the source of the dark vortex. As for what the frog was looking at, the nightmare monster behind the dark vortex, it was hard to tell. However, from their tone, it could be seen that although the frog monster was a little surprised, they probably knew the new monster. In other words, there might not only be Fox the harpsichord and Froggy the frog, but also an unknown monster from the core of the nightmare realm. Sunders asked Philo several more times to make sure he didn't miss any details. Sunders took Angor to Douglas so that he could learn more about the prophet's conclusion. On their way to Douglas, Sunders used their spirit bond to tell Angor about his analysis. Especially the monster that came from the core area of the nightmare realm. Judging from the powerful aura, Angor could tell that the monster had a powerful mystery item. Angor had no way to protect himself against such an unknown enemy. Sunders was trying to warn Angor not to push himself too hard and to hide inside the gravity garden in case of danger. Angor nodded with a serious expression, but he was actually thinking about something else. When Philo was explaining the details, he had said that Nessie's disciple had been corrupted by evil and had almost destroyed the planar passageway they had constructed. Ness's disciple was a woman wearing a bamboo hat. From Philo's description, Angor was almost certain that the woman was Hookdick. Angor couldn't find Hookdick's whereabouts even after using the Barterfly pub's intelligence network. He didn't expect to hear about him here. In fact, the news of Hookdick's death in Sleepless City wasn't bad news for him. However, Philo mentioned that Xianxia was also in Sleepless City. And she was fighting against Hookdick. If Xianxia was here, did that mean Nausicaa and Sean were also here? According to his sources, they all left Brute Cavern at the same time. Angor shook his head and sighed. If they were really trapped inside, based on the current situation, they could only pray for their own good luck. A short while later, they were able to locate Douglas based on Philo's description. Douglas was inside a makeshift magic hut, which was quite spacious. Apart from him, there were also a dozen powerful wizards inside. They were standing in front of an illusion sand table, which was simulating the situation outside Sleepless City. Douglas, who was wearing a pure white wizard robe with golden edges, was standing in front of the sand table, moving the buildings on it from time to time. Sunder's arrival attracted everyone's attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor retreated several meters away. Since Sunders was the one who brought him in, the wizards only glanced at him and ignored him. Unfortunately, Angor couldn't hear anything because of the soundproof barrier around him. He simply walked to the window of the hut and stared at the darkness in the distance, his heart heavy with worry. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling that someone was watching him. Angor had attracted a lot of attention on his way here. But since most of the wizards around him were wizards, he didn't pay much attention to him. Even if someone was looking at him, they could easily read all the information in one glance. This was the first time he was being stared at for so long. Angor turned around and looked at the source of the stare. It was a young woman whose body was covered by a water curtain. The curtain of water seemed to be shining with starlight. Although there was a layer of water screen blocking the woman's appearance, one could vaguely make out her graceful figure and long blue hair. She was looking at him through the curtain of water. Angor did not know who she was, but he did not see any malicious intent in her eyes. It was just some complicated emotions he could not quite put into words. She didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, she turned around and began to talk to the wizard beside her. Angor wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he sensed a strange energy wave coming from her body and disappearing into the distance. Since she wasn't looking at him, Angor didn't want to keep looking. After all, this person was a true sorcerer, and if he continued to size him up, not only would it be rude, but it would also be very provocative. Angor looked out of the window again while his mind was racing. In front of the sand table, Douglas explained the current situation of the outer city to Sunders. "What do you think, Mr. Phantom?" Douglas asked with a serious look. Sunders glanced at the sand table. "It doesn't matter what I think. However, I do have a question. What will you do if the darkness expands?" Douglas and the other wizards looked at each other in bewilderment. "We've considered this possibility, and we asked Professor Anglo to help us. According to his information, at this point, Douglas looked at the woman who was completely covered by the water curtain. The woman nodded and stepped forward. I'll explain. Professor Anglo is still collecting data and analyzing the composition of the tenebrous domain. He hasn't come up with a definitive answer yet, but according to him, the tenebrous domain's composition is very stable, and its stability is based on the framework of the eternal brilliance magic array. If the tenebrous domain goes beyond the range of the eternal brilliance magic array, it will no longer be stable and the energy of the tenebrous domain will be diluted. So you're saying the darkness won't expand? The woman nodded. Once the darkness is diluted, it'll be easier to deal with it. So, Professor Anglo thinks the darkness won't expand. I trust his plucking the strings more than his baseless speculation, Sunders said. After all, Anglo's nickname is the Plucker, not the Plucker. Douglas chimed in, Professor Anglo needs time to collect data before plucking the strings. He's been collecting data since he arrived here the day before yesterday. I'm sure he'll be able to do it soon. Before plucking the strings, without a proper basis, the sand table won't be of much use. He then looked at Douglas and asked, I heard that Anglo has already calculated the fate of the wizards who entered the outer city. What's the result? Douglas' expression turned solemn at the mention of the death of the adepts. His face, which was already full of righteousness, became even more solemn. According to Professor Anglo, some of the wizards who fell into the outer city survived. I don't know about the other sorcerer organizations. They don't want to provide the essence blood of sorcerers who entered the outer city, so I can't guess. However, we sent 6 people into the sleepless city. So far, 1 of us is dead, and 5 are still alive. The one who died was Witch Dinan. When Douglas mentioned the person who had died, his face was filled with sorrow. Official wizards were the most powerful wizards in any wizard organization, and the death of even one of them was heartbreaking. Douglas inserted a flag into the sand table and said, according to the calculations, Witch Dinan fell here. Is this the teleportation hall? Sunders looked at the sand table. Yes. We think Witch Dinan tried to leave through the teleportation array. She was either crushed by spatial energy, or she was ambushed in the hall. However, based on the current situation of life and death, we are leaning towards the former. Crushed by spatial energy? It was possible. However, as a true magus, they should have considered the instability of space and would not have made such a decision. Unless she was forced to do so. If she didn't use the teleportation array, she would die. If she did, she might have a chance to survive. In other words, she might have encountered a dangerous situation that could endanger her life. So what was the danger? Was it the 2 foxes and frogs? Or was it the unknown monster that came out of the whirlpool? Or something else? Mr. Phantom, are you here for Angor? The woman behind the water curtain suddenly spoke. What do you mean? As we all know, your student once touched mystery energy in Dark Castle. He didn't become a mystery alchemist because of Lady Isabel's interference, but he's already a master alchemist. The woman sounded like she was praising him, but there was also a hint of jealousy in her voice. This time, the mystical presence in Sleepless City is obviously a new mystical item. Didn't you bring him here for him to observe? Maybe he can reach the mystical state again? The other wizards all looked at Angor, who was standing not far away from them. It was better to find an alchemist who could make mystery items than a mystery item. They knew this, but they didn't have such a talent. If their student could touch mystery energy, or even become a master alchemist, they would be so happy that they would wake up from their sleep. One had to know that the number of master alchemists in the entire southern region could be counted on one hand. Most of them were in floating mech city. There was only one alchemist in Brute Cavern, which was one of the top wizard organizations in the southern wizarding region, Rose Crown Leona. It was already good enough for a small wizard organization like them to have an alchemist. So he's the legendary Angor. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Phantom, Douglas complimented. Sunders was speechless. Actually, he did not intend to do so. He brought Angor to Sleepless City because of Angor's other identity, Shava. Since the fox called Angor Mr. Angor's identity might be useful here. Besides, this wasn't the Nightmare Realm. Sunders could easily protect Angor and let him hide in the Gravity Garden. that was why he brought Angor here. As for their guesses, they didn't have such a thought before. Of course, Sunders wouldn't deny it. He smiled and looked at the woman behind the water curtain. Miss Heroline, you seem to be holding a grudge. Are you still holding a grudge? Heroline humphed. She didn't say anything, but her attitude was clear. The wizards were confused. They had no idea what happened between Heroline and Sunders that deserved such a grudge. A level 1 wizard holding a grudge against a level 2 Truthfinder wizard? What was going on here? More importantly, Sunders looked very proud of himself. There was no resentment at all. Heroline didn't say anything. Sunders put away his smile and looked at Douglas. How are you so sure that a mystery item is being born inside? What do you mean, Mr. Phantom? Douglas asked. The energy around here is so chaotic. Can't it be some kind of space tunnel? Sunders paused. Of course, it could also be caused by a mystery item with spatial properties. Without waiting for their opinions, Sunders walked to the side and communicated with Angor through their spirit bond. Sunders briefly told Angor about the situation inside. Are you going inside, Professor? Angor asked after a moment of silence. Let's wait for a while. Anglo is collecting data. We'll see what happens after he plucks the strings. Plucks the strings? Anglo? Before Angor could figure out who the man was, Sunders quickly explained who he was. Plucker of strings. Anglo was the prophet Douglas asked for help. Plucking the strings was a method Anglo used to predict the future. By using a special spell, Anglo could pluck the strings of the world to determine the unknown outcome. Angor noticed that Sunders only mentioned Anglo's nickname. He didn't mention anything about Anglo's background. So. Angor glanced at Toby, who was looking at the city from his shoulder. What's your purpose here, Professor? Are you going to kill those monsters or save Lady Greya? Angor came to Sleepless City for the sake of Greya. Toby was still worried about Greya, so he didn't have to worry about her safety. But when he arrived, he realized that there was more to Sleepless City than he thought. Sunders explained a lot of things to him, but Angor still felt that something was wrong. He didn't know how to refute it. Under such circumstances, he might not even be able to protect himself, let alone find out about Greya's whereabouts. Now, he was more concerned about what Sunders wanted to do here. I'm here for the mysterious harp, and to save Greya. But now. Sunders looked at the ever-changing darkness with a gloomy look. It's hard to say. As for what hard to say, Angor did not ask further. Ever since they met in Floating Mech City, Sunders and Greya seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Angor didn't know what it was, and he didn't want to ask. But since Sunders wanted to save Greya, at least he had something to tell Toby. Angor also looked at the outer city. The wizarding world was always full of strange things. Sometimes, they happened right next to him, and sometimes, he was right in the middle of them. The deeper he went into the wizarding world, the more insignificant he felt. He now understood why official magi treated sorcerer apprentices as if they were nothing but weeds and ants. In this increasingly dangerous world, even magi were struggling to survive, let alone apprentices. About 2 hours later, Heroline's ears twitched. She said to the others, I've received word that Professor Anglo is on his way. Anglo's arrival meant they could begin plucking the strings. They could also infer what they should do next based on the results. Soon, they heard footsteps coming from outside the hut. With a creak, the door was pushed open. 2 people entered the hut. The one in front was a middle-aged man with short gray hair. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his clean and serious face. His clothes were neat and tidy, just like everyone else. He was holding a small wooden board in his hand, on which there was a stack of parchment papers, which looked like a lesson plan. The one behind him was an apprentice in a black cloak. He looked a little stooped. The others only glanced at him and ignored him. Professor Anglo, do we have enough information for the final plucking of the strings? Douglas stepped forward. Anglo bowed to Sunders and spoke to Douglas, Mr. Radiance, we don't have enough information for now. It's not possible to completely pluck the strings of the world. What do you mean, Professor Anglo? Anglo put down the wooden plank in his hand and flipped open a few parchments that were filled with formulas. I've tried my best, but there's nothing else I can find. Unless what? Douglas moved closer. Unless someone can come out of the outer city. Even if it's a familiar, I'll need more data to proceed to the next step, Anglo said. If someone could come out, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, we'll know what's going on inside. Why do we need to guess? A sarcastic voice came from outside the door. An old man in a long black robe with wrinkled skin and a white beard that reached his chest walked in. Mr. Katesh. The others bowed. Angor stood up as well. Sunders and Douglas were the only ones who didn't move. In the wizarding world where power reigned supreme, power meant seniority. Douglas did not move because, like Katesh, he was one of the 3 pillars of Sleepless City. Both of them were ranked 2 magi, so there was no need for formalities. Katesh, do you have any ideas? Douglas looked at Katesh. No. Katesh shook his head and glanced at Sunders, either intentionally or unintentionally. He had been to the Nightmare Realm before, so he could sense the presence of the Nightmare Realm in the darkness. He guessed that there might be a Nightmare Realm tunnel here, but he wasn't sure. Based on his experience, a Nightmare Realm tunnel shouldn't last this long. No one knew more about the Nightmare Realm than Sunders. Apart from his nightmare illusions, the nightmare aura emanating from his body was enough to prove that he had something to do with the Nightmare Realm. The only thing he could be sure of was that Sunders knew something. However, no matter how many times Sunders tried and how many private messages he sent, Sunders simply refused to tell him. Due to some selfish reasons, he did not want to make his speculations public. Therefore, he could only pretend that he did not hear Douglas' question. Douglas did not expect Katesh to tell him anything. He was still counting on Anglo. So, Professor Anglo, how far can you tell us? Anglo quickly flipped through the parchment paper on the wooden board. Various formulas and data were reflected in his glasses. I can pluck the string once to calculate a general direction without any specific criteria. Douglas pondered for a moment. Then, can you predict the situation in the outer city? Will the future go in a good direction or a bad direction? Anglo considered for a moment. It's a general direction. But the standard of good or bad varies from person to person. If we use the string of the world as a guide, we might have to consider the future of the world. What's good for us might not be good for the world. So, we should add a premise. Based on the overall benefit of Sleepless City? Is that okay? In other words, you want to know whether the darkness is good or bad for Sleepless City? Anglo considered and nodded. Sure. Without further ado, Anglo performed a unique divination spell called Plucking the String in front of everyone. The wooden board in his hand turned into countless phantoms in the dazzling manna, and the parchment that recorded the formula slowly turned into dust and merged with the phantoms. As the shadows lined up, everyone sensed a strange and powerful aura. It was as if everything in the world was contained in the aura. At this time, many arcs of light appeared out of nowhere and flashed between Anglo's fingers. Anglo's fingers kept curling. Some of the arcs of light were intercepted by him, while others were spared and disappeared into the unknown. Every time he intercepted an arc of light, a drop of sweat appeared on his smooth forehead. Soon, his forehead was covered with sweat, and a layer of white mist rose from his glasses. When all the shadows disappeared, there were still about 100 arcs of light left between his fingers. He exhaled deeply and looked at Douglas with a tired expression. Plucking the string is done. I'm going to calculate now. Give me some time. Anglo took out another piece of parchment paper and placed it on the wooden board. He took out a quill and filled it with blood ink. Then, he began to write down various unknown formulas while absorbing the arcs of light from his fingers into the paper. The process took a long time. Angor was curious at first to see what Anglo was going to write. But soon, he began to feel drowsy. Sunders turned around and saw Angor nodding to himself. Angor was looking at the Anglo wooden plank again and again. Sunders shook his head and spoke to Angor through their spirit bond. Don't look at it. You're not strong enough to see anything. You'll hurt your spirit if you force yourself. Angor quickly looked away. So, that's plucking the string, Professor? Sunders nodded. Correct. There are 3 main categories for divination wizards, namely the River of Fate, the Wheel of Time, and the String of World. Plucking the String of World means you can use it for your own use. Apart from these three categories, there are also smaller ones, such as Axis of Astrology, Inquisition Bell, Silent Deity, and so on. If you're interested in divination, you can check out Star Crown Doctrine from the Brilliance Plane. It's published once every 50 years, and each issue will be revised by different factions. Angor always thought that divination was either a form of astrology or divination. But he didn't expect there to be so many categories for divination. As he expected, the more he learned about the wizarding world, the poorer he felt. Why was the truth so often mentioned by wizards? It wasn't because it could bring great power. It was because the pursuit of the truth required one to realize one's own insignificance. Only by knowing how insignificant one was could one become fearful of everything in the world. While Angor was still working on his calculations, the wizards in the hut were whispering to each other. Some were talking about the outer city, while others were gossiping about random things. Angor leaned against the window with Toby and stared at the outer city in a daze. Angor prayed that Nausicaa wasn't inside, while Toby was worried about Grea's safety. While they were worrying, footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Angor turned around and saw a hunchbacked man covered in a black cloak approaching them. Angor recognized him. He was one of the apprentices who came in together with Angor. However, as soon as he entered the hut, he automatically stayed out of the sight of the wizards and acted as if he was invisible. But why did he suddenly come looking for her? Angor looked at him again. Was this man trying to talk to him like the other wizards? An old voice suddenly came from the black cloak. Long time no see, Angor. Angor looked up and gave the old man a puzzled look. Judging from his tone, not only did he know his name, but he also knew him. But when Angor tried to recall, he couldn't remember anyone who had the same voice as this old man. Seeing Angor's puzzled look, the man smiled wryly and pulled down his cloak. Angor was a little surprised to see the old man in front of him. The face under the cloak was indeed a familiar face, but it was also somewhat different. Age spots covered his cheeks, and his face was so haggard that it was hard to imagine. His cheekbones were so high that Angor could see the white bones underneath through the thin layer of skin. 2 years ago, when Angor first met this old man, he was still in good health despite his old age. How did a level 3 apprentice become like this in such a short time? Mr. Mara? Angor asked in a low voice. The person before him was none other than Imoluo. Angor only came to the wizarding world because he met Mara. Mara also came from the old earth, and his family was the backbone of Gold's Pink Empire, the Morn family. The Morn family and Angor's Pat family were worlds apart. One of them lived at the border, while the other lived in the capital. However, because of morning dew, Mara was lured to Pat Manor. With Mara's help, Angor decided to embark on the path of wizardry. At the same time, the healing Ice Hornet scroll on Instructor John's body was also obtained from Imoluo. Without Mara's help, Angor would never be able to enter the wizarding world. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Imoluo. However, he'd never imagined that he would meet Imoluo here under such circumstances. Just call me Mara. You're already a level 3 apprentice like me. I don't dare to call you sir. Mara quickly waved his hands and showed a bitter expression. Judging by your progress, it won't be long before I have to call you sir. Angor was surprised. He called Mara sir subconsciously, but he forgot that he was no longer the mortal he was 3 years ago. I was just lucky to meet a good teacher. Angor did not know how to answer. Again, he could only blame his achievements on luck. Luck? Mara laughed at himself. In 2 years, he went from a mortal to a level 3 apprentice. From an ignorant teenager to a future master alchemist in the south. He had even come into contact with the mysterious realm. If all these achievements could be explained by luck alone, then he should not pursue the path of wizardry. Breaking a barrier could be attributed to luck. Winning a battle could be attributed to luck. Crafting a tiered item by accident could also be attributed to luck. However, accumulating mana before breaking a barrier could not be attributed to luck. Accumulating experience before a battle could not be attributed to luck. Accumulating knowledge before alchemy could not be attributed to luck. Luck could only last for a while. The most important thing for a wizard was to accumulate knowledge and experience. Angor's achievements at such a young age were due to his talent and luck. But more importantly, it could only be due to hard work. Mara did not believe Angor's nonsense. Still, he agreed with Angor. Maybe it's luck. Mara lowered his voice and stopped arguing. His job was to build a good relationship with Angor. He could not say anything that might lead to a dispute. Even though he still hated Angor a little. 2 years ago, on Devil's Water, he did not teach Angor the channeling method right away due to some selfish reasons, which led to Angor being taken away by Phantom Master Sunders at Barbie's restaurant. Angor was taken from White Coral Floating Island Academy to Brute Cavern right in front of Hero Line. Since that day, he had offended Hero Line, and his status in the White Coral Floating Island Academy had plummeted. However, Hero Line did not try to suppress him. She only told Mara about what happened at Barbie's restaurant, and Mara was ostracized. Everyone has their own selfish reasons. But since you taught your grandson the channeling method, why don't you teach him as well? Besides, how valuable is the triangle channeling method? Emo Luo was scolded like this for an entire year. Angor was only a talented mortal, and there were many talented people like him in the academy. No matter how talented he was, there was no telling whether he could achieve anything in the end. White Coral Floating Island Academy was far away from Brute Cavern, so they could not get any news about Angor. However, the harsh reprimand from the previous year had already caused him to be marginalized. Even though he was already a rank 3 acolyte, he received very little resources. Since then, Mara had been holding a grudge against Angor. Mara thought that as time passed, everyone would forget about Angor, and he would be treated better. Such a situation did happen for a while, but in less than half a year, the matter of the purification garden was exposed. Hero Line was the one who told him about the purification garden. Half a month ago, when Mara was practicing a new cantrip, someone told him that Hero Line wanted to see him. Confused, he went to see Hero Line with an uneasy heart. Hero Line's reprimand caused Mara's situation, but she did not side with anyone. The gap between her and Mara was too big, and she did not have to deliberately go against Mara. Therefore, Mara did not hate Hero Line. He hated himself and Angor more. Hero Line suddenly asked him to see her, which made him a little nervous. The only thing he knew about Hero Line was the incident at Barbie's restaurant. Wasn't that already over? Why did Hero Line want to see him again? When he came to Hero Line's office and read Truth's Sky, Golden Age, Wizard Secrets, and other magazines, he realized that Angor had already become a target in the eyes of wizards in such a short time. A handsome young man was easy to be photographed, and he had a lot of gimmick. As a result, almost every gossip magazine had his face on its cover. It was only a hand-drawn version, but the confident face slowly overlapped with the Angor in Mara's memory. It was at this moment that Hero Line revealed her purpose for coming here. You pushed such a genius to Brute Cavern, so you have to take responsibility and bring him back. Of course, Hero Line did not mean that Angor would betray Brute Cavern. She wanted Angor to stand on the side of White Coral Floating Island Academy to some extent. You should be well aware of how much help a future master alchemist can bring to our academy. Otherwise, I'll punish you for your selfishness. And your grandson who learned triangle channeling and betrayed Candy House will also be punished. When Alan went to Candy House, Hero Line had tacitly agreed to it. Alan had a talent for gourmet studies, but no one in White Coral Floating Island Academy could teach gourmet spells. Therefore, Hero Line let him go so as not to waste a talented gourmet student's time. But now that Hero Line was acting in a businesslike manner, Mara didn't know what to do. Since that day, Mara began to pay attention to Angor's information. The more he learned, the more shocked he became. Alchemy talent, mystery domain, fighting wizard-level monsters in the purification garden, defeating Poseidon's disciple, riding a griffin. All kinds of information dazzled Mara's eyes. Hero Line did not tell Mara what to do, but Mara knew she was waiting for Angor's response. But how could someone like Angor, who was going to stir up a new generation of wizards in the southern wizarding region, be persuaded by someone as useless as him? Mara spent half a month worrying about this. Then Hero Line sent him another message, saying that something happened in Sleepless City and asking him to go with her. He thought he would have to find a way to meet Angor in Brute Cavern after everything was over. But he did not expect Hero Line to ask him to wait for Professor Anglo to finish his analysis and go to the magic hut with him. At the time, he did not understand why Hero Line made such arrangements. He only realized it when he arrived at the magic hut. So this was where Angor was. And so, Mara met Angor again. No matter who it was, this was an unguarded reunion. Mara did not know how to establish a good relationship with Angor. Angor, on the other hand, was worried about something else. He promised Mara that once he became a level 2 apprentice, he would go to Mara and explore a ruin together. It was because of this promise that Mara had given John the magic scroll that contained the ice coffin of healing. Back then, Mo Luo had given him a time limit of 10 years. Of course, he did not forget his promise. However, he still had a 10-year time limit. He would return to the old Earth first, solve John's problem, settle down for a while, and learn what he needed to learn. Then, he could go find Mara. However, he had never expected to encounter Mo Luo in such an unprepared manner. He was now a level 3 apprentice, and he had to keep his promise. He wondered how long it would take him to go to the ruin, whether it would delay John's plan, and how to explain to Mara why he did not contact him when he became a level 2 apprentice. Mara suddenly spoke before Angor could think of an explanation. It's only been 2 years since we met at Devil's Sea, and your achievements have spread across the entire southern region. I didn't think I'd bring back a little monster like you when I visited my family at the old Earth, Mara chuckled. Angor was still troubled by the promise. Mara's joking tone eased his awkwardness a little. I didn't expect to see you here either. I was thinking of finding a time to visit you so that I can fulfill my promise. Angor considered and decided not to avoid the topic. Mara didn't want to talk about the promise he made to Angor, but Mara didn't want to. Since he wanted to establish a good relationship with Angor, it was better to owe him a favor. According to his investigations, the ruins might be the laboratory of an ancient magus. However, he did not know how many useful things there were in there. Instead of thinking about things he could not see, he might as well take advantage of the favor and get closer to Angor first. About exploring the ruin. We can put that aside for now. There are some objective reasons. Mara glossed over it vaguely before continuing. Besides, the 5-year agreement between you and your mentor is almost up. Why don't you deal with this matter first? Oh right, I've done some research over the past 2 years. I might be able to help you solve your mentor's problem. Mara changed the topic from the promise to John. It seemed he wanted to talk about how to cure John as well. Angor sighed in relief since he did not have to worry about the promise for now. However, he did not want to talk about John's illness with Mara. He already got the rune card, and he did not want to cause trouble again. Still, Angor could not refuse Mara's kindness. He pursed his lips and listened for a while. Then, he changed the topic. Mara, did you come here alone? Did Aline not come? Mara shook his head. It's complicated here. Not many apprentices came here. Aline is still a level 1 apprentice. She's still studying in the academy. Mara talked about Aline's journey in the past 2 years. He looked calm on the surface, but he was thinking about something else in his mind. For example, the boy suddenly asked about Aline. Was he interested in Aline? Mara knew that Aline always liked Angor because of his good looks. However, when Mara was bullied in the academy, Aline began to dislike Angor for some reason. If Mara explained to Aline why and told her about Angor's achievements, maybe she would fall in love with Angor again. What if they became a couple in the end? Wouldn't Heroline's request be easily fulfilled? With this thought, Mara became excited and began to talk about Aline's good points even more. At first, Angor did not think much of it. They were friends, after all, and he cared about Aline's current situation. However, as Mara kept talking about Aline is single, Aline misses you, etc., Angor began to understand Mara's thoughts. Angor treated Aline as a friend in the past. Now, he did not. So, he had to interrupt Mara. But he was the one who started the topic. If he wanted to interrupt, he had to find a better topic. So, he thought about Alan. There was no way Mara would force him and Alan to be a couple, right? If Mara had a choice, he would be more than happy to pair up Alan and Angor as a couple. But Angor had to agree first. Mara knew that Angor was trying to change the topic. However, Mara also wanted to know more about Alan, so he stopped talking about Aline as Angor wished. It had been a long time since Mara heard from Alan. Hearing Angor's description, Mara began to admire Alan more and more. His eyes were filled with warmth. When Mara heard that Alan also made it through the purification garden, he was delighted. No matter how Alan survived the garden, as long as he survived, he would have a much better chance of becoming a wizard in the future. If Alan could become a wizard, his status in White Coral Floating Island Academy would be greatly changed. And with the food made by the gourmet wizard, Mara even believed that he could become a wizard himself. Just as Luo was having a beautiful dream, a woman's voice suddenly appeared in his heart. It poured a bucket of cold water over his beautiful dream. Mara, I see you two are having a good time. If there's a chance, you can invite him to White Coral Floating Island Academy. Our academy needs a guest alchemist for many years. Haroline's words were directly imprinted in Mara's mind. Mara quickly stopped his wild thoughts. He hesitated and sent a voice transmission to Heroline. I'll do my best, Lady Heroline. But for now, I still want to maintain our relationship. Heroline humphed. You decide. But remember, the friendship of a master alchemist is only beneficial to both you and the academy. Heroline did not send any more voice transmissions. Mara sighed in relief in his mind. In terms of maintaining a good relationship with Angor, he did what he had to do today. Now, he just had to keep improving Angor's favorability and presence. Professor Anglo, you're from White Coral Floating Island Academy? Angor was talking about Alan, but he noticed that Mara was not paying attention, so he stopped and asked Sunders through their spirit bond. Sunders looked up from a distance. His short, grayish-green curly hair peeked out from the edge of his black top hat. The shadow on his face curled into a small smile. Indeed. Looks like your little old friend told you a lot. It took him a while to realize that Sunders was referring to Mara. He briefly explained Mara's identity. If it wasn't for Mara's help, I wouldn't have stepped onto the path of a magus. I'm very grateful to him. It's just an exchange of interests. The morning dew you mentioned is worth more than the frost scrolls of healing and the ticket to the Redbud, said Sunders in a plain tone. Angor did not argue. He understood that this was a trade of benefits. When he was still immortal, Mara was already an experienced extraordinary. Back then, he could have destroyed the entire Pad Manor with a single finger and obtained all the morning dew. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he chose to make a deal with them. Furthermore, he had given Chan a way to survive and even brought him into the Magus world. The more he learned about the rules of the wizarding world, the more he felt that Mara's actions were reasonable. Since Mara used a favor as a bargaining chip, Angor was willing to return the favor instead of seeing it as a simple exchange of interests. So Professor Anglo is from White Coral Floating Island Academy, then. Angor glanced at the woman behind the water curtain. It was only a brief glance, but Angor felt that the woman was still staring at him. Is she Lady Heroline, the moray ill woman? Angor wondered. Angor saw Heroline in Greya's Barbie's restaurant. However, as a mortal, Angor did not dare to raise his head in front of a group of wizards. The only thing he remembered about Heroline was her long blue hair. Although the other party was behind the water curtain, he could faintly see the long blue hair behind the curtain. Angor asked Sunders about this through their spirit bond. Sunders gave an affirmative answer and teased Angor, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw you. You only recognized her now. Back in Barbie's restaurant, Sunders was the one who took Angor from Heroline's hand. Heroline's jealous tone and the way she looked like she wanted to eat Angor alive made Sunders very happy. Now that Angor knew that the woman behind the water curtain was Heroline from White Coral Floating Island Academy, he finally understood why Heroline was looking at him with such complicated emotions. Still, Angor did not understand why Sunders was so happy. Angor noticed a commotion near the sand table. He turned around and saw everyone gathering around Professor Anglo. The results are out. A low voice was heard. Can anyone understand this? What language is this? Professor Angor's parchment was filled with a bunch of strange symbols, which confused everyone. It's not a language. It's the corresponding symbols of the strings of the world. I don't care what the symbols are. I just want to know what the result is. All eyes were on Anglo. Angor exhaled deeply and put down his blood-stained quill. He looked at Douglas with a serious expression. Mr. Radiance, the result is out, but Douglas felt uneasy when he saw Anglo's expression. As expected, Anglo made a proviso before he could finish his sentence. But what? What's with the hesitation? Just say it. We don't do things like you academies do. I don't think it's enough to destroy Sleepless City. Kitesh frowned. His white beard was stained with his saliva. Listen to what Professor Anglo has to say, Krat. Douglas snapped at Anglo. Anglo shook his head with an ugly expression. The outcome is not optimistic. Not good? I can guess that already. Sleepless City has already suffered a great loss since the first day the darkness appeared. Douglas sighed. I just want to know more about it. Do you have any more details? Angor said, Mr. Radiance, I think you've misunderstood. You're talking about the current situation, but I'm talking about the long-term benefits the darkness will bring to Sleepless City. According to my speculations, the darkness will only bring harm to Sleepless City. What you see now is only a part of it. It will only get worse in the future. Anglo shook his head. In other words, as long as you don't give up on Sleepless City, you'll never be able to recover. Angor's words were heavy. What do you mean? The darkness can't be removed? Kitesh stamped his feet. Angor waved a hand. I don't know if it'll last forever. All I can say is that it's very dangerous. As he spoke, Angor suddenly flipped the parchment over and pressed a drop of blood on the back of the paper. Countless words, symbols, and lights were attracted to the blood. They wagged their tails like tadpoles and gathered at the center of the blood. The blood dissolved into a row of words. It will become the source of darkness and the nest of danger. Angor cast a cleanse spell to evaporate the dirty sweat on his body. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Douglas. That's the result. If you want to know more, Mr. Radiance, I can't help you. Angor then looked at Kitesh, who remained silent. Mr. Kitesh, if you don't agree with my speculations, you can go to the Brilliance Plane and ask a prophet from Starliege Church to come here. But don't you think it's strange that Starliege Church didn't send anyone here? Angor then looked at Hero Line. Hero Line, for the sake of the Academy's future, I think we should leave this place. I don't care what you decide, but I'll leave tonight. With that, Angor turned to leave. Wait, Anglo stopped. It was Sunders who stopped him. Anglo wanted to leave right now, but he did not dare to offend the infamous Grim Reaper of the Southern Wizardry region. Instead, he stood aside respectfully. So you're saying the darkness won't leave this place? Sunders asked. Angor shook his head. I don't know. Maybe that's what I meant. Maybe not. Will the darkness continue to spread? Asked Sunders. Angor shook his head again. I don't know. But it's unlikely. Do you have any idea about the mystery item inside? Sunders asked for the third time. Angor remained silent for a while. The world string seems to be avoiding the area. Maybe there's something wrong with the laws inside. If I can get more information, I might be able to find out more. Something wrong with the laws? Douglas's pupils suddenly shrank. The rules are different. Are they not applicable to the wizarding world? Is there really a portal that connects to another world, just like what Mr. Phantom said? Ahem, that's out of our hands. If that's the case, we'll leave it to the Supreme Cult or Moonfrost Union, Kratos explained. Even if it's a portal, the world's consciousness will repair itself. Anglo glanced at Kitesh with a hint of confusion in his eyes. I don't know. Mr. Kratos is right. If Mr. Radiance needs help, we can ask the Moonfrost Union to help us. I remember Mr. Cenifer was in Floating Mech City not long ago. With that, Angor turned to leave. Mara had no reason to stay behind since both Angor and Hero Line were gone. She said goodbye to Angor in a hurry and left the hut. If you have time, please come to White Coral Floating Island Academy for a visit. Angor's words caused the wizards in the hut to fall into a heated argument. No one could decide what to do next. They didn't want to leave because of the mystery item. However, if they didn't leave, Anglo's words would be very harsh, and they were afraid. Douglas remained silent as if he was trying to make a decision. Sunders suddenly sent a message through their spirit bond. I'm going inside. Angor already knew that Sunders was going to enter the outer city. The outer city was not as dangerous as the Nightmare Realm. Even if there was a tunnel leading to the Nightmare Realm, it was still within the territory of the Wizarding World. Sunders was someone who frequently ventured into the Nightmare Realm, so there was no reason for him to be afraid of the outer city. Before this, the series of actions he had taken were actually to determine how much of a surprise the outer city could bring him. However, Anglo's prophecy was too limited. Since no one could come out of the darkness alive, Sunders decided to enter the inner city himself. I'll go with you, sir. Sure. But you should stay in the Gravity Garden until I'm sure I can guarantee your safety. Even if the inner city was dangerous, Sunders still had a backup plan. Whether it was opening a plain passageway or entering the Gravity Garden, Sunders was confident enough to do so. Since they were going to enter the outer city, Sunders didn't waste time talking to the others. Tap, 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 a pair of black leather boots stepped on the wooden floor with a rhythmic rhythm. Let's go. Let's see what surprises those monsters have for us. Sunders glanced past Angor and looked at the outside world. The sky was getting dark, and the orange-red glow of the sunset was only a small part of the horizon. Not far away from them was a dark dome that looked like an upside-down bowl. Combined with the clear glow of the sunset, it looked like the faint glow of a total solar eclipse. The most amazing thing was that at the very top of the dark dome, at the bottom of the inverted bowl, the dark vortex was constantly pouring unknown mysterious energy into the bowl. It was this mysterious aura that made people from all the major Magus organizations come here from thousands of miles away. With covetous and greedy eyes, they locked onto the unknown darkness. Yes. Angor nodded. Just as they were looking forward to the so-called surprise, the shock came first. A commotion suddenly came from outside the hut. The sorcerers who were still arguing in the hut immediately stopped arguing and extended their spirit feelers outside the hut. Professor Anglo had been waiting for something to happen in the outer city. As long as something could step out of the darkness, he would have more data to support his calculations. But now, the data came. However, Anglo didn't dare to take it. What came out of the darkness were countless specks of light that carried the aura of the Nightmare Realm. There were so many of them that they filled up the entire sky. When the wizards instinctively activated their defensive spells, the specks of light began to scatter in all directions. With Sleepless City as the center, there were tens of thousands of apprentices hovering in the sky, forming layers upon layers of sentry posts. They were supposed to prevent outsiders from entering the city, but now they had become living targets for the specks of light. These light spots chose this group of apprentices, and then, in a way that no one could understand, they entered their bodies. The apprentices who were inside the specks of light began to change their expressions at a speed visible to the naked eye. From shock and panic to dullness and dullness, it suddenly turned into delight and creepy laughter. Then, like a child who went to an amusement park for the first time, he danced in midair and spun in circles. What's wrong with you guys? The apprentices who had activated their defensive spells were shocked to see the changes. What he got in return was a melodious chant, la la la, praise the queen, praise Shava, praise Yorkshire, sunset glow, quickly leave, I want the moonlight to shine. The strange voice did not carry any energy, but it sent chills down the spines of the apprentices. More and more people were absorbed by the specks of light. As long as the light entered the body of an apprentice, the first thing they would do was act strangely, like a clown in a circus. They would say strange things, do funny dances, and smile strangely. In less than 2 minutes, more than half of the apprentices in the sky had become clowns. The ones who were still conscious were those who had activated their defensive spells. But when they thought the spells could stop the specks of light, they were defeated. However, reality slapped them in the face again. The specks of light began to attack the apprentices who had activated their defensive spells. The energy level of each light dot was between a level 1 and level 2 apprentice. The specks of light would self-destruct when they hit the defensive spells. They would rely on the destructive energy to attack the defensive spells. The defensive spells might be able to block 1 or 2 specks of light. But what about more? When 1 or 2 defensive spells were used up and there was no magic in the body, what should they do? The apprentices fought and retreated, trying to escape from the range of the specks of light while they could still activate their defensive spells. But it was useless. There were too many specks of light and they were completely dragged into a stalemate of attrition. Some people wanted to fight in place of defense and clear a path by attacking. It was useless because the speed of the specks of light was far beyond their imagination. But it was not completely useless. Some people relied on large-scale flames to turn themselves into semi-elemental bodies. After clearing a path, they escaped to the ground and escaped to the square, begging the wizards present for help. The wizards also wanted to help, but there were too many specks of light. Moreover, the dark domain was constantly spewing out specks of light, each time counted in the billions. Even the wizard's ability could not completely block these specks of light. They even thought of joining forces and casting a large-scale defensive spell to temporarily help the apprentices build a safe protective membrane. However, there were too many specks of light. Even an ant could kill an elephant if there were too many of them. Moreover, each speck of light had the power of a level 1 apprentice and was attacking in a suicidal manner. Even a wizard-level defensive barrier would not be able to withstand such an attack. Seeing that more and more apprentices were falling into the trap, the apprentices began to panic. When the commotion broke out, the apprentices tried to escape. The sorcerer looked towards the magical hut, hoping that the sorcerer inside could come up with a solution. However, the wizards in the hut were all dumbfounded. It had only been a few minutes. How could the situation have changed so drastically? Your Excellency Radiance, what do we do now? A wizard asked Douglas, who was in the small house using a long-distance voice spell. Douglas was still pondering over Anglo's words, wondering if he should ask the people from Starleech Church for help. While he was hesitating, something happened outside the city. He had no idea what was going on. All he could do now was to spread out his spirit power and search for Anglo. Soon, he saw the temporary encampment of White Coral Floating Island Academy. It was a small hut with a pointed roof in the inner city. Anglo and Heroline had serious expressions on their faces. Their lips were moving rapidly as if they were discussing something. Behind them, a group of apprentices from White Coral Floating Island Academy were huddled in a defensive magic array, shivering in fear. Every now and then, they would take out magic crystals to replenish the magic array's energy consumption. Do you know what's going on, Professor Anglo? Douglas asked directly. Anglo also sensed Douglas' power of the will. He exchanged a look with Heroline and quickly said, "Do you believe me now, Lord Radiance? The outer city will only get worse and worse. It's even affecting the inner city now. I don't want to hear you blame me. I just want to know what's going on. What should we do? How do we deal with these specks of light?" Douglas, who had always been a mild-tempered person, was getting anxious. "Didn't you say you wanted data? Aren't these specks of light coming from the outer city? You can study them and play the strings, right? Can't you at least give me an answer now?" "I'm working on it right now." Anglo pushed up his glasses. Sweat was dripping down the tip of his nose. He took out a quill and quickly calculated on the parchment. Beautiful symbols flowed between his fingers, twisting and turning with a wonderful charm. After a while, Anglo replied, "Mr. Radiance, you must not touch those specks of light. Based on what I've seen from the strings of the world, not even wizards can resist those specks of light." Not even wizards could resist those specks of light. Douglas's pupils shrank. "Then what should we do? Should we just stand here and wait?" Anglo shook his head. "I don't know. But, Mr. Radiance, you can ask Mr. Katesh. My intuition tells me that he might know something." Anglo added, "Mr. Radiance, I advise you to evacuate the crowd and leave this area." Douglas didn't reply to that. Anglo did not know if Douglas did not hear him or did not want to reply. It was obvious that Anglo wanted Douglas to abandon Sleepless City and find another place to live. While the city was in chaos, Sunders was talking to Angor through their spirit bond. "Ah, so familiar. Those parasites are here again." Angor looked at the chaotic scene outside and nodded. "And they seem to have evolved. They're able to escape from the nightmare aura and survive outside. The specks of light outside might be unfamiliar to others, but they were familiar to both of them. They were the parasites that came out of the nests of the rainbow dragonflies. They were the cause of Midnight Sovereign's downfall. However, this kind of parasite would only be active in the nightmare aura and could move around freely. But now, it seemed that these parasites had escaped from the nightmare aura and escaped from the city. Sunders shook his head. No. They didn't completely escape from the nightmare aura. Didn't you notice that these parasites carried some of the nightmare aura when they left the city? It was enough for them to survive in the outside world for a while. During this period of time, they can find a host to live on. Then, they can continue to live. But how did the nightmare aura merge with the parasites? Did they really evolve? Sunders wondered. Let's go inside and find out. Professor, are we going to leave the others here? Should we use the nightmare domain to save them? Angor looked at the increasing number of clowns. This isn't Midnight Sovereign. We're all supernaturals. You're not going to save them just because you want to express your gratitude. Sunders sneered. The parasites aren't necessarily bad for them. Just leave them be. Sunders led Angor out of the hut. As soon as Douglas withdrew his spirit power, his gaze immediately landed on Kitesh. What do you know, Kitesh? Douglas pulled Kitesh to the side and transmitted his voice while everyone was distracted by the situation outside. Originally, Kitesh was also shocked by the sudden change outside, but after being pulled to the side by Douglas, he was confused and said impatiently, "Old friend, what do you mean by this?" Douglas frowned. I don't want you to lie to me, Kitesh. You know what you're hiding from me. What am I hiding from you? I didn't come out of its mother's rectum. How am I supposed to know where those light spots are coming from? Kitesh cursed. Douglas remained expressionless. Professor Anglo saw something. He said you know it. Seeing that Kitesh was unwilling to tell him the truth, Douglas decided to fabricate Anglo's words. Anglo's suspicions about Kitesh were just guesses, but as a prophet, his intuition could be very reliable. Douglas' trickery stunned Kratos for a moment. At first, he didn't realize what Douglas wanted to ask. He really didn't know what was going on outside, so he acted from the bottom of his heart. However, when Douglas used Anglo's name as a label, Kitesh was puzzled. Could it be that he was really hiding something from Douglas? The only thing he didn't mention was the nightmare aura and the nightmare tunnel. Well, it wasn't really a lie. After all, guesses couldn't be confirmed. Seeing Kitesh's hesitation, Douglas was even more convinced that Kitesh was right. A glint flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the situation outside. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, the hand hidden in his sleeve tapped lightly, and a spirit bond that was difficult to capture connected him and Kitesh together. Kitesh, this is a matter of life and death for Sleepless City. Professor Anglo is suggesting that we evacuate. Do you know what I'm saying? Douglas moved away from Kitesh. He seemed to be paying attention to the situation outside with the others, but he was questioning Kitesh through the spirit bond. If Sleepless City falls, the city's thousands of years of hard work will be gone. Kitesh was even more confused by Douglas's question. Has the situation become so serious? At this time, a tall man who seemed to be surrounded by frost and snow strode in. As soon as he entered the room, he removed the frost and snow defense technique around him, revealing a handsome and cold face. Douglas, what's going on? The man immediately looked at Douglas as soon as he walked in. Wizard Pain is here as well? Everyone's attention was attracted by the man who had just arrived. Pain, you've come out of seclusion? Douglas' eyes lit up as he walked over. Crotty also sighed and walked to the man's side. Those strange light spots have invaded my chamber. All my apprentices and servants have turned into clowns. If I don't come out now, Sleepless City will be renamed the City of Circuses. Pain was so angry that he could not help but release a frosty aura. All the magi present felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were facing a frigid winter. This was the power of Frost Sorcerer Pain. As one of the three pillars of Sleepless City, Pain's potential was far greater than Douglas and Kitesh's. Pain was not even 300 years old, but he had already stepped on the path of Truthfinder and reached the level of a mid-level level 2 wizard. As the only Truthfinder wizard in Sleepless City, even Douglas and Kitesh together could not defeat him. Pain had more authority than the other two wizards, but he was more interested in creating new spells. Therefore, he rarely showed himself in public and spent most of his time developing new spells in his chamber. However, when it came to making decisions, Douglas and Kitesh had to step aside. Kitesh, you're here too? Just as well. Tell me clearly, what's going on outside? Why is the outer city covered in darkness? Payne asked coldly. Douglas sighed. It's a long story. I'll drag you into the spirit bond and send you the message directly. A moment later, Payne narrowed his eyes. Mysterious energy? Strange light spots? Payne sneered. Perfect bait. These greedy bastards are all here. Douglas then told Payne about Anglo's prediction and what Anglo told him when he questioned him about it. Compared to Douglas, Payne remained calm when he heard Anglo's words. It doesn't matter if Sleepless City is lost. As long as we're still alive, we can always build a new city anywhere we want. I don't mind moving to a new place, but I don't want the darkness to decide how I should leave this place. I don't want to be called a defeated rooster and run away, Payne said. As for how to deal with this, it's up to me. Payne paused and looked at Kitesh, who was frowning and shaking his head from time to time. What do you know? Tell me now. This question was still asked through the spirit bond. Kitesh smiled bitterly. I don't know as much as you do. The only thing I know is that there's nightmare energy in the darkness. That's all I know. To prove his point, Kitesh opened up his mind space and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. As Payne said, the only thing Kitesh knew was that he had sensed the nightmare energy in the darkness. That was all. Payne looked at Douglas in confusion. The latter curled his lips and shrugged. I'm just trying to trick him. Professor Anglo didn't tell me the truth. Kitesh sighed in relief after hearing Douglas's words. Payne frowned. There's the aura of the nightmare realm in there. Why? Is it really as you guessed? Is there a nightmare passage inside? When Payne mentioned nightmare passage, the three's eyes glowed. But the nightmare realm and the wizarding world always leave as soon as they touch each other, right? At most, they'll leave a small entrance, and it'll disappear very quickly. Payne hesitated. I don't think it's a passage. Even if it is, it should be closed already. According to the prophecy of Starliege Temple, the nightmare realm has a much higher energy level than the wizarding world. The great consciousness of the wizarding world will avoid a stable passage with the nightmare realm to avoid being invaded. I don't know anything else. But... Kitesh paused to attract their attention and continued in a low voice, but Sunders should know that his spells are all related to the nightmare realm. He's the only Truthfinder wizard who came to Sleepless City this time, so he must know something. But I've asked him many times, and he never told me. Payne was confused. Mr. Phantom came here? Why didn't I see him? Douglas and Kitesh finally realized that it had been a while since they saw Saunders. He looked around and saw no sign of Saunders. Even his student was nowhere to be seen. Did you see where Mr. Phantom went? Douglas asked the other wizards. The answer they received was that they were at a loss. With a thought, Payne quickly constructed a spell model in his mind space. Delusion break, a glimmer of light flashed through his long and narrow eyes, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Everyone's movements, the opening and closing of everyone's mouth, and the frequency of everyone's blinking, all of them appeared to be in a leisurely state. Then, this slow and unhurried process began to rewind, as if time was turning back. Many scenes of the past reappeared in Payne's eyes through the illusion breaker technique, including the scene of Sunders and Angor. The glimmer in Payne's eyes disappeared. He quickly came to the front of the magic hut and looked in the direction of the outer city with suspicion. What did you find, Payne? Kitesh asked. Payne remained silent for a moment. Mr. Phantom went to the outer city. The outer city? He went alone? Douglas asked in surprise. And his student? Payne didn't care much about Angor. He was more interested in Sunders. Since he dared to go to the outer city, he must have something to rely on. Moreover, from his decision to ignore these light spots and enter the outer city, it can be seen that he definitely knows some information that we don't. Crotty said with certainty. You should have said that earlier. Payne glanced at Kitesh. Now that he's inside, what's the point? Crotty took a step back embarrassedly. I was just guessing. So what should we do now? If he dared to go inside, so shall I. Payne narrowed his eyes. I want to see how much of a difference there is between me and him. When Payne said this, Kitesh and Douglas looked at each other and didn't interrupt. They knew Payne's ambition, but they didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Not good, an official magus has been infected by the light. At this moment, a roar came from outside, and everyone's eyes flashed with shock. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to watch out for the light spots? Douglas quickly asked. If an official magus only protected themselves, even if a sea of light spots attacked them from the side, they wouldn't be able to break through their defensive spells. The amount of mana they consumed and the amount of mana they recovered would be completely self-sufficient. It's that group of infected acolytes. They were brought into the defensive circle by some magi who wanted to study their situation. In the end, during the dissection process, because the defensive spell was removed during a certain process, they were infected. Douglas couldn't care less about his image anymore. He cursed, "Damn it. How can you be a wizard if you can't even do something like that? Which organization did you come from?" The crowd outside the barrier remained silent for a while. "That one," Douglas yelled. Sleepless City. Douglas didn't know what to say. Under the strange gazes of the surrounding adepts, Douglas coughed twice and softened his tone. "Who is it?" "It's Lord Burning Bone. Burning Bone Ferd, a new rising wizard of Sleepless City." Since Felder was a wizard on his side, Douglas had no choice but to swallow the swear words he was about to say. He knew Felder very well. Felder had only become an official wizard 10 years ago, and he wanted to step onto the path of truth. He wanted to study everything. Unfortunately, he was not careful enough in his research, and now he was in trouble. "Calm down and wait for me," Douglas said. Now that even a formal wizard was in trouble, the wizards around them began to panic. They had just cast a simple defensive spell, but now, the wizards subconsciously strengthened it. "Everyone else, take note as well. Even if you want to study the people who have been absorbed by the light spots, don't do it now," Douglas said earnestly. "The most important thing now is to stabilize the situation," but before he could finish, another voice came from outside. This time, it sounded like someone was about to cry. "Mr. Ferd has started to release energy attacks everywhere. His energy level is too high. A few official wizards' defensive spells have been broken through. Some of them have already been infected by the light spots." When Douglas heard this news, he retreated in horror. He knew that if he broke through one of the gaps, the entire defense line would collapse. The light spots would destroy all the fortresses that had not been built yet. Douglas looked at Payne, who was also wearing a serious expression. Payne narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. "Gather all the uninfected and bring them to the monsoon sector. I'll activate Night Shield." Kitesh looked worried. "The monsoon sector contains Sleepless City's resources. Don't you think it's inappropriate to let them in?" The monsoon sector was the core area of Sleepless City. The secret library, spell hall, and resource hall were all located there. Under the protection of the magic array, the monsoon sector had always been a forbidden area. Night Shield was the defensive magic array of the monsoon sector. "Sleepless City still has a chance, but if we let these wizards get trapped here, we'll be in real danger," Payne said. Payne spoke bluntly in front of all the Magus organizations present. "Also, if anyone dares to covet our resources, don't blame me for being unreasonable." Originally, Payne had planned to go to the outer city to have a look and compare himself with the Truthfinder wizard who was standing in the clouds. But now, it seemed that there was no such opportunity for the time being. Payne had no choice but to make this choice. The monsoon district was the core area, and there was a secret passage that led to the core world. Retreating to the monsoon district was not a dangerous place, and they could advance or retreat. In order to prevent Sleepless City from becoming a public enemy, he had no choice but to open the monsoon district. Kitesh was in charge of opening the monsoon district while Douglas went to organize the resources of Sleepless City. Pine stayed at the front line of the resistance. He was the strongest, and he had to ensure that the infected wizards would not break through another line of defense. Pine stood at the entrance of the monsoon district. Looking at the thousands of clown apprentices and the 6 clown wizards at the front, his heart was filled with complicated feelings. When he went into seclusion a week ago, Sleepless City was still bustling with life, filled with singing and dancing. However, a week later, it had become a city of circus in the dark realm. It was so ironic that Sleepless City had fallen into ruin. Wizard Payne, Professor Anglo is here. A wizard from the Tower of Hurricane walked to Payne. Pine turned around. Deep in the darkness of the street, a beautiful street lamp shone a circle of light. The two shadows were elongated by the street lamp. It was Douglas, who was wearing a gold-rimmed white robe, and Anglo, who was wearing a black uniform and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Payne looked at Douglas, who nodded at him and spoke through the spirit bond. I've moved all the books, scrolls, and resources into the Sorcerer's Garden. After making sure there was nothing to worry about, Payne turned to Anglo. Without any pleasantries, he asked directly, is there a way to deal with these light spots? Anglo did not answer the question directly. Instead, he changed the topic. According to the world string, something similar happened not long ago. These light spots too? The Magi present all looked over. Is there really such a thing? Why didn't I hear about it? Anglo adjusted his glasses. It happened at Midnight Sovereign in the underground world. I don't know the details, but I'm sure someone from Brute Cavern must have heard about it, right? Anglo looked around and asked, huh? Has Mr. Phantom left? Anglo's words prompted the other wizards to search for Sunder's whereabouts. But just as Anglo said, they couldn't find Sunder's anywhere. Mr. Radiance was looking for Mr. Sunder's not long ago. Some of them vaguely remembered what happened in Sunder's hut. However, it was too chaotic back then to pay attention to other people's movements. Don't bother. Mr. Phantom took his student to the outer city. Payne spoke up. As soon as he said this, all the Magi fell silent. Why would Sunders go to the outer city at such a time? Was he confident that he could get his hands on the mystery item? Most of the wizards believed that Sunders was going for the mystery item. However, no one dared to follow him into the outer city despite knowing Sunders' ambition. Maybe someone from Brute Cavern knows something. It was Whiplash which racked KSA. She was very interested in the mystery item, which was evident from the fact that she sent all of her apprentices to the outer city. She licked her lips and spoke in a low voice, Mr. Phantom is gone. But I think he's not the only one from Brute Cavern. Philo is here too, isn't he? Everyone turned to look at a secluded corner. At the top of a church, Philo was wearing a fiery red robe. He leaned against the side of the church, his eyes filled with confusion as he stared at the specks of light outside the shelter of darkness. Philo, do you know what Mr. Phantom is going to do? Rak Ksa flicked her tail and jumped to Philo's side. She gave him a flirtatious wink. Philo didn't seem interested. How should I know what Mr. Sunders is going to do? Besides, why should he tell you what he's going to do? Philo didn't show any signs of violence. Even if they did, Philo wouldn't tell them. You're right. We don't have the right to ask about Mr. Phantom. Why don't you tell us what happened in Midnight Sovereign, Mr. Philo? It's related to the survival of Sleepless City. Moreover, many of the acolytes from the major Magi organizations have been defeated here. Even 6 official Magi have fallen. I have to give them an explanation, don't I? Payne said. Midnight Sovereign was a mortal city, after all. Wizards usually didn't care about the lives of mortals. However, when it came to those strange light spots, they had to talk about it openly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Philo hesitated for a moment before deciding to divulge the information he had obtained from Midnight Sovereign. After all, some apprentices from Brute Cavern were also affected by the light spots. Philo, a similar incident did happen in Midnight Sovereign City before, but it was resolved perfectly. Wizard Payne didn't say all of them died here. The light spots are controlling them, but once they're expelled, they'll improve their constitution. The light spots could be expelled? The wizards looked at each other in confusion. Philo's words seemed to light up the gloomy sky with a ray of sunlight. Payne sighed in relief. As long as the light spots could be expelled, there was still hope. However, Philo's next sentence caused the first glimmer of light to appear in the sky, and thick, dark clouds began to gather once more. Philo shrugged. But I don't know how to do that. What's the point of saying that? Who knows how to do it? Philo sighed. As far as I know, Mr. Phantom and his student are the only ones who can do it. No one else can do it. As Wizard Payne said, Mr. Phantom and Angor already went to the outer city. So. Philo's unfinished words caused everyone to sigh. Why did the person who could resolve this matter choose to leave at a time like this? However, even though everyone was somewhat emotional, it was still much better than before when they were completely hopeless. They all had the same thought in their minds. Even Mr. Phantom's student? It shouldn't be hard to expel the light spots, right? Pine also had the same idea, but his focus was not on how to solve the problem of the light spots. Instead, he was more concerned about where these light spots came from. Mr. Philo, can you tell us more about Midnight Sovereign? Angor had been waiting in the gravity garden for a while. He was anxious, but he had no idea what was going on outside. He could only wait. Fortunately, Sunders placed him in the open-air library in the gravity garden. Angor was not bored here. He could read some academic magazines or learn some basic cantrip scrolls. Even worse, he had Toby to accompany him. About an hour later, Angor felt a familiar spirit power enveloping him. After a brief moment of dizziness, he found himself in a quiet stone room. A candle flame flickered in the distance. Sunders was leaning against the wall. He smelled like blood. "You're hurt, Professor?" Angor quickly walked to him. Sunders waved a hand. "I'm fine. Just some minor injuries. They're almost healed. I called you here because I have a question for you." Seeing Sunders' serious expression, Angor quickly adjusted his attitude and nodded. "Have you heard of a name, Yorkshire?" End of chapter 597. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.